My world. Gao Yan put away the weapon fire, put a drop of second-grade sword energy into the jade bottle, and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. During this period, in addition to practicing the magic skills, he also used the weapon fire to refine the second-grade sword energy collected in the sword energy valley. Now, he has been promoted to a senior weapon refiner. The power of the weapon fire has increased greatly, and it can already refine the second-grade sword energy. The energy contained in the second-grade sword energy is more pure and powerful. It is difficult for ordinary Jindan cultivators to refine it, even ordinary Yuanying cultivators have a hard time refining it. Therefore, Gao Yan decided to go to the Sword Energy Valley again. Suddenly, Gao Yan's figure moved. Appeared in the Yi family martial arts hall in Yuhe town. At this moment, Yi Qingxue was sitting cross-legged in the room to condense the golden elixir, and Yi Qingshuang was guarding her outside the door. Brother Gao, you are here, my sister is impacting the golden elixir realm. Yi Qingshuang said hurriedly, with a bit of worry on her face. Don't worry, your sister is fine. Even if she is in trouble, I will be fine with her here. Gao Yan comforted softly. He could feel that Yi Qingshue's breath was very stable. There is no problem in impacting the golden core stage. Although the two sisters both have 3 spiritual roots, Gao Yan has given them the 9-leaf grass spirit pill, which not only strengthened their spiritual roots, but also made their physique reach the level of the top mortal body. Unfortunately, the 9-leaf grass spirit pill has drug resistance, otherwise they could take a few more to improve their physique to a spiritual body. 2 hours later, Yi Qingxue successfully broke through and reached the first level of the golden core stage. Gao Yan pushed the door in directly and said to Yi Qingxue, you consolidate your cultivation first, I will go to arrange it first, and I will take you out to overcome the tribulation later. I will listen to Brother Gao's arrangements. Gao Yan nodded, flashed out of my world, summoned the anywhere door, put a coordinate in the central area of the Black Desert, and then pushed the door in. Boom! The breath burst out, and all kinds of poisonous insects, within a radius of hundreds of miles fled in panic. After forcing away all the poisonous insects, within a radius of hundreds of miles, he carefully arranged a 4th-level defense array. It took more than an hour. Gao Yan arranged an extremely perfect defense array, and for this, he consumed more than 30,000 spirit stones. With this array, he believed that Yi Qingxue could survive this golden elixir tribulation unscathed. With a thought, Sisters Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingshuang appeared beside him. With the appearance of Yi Qingxue, the tribulation cloud above his head began to condense. Qingxue, you go to the array and stay at ease. If there is no accident, the tribulation thunder cannot break through the array. However, I will also sacrifice the top-grade defensive spiritual weapon I gave you, just in case. Yi Qingxue nodded, stepped into the array, and found a place to sit quietly. Gao Yan had killed many true disciples of the Xianming sect in the secret realm before, so he had a lot of top-grade spiritual weapons in his hands, so naturally, he would not treat the Yi sisters badly. Therefore, the sisters of the Yi family each had 3 top-grade spiritual weapons in their hands. After seeing Yi Qingxue enter the formation, Gao Yan took Yi Qingshuang out of the range of the calamity cloud. At the same time, he also used the insight eye to scan the sky and the ground within a radius of thousands of miles, so as to avoid being attacked by a black-hearted old man who was hiding under the desert like he was last time. 2 hours later, the calamity cloud was brewing. The scale was only more than 10 acres. Unlike him, when he was overcoming the calamity, it was 100 acres of calamity cloud. Is it because people are too good, or is it against God? Gao Yan still has no answer. Soon, the first round of the first calamity thunder fell. Gao Yan laughed dumbly. Because the first calamity thunder did not even have the qualifications to shake Gao Yan's formation. Yi Qingxue in the formation was still a little worried, but when she saw that the calamity thunder did not shake the formation and dissipated, she was completely relieved. As expected, Yi Qingxue's Jingdan tribulation thunder failed to shake Gao Yan's formation. Even the spiritual power in more than 30,000 spirit stones was only consumed by 1/10. You overestimate the heavenly tribulation, Gao Yan said secretly, and also put away the formation. Sister, congratulations, you have a lifespan of 500 years after entering the Jingdan. Yi Qingshuang grabbed Yi Qingshue's hand and congratulated happily. You don't have to envy me, your cultivation has also reached the peak of the 9th level of foundation building, and it won't be long before you can also be promoted to Jingdan. Yi Qingxue responded with a smile. You go back to your hometown first, I will come in and celebrate with you later. Send the two sisters back to my world. Gao Yan summoned the Anywhere door and returned to the cabin on Lingyue Peak. After putting away the Anywhere door, he flashed into my world. This celebration lasted for 3 days. Of course, at 10 times the flow rate, the time outside was not long. The celebration was over. Gao Yan used the Anywhere door to travel to the vicinity of Jianqi Valley. Just like last time, many cultivators were sitting cross-legged outside the Sword Qi Valley, trying to comprehend something. But Gao Yan knew that they were all delusional. The powerful ones who had achieved the Tao had already touched upon the Tao of this world. It was too difficult to directly comprehend the Tao by skipping the laws. It was like you were still in elementary school, and a university calculus book was given to you. Could you understand it? Gao Yan changed his appearance and aura this time. He quietly took away 100,000 first-grade sword intents, 22,000 first-grade sword intents, and 2,000 third-grade sword intents. As for the 4th-grade sword intents, they were all in the Sword Qi Valley. Even if he got them, he might not be able to refine them, so Gao Yan didn't bother with that much effort. Returned to Lingyue Peak again. Gao Yan was busy refining these sword intents into sword intent energy. He and Hu Xianxian had been trading for 2 or 3 months. The other party mastered the Emperor scripture and refined it very quickly. She should have broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core. It was unknown whether she had survived the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. If she had survived, the other party should need more sword intent energy. By then, he could make a fortune through trading. Half a month passed in a flash. Yi Qingxue also broke through to the Golden Core. So Gao Yan took her to the center of the Black Desert to survive the 3-9 heavenly tribulation. Then, Gao Yan threw another 1,000 drops of sword intent energy to each of the sisters. They had some difficulty absorbing it. But although it was difficult, the progress of cultivation was far better than that of cultivating with spirit stones. At the same time, Gao Yan also taught them the Song of the Great Wind Sword. As for why he did not teach them the Book of the Wind God, it was not that Gao Yan was reluctant and wanted to leave some tricks, but that the two sisters had limited qualifications. Even if he taught them the Book of the Wind God, it would be difficult for them to comprehend. Although the Great Wind Sword Song is a top-grade Earth-level technique, it is no worse than the general heaven-level technique. Gao Yan did not have high requirements for the two sisters, and he did not want to train them to be helpers or something, as long as they had a certain ability to protect themselves. However, the problem of his women without spiritual roots was also solved. If they could not cultivate immortals, they could cultivate the magic skills of gods and demons. But Gao Yan still decided to wait. When he reached the Hadao level, he would take them to the world of cultivation to cultivate. After all, he is just a nobody now. He has no status. He has no cultivation. When he reaches the Hadao level, even if the 9 saints know that he has a big secret, what does it matter? Will anyone dare to take advantage of him? Although he is not the protagonist, he is a cheater. Once he enters the Hadao realm, with the various magical powers obtained from the system, he will not be invincible. But there is no problem in crossing a few small realms. Southern Xinjiang, marginal areas. A bronze portal appeared out of thin air, and then a young man with excellent temperament and appearance walked out of it. Take any door into your body. Gao Yan then took his sword and headed towards Hu Xianxian's mountain stronghold. Today, Hu Xianxian has survived the 69 heavenly tribulations and has been promoted to the nascent soul stage. In fact, among the demon clan, they call the Yuaning stage the demon infant stage, which is actually the same thing. When I learned that a human businessman was visiting again, Hu Xianxian couldn't help but have a look of excitement on her face. After breaking through to the 9th level of the golden core, she didn't have much sword energy left. After breaking through to nascent soul, the speed of absorbing and refining sword energy becomes faster. Within a few days, the remaining sword energy was exhausted. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After getting used to the rapid growth of cultivation, Hu Xianxian was very dissatisfied with the current speed of cultivation. Now that the human businessman is here, it is very likely that he has brought that kind of sword energy. I've seen Miss Yenner. Fellow Taoist Gao, there is no need to be polite, please sit down. Hu Xianxian's tone was gentle and his attitude was polite. Miss Yenner, I wonder if you are satisfied with the use of the sword energy that you traded before? After sitting down, Gao Yan asked with a smile. Although Hu Xianxian was very satisfied, he still said, it's acceptable. What a coincidence, I brought some sword energy. I wonder if Miss Yenner is willing to trade with me? Very good. Hu Xianxian was overjoyed, but immediately asked, how many drops did fellow Taoist Gao bring this time? 10,000 drops. Gao Yan said. 1 drop is 5 million, 10 drops is 50 million, 100 drops is 500 million, 1,000 drops is 5 billion, 10,000 drops is 50 billion. The current upgrade requirement is 20 billion revenue. According to the upgrading rules, it only increases by 10 billion each time. Then, after selling 10,000 drops of sword energy, you can upgrade 2 levels in a row. 10,000 drops? Hu Xianxian's expression was slightly shocked, and then she was greatly moved. But she also had some scruples in her heart. After all, 50 billion spiritual stones was not a small amount. If she easily takes out 50 billion, will this human businessman be greedy and snatch it away? Seeing Hu Xianxian's hesitant expression, Gao Yan vaguely guessed her worries. So he said with a smile, Miss Yenner, I am the most trustworthy and honest person in business. I will not do things that are motivated by money. This is 10,000 drops of sword energy. You check it first. If there is no problem, then give me the spirit stone. As he spoke, Gao Yan threw 100 jade bottles filled with sword energy directly to Hu Xianxian. The opponent swept it with his spiritual mind, and there was no problem with the sword energy. So he waved it away and threw Gao Yan a storage ring. After Gao Yan checked it, he found that it was filled with spiritual stones of different grades, worth exactly 50 billion spiritual stones. Miss Xianer, the spirit stone is correct, I'll take my leave now. Gao Yan put away the storage ring, stood up and said to Hu Xianxian, but the other person's eyes were wary. Okay, fellow Daoist Gao, let's continue the deal next time. Gao Yan nodded, turned around and left. After leaving the village, Gao Yan couldn't help but have a bright smile on his face. I made a lot of money this time. Not only did he earn 50 billion in revenue, the system also returned 200 billion spirit stones. Therefore, his total number of spirit stones has exceeded 340 billion. Although he is still not as good as Hu Xianxian, the spiritual stones he possesses are probably not comparable to those of ordinary Hedao. Gao Yan did not immediately turn back to Lingyue Peak. Instead, they continued to go deep into southern Xinjiang. The souls of the demon beasts captured previously have been used up. This time, I have to replenish the supplies. When Gao Yan led 8 tool men to capture the 3rd level and 4th level monsters, Hu Xianxian quietly left the stronghold with 2 guards. Although Gao Yan did not fall out with her in the previous transaction, she easily took out 50 billion spirit stones, which might arouse the greed of the human businessman. What if someone comes to kill her afterwards? So, the best thing to do is to leave. In fact, she really thought too much. Gao Yan really didn't have that plan. More than 20 days later, Gao Yan captured a large number of 3rd order and 4th order monsters, and even captured a 5th order monster. It was an unexpected surprise. The monster captured this time has allowed Gao Yan to successfully forge the soul 9 times, and he returned directly to Lingyue Peak through the arbitrary door. Even though Xianming sect was disgraced by Zuela some time ago, it had no intention of letting Gao Yan go. Xianming sect even placed a reward on him. As long as someone finds his traces outside the 9 Saints sect and reports it to the Xianming sect, he will be rewarded with 1 million spiritual stones. If he can be captured alive and handed over to Xianming sect, he will be rewarded 10 million. If you take his body to deliver the goods, there will be a reward of 5 million. How did Gao Yan know? Naturally, this is known through the soul seeds dormant in the souls of casual cultivators. However, he didn't take it seriously. It just so happened that he wanted to practice the magic of gods and demons. During this period, during the time it took to capture the monsters, the system had been upgraded twice. Because he was busy catching monster beasts, Gao Yan didn't deal with the rewards. This time we returned to Lingyue Peak. He had to deal with the reward matter. After upgrading 2 levels in a row, you will be rewarded with 12 super draws and 6,000 free attribute points. Think about it. Gao Yan merged the 12 super draws into 4 luxury draws. The last luxury lottery directly drew a top-notch divine and demonic skill. I don't know what good stuff I can get this time. System, use 4 luxury draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the god and demon soldiers. Soul calming rod. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 3 cultivation upgrade cards. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the top grade spiritual treasure Brahma bead. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the Divine Power Void seal. With a thought, a 3-meter-long black iron rod appeared in Gao Yan's hand. This unprepossessing iron rod is the soul-calming rod. It has the powerful effect of directly hitting the opponent's soul. It is perfect for knocking people out. Thinking of this, Gao Yan escaped into my world and gently hit the head of a third-level monster with a stick. With a puff, the soul of a third-level monster was directly shattered. So strong. Gao Yan was secretly shocked. He didn't even use any strength, but he easily shattered the soul of a third-level monster. Putting away the soul-calming rod, Gao Yan took out 3 more cards. One card can improve his cultivation level once. Use. Suddenly, his divine will and spiritual power surged, and in a moment, his cultivation level reached the 3rd level of the God transformation. Continue. Gao Yan also used the remaining 2 upgrade cards, and his cultivation level directly broke through to the 5th level of the God transformation. Haha, cheaters are happy every day, cheaters are happy for life. Gao Yan laughed in his heart. If you rely on hard work, even if your aptitude is amazing, you can't reach the 5th level of the God transformation without 1 or 200 years. And what about him? In just a few minutes, he went directly from the 2nd level of the God transformation to the 5th level of the God transformation. Such a speed of improvement is probably envied by immortals. Let's talk about the top-grade spiritual treasure, Brahma bead. This top-grade spiritual treasure is not very powerful in attack, and its biggest function is to trap people. Not to mention that it is a world of its own, it can also evolve extremely powerful illusions according to their own desires. If you fall into the illusion, it will cause the enemy's soul to be constantly consumed. Absolutely kill people invisibly. Treasures from this system, there is no difficulty in refining. Therefore, Gao Yan easily refined the Brahma pearl. Let's talk about the last magical power, the void blockade, which is also a powerful magical power that can trap people. Gao Yan has no shortage of free attribute points now. Therefore, he directly consumed 610 points of free attributes and upgraded this magical power to the top level. If he uses this magical power, he can arbitrarily trap any great power of the God of Transformation, and they have almost no chance of breaking the blockade. For the next period of time, Gao Yan used the spirit of the monster to practice the God and demon art. His progress was quite smooth. In just a few months, he completed the 9 forging of the God and demon soul. And Gao Yan's soul also grew greatly. Originally, the divine consciousness of the 5th level of the transformation of the spirit could only explore about 100,000 miles at most, but now, the range of the divine consciousness has increased 3 times and can explore about 400,000 miles. Even the divine consciousness of the 6th level of the transformation of the spirit, or even the 7th level of the transformation of the spirit, may not be able to resist him. However, after completing the 9 forging of the God and demon soul, the God and demon art has passed the rapid growth period. As long as there are enough resources, it is easier to break through the small and large God and demon realms. But to reach the law of the God and demon realm, then you have to absorb the power of the law. Gao Yan practiced the God and demon book of wind, and accordingly, he had to absorb the law of wind. In the system of cultivating immortals, if you want to involve the law, you have to break through to the cave realm, rely on your own small world, and absorb the power of the law between heaven and earth to stabilize and strengthen your own cave heaven. At the same time, between heaven and earth, there will be all kinds of natural treasures condensed by the laws. But such things are basically impossible to circulate in the market, even if you have more spirit stones, you can't buy them. Gao Yan has calculated. If he honestly practices the magic skills, it will take at least 500 years to cultivate the law of gods and demons. However, he is not in a hurry. Anyway, there is a system. As long as the system level is continuously upgraded, you should be able to draw good things that can directly promote to the law of gods and demons. The next upgrade requires 40 billion profit value. The current profit value is 1.3 billion. Before, I sold 10,000 drops of sword energy to Hu Xianxian, which was enough for the other party to practice to the 9th level of the nascent soul, and I should not be able to continue trading with the other party. Therefore, it is really difficult to find a suitable trading partner now. What should I do? Gao Yan muttered to himself. Oh, it's so hard for me. Just when Gao Yan was worrying about how to earn spirit stones, Yin Yutong came to the outside of the wooden house. After opening the formation, Gao Yan invited the little sister in. Hey, senior sister, have you broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yin Yutong smiled happily. She came to Gao Yan right after. She broke through, and deliberately showed her aura, just to get praise from her junior brother. Thanks to the sword energy given to me by my junior brother, otherwise, how could I break through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul so quickly? Yin Yutong said modestly, but her beautiful eyes were full of spirit. Senior sister, how about we find someone to celebrate? Gao Yan suddenly had an idea. Will it be too ostentatious? Yin Yutong hesitated. What's the big deal? We only invite a few friends of the true transmission to celebrate. What's the big deal? Gao Yan said disapprovingly. Yin Yutong was different from him. He wanted to hide his cultivation, but Yin Yutong didn't need to. So, next, the brother and sister discussed how many people to invite. In the end, Yin Yutong wanted to invite 6 people with whom she had a good relationship, all of whom were from the Jurchen transmission. Gao Yan planned to invite 5 people. They are Qin Mi, Meng Ruyan, Li Jincheng, Hua Shiyu, and Zhou Yuexin. Qin Mi and the other 2 are the most advanced among the elders. After the last discussion meeting, the 2 sides have established a friendship. As for Hua Shiyu, she sent him an invitation letter. At the same time, when he went to the discussion meeting, it was Hua Shiyu and Zhou Yuexin who received him. As for the male true disciple, sorry, I am not familiar with him and we don't have any friendship. After discussing who to invite, the 2 discussed what to use to entertain everyone. Gao Yan said that he had a lot of 4th level monster meat. They could process these monster meat into skewers. When everyone came, they could grill them by themselves. To be honest, the spiritual fruits, spiritual wines, snacks, etc. in the world of cultivation taste very good. But they would still feel bland after long-term consumption. And Gao Yan likes the smell of fireworks. It is estimated that the true disciples of the 9 Saints sect are also used to gatherings without fireworks. This time, they organized a gathering with fireworks, which might have a miraculous effect. After the discussion, the 2 began to send out sound transmission notes to invite people. Because it was not a solemn discussion meeting, there was no need to write an invitation letter, just send a sound transmission note. Gao Yan's 5 sound transmission notes were quickly responded to. Hua Shiyu and Zhou Yuexin responded the fastest, saying that they would definitely come to disturb them tomorrow. Then came Qin Mi and Meng Ruyan. Li Jinqing took 2 hours to reply to him, but she also apologized, saying that she was in seclusion to comprehend the skills, and her reply was a little slow. Senior sister, everyone I invited said they would come tomorrow, how about you? Gao Yan asked. Yin Yutong nodded, my friends have also responded, and they will come tomorrow. Okay, let's prepare first. So Gao Yan took out the monster meat to make skewers. After the skewers were ready, he went to the Zhenchuan mansion to purchase some spiritual fruits, spiritual wine, snacks, and the like. What if someone doesn't like to eat barbecue? You can't just let them watch. At 3:30 the next day, Gao Yan felt the fluctuation of the formation. He flashed down the mountain and opened the formation. It turned out that Shi Yu and Zhou Yuexin came together. Gao Yan smiled and invited the two to the mountain. In the next half an hour, the people invited by Gao Yan and Yin Yutong came too. Lingyue Peak one after another. Lingyue Peak had never invited anyone before, and it seemed quite deserted. Today, there was a big change. First, Gao Yan fenced off the open space near the wooden house, and specially refined some exquisite flower pots, transplanted some beautiful plants from the back mountain and planted them in the flower pots. They were used to place them around. He did not place them randomly, but arranged them according to the formation. Therefore, these flower pots scattered around not only do not give people a simple feeling, but make people feel relaxed and happy. At the same time, he also dug a small lake in the open space, and planted various spiritual plants with water attributes in it. In addition, he also built several pavilions. Finding that Yin Yutong broke through to the second level of the nascent soul so quickly, everyone naturally congratulated her, and at the same time, they also gave her some small gifts. Junior sister Yutong, you have been promoted to the second level of the nascent soul so quickly, you must have a unique cultivation technique, why don't you tell everyone about it? Qinmi said with a smile. This. Yin Yutong was a little embarrassed, because she could break through without any skills, relying on the sword energy provided by Gao Yan. How could she explain this? At this time, Gao Yan clapped his hands. He attracted everyone's attention. He smiled and said, my fellow sisters, the purpose of our gathering today is not to discuss the Tao. I suggest that we do not talk about cultivation today, but just for entertainment. What do you think? This is new. Then, junior brother Gao, how do you plan to entertain yourself? Qinmi asked with a smile. Haha, I have prepared some novel entertainment methods for everyone. Then, Gao Yan took out poker and mahjong and told everyone how to play. At first, everyone didn't say anything because of the host's face, because they felt that these two things were too simple. But after trying a few times, everyone became interested. Seeing that everyone was having fun, Gao Yan began to move out the oven and start grilling skewers. The girls who were playing cards and mahjong couldn't help but turn their heads when they smelled the aroma of barbecue. Hey, the meat skewers in junior brother Gao's hand seemed to be the meat of a fourth-level monster. Qinmi said with some surprise. The eastern wilderness belongs to the human race, and the human race has survived in the eastern wilderness for many years, so it is natural that no overly powerful monsters are allowed to exist. Therefore, in the eastern wasteland, fourth-level monsters are relatively rare. Yes, senior sister Qin, all the kebabs are made of fourth-level monster meat. And they taste very good. Yin Yutong smiled and replied, my junior brother and I made a lot of kebabs yesterday. After the card game is over, we will bake them ourselves. If you really can't help but be greedy, I will ask my junior brother to send them to you to try after he has finished baking them. Taste. Great, I haven't eaten the meat of a fourth-level monster beast yet. At this time, Hua Shiyu said happily. As the aroma of grilled skewers wafted over, the girls all became a little careless. Fortunately, it won't be long. Gao Yan divided the grilled skewers into several plates and sent them over for them to taste. Wow, that's delicious. Hua Shiyu, who was the youngest and had the lowest level of cultivation, was not so reserved. He picked up the skewers and took a bite, and couldn't help but let out a sound of exclamation. It's really delicious. Qingmi nodded slightly, seemingly calm and gentle, but his movements were no slower than the others. Soon, they ate all the kebabs on every table. They looked at each other, a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that one day we would be tempted by the lust of words. Li Jincheng reflected on himself. Since you are afraid of temptation, then don't eat it. Meng Ruyan joked. It's too late. I've already been tempted. I'll reflect on it after eating. Then what you said just now wasn't nonsense. Qingmi said jokingly. Most of what people say in this life is nonsense. Li Jincheng said thoughtfully. Hee hee. Meng Ruyan sneered. Hee hee. Qingmi sneered. Haha, I'm crazy, I touched myself. At this moment, Yin Yutong, who touched a piece of mahjong, looked at the three women and said with a smile. Hey, it's boring, let's go barbecue. Li Jincheng pushed the mahjong. That's right, let's go barbecue first and play later. Meng Ruyan followed. Yutong, we two can't play together, let's go barbecue together. Qingmi smiled at Yin Yutong. However, Yin Yutong curled his lips secretly and muttered in his heart, as for that, it's just a random trick. Time came to evening in a blink of an eye. Gao Yan and Yin Yutong personally sent these urchins to the foot of the mountain. Everyone was very satisfied with today's party. There was no discussion, just eating, drinking, and having fun. At the end of the day, I felt indescribably relaxed. Moreover, the meat of the fourth-level monster is really delicious. Seeing that the girls were greedy for meat, Gao Yan was not stingy and prepared 500 kilograms for each of them to take home as a return gift. After all, they came with gifts for Yin Yutong. Ruyan, did you have fun today? On the way back, Qingmi flew side by side with Meng Ruyan. I'm very happy. I think it's more interesting than the discussion we had. Then let's do this from now on. Didn't junior brother Gao say that? Cultivation should also pay attention to the balance between work and rest. I think you are greedy. Meng Ruyan joked. Aren't you greedy? In the next 2 months, Qingmi, Meng Ruyan and Li Jincheng often visited Lingyue Peak. Every time the three girls took Yin Yutong to play mahjong with them, Gao Yan had to provide them with kebabs. And Gao Yan also has a good temper and doesn't feel tired at all. Of course, the client must be a beautiful woman. If it were someone else, it's up to you whether he can do it or not. Yes, Gao Yan is such a reality. This day, Qingmi and the other three came together to play cards again. Gao Yan first prepared tea for them, then set up the barbecue rack and started grilling skewers. Junior sister Yutong, have you heard about the Shaho family's Grand Avenue celebration recently? Qingmi said abruptly. Dao celebration, who in the Shaho family has broken through to the Hadao realm? Yin Yutong was stunned for a moment, then asked, curiously. Bump. Qingmi picked up the 8 tubes played by Yin Yutong, took out 2 more 8 tubes and put them together. After shooting the 9 tubes with a smile, he said, "It's Senior Xiahou Jing. He has been in seclusion for more than 300 years. Everyone thought that he probably failed. Oh, I didn't expect it to be successful. The Xiahou family has a new Hadao. The next sect leader will probably be Senior Brother Xiahou Jian. This Xiahou family is going to be prosperous." Meng Ruyan followed closely. Not only the sect leader is from the Xiahou family, but also one of the deputy sect leaders is probably from the Xiahou family. Qin Mi said with a genuine smile. That's not necessarily the case. Li Jincheng suddenly said something. The Xiahou family has such a big limelight. Will the other 4 families be willing? If Senior Xiahou Jing had not been promoted to Hadao, the other 4 families might have tolerated Xiahou Jian and Xia Homing monopolizing the power of the sect, but now, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Upon hearing this, Qin Mi and Meng Ruyan both looked thoughtful. Indeed. The Xiahou family is too powerful and will indeed arouse the fear of the other 4 families. In this case, Xia Homing might not even be able to get an elder in the end. Qin Mi said in a deep voice. It shouldn't be that bad. Saint Xiahou has already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul. She will definitely be promoted to the god of transformation in the future. Even if she fails in the competition for the saint, it is not a problem for her to get the position of an elder. At this time, Yin Yutong couldn't help but say, "Junior sister, you are wrong. Saint Xiahou is famous for her arrogance. She was originally a little inferior to Saint Nangong. Now, she and Saint Nangong have the same cultivation. If Saint Nangong becomes the deputy sect leader in the future, do you think she can bear to be inferior to Saint Nangong?" Qin Mi asked with a smile. Yin Yutong thought about it seriously. Indeed, she shouldn't be able to bear it. Saint Nangong is a head taller than her. So, I guess the Nangong family will increase support for Saint Nangong, and I guess the other saints will also get a bargain. You mean, the other 4 families will choose to secretly support Zhao Longya, Long Xiaotian and Zhang Tianfan? If they don't support them, will they support the youngest Zhang Yuyu? That's right, these 3 saints are much stronger than Saint Zhang Yuyu. Saint Zhang Yuyu has the weakest presence among the 7 saints. At this time, Li Jincheng said again, "Isn't there a quota for the master's personal disciples? I guess the other 4 families will join forces to send out 3 people to compete with the Xiahou family." Speaking of this, she looked at Gao Yan. If junior brother Gao had not become a disciple too early, with his qualifications, he might have been valued by the master and ranked as the 8th son of our 9 saint sect. Indeed. Qin Mi nodded in agreement, but it's not impossible. Senior sister Qin, don't make such jokes. My master still values junior brother very much. Yin Yutong said hurriedly. Qin Mi smiled and explained, "Junior sister Yutong, don't get me wrong. You have only been a member of the 9 saints sect for a short time. There is something you don't know. If more than half of the true disciples recommend you, you can also become a saint son or saint daughter." Yin Yutong was stunned. Is there such a rule? Of course. Qin Mi nodded. It's just that not many people know about it. Now the Xiao family, Shangguan family, Nangong family, and Ling family all want to curb the Xiahou family. If they work together to promote it, junior brother Gao still has a great chance. Besides, he killed so many true disciples of the Xianming sect in the secret realm last time. He has a good reputation and strength. As long as someone pushes him, he will definitely be able to take the position. Although Gao Yan would not deliberately eavesdrop on the conversations of the girls, but they did not avoid him when they talked, so he could hear them clearly. Holy son, do you have a chance to become a holy son? He smiled and did not take it to heart. It is said that he can be promoted if more than half of the true transmission elders recommend him, but these true transmission elders each have outstanding disciples, so why would they recommend him? Instead of recommending him, wouldn't it be better to recommend his own disciples? Besides, his qualifications, talents, and cultivation talents are all quite amazing. But being too good is not necessarily a good thing. After all, if the talents are too strong, the future achievements will be great, and it will be difficult to control. Therefore, Qingmi and the other girls only saw one side and did not see the other two. What's more, if he became a holy son, he would definitely be against the Xiahou family. He was not interested in being a pawn of the other four families, or the knife against the Xiahou family. Moreover, he had a system, so he didn't need to rely on others at all, and his strength could be steadily improved. Why should he abuse himself and be a dog for others? So, as for striving to become the holy son, just listen to it, there is no need to take it seriously. After Qingmi and others left, Yin Yutong found Gao Yan. Junior brother, you heard the conversation between the senior sisters before. Do you have any ideas? No. Gao Yan said decisively. Yin Yutong persuaded, why don't you give it a try? Our master also has a certain status in the Xiao family, and Uncle Shen is also a powerful cave master. If the other families also support you, your chances of taking the position are still relatively high. Senior sister, you are too naive. Gao Yan smiled, and then analyzed the pros and cons for Yin Yutong. After listening, Yin Yutong was silent. Suddenly, her face changed drastically, and her eyes became cold. Could it be that the three of them were instructed to deliberately test you, junior brother? It shouldn't be. Gao Yan shook his head, the three of them are also outstanding in the true teachings. There is a great possibility that they will be promoted to the god of transformation in the future. They have almost locked the position of the elders of the true teachings. Since it is impossible to get more, they don't need to participate in this matter. That's right. Yin Yutong thought about it. It was indeed as junior brother said. The three girls of Qingmi did not need to participate in the fight between the five major factions. At this moment, Xiahou Secret Realm. A high-level meeting is being held. The participants have a minimum cultivation level of the Void Realm. The person who presided over the meeting was the ancestor of the Xiahou family, Xiahou Wushuang. He is the eldest disciple of the Saint Realm Sword Saint who founded the Nine Saints sect. He is also the first sect master of the Nine Saints sect. Now his cultivation has reached the peak of the ninth heaven of the Hadao, but it is a pity that he has never been able to break through to the Saint Realm. Because there was no hope of breakthrough, he was very power-hungry. Although he had long since resigned from the position of the leader of the Nine Saints sect, he had always held the power of the Xiahou family. His greatest wish was to turn the Nine Saints sect into a place where the Xiahou family had the final say. Jinger's breakthrough has increased the foundation of my Xiahou family, so it's a reward. As he spoke, Xiahou Wushuang threw him a fist-sized golden energy ball. As soon as they saw this golden energy ball, the eyes of the masters of the Hadao present became hot. Because this golden energy ball is the purest Dao energy, it can nourish one's own Dao. A new Hadao like Xiahou Jing can directly stabilize the realm that has just been broken through with such a ball of Dao energy. At least it can save hundreds of years. Thank you, ancestor. Xiahou Jing, who put away the Dao energy, quickly stood up and knelt down to pay homage. He is a direct descendant of Xiahou Wushuang, and there is nothing shameful about kneeling to the ancestor. Practice well, don't lose face for my Xiahou family. Xiahou Wushuang was very satisfied to see Xiahou Jing, who was extremely respectful to him. Don't worry, my junior will not let you down. Get up and go back to your seat. Yes. Okay. Xiahou Wushuang raised his voice. Jinger's breakthrough will inevitably arouse the vigilance of the other four families, and even promote their cooperation. Back then, the founder of the Nine Saints also accepted many disciples. But only a few could reach the level of Hadao after all. Most of them could not resist the erosion of time and eventually turned into a pile of yellow earth. Therefore, the founder of the Nine Saints only had 5 disciples. These 5 disciples were also the founders of the 5 major families of the Nine Saints. However, the ancestors of the other 4 families were not as good as him in cultivation and fortune. The lifespan of a Hadao realm strongman should be only more than 30,000 years. However, during his period of Dongshu, he accidentally took a magical medicine, which gave him tens of thousands of years of life. Otherwise, he would have died long ago before breaking through to the Saint realm. The ancestors of the other 4 families are much younger than him, and 3 of them are almost 30,000 years old and will not live long. The last one is also 20,000 years old. Although he still has more than 10,000 years of life left, he may not be able to live longer than him. That is why he has the ambition to develop the Nine Saints into a family empire. As for whether the Nine Saints will intervene, are they worried that he will dominate the world? The answer is no. They have different pursuits after reaching the Saint realm. When they founded the Nine Saints, they also hoped to leave a legacy. As long as Xiahou Wushuang no longer controls the entire Nine Saints and destroys the entire sect, the Nine Saints will hardly intervene. After all, it was 3,000 years ago. Although the person who defected from Xianming sect made the Nine Saints quite angry, didn't they investigate the hidden things? It was the incident 3,000 years ago that made him understand the mentality of the Nine Saints, and then he took bigger steps. Everyone, tell me what you think. What kind of response should we take? Faced with Xiahou Wushuang's question, the Hadao and Dongshu present all bowed their heads and pondered. Seeing this, Xiahou Wushuang was not in a hurry. He took a sip of tea. Today, the Xiahou family is very prosperous. Not counting him, there are 7 Hadao realms. The number of Dongshu is more than 50. What's more, he secretly won over many Hadao realms who did not belong to the 5 major factions. Therefore, among the 5 major factions, his Xiahou family is the strongest. Especially his ancestor, he is the number 1 master under the Nine Saints. After a while, an old man of Hadao said, "Grandfather, I think the other 4 families will try to make Xiahou Jian lose the position of the next leader. What kind of plan do you think they will adopt?" Xiahou Wushuang asked with narrowed eyes. There are still more than 2,000 years before the change of power. I think they will introduce newcomers to compete with Xiahou Jian. Under the Dongshu realm, as long as you are willing to spend resources, it is quite easy to cultivate a few powerful Huashan. Unless Xiahou Jian breaks through to Dongshu in these 2,000 years. Otherwise, the other four families will be willing to invest and will really threaten Xiahou Jian's position as the leader. Therefore, Xiahou Wushuang pondered for a moment and said, in this case, it is better to increase the training of Xiahou Jian and strive to make him promoted to Dongshu within 1,000 years. Grandfather, the position of deputy leader cannot be ignored. Another old woman of Hadao said, Xiahou Meng was originally a little worse than Namgong Yao, but recently he has caught up. Within 100 years, he should be able to be promoted to Huashan. Okay, give Xiahou Meng some support. Xiahou Wushuang nodded. Later, someone else suggested that some outstanding disciples under the true tradition elder should be properly roped in. Wait until after the change of office. Most of these outstanding disciples can also rise to the top. By then, with the favor of the Xiahou family, even if he is not attached to the Xiahou family, he is expected to not go against the Xiahou family. In this way, Xiahou Jian can more easily control the power of the sect. Xiahou Wushuang nodded in agreement. In this case, isn't Jing'er going to hold a grand ceremony? In this way, some outstanding elders' true disciples will be selected and an invitation letter will be sent to them. If they are worth winning over, we can also let them join our Xiahou get married at home. Our ancestors are wise. Upon hearing this, everyone present praised him one after another. Today's Xiahou family is a behemoth, with a huge number of direct and collateral descendants. Naturally, the descendants with extraordinary talents. And talents are indispensable. Take Xiahou Jian, for example. He is indeed outstanding among the younger generation. But he is by no means the best. In this case, why would he be pushed out to represent the Xiahou family? The reason is simple. Being too good may not lead to a long life. The other four major factions don't want to see it, and neither do the other sects in Donghuang. Therefore, the most outstanding talents of the Xiahou family were all hidden. In fact, it's not just the Xiahou family that does this, the other four families will also choose to do this. 2 days later, Gao Yan was lying on a chair basking in the sun. There was movement from the mountain guard formation. Gao Yan thought it was Qinmi and the others who came again. After using his insightful eye to investigate, he discovered that the person who came was Xiahou Meng's maid Fuyou. So, he appeared at the bottom of the mountain in a flash, opened the portal of the formation, and said with a smile, Sister Fuyou, how come you have time to come to Lingyue Peak? Don't be poor, His Highness wants to see you, come with me. Fuyou said with a smile. That's okay. Gao Yan did not refuse, and followed Fuyou to Lingfeng, where Xiahou Meng lived. The first few times we met, they were all in the main hall. This time, Xiahou Meng actually arranged the meeting place in a garden. I have met His Highness. Gao Yan bowed and saluted. No need to be polite, just sit down. Xiahou Meng pointed to the stool made of jade. You are practicing very fast, now you are at the second level of nascent soul. Xiahou Meng looked at Gao Yan and said, compared to Your Highness, it's far behind. Gao Yan flattered him, but Xiahou Meng liked this. Gao Yan originally thought that Xiahou Meng would be arrogant, but unexpectedly, she said, you don't have to belittle yourself, it is already very remarkable to reach the second level of nascent soul under the age of 100, this is for you. While talking, Xiahou Meng handed Gao Yan a delicate but heavy invitation letter. Your Highness, are you going to hold another forum on Taoism? Gao Yan asked, curiously. No. Xiahou Meng shook his head, my Xiahou family has added a new statue of Hadao realm. The family is going to hold a Dao celebration for him and will select a group of outstanding true disciples to attend the ceremony. This palace recommends you to the family. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Your Highness is so kind. Thank you for taking care of my little brother. If you thank me, don't have any contact with Nangong Yao in the future. Xiahou Meng said lightly. Gao Yan's face froze. Your Highness, aren't you making things difficult for me? I'm just a little true disciple. You are saints. It's not up to me to have contact or not. Anyway, just don't take the initiative to contact her. Your Highness, please rest assured. I promise not to take the initiative to contact her. Xiahou Meng showed a satisfied smile. I'm telling you, after going this time, will you behave well? Your Highness, is there any mystery behind this Grand Avenue celebration? Gao Yan asked, curiously. Xiahou Meng hesitated slightly, then waved his hand and created a formation that enveloped the nearby space. Don't say that this palace doesn't care about you. My ancestors are very supportive of outstanding juniors. The true disciples invited this time should be. You will have a battle of skills, and if you perform well, the ancestors will give you anything, which will benefit you a lot. May I ask who your ancestor is? Gao Yan asked. Xiahou Meng's eyes widened. Don't tell me, you don't know who my ancestor is? Your Highness has made atonement for his sins. It has only been a short time since I became a true heir. I really don't know. Then listen carefully. My ancestor is the disciple of the most powerful sword master among the 9 saints who founded the sect. His cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of Hadao. Not to mention the entire 9 saint sect, even the entire Donghuang, there are not many people to be found in the Holy Realm. Having said this, Xiahou Meng's expression became extremely proud. Ancestor Xiahou is mighty, Gao Yan said quickly, and was even more stunned in his heart. He was at the 9th level of Hadao. He was an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. However, he didn't want to show off in front of Patriarch Xiahou. At the same time, he was also a little worried. The ancestor of the Xiahou family is at the 9th level of Hadao. Wouldn't he see through that he deliberately concealed his cultivation? Think of this. He decided to attend that bullshit celebration and keep a low profile. It was best not to be noticed by the old monster of the Xiahou family. You don't have to say that. Xiahou Meng snorted coldly. Remember, behave well and don't live up to our expectations of you. Now that I know your Highness, I will definitely perform well. There were 2 more words, ghost, which he didn't say. Okay, go back. Remember, don't talk about this matter. Don't worry, your Highness, I will keep it a secret. Gao Yan left. Back to Lingyue Peak, he took out the invitation. Xiahou Jing's Avenue celebration was scheduled for 3 months later, so it was still early. It had been a few months since the last transaction. Gao Yan decided to go and see Hu Xianxian to see if the other party was willing to continue the transaction and let him earn some spiritual stones to upgrade. But when he came to southern Xinjiang through the arbitrary door, when he approached Hu Xianxian's mountain stronghold, he found that Hu Xianxian and her 2 guards were gone. Damn it! Gao Yan was speechless. He finally found a rich woman, but she ran away like this. But thinking about it, he could understand why Hu Xianxian wanted to run away. In the previous transaction, the other party easily took out 50 billion spiritual stones. That was him. If it were someone else, he would have taken action to capture Hu Xianxian. However, since he had come here, he couldn't return empty-handed, so Gao Yan prepared to hunt some 3rd and 4th level monsters. Although he didn't need the spirits of monsters now, he still needed to eat a lot after practicing the magic skills. Monster meat was naturally the best choice. In order to avoid starvation in the future, he had to hunt more monsters and store them. After using the arbitrary door to go deep into southern Xinjiang, Gao Yan released Miao Wuya's 8 tools and asked them to hunt 3rd and 4th level monsters everywhere. Similarly, Gao Yan was not idle. He was also constantly hunting 3rd and 4th level monsters. As for the 5th level ones, they were also rare species in the periphery of southern Xinjiang. The last time he encountered one, it was also the kind that had just broken through from the 4th level and had not had time to enter the depths of southern Xinjiang. 2 days later, Gao Yan, who was happily hunting monsters, suddenly sensed energy fluctuations coming from afar. Are there monster cultivators fighting? With some curiosity, Gao Yan sneaked in that direction. Gao Yan did not approach the battlefield. Instead, he stopped more than 500 miles away from the fighting area. Then he opened his inside eyes to watch the battle. After a little observation, Gao Yan concluded that this was an unequal battle. To be precise, this was a siege battle. Both sides of the fight were monsters. The encircled side was isolated into 2 battlefields. And both battlefields were more people fighting fewer people. The one who was encircled on the left battlefield was a handsome young man with snow-white wings on his back. There was a sense of arrogance between his eyebrows, and he held a spiritual spear. Facing more than 10 enemies who surrounded him, he was not afraid at all. The cultivation level of this young man with wings reached the 7th level of the nascent soul, but the monsters that besieged him were not weaker than him in terms of cultivation, and even 3 of them reached the 9th level of the nascent soul. But even so, more than 10 of them could not take down the young man with wings in a short time. As for the other battlefield, the ones who were encircled should be the subordinates of the young man with wings. The 4 of them faced 6 enemies. Together, they could only barely hold on. In the sky outside the battlefield, a bronze chariot was suspended, and it was pulled by 4 dragon-shaped 5th-level monsters. A beautiful female demon leaned on the chariot, and on her right cheek, there was a silver scale the size of a little fingernail. At the same time, on both sides of the bronze chariot, there were 2 demon men at the level of incarnation. It was obvious. This female demon had the strength to take down the young man with wings and his guards, but she didn't do it. With a thought, Gao Yan turned on the detection function of the inside eye. Then the information of this female demon appeared in his mind. This female demon's cultivation was not high, only the 5th level of the nascent soul. But her identity was quite noble, because she was the 5th daughter of the current patriarch of the Silver Scale Snake clan, and was named the 5th princess. Then, Gao Yan used the detection function on the young man with wings. The other party's identity was also not simple. He was the young master of the Kongyu clan of the Demon clan. Unfortunately, Gao Yan didn't know the details of either the Silver Scale Snake clan or the Skyfeather clan. Thinking of this, Gao Yan used his soul-devouring ability to condense 2 soul seeds and quietly sent them to the battlefield. Soon, the 2 soul seeds were dormant in the souls of a nascent soul of each side. Through the memories in their souls, Gao Yan also learned about the origins and backgrounds of the Silver Scale Snake clan and the Skyfeather clan. The patriarch of the Silver Scale Snake clan was originally a general under the command of the Red Dust Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan. Later, the Red Dust Demon Emperor disappeared, and the Demon Clan Empire he founded was also frozen and disintegrated. The Silver Scale Snake clan occupied a piece of land in the empire and established themselves as kings. Now 100,000 years have passed. The patriarch of the Silver Scale Snake clan has changed for several generations. The current patriarch of the Silver Scale Snake clan is called the Silver Snow King, and his cultivation is the 5th level of Hadao. Moreover, after years of development, there are as many as 5 Hadao masters in the Silver Scale Snake clan. Therefore, the Silver Scale Snake clan is also very famous in southern Xinjiang. As for the ancestors of the Kongyu clan where the Winged Youth belongs, they were actually under the command of the Red Dust Demon Emperor. About 100 years ago, the Silver-Scaled Snake clan joined forces with 2 other powerful demon clans to destroy the Kongyu clan. But the grandson of the current Kongyu clan leader escaped under the protection of 2 Dongxu masters. The Silver-Scaled Snake clan joined forces with the other 2 demon clans to destroy the Kongyu clan because the Kongyu clan obtained a huge treasure, but after destroying the Kongyu clan, the huge treasure was not found. Therefore, over the past 100 years, the 3 demon clans have been hunting down the remaining members of the Kongyu clan. Big treasure? Seeing this, Gao Yan rebrowsed the panel information of the Winged Youth. In his panel, no huge treasure appeared. Then there are only 2 possibilities. First, he did not obtain the huge treasure of the Kongyu clan, and second, the other party hid the huge treasure. In this case, Gao Yan condensed a soul seed again, sent it to the battlefield, and then penetrated into the body of the young man with wings, without anyone noticing, and hidden his soul. Ha! Gao Yan, who had not had any expectations, found that the whereabouts of the huge treasure of the Kongyu tribe were actually in the memory of the young man with wings. What's more interesting is that the thing was actually hidden in the original territory of the Kongyu tribe. However, the original territory of the Kongyu tribe had been divided up by the Silver Scale Snake tribe and the other 2 demon tribes. That's why the young man with wings knew the whereabouts of the huge treasure, but had no way to take it away. Slip away. Gao Yan retracted his inside eyes and began to turn back. He had no intention of intervening in this feud. As for stealing the huge treasure? Stealing a fart. That place is in the core area of the demon tribe, and he is not sure that he can take the so-called treasure away under the noses of the demon tribes of the Hadao level and Dongxu level. Moreover, he also felt that the so-called giant treasure should not be as powerful as imagined, or in other words, it could not greatly improve its strength in a short period of time. Otherwise, the Kongyu tribe would not have been destroyed. In this case, what is the use of the treasure? Instead of spending that time planning for unknown giant treasures, it is better to find ways to earn more spiritual stones. Because there are monsters fighting here. After Gao Yan summoned Niao Wuya's 8 tools back to my world, he summoned the arbitrary door and pushed the door back to Lingyue Peak. Wait for Gao Yan to walk out of the wooden house. Found that Qingmi and the other 3 girls came again, playing mahjong with Yin Yutong. Junior brother Gao, come and play a few rounds? Qingmi greeted. No. Gao Yan waved his hand. Do you want to eat barbecue? I'll cook it for you. Then I'll trouble junior brother Gao. Soon. Gao Yan made several plates of barbecue and brought them over. The 4 girls playing mahjong began to play skewers with one hand and cards with the other. By the way, junior brother Gao, have you received the invitation letter for the Grand Avenue celebration? Meng Ruyan said suddenly. I got it, you should have received it too, right? Well, the three of us have received it. I have received top-secret news. The Xiaohou family intends to establish a relationship between our group of invited true descendants and the direct descendants of the Xiaohou family. Junior brother Gao, you must seize the opportunity. Qinmi looked like a gossip. Typical. Where are the senior sisters? Gao Yan didn't take it seriously, but instead laughed. Qinmi, hey, we are all old women, no one cares about us. Meng Ruyan nodded with deep approval. That's right, the direct descendants of the Xiaohou family have very high standards. We think we are several levels higher than you in cultivation, but we are not young anymore. Unlike junior brother Gao, we are not even young. He is less than 50 years old, and he is so fresh and tender that he will definitely be robbed by the little girls who are direct descendants of the Xiaohou family. Of course, it's also possible that the old woman might like her. Li Jincheng said coldly. When they first came into contact, these three senior sisters were still reserved. But after getting acquainted with each other, these three people didn't pay attention to that at all, and their true personalities were exposed, but it was good this way, it seemed more real. Faced with their teasing, Gao Yan smiled, old women are old women. Anyway, I don't care about age, I only care about whether I look good or not. So, we also have a chance? Qinmi blinked at Gao Yan. How about we try being Taoist companions for a day, and then cancel it if it doesn't work? Gao Yan said jokingly. Qinmi was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes, and said loudly, You have a beautiful idea. Seeing this, Meng Ruyan and Li Jincheng couldn't help laughing. Yin Yutong on the side couldn't help laughing. Junior brother, it's wrong for you to tease senior sister Qin. After all, she is much older than you. Upon hearing this, the three women's expressions froze. Because what Yin Yutong said was not a single kill, but a group kill. After all, except for Gao Yan and Yin Yutong, there were only older leftover women present. Xiaohou Secret Realm. Direct Lineage Residential Area. The direct lineage of the Xiaohou family is not divided by blood or identity. Instead, it is divided by qualifications, talents, and cultivation. This is the rule set by Xiaohou Wushuang, the ancestor of the Xiaohou family. As long as it is a descendant of the Xiaohou family, the direct lineage of the Xiaohou family will send people to test after birth. As long as you have more than two spiritual roots or a spiritual body, you can obtain the status of the direct lineage. However, in order to prevent people from eating and waiting to die after becoming a direct lineage, after the beginning of cultivation, there will be an assessment every 10 years. If you fail to meet the standards in 3 assessments, you will lose your status as a direct lineage. Therefore, over the years, the direct lineage of the Xiaohou family can be said to be full of talents. As long as the direct lineage grows up, it is not bad. Even outsiders know about Xiaohou Jing's promotion to the Dao. As a member of the Xiaohou family, they naturally know it. Moreover, they also know that the ancestor wants to arrange for the younger generation to become Taoist partners with the elders of this generation. The Xiaohou family takes 1,000 years as a generation. Those born 400 years ago are all the new generation, so both Xiaohou Jian and Xiaohou Meng belong to the latest generation of the Xiaohou family. The oldest is no more than 400 years old. After a few days of screening, the list of invited elders' true disciples has almost spread. Therefore, on this day, the latest generation of Shaho family's legitimate daughters gathered together. However, Shaho Meng did not come to participate. Although everyone is a new generation of legitimate daughters, she stood out. After all, and became the saint of the Nine Saints sect, so her status and treatment are higher than those of the legitimate daughters present. There are almost more than 100 people attending the party. The oldest is nearly 400 years old, and his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the nascent soul. The youngest is only in his 20s or 30s, and his cultivation is only the 9th level of the foundation establishment. Sister Yuing, you have always been the most well-informed, why don't you introduce everyone to the situation of this group of elders, true disciples? Xiaohou Qingyue said with a chuckle. Xiaohou Yuing is nearly 300 years old and has a 6th level of the nascent soul. She is good at getting information, so she has a very good relationship with the daughters. Okay, then I'll introduce them. Xiaohou Yuing did not refuse. There are a total of 164 elders who were invited this time. Let's not talk about the female ones for now. I believe you will not be interested. I will introduce the male ones. Among these male ones, we will skip the 4 saints. I believe you all know them. Let's talk about the other 8 more outstanding elders. First is Chu He, the disciple of Dongshu elder Chu Jiyu. It is said that Chu He is the descendant of Elder Chu in the mortal family. He was directly accepted by Elder Chu as a disciple in the Zhenchuan mansion. The other party not only has a single spiritual root of fire, but also has a scorching sun spiritual body. He is now 420 years old, but 13 years ago, he was in seclusion to comprehend the divine will. It is very likely that he will be promoted to the god of transformation. He is also the one with the highest cultivation among the many elders. Besides, this person has a humble and polite personality, and is deeply loved by other disciples of the true teachings under Elder Chu. Therefore, in my opinion, this person is a good choice. Sisters may wish to consider it more. This Chu He is so outstanding that we are not worthy of him. It takes Sister Yu Huan to get him. A legitimate daughter said flatteringly. The Sister Yu Huan she mentioned is named Xiaohou Yu Huan. She is the one with the highest cultivation among these legitimate daughters. She has reached the 9th level of the nascent soul, and the age difference with Chu He is not much. Okay, stop teasing me. It's not the cultivation that matters when choosing a Taoist partner. Sister Yuing, you continue. Xiaohou Yuhuan smiled disapprovingly. Hearing this, Xiaohou Yuing nodded. Let's talk about the second person. This person is also a disciple of Elder Dongshu. His name is Chen Tianyang. He also has a single spiritual root. Although he is not a spiritual body, his sword talent is extremely amazing. Now he is only the 6th level of the nascent soul, but if he starts fighting, even the average 9th level of the nascent soul may not be his opponent. Moreover, he is just approaching 300 years old. And it is not a problem for him to be promoted to the god of transformation. As for his personality, he is a little arrogant, but this is normal. People who practice swordsmanship are generally arrogant. Afterwards, Xiaohou Yuing kept introducing, and the female direct descendants present listened more seriously. Sister Yuing has worked hard, drink water. Xiaohou Yuing took the teacup and took a sip. Now there is only one left. The elder's true disciple is called Gao Yan. He is a special one because he was Promoted all the way through the outer sect. Promoted from the outer sect, does he have poor qualifications? Someone asked curiously. That's not the case. Xiahou Yueying shook her head. I guess there was an error when testing. This person seemed mediocre in the first few years after entering the outer sect. But after the 6th year, he began to explode. Not long after, he broke through to the foundation building stage and advanced to the inner sect. A few years after becoming an inner sect disciple, he broke through all the way and condensed a golden elixir. The reason why Elder Xiao Lingyue noticed him was that when he was undergoing the tribulation, he attracted 100 acres of tribulation clouds. Everyone present knew that the larger the scale of the tribulation cloud during the tribulation, the deeper the other party's foundation. Xiahou Yueying continued, after he survived the 39th day tribulation, Elder Xiao Lingyue accepted him as his apprentice. Sister Yueying, what kind of spiritual roots and physique is he? Someone asked. Xiahou Yueying shook her head again. I don't know, because he has not been retested after becoming a true disciple, but I can be sure that he should have a single spiritual root and a spiritual body. Because within a few years after this person became the true successor, he mysteriously broke through to the nascent soul. Last time in the secret realm, with the cultivation of the first level of Yuanying, he killed 399 true disciples of Xianming sect. Among them, there were 70 or 80 who had reached the level of Yuanying, including many who were at the 4th level of Yuanying. Hearing this, many of the legitimate daughters present had looks of shock on their faces. Speaking of this, Xiahou Yueying lowered her voice. I also heard that Xiahou Meng's rapid promotion to the 9th level of nascent soul is closely related to him, so this person must have a huge secret. Of course, my Xiahou family will not covet his secrets, but if we become a Taoist couple with him, we will definitely take advantage of him. Hearing this, many of the legitimate daughters present were greatly moved. Sister Yueying, what is this person's personality like? Someone couldn't help but ask. Xiahou Yueying said, he has not yet become a true successor, and his personality is hard to say, but he should be a good person. His senior sister, Yin Yutong, can quickly advance to the 2nd level of nascent soul, and his support is probably indispensable. He is willing to help even his senior sister. Will he get any less benefits when he becomes a Taoist companion? 2. The girls nodded secretly. And the most important thing is that Gao Yan is not old. He is no more than 50 years old now, and he will probably not be more than 200 years old when he is promoted to God. Therefore, it is possible for him to become a Dongxiu monk in the future. Sisters, this person has unlimited potential, you must grasp it. Sister Yueying, aren't you tempted? Someone laughed and joked. Of course I'm tempted, but I already have someone in my heart, so I won't compete with you. Gao Yan, who was at Lingyue Peak, didn't know. He has become a topic of discussion among the legitimate daughters of the Xiahou family, and some have secretly decided to observe him more on the day of the Grand Avenue celebration. Qin Mi's 3 daughters have left. Gao Yan moved a chair and lay in the garden to bask in the sun. Yin Yutong followed suit and moved a chair to lie next to him. Junior brother, what if a legitimate daughter of the Xiahou family falls in love with you? Yin Yutong suddenly asked. Since you can't refuse, let's enjoy it. Gao Yuan answered casually. If he is really attracted by the legitimate daughter of the Xiahou family, and if the senior members of the Xiahou family propose it, he really has no right to refuse. At that time, it will depend on whether the Xiao family behind his Master will come forward to object. Do you really want to marry the legitimate daughter of the Shaho family? Suddenly, Yin Yutong's tone suddenly changed a little and became a little more sour. What's wrong, senior sister, are you jealous? Gao Yan turned to look at Yin Yutong and asked. Jealous, what do you mean? Yin Yutong didn't understand. Sister, let me tell you a story. Gao Yan said with a smile, once upon a time, there was a mortal empire called Datong. There was a prime minister named Feng. His wife did not allow him to take concubines, but the emperor ordered him to take concubines. Concubine, the prime minister's wife picked up a bowl of poisonous wine and drank it in order not to be angry. The emperor saw that the prime minister's wife was not even afraid of death, so he took back his life. However, the prime minister's wife was not poisoned to death, because what she drank was not poison. Wine is a bowl of vinegar, so jealousy comes from this, senior sister, do you understand? Hearing this, how could Yin Yutong not understand? His cheeks couldn't help but blush, and he said sophistry, that's nonsense, I'm not jealous. Really not? Gao Yan stared at Yin Yutong's face, but I said I wanted to marry the legitimate daughter of the Shaho family, why did you react so strongly? Anyway, I didn't. If you keep talking nonsense, I will get angry. Moo. Suddenly, Gao Yan came close to Yin Yutong's cheek and kissed her on the lips. This sudden change made Yin Yutong stunned, and then he sat up from the chair. Junior brother, how can you do this? As soon as she finished speaking, she got up and ran back to the cabin. Seeing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. The two of them had been traveling together for more than half a year, and they had already had a good impression of each other, but they had never revealed it. Now we see that the time is almost here. Gao Yan naturally doesn't mind deepening the relationship between senior sister and junior brother. It's a pity that there is no way to capture the saint. After taking the initiative to kiss Yin Yutong, the relationship between the two parties naturally took a further step. From the next day, kissing the little mouth and holding the little hand became a common thing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed. During this period of time, none of Qin Mi's 3 daughters came to Lingyue Peak. They should be preparing for the Avenue celebration. After all, these invited elders still have to fight with each other. If they perform well, Patriarch Shaho will personally reward them. They look down upon ordinary rewards, but Patriarch Shaho is a strong man at the 9th level of Hadao. How can the things he bestows be simple? Suddenly, the mountain protecting formation rippled, followed closely by a figure not far away. Master. Gao Yan quickly jumped up from his chair, and then said in surprise, have you broken through to the void? Yes, I have made a breakthrough as a teacher. Xiao Lingyue smiled and nodded, then his eyes fell on Gao Yan, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Are you at the 2nd level of nascent soul? Hee, my disciple is lucky and got some opportunities. Gao Yan smiled modestly and said, by the way, senior sister is practicing, I will ask her to come out to see you right now. Master. Seeing Xiao Lingyue again, Yin Yutong could not help but throw herself into her arms in surprise. Xiao Lingyue stroked Yin Yutong's head, very good, it seems that you have not been lazy during the period of seclusion as a master, and you have actually reached the 2nd level of nascent soul. Master, this is all thanks to junior brother. Yin Yutong said quickly. At this time, Gao Yan made a cup of spiritual tea and brought it to him. Thank you for your hard work, master. Please have some tea. Good. Xiao Lingyue took the teacup and took a sip, then nodded to Gao Yan, it tastes good. Then he looked at Yin Yutong. Yutong, my master just came out of seclusion. And rushed back. During the time when my master was in seclusion, did anything big happen in the sect? Master, something big did happen. Elder Zhao Qingxiu was ambushed by the Xianming sect and fell. Later, Yin Yutong told how the junior brother killed the 399 true disciples of the Xianming sect because of the death of Zhao Qingxiu, the God-transforming elder, which triggered a battle in the secret realm. Hearing this, Xiao Lingyue couldn't help but praise Gao Yan for a job well done. When he heard that Gao Yan had been assassinated by the killer of Zuela, his face showed anger again. When he heard that Xianming sect shamelessly offered a reward to Gao Yan, forcing Gao Yan to hide in the Nine Saints sect and not dare to go out, he was even more furious, and then said to Gao Yan, "Don't worry, I will go back to Xiao later. Family, let the Xiao family's Hadao come forward and ask the Xianming sect to cancel the reward on you." "Thank you, master," Gao Yan said quickly. Then Yin Yutong talked about the Xiahou family's new Hadao holding a grand avenue celebration. Xiao Lingyue frowned upon hearing this. But before she could say anything, the Xiao family sent a message to her, asking her to quickly return to the Xiao family. "You don't have to worry about this, I'll go back to Zhao's house first." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Lingyue disappeared out of thin air. "Junior brother, you won't blame me for ruining your good deeds, right? Since you know you ruined my good thing, compensate me with yourself." Gao Yan directly pulled Yin Yutong into his arms and kissed her two cherry lips heavily. Xiao Lingyue was gone for 3 days. 3 days later, when she came back, she immediately called Gao Yan to her side. "Disciple, I am from the Xiao family, you are my disciple, naturally you are also half a member of the Xiao family, you have extraordinary qualifications and talents, I have fought for something for you in the Xiao family." While speaking, Xiao Lingyue handed Gao Yan a storage ring. "Thank you, master." After the ring was in hand, the system prompt sounded. His income value also increased by 100 million, that is, there are 100 million spirit stones in the storage ring. At this time, Xiao Lingyue said, "The Xiahou family is already stronger than the other 4 families. This time, they have given birth to a Hadao, and the most outstanding saint of this generation is also from the Xiahou family. If Xiahou Jian really ascends to the throne of the sect master, I am afraid that the entire Nine Saints sect will fall into the hands of the Xiahou family. Therefore, our Xiao family and the other families have already made a preliminary plan to unite against the Xiahou family. So, you can't marry the daughter of the Xiahou family. Do you understand?" "Master, I understand." "It's good that you understand." Xiao Lingyue showed a relieved look. "Your aptitude and talent are a little beyond my expectations, but the second level of the nascent soul is still a little low. I will give you 20 years to break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul. By then, I will find a way to make you the 8th saint. If you can catch up with Xiahou Jian, it is not impossible to push you to the sect master." "Master, you think too highly of your disciple." Gao Yan was shocked and said. At this time, Xiao Lingyue said in a heavy tone, "My disciple, you must understand that the higher the level of cultivation, the more precious and rare the resources consumed. If you only want to stop at the level of transformation in this life, you don't have to fight for anything. In the future, you will definitely need a position of a true elder, but if you want to be promoted to the level of Cave Void, or achieve the unity of the Tao, you must fight for what you should fight for. After Gao Yan had a conversation with his master, Xiao Lingyue, he couldn't help but feel a little more changed in his heart. Moreover, Xiao Lingyue also told him something about the two realms of Dongshu and Hadao. First of all, to improve one's cultivation and state in the Dongshu stage, not only a large number of spirit stones are needed, but also a large number of law crystals. Law crystals are extremely rare. It is impossible for ordinary forces to obtain it, and they don't even know what it is. Therefore, if you want to obtain the law crystal, you must start from the big forces. In addition, the small world of the powerful Dongshu must be stabilized. It also requires many spiritual things from heaven and earth. It is very difficult for heaven and earth spiritual beings to be born. When this world was first born, there were still many in heaven and earth. But after so many years of searching, these heaven and earth spiritual beings have almost disappeared from the outside world. Therefore, no matter how powerful the casual cultivator is, if he reaches the first level of Dongshu, he will be able to reach the sky. If you want to step into a higher realm, you have to rely on top forces like the Nine Saints sect. Why does Donghuang only have 9 top forces after so many years? The reason is very simple. It doesn't matter if the other cultivating forces have spiritual stones and martial arts. Without the law crystals and various spiritual objects of heaven and earth, they will be in vain if they die. As for the Hadao realm, I dare not even think about it. Let's talk about the Hadao realm. If you want to reach this realm, you must understand the Tao and condense your own Tao. But how can it be so easy to comprehend the great Tao? But the big forces have a way to understand the great Tao, which is to pass through large-scale innate secret realms. The large-scale innate secret realm is a derivative of this world, and there are also avenues in it, but this kind of avenue is relatively weak and easier to comprehend. But the large-scale innate secret realm that was born today has long been divided up by all the major forces. It is simply impossible for you, a casual cultivator. To put it simply, the current world of immortality has been consolidated into hierarchies. All high-end resources are in the hands of all major forces. As for casual cultivators, even if you are lucky and obtain a powerful inheritance, without high-end resources, you still can't threaten those big forces. The reason why Master Xiao Lingyue asked Gao Yan to fight for the position of the sect leader is because after becoming the sect leader, he can get 3 resources to break through the void and the resources of Hadao. The Dongshu resources are just that, but the 3 Hadao resources are extremely coveted by even the 5 major factions today. These resources are provided by the 9 saints of the founding sect. This is why Patriarch Shaho wants to turn the 9 saints sect into a family. As long as each clan leader only gives up a share of Hadao resources, it is possible for the Shaho family to give birth to a new Hadao strongman. In this way, after a few more generations, the number of Hadao strongmen in the Shaho family can easily exceed double digits. Although Gao Yan has a system. But now the value of the benefits required to upgrade is getting higher and higher. If he still doesn't fight for it, upgrading will definitely take a long time. But once he joins the fight for the sect leader, with the support of other companies, he can get more spiritual stones. As for whether other companies will use him as a pawn. Haha, they used him. So isn't he using them? As long as he becomes stronger in the future, it's unclear who will control whom. It's a pity that in the future, he and Xia Homing are destined to go further and further away. Gao Yan said secretly. With a thought, Gao Yan had a storage ring on his hand. Divine thoughts were injected into it, and the items inside flashed in his mind. First of all, there were mid-grade spiritual stones worth 100 million. Low-grade spiritual stones. Secondly, there are 8 bottles of elixirs. After checking, these 8 bottles of elixirs are suitable for nascent soul cultivators. What surprised Gao Yan even more? There is actually a low-grade Lingbao long sword. A spiritual treasure is worth at least 1 billion. In this way, the Shao family is quite generous. Of course, Master must help him fight for it. However, Gao Yan's Kunwa sword is already a middle-grade spiritual treasure. And this low-grade spiritual treasure long sword is no longer needed. Let's give it to the little senior sister when the time comes. A few more days passed. Xiao Lingyue called Gao Yan and Yin Yutong to the room and gave them lectures. And sorted out their cultivation. In fact, Gao Yan is of no use at all. What he practices is the exercises from the system, and he has a very deep understanding of the exercises. What's more, he has now reached the 5th level of God transformation, so there is no need to sort out his cultivation. However, Xiao Lingyue also had good intentions, so Gao Yan pretended to listen carefully the whole time. Finally, he had an idea. After listening to the sermon, he said that he had a deep understanding and seized the opportunity for a breakthrough. After pretending to be in seclusion for half a month, he walked out of the wooden house again, and the aura he revealed had become the 3rd level of nascent soul. Okay, that's great. Seeing Gao Yan's breakthrough, Xiao Lingyue couldn't help but be overjoyed. While Yin Yutong on the side looked a little strange, because she had long known that Gao Yan's cultivation was beyond the 2nd level of nascent soul. This revelation of the 3rd level of nascent soul cultivation was probably done to fool the master. But seeing how happy her master was, she didn't want to make trouble, so she also said a few words of congratulations. Yutong, your junior brother started after you, so he has already surpassed you. You have to work hard too. Immediately, Xiao Lingyue turned his head and spoke to Yin Yutong in a serious voice. Master, I will work hard. Yin Yutong quietly glared at Gao Yan, and Gao Yan winked at her. Good disciple, you have broken through to the 3rd level of the nascent soul. This time, it seems that in less than 20 years, you will be able to advance to the 5th level of the nascent soul. Tell me, what reward do you want? Master, just give me some spirit stones. Gao Yan said with a smile. You. Xiao Lingyue stretched out his hand and tapped his forehead. Master, there are more than 200 million spirit stones here, I will give them all to you. Thank you, Master. Gao Yan said happily, and the 250 million income value was credited immediately, and the total number of spirit stones also increased by 1.25 billion. Xiao Lingyue thought for a while. In this way, the master will help you get some pills back. Without waiting for Gao Yan to refuse, Xiao Lingyue disappeared on the spot. Junior brother, it's not good for you to lie to master like this. Sister, how can this be called lying? Look how happy master is. As he spoke, Gao Yan grabbed Yin Yutong's hand and stuffed a storage ring into her hand. Sister, there are 100 million spirit stones in it, spend it as you like. Yin Yutong was stunned, and then quickly refused, I don't want it. Take it, I don't need this little spirit stone. Hearing Gao Yan say 100 million spirit stones as this little spirit stone, Yin Yutong was also secretly surprised, but she still refused. In the end, it was Gao Yan's persistence and threats that made Yin Yutong accept the spirit stones. The total number of his spirit stones now exceeds 300 billion. 100 million spirit stones is just a drizzle for him. An hour later, Xiao Lingyue returned again and brought back 20 bottles of elixirs. After giving the elixirs to Gao Yan, he gave him some instructions. For the next period of time, Xiao Lingyue was carefully guiding Gao Yan's practice. At first, Gao Yan thought it was nothing, but gradually, he felt uncomfortable. He simply used the excuse of seclusion to set up various anti-spying formations outside the cabin, and then hid in my world to play with the Yi sisters. Unconsciously, there were only 3 days left before Xiahou Jing's Avenue celebration. And Gao Yan also broke through the barrier today and revealed the aura of the 4th level of the nascent soul. This surprised and delighted Xiao Lingyue. Gao Yan did this for 2 reasons. First, since he had decided to accept the investment of the 4 major families and go to compete with Xiahou Jian, he naturally had to show his extraordinary talent for cultivation, so that major investors could continue to increase their investment. At the same time, his cultivation level was improving rapidly. Would anyone study the reason for his rapid improvement? At that time, he would expose the sword energy. And the sword energy has no other cost except for spending some time selling it for 1 million per drop is absolutely profitable. In this way, he can earn a lot of spirit stones and earn income value upgrades. In fact, Master, the reason why my disciples' cultivation level can break through so quickly is mainly due to the sword energy, Gao Yan said to Xiao Lingyue. What sword energy? That's it. Gao Yan took out a drop of sword energy and gave it to Xiao Lingyue. After wrapping it with his divine thoughts and testing it, he couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. Where did you get this sword energy? Because he found that the energy level of this sword energy was very high, it had surpassed the spiritual energy. As long as it is absorbed and refined, it can quickly increase the cultivation. Master, this sword energy is something I got by chance. Gao Yan smiled and said, you are from the Xiao family. I still have a lot of it. I can sell some to the Xiao family. You mean you plan to sell this sword energy for spirit stones? Xiao Lingyue was surprised. Gao Yan nodded. I don't know what to say to you. How can this high-level energy be measured by spirit stones? Xiao Lingyue said unhappily. Master, I have a lot of sword energy on my body, and I can't use it all. Gao Yan explained. Then what price do you plan to sell it for? Xiao Lingyue asked. Master, what do you think of 1 million per drop? Gao Yan asked. Tentatively. It's cheap. Xiao Lingyue said, then 2 million per drop. Then I'll listen to Master. Gao Yan was delighted and took out 100 jade bottles and handed them to Xiao Lingyue. Master, here are 10,000 drops of sword energy, please. Help me. So much? Xiao Lingyue thought to himself, then glanced at Gao Yan and put away the 10,000 drops of sword energy. Okay, I'll go back to the Xiao family and help you sell these sword energy. Less than half a day. Xiao Lingyue came back and threw Gao Yan a storage ring, which contained a high-grade spirit stone worth 20 billion low-grade spirit stones. Gao Yan's income value also soared by 20 billion to 21.683 billion, and the total number of spirit stones also increased by 100 billion to 444.08 billion. This upgrade requires 40 billion income value. I wonder if he can make more than 18 billion through this avenue celebration. Time flies, and another 3 days have passed. It is worth mentioning that yesterday, Yin Yutong also broke through and reached the 3rd level of the nascent soul. Then Master Xiao Lingyue took Gao Yan and Yin Yutong to participate in Xiaohou Jing's Dao celebration. The place where the Dao celebration was held was not in the Nine Saints sect. It was located in the secret realm of the Xiaohou family. This secret realm was captured by the ancestor Xiaohou himself in the past. In order to fight for this secret realm, a great battle of unity and Dao took place. The Xiaohou secret realm is not far from the Nine Saints sect. Even if Xiao Lingyue brought Gao Yan and Yin Yutong, it took only more than 10 breaths to arrive. In the past, the secret realm of the Xiaohou family was closed. But today, the secret realm opened a 100-meter-high energy gate, which looked majestic and domineering, especially the 4 words Xiaohou secret realm above the gate, which was full of deterrence. There were people from the Xiaohou family stationed under the gate to check the invitation letter. After submitting the invitation letter, the 3 masters and apprentices successfully entered the secret realm. After entering the secret realm, Gao Yan felt the extremely rich spiritual energy. At this time, Xiao Lingyue did not move directly, but took off directly and flew slowly in one direction. Gao Yan and Yin Yutong, as his disciples, lagged behind him slightly. Xiao Lingyue said, "Do you know that there are 7 super-large mineral veins in this secret realm?" Gao Yan's eyes lit up. The spiritual stone reserves of medium-sized mineral veins are more than 10 billion and less than 100 billion. The reserves of large mineral veins are more than 100 billion and less than 1 trillion. And the reserves of super-large mineral veins are at least more than 1 trillion. 7 super-large mineral veins, doesn't it mean at least 7 trillion spiritual stones? Nima, the Xiaohou family is really rich. Gao Yan thought to himself. As he flew forward, Gao Yan saw many mountains surrounded by spiritual mist and many spiritual medicines. Ordinary spiritual medicines in the secret realm are like weeds in the mountains and fields, and there are countless of them. Those with years can also be seen everywhere. In addition, there are many monsters in the secret realm. Among them, there are many 3rd level and 4th level monsters. I really want to wipe out the Xiaohou family. Gao Yan shouted in his heart. According to the calculation that each level up increases the profit value by 10 billion, if he robs all the spirit stones of the Xiaohou family, it will be enough for him to level up dozens of levels. Unfortunately, he can only think about it. After all, the Xiaohou family has 8 great masters of the Hadao, not to mention the Xiaohou ancestor who is at the peak of the Hadao. Master, how does the Xiao family compare to the Xiaohou family? Gao Yan asked, curiously. It's almost worse. Xiao Lingyue said, the Xiao family has only 5 hideos. Although they also have their own secret realm, they are not as good as the Xiaohou family. There are only 5 large-scale mineral veins in it. The Shangguan family, the Nangong family, and the Ling family also have 5 hideos. However, the secret realm of the Nangong family can be compared with the Xiaohou family. There are also 7 super-large mineral veins. The 3 masters and apprentices flew forward while talking. At the same time, Gao Yan and Yin Yutong did not forget to look at the scene in the secret realm with curiosity. Even though Gao Yan is no longer the same as when he just crossed over, the various strange, dangerous, and steep scenes in the secret realm still attract his eyes. After flying for a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived at a large building complex. This is the base camp of the Xiaohou family. After so many years of development, the population of the Xiaohou family has reached a very large number. After all, everyone is a cultivator. As long as they break through to the Jindan, they will have a lifespan of more than 500 years. If a Jindan concentrates on creating offspring, they can easily create a family. Not to mention the top families like the Xiahou family. According to Xiao Lingyue, the number of the direct lineage of the Xiahou family alone exceeded 100,000, and as for the collateral lineage, it reached millions. The Xiahou family arranged a special reception. Under the guidance of the reception staff, Gao Yan and his apprentice were arranged to a separate small table in a square. The table was filled with spiritual wine, spiritual fruits, and various exquisite snacks prepared in advance, and 2 maids stood beside them. If there were other needs, as long as they were not too excessive, the Xiahou family would satisfy them. After Gao Yan and his friends arrived, many guests who had arrived earlier had already arrived in the square. Xiao Lingyue was not an unknown person, but a true elder, and recently broke through to the void realm. Therefore, after she arrived, many people took the initiative to come forward to greet her. Junior sister Xiao, congratulations on your breakthrough to the cave void realm. After a while, a handsome old-style young man who looked to be in his early 30s came over and looked at Xiao Lingyue with eyes full of admiration. Even without an introduction, Gao Yan guessed who he was. Thank you, senior brother Shin. Xiao Lingyue just responded lightly. Junior sister Xiao, this must be your new apprentice. Shin Chen's eyes fell on Gao Yan, and suddenly he was shocked. My nephew is so qualified, he is already at the 4th level of nascent soul. Congratulations to my sister again, I have gained a good disciple. He has always been more concerned about Xiao Lingyue's affairs, and this time he left the country early to attend Xia Hojing's Grand Avenue celebration. But the first thing he did after leaving the country was to learn about Xiao Lingyue. Therefore, he knew that junior sister Xiao had accepted a new apprentice named Gao Yan. Originally, the information collected by the old servant was only at the 1st level of nascent soul. Unexpectedly, when I saw it now, I saw that it was the 4th level of nascent soul. This level of cultivation has improved too quickly. Hearing Shinshin praise his disciple, Xiao Lingyue put a smile on his face and said, it's a coincidence that he can reach the 4th level of nascent soul so quickly. Junior sister, you are being humble. I see that my nephew has a solid foundation, and it is not like the cultivation he obtained through Qida. Shinshin said with a smile, and then he took out a storage ring and handed it to Gao Yan. Sir nephew Gao, it's our first time meeting you. This is my uncle's wish. Master. Gao Yan did not pick up the storage ring immediately, but looked at Xiao Lingyue. Since your uncle gave it to you, just accept it. Xiao Lingyue nodded towards him. Gao Yan then took the storage ring and thanked Shin Chen. Then he used his spiritual mind to sense the contents of the storage ring, including 5 million low-grade spiritual stones, 10 bottles of elixirs used in the nascent soul stage, and 2 top-grade spiritual weapons. As expected of Master's licking dog, he is generous in his actions. No, after all, they gave me so many things, I can't be rude. From now on, I won't call Uncle Shen a licker, but a suitor. If Shin Chen could sense Gao Yan's inner thoughts, he would probably slap him to death. Just when Shin Chen wanted to take the opportunity to chat with Xiao Lingyue, a surprised voice sounded, Senior brother Shen, I didn't expect you to be released from seclusion. Is your seclusion going well? These words with deep concern naturally came from Master Lu, the other person in the love triangle. But Shin Chen obviously didn't like this kind of concern. Especially when he saw the smile gradually disappearing on Xiao Lingyue's face, he felt even more uneasy in his heart, but he couldn't say anything to junior sister Lu, so he could only respond politely, "Thank you for your concern, junior sister Lu." The retreat went smoothly. Then will senior brother continue to retreat after this avenue celebration is over? Elder Lu asked. I know that senior brother likes fine wine. During your retreat, I brewed several kinds of fine wine. I wonder if senior brother would like to go to Wanyue Peak to taste it? Shin Chen's face froze. Junior sister's heart is for my brother, but after this Grand Avenue celebration is over, my brother has to continue to retreat. That's it. Elder Lu looked disappointed. It doesn't matter, I'll just have the wine delivered to senior brother. Thank you so much, junior sister. At this point, Shin Chen had no choice but to agree. However, he deliberately peeked at Xiao Lingyue's reaction and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that junior sister Xiao was not angry. But Elder Lu looked at Xiao Lingyue proudly. Then tomorrow, I will personally deliver wine to senior brother. How dare you bother junior sister? Just send someone to deliver it. Shin Chen said with a headache. This is not possible. The wine I brewed myself must be delivered to my senior brother in person before I can rest assured. Elder Lu said confidently. See this scene. Gao Yan and Yin Yutong, who were eating melon on the side, secretly exchanged glances several times. Senior brother Shen, junior sister Lu, the Grand Avenue celebration is about to begin. You should hurry back to your seats. At this time, Xiao Lingyue said with a slightly cold tone. Senior brother Shen, since someone doesn't welcome us, let's leave. Elder Lu's expression changed, and he said coldly. This? Shin Chen's expression also changed slightly, and finally he sighed in his heart, said something to Xiao Lingyue, and returned to his seat. Time passes. The empty seats in the square were gradually occupied. The Avenue celebration is about to begin. The Grand Avenue celebration is divided into 3 processes. First, Xia Hojing appears to give a sermon to everyone. Second, after the sermon is completed, everyone asks questions, and Xia Hojing is responsible for answering everyone's questions. In the last process, to support the younger generation, Xia Hojing selected a few people from the younger generation present to give gifts. Dong dong dong. With 3 thick bells, everyone in the room became quiet. Then, the void suddenly split open on the high platform in the center of the square, and with a high-pitched phoenix cry, a handsome young man in dark blue robe stepped on a vivid energy fire phoenix and came from the void. The energy fire phoenix dispersed, and Xia Hojing stepped onto the ground of the high platform. He looked around with gentle eyes, and said slowly, I am Xia Hojing, and I would like to thank you all for coming to participate in my celebration of the Great Road. Afterwards, he sat down cross-legged on the high platform and talked about the great way of fire that he had comprehended. While he was preaching, he also gave demonstrations. Unfortunately, more than 90% of the people present could not understand it no matter how detailed Xia Hojing explained it. They could only memorize it by rote, write it down first, and then slowly understand it later. However, Gao Yan is an exception. His skills came from the system, so after obtaining the skills, he comprehended all the realms. Therefore, he could understand what Xia Hojing was talking about. In fact, the state of Hadao is very simple, which is to find the avenue that suits you, and then condense the seeds of the avenue, let it take root and sprout, and form your own avenue. However, in this process, you have to constantly comprehend the avenues that already exist in this world, so that your own avenue can become stronger and stronger. In simple terms, it is to obtain the permission to use the avenue of this world. The higher the permission you obtain, the more power of the avenue you can borrow. However, the avenue is vast and accompanied by the pressure of the avenue. If you are given the permission, you must also be able to withstand the corresponding pressure. This involves the realm again. For example, if you do not borrow the power of the world's avenue, the combat power of the initial entry into Hadao is 1, and after borrowing, it becomes 2. As the realm is improved, the increase in combat power is getting higher and higher. At the 9th level of Hadao, the increase may reach 9 times, or 10 times. Xiahou Jing's preaching lasted for 3 hours. After the sermon, it was time for the second question-asking session. The questions were mainly from some masters of the void realm. For example, my master also asked a question. Xiahou Jing's answer also satisfied the master. Although she is also a direct descendant of the Xiao family, there are so many direct descendants, but only a few Hadao masters, and they don't have so much time to guide you. Therefore, it is also a very rare thing for a Hadao master to answer your questions for you. The question-asking session lasted for 2 hours. Although many people still wanted to continue asking questions, Xiahou Jing took the initiative to end this session. The third session arrived. Xiahou Jing directly selected 5 young cultivators. 2 of them were Xiahou Jian and Xiahou Meng, the third was also from the Xiahou family, and the 4th and 5th were Nangong Yao and Zhao Longya, respectively. Gao Yan had heard Xiahou Jian's name many times, but it was the first time he saw him in person. It must be said that as the strongest son of the 9 saints, he still looks pretty good, with high looks and good temperament. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan used his inside eyes to investigate. As expected, Xiahou Jian's appearance reached 98 points. This is already a very high number among men. As for himself, after cultivating immortals, his appearance has also improved a lot, but it has only reached 95 points. However, as his cultivation level improves, his appearance should be able to improve. But it is hard to say whether he can catch up with Xiahou Jian. After giving the gift, Xiahou Jing disappeared from the high platform. Later, a Dongshu cultivator from the Xiahou family climbed onto the high platform and announced a piece of news that everyone knew. That is the fighting style of the younger generation. Any cultivator who is no more than 1,000 years old can stand on the stage and accept the challenge. As long as you defend 3 times, the Xiahou family will give you a heavy gift. If during this process, the Xiahou ancestor is appreciated, a second heavy gift will be given. Soon, someone climbed onto the high platform. This person's name is Xiahou Zhan. He is 536 years old, he has cultivated to the 8th level of nascent soul, and he is already considered outstanding among the younger generation. Xiahou Zhan, would you like to invite all the senior brothers to come on stage and give me some advice? Xiahou Zhan looked around at the younger generation in the field, with a look of disdain in his eyes. I'm Duguqing, junior brother Xiahou, I'm here to meet you. An elder's true biography of the 8th level of nascent soul suddenly appeared on the ring. Then, a large formation rose up and enveloped the entire arena. The two also fought in the ring. Xiahou Zhan is a direct descendant of the Xiahou family. Although his qualifications are not as good as those of Xiahou Jian and others, his combat power is still very strong, and his magic and supernatural powers are superb. Although Duguqing who challenged him was not bad, his combat power was half weaker than Xiao Zhan. Moreover, being in a small environment like a ring, the only choice was a head-on confrontation. Therefore, the battle lasted for half a quarter of an hour and ended with Du Gucheng's defeat. Afterwards, 2 more elders came on stage to challenge, but they were all defeated by Xiao Zhan. After fighting 3 people in a row, Xiao's battle was also very costly. He did not continue to defend the ring. After he retreated, a true elder named Chen Tianyang came on stage to defend the ring. Although Chen Tianyang's cultivation level is only at the 6th level of nascent soul, he has the ability to defeat his opponents beyond the next level. He fought 5 games in one go and won the first 4 games with an absolute advantage. It wasn't until the 5th game that I met a master at the 8th level of nascent soul, and he also consumed a lot of energy that he lost. Time passes gradually. The younger generation of cultivators appeared one after another. They all showed good fighting skills. But currently the most outstanding one is Chen Tianyang. Finally, Chuha appeared. Junior brother, you don't know something. When I joined the sect, senior brother Chuha was already a celebrity among the true disciples. He once fell into the encirclement of Xianming sect and killed more than 3 people with 1 against 5. 2 enemies of the same level, one was seriously injured. And the last one was so frightened that he ran away. Seeing Chuhi on the stage, Yin Yutong whispered to Gao Yan. That's really awesome. Gao Yan nodded in agreement. This is not a novel world. It's not like a random person can easily defeat several people. Killing enemies by leapfrogging is commonplace. Fights between people of the same rank are often evenly matched, and a lot of energy and calculations must be expended to defeat the opponent. He is now at the peak of the 9th level of Yuanying. The strength is very strong. The first 3 challengers were all defeated by him. Then a 9th level nascent soul member from the Xiahou family came up to challenge him, but he only managed to hold on for a while and was still defeated. Then, the 5th and 6th challengers were no match for him. Seeing Chuhi's elegant demeanor, many of the legitimate daughters of the Xiahou family had their eyes shining with admiration. Ancestor has an order, reward me. Just after he defeated the 6th challenger, a loud voice sounded. Thank you, Ancestor Xiahou. Chuhi bowed in a certain direction, and then took the initiative to leave the ring. Suddenly, a voice message rang in Gao Yan's ears. Gao Yan, go and guard the ring. It was Xiao Homeng who conveyed the message. For a moment, Gao Yan felt a little embarrassed because Xiao Homeng was still nice to him. But now, he was ready to go against the Xiahou family. It is impossible to have a closer relationship with the Xiahou family. So, he replied to Xiao Homeng, I'm sorry, Your Highness, my master doesn't allow it. After hearing Gao Yan's reply, Xiao Homeng suddenly felt dissatisfied, but after thinking about it for a moment, she understood what was going on. The Xiahou family has an additional hadao, which puts pressure on the other 4 families. She thought Gao Yan was good before and wanted to help him. But now it seems that she has chosen the wrong person. This guy is obviously going to hang out with other companies. Suddenly, a burst of betrayal anger surges in her heart. Sensing Xiao Homing's murderous gaze, Gao Yan smiled apologetically at her. But his smile was misunderstood as a provocation in Xiao Homeng's eyes. For a moment, Xiao Homeng couldn't help but burst into anger, and immediately sent a message to a direct descendant of the 4th level of nascent soul of the Xiahou family, asking him to come on stage to defend the ring, and named Gao Yan to come on stage. The fourth-level nascent soul did not neglect, and stepped onto the ring. Xia Homing, I heard that an extremely remarkable person appeared in the true legend. Having said this, he locked eyes with Gao Yan. Gao Yan, do you dare to go on stage and fight? This saint really doesn't need revenge overnight. Gao Yan smiled bitterly in his heart. It was obvious that Xia Homing was instigated by Xia Homing to challenge him. Master, do you see? Gao Yan asked Xiao Lingyue's opinion. Since someone named you, go ahead. Xiao Lingyue nodded. Yes, master. Gao Yan dodged and landed on the ring. Please advise. Xiao Homing glanced at Gao Yan lightly and said coldly. Please give me some advice, brother Xiaohou. Go. The next moment, Xiao Homing directly offered a golden seal. Unfortunately, the golden seal stopped just as it approached Gao Yan. It was Gao Yan who used his soul-controlling ability to directly imprison Xiao Ming's soul. He reached out to grab the golden seal, played with it for a few times, and then threw it back to Xiao Ming. Brother Xiao, this seal feels good. Thank you for letting me. While speaking, he also released the soul imprisonment. Xiao Ming, who regained his freedom, blushed and turned around to get off the stage. Sister Xiao, your disciple's magical power is quite mysterious. The cultivators of the same level have no power to resist him at all. A god-transforming elder sitting near Xiao Lingyue praised. Xiao Lingyue chuckled and said, You're too kind. He just learned this magical power by chance. I'm Xiao Wu, Gao Yan, do you dare to accept my challenge? At this moment, a young cultivator of the 5th level of the nascent soul flew onto the stage and said to Gao Yan. Yes. Because the other party knew that Gao Yan had the magical power of controlling souls, he took the initiative to attack as soon as Gao Yan finished speaking. Unfortunately, Gao Yan's attainments in the magical power of controlling souls were not low. It can be done instantly. So, the opponent's magic weapon lost control again, and Gao Yan once again took it in his hand and played with it for a while, and then threw it back. Then Xiao Wu jumped off the stage with an embarrassed look on his face. Seeing this scene, many of the elders of the God of Transformation present looked thoughtful. At the beginning, Gao Yan was only the 1st level of the nascent soul, but he could imprison the soul of the 4th level of the nascent soul. Now that he is the 4th level of the nascent soul, he can actually imprison the soul of the 5th level of the nascent soul. It seems that his attainment in this magical power is even stronger than expected. At this moment, Xiao Ming was furious. He cursed the two people for being useless, and at the same time, hesitant. Should he send more people up? Gao Yan has won 2 games in a row. Those who are in the same realm as him and are not sure of winning will naturally not play. And those who are 1 or 2 smaller realms higher than him are not willing to go up. After all, it is natural to win, but it would be embarrassing to lose. As for those who are much higher than Gao Yan, they are too embarrassed to go up. It doesn't matter if you are 1 or 2 small realms higher, but if you are 3 realms higher, it is a clear sign of bullying. Since you can bully others, others can also bully you. Therefore, for a while, no one was willing to challenge Gao Yan. But Xiao Ming didn't want to see Gao Yan continue to be proud, so he directly sent a message to the Xiao family, a direct descendant of the 6th level of nascent soul, asking him to go up and fight Gao Yan. But the other party was hesitant. He was not sure about confronting Gao Yan's soul-controlling power. Besides, even if he won, it would be disgraceful. After all, his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Gao Yan's. Seeing that the other party was unwilling, Xia Homing had no choice but to promise some benefits, and then the other party stepped onto the stage. Xiahou Chongkong, I'm here to learn about junior brother Gao's magical powers. You're welcome. Gao Yan smiled slightly. Knowing that Gao Yan's soul-controlling power was powerful, Xiahou Chongkong did not rush to attack. He first used 2 magic weapons to defend himself, and then took out several talismans and slapped them on his body. When Gao Yan saw this, he didn't stop him. Junior brother Gao, be careful, I'm about to make a move. The next moment, Xiahou Chongkong sacrificed a spiritual treasure sword. Seeing this scene, Yin Yutong's expression suddenly changed in the audience. And there was a hint of worry in his eyes. However, Gao Yan did not show any nervousness. He also offered a spiritual treasure sword and used the yin-yang sword technique to kill the opponent. The sword energy and sword light collided continuously in the narrow arena, creating a large amount of energy turbulence, and the 2 figures were also submerged. After a while, the movement on the stage disappeared. Everyone's sight also recovered. Gao Yan stands erect and spotless. But Xiahou Chongkong looked quite embarrassed. Not only was his cassock broken, but he also had several wounds on his body. You can tell who wins and who loses at a glance. Gao Yan won. Seeing this scene, many gods showed shock. This Xiahou Chongkong is not an ordinary 6th-level nascent soul, he is a direct descendant of the Xiahou family. Generally speaking, the qualifications and talents of the direct lineage are not much different. If they are released, their strength will definitely be much stronger than the ordinary nascent soul 6th level. Therefore, he can be treated as a monk at the 7th level of nascent soul. But such a powerful direct descendant actually fell into the hands of Gao Yan. And this was without Gao Yan using his soul-controlling power. For a time, many true elders began to congratulate Xiao Lingyue again. Xia Homing's expression became extremely ugly. But deep in her heart, she felt some regret and unwillingness. Because she didn't expect that Gao Yan's potential was so huge. If she had known this earlier, she would have made a larger investment and truly brought the other party under her control. Just then, she felt an unfriendly gaze. Turning her head to look, she happened to find Nan Gonyao looking at her with a half-smile. Damn woman, she must be laughing at me. Xia Homing was very angry. Just then, a loud voice sounded, Ancestor has an order, reward me. Thank you, Ancestor Xiahou. Obviously, Gao Yan's performance caught the attention of Patriarch Xiahou. Gao Yan jumped off the ring and returned to his seat. You performed well and did not embarrass your teacher. Xiao Lingyue said calmly, but Gao Yan could feel that his master was in a good mood. Junior brother, you are so amazing. Yin Yutong also praised him. It took a while to sit down again. Someone from the Xiahou family sent Gao Yan a brocade box. Gao Yan, this is given to you by your ancestor. The middle-aged man who gave the brocade box said. Senior, let me tell you, thank you, Ancestor Xiahou. Wait until the other person leaves. Gao Yan opened the brocade box and found a red spar the size of a fingernail inside, but this spar exuded a very special aura. Master, what is this? Gao Yan asked. Law crystal. Xiao Lingyue said, the fire-attributed law crystal, this thing is extremely useful for you to break through the void, put it away quickly. Is this the law crystal? Gao Yan said excitedly, Master, is this law crystal valuable? As soon as he heard this, Xiao Lingyue knew that his apprentice's money obsessed attributes had emerged, and he said angrily, this thing cannot be measured with spiritual stones, because even if there are spiritual stones, it cannot be bought, but if you have to set a price, this law crystal is worth 1 billion. I'll go, Ancestor Xiahou is so generous. Gao Yan exclaimed in a low voice. Immediately, something moved in his mind. Master, how about I sell you this law crystal? The divine and demon skills he practices require wind attribute law crystals. As for the realm of cultivating immortals, it is still early for him to leave. Don't you, so he probably won't be able to use them. You brat, no matter who gets such a good thing, they will hide it until they can break through the hole and use it again. There is no reason to sell it. When Xiao Lingyue heard this, he wanted to cut open his apprentice's head and take a look at him. What are you thinking? Master, help me. Okay, I have collected this law crystal of yours for my master. The price is 1.2 billion, but I don't have that many spiritual stones with me. I will give it to you in 2 days. Thank you, master. Gao Yan thanked him. 2 hours later. The fight among the younger generation is over. All that's left is the rest of the party and communication. Those below the level of transformation God are arranged in one place, and those above the level of transformation soul are arranged in another place. Gao Yan. Not long after Gao Yan arrived at the gathering hall, Xia Homing came directly to kill him. I treated you well in the past, right? Why did you betray me? Your Highness, can we find a place to chat alone? Gao Yan smiled bitterly. After a slight hesitation, Xia Homing nodded, and then motioned for Gao Yan to follow her. After a while, the two came to a garden, and Xia Homing also arranged a formation to prevent others from eavesdropping. Tell me, why did you betray me? Gao Yan said, Your Highness, you should know that my master is from the Xiao family. You must also know that now your Xiahou family is too powerful and has caused a sense of crisis to the other 4 families. Therefore, the 4 families must unite. When it comes to targeting the Xiahou family, I am just a chess piece pushed out by the 4 families. Do you think a chess piece has the right to choose? After hearing what Gao Yan said, the anger in Xia Homing's heart also dissipated a lot. This guy really can't be blamed. But she won't forgive him so easily. So, she snorted coldly, Is this the reason why you betrayed me? Your Highness, this is not considered betrayal. Gao Yan smiled. Don't pretend to be confused for me. If I didn't want to recruit you, why would I help you hide the fact that you blew up the Xianming sex mine? Your Highness, please don't talk nonsense. I didn't blow up the Xianming sex mineral veins. Oh. Xia Homing sneered disdainfully, You asked me for information about the Xianming sect, but the minds of the Xianming sect exploded. If not you, who else could it be? Your Highness, if you insist on talking to me, I don't have the ability. Gao Yandao argued. Don't have the ability? Xia Homing sneered, Everyone has underestimated you. If this palace's prediction is correct, you should have obtained the inheritance of a certain superpower. Don't deny it. Otherwise, how could you obtain the energy of the sword? Where did the alchemy furnace spiritual treasure come from? Okay, I admit that I blew up the Xianming sex mineral veins, and please keep it a secret, Your Highness. Gao Yan said helplessly. Xianming sect had only suspected him before, so they started such a big battle. If you really knew it was him, I'm afraid there will be some powerful Hadao who will destroy him regardless of the unspoken rules. After all, he caused Xianming sect to lose hundreds of billions of spiritual stones. This is not a small amount. If you want me to keep it a secret for you, you have to agree to a condition. Suddenly, Xia Homing showed a sly smile. What conditions? Gao Yan asked. Those 4 families will definitely find ways to target me in the future. If they have any plot against me, you have to tip me off. Xia Homing said in a deep voice. Gao Yan said in a deep voice, it's not about conspiracy and tricks. After all, we are all members of the same sect. Even if there is a fight, it is fair and square. I really don't know how you reached this level of cultivation, and you actually have such naive ideas. Xia Homing looked at Gao Yan with disdain. But that's right. After all, you are still young and have not experienced many things. You must have never seen some despicable methods. Is it possible that His Highness has seen it? Gao Yan asked, curiously. Of course. Xia Homing said proudly, have you heard about the enmity between our 9 Saints sect and the Xianming sect? I heard it. Gao Yan nodded. More than 3,000 years ago, there was a genius who reached the realm of divine transformation at the age of more than 100 years old. He was abducted by the saint of Xianming sect, which made our ancestors of the Holy Realm furious. Then why do you think the other party betrayed? Xia Homing asked. Isn't he obsessed with the saint of Xianming sect? Gao Yan said. Do you think it's possible? Xia Homing let out a disdainful sneer. The other party is not only the disciple of a certain saint ancestor, but several other saint ancestors also treat him with special eyes and like him very much. His future can be said to be bright, and there are even some the saint realm ancestor has the idea of breaking the rules and directly making him the sect leader. In this case, do you think he will abandon his great future and betray the 9 Saints sect? Yes, I would definitely not do this. The worst I could do would be to marry the saint of Xianming sect back. Gao Yan said in agreement. You are so brave, you actually want to marry a saint. Xia Homing joked. It's not illegal if you think about it. Gao Yan looked at Xia Homing and said. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll dig out your eyes. Xia Homing threatened fiercely. Then I won't watch. Gao Yan turned his head. Your Highness, continue. Humph. Xia Homing snorted coldly and continued, almost all the sect masters of the 9 Saints sect are our 5 major factions who take turns. If the ancestor of the Holy Realm breaks a rule, is it okay to change the sect leader's rule after 5,000 years? Break in? Hearing this, Gao Yan understood instantly and said, in other words, that person threatened the status of the 5 major factions, and then, the 5 major factions joined forces to plan, causing the other party to betray. Speaking of this, he suddenly showed a strange look. Aren't the 5 major factions afraid that the ancestors of the Holy Realm will be angry if they know about the plot against that person? Haha. Xia Homing smiled meaningfully. The ancestors of the Holy Realm naturally no, but the ancestors of our 5 major factions are also their direct disciples. Besides, our 5 families plotted against him, but they didn't kill him, or even destroy his cultivation. Moreover, he chose to defect to Xianming sect on his own. The most important thing is that the ancestors of the Holy Realm had high hopes for him, but he was easily plotted by our 5 families, and the ancestors of the Holy Realm were disappointed in him. I see. Gao Yan showed a look of astonishment. A person who could be easily plotted would not be able to secure his position as the leader of the sect. Although the 5 major factions plotted against their own people, their calculations were more measured and did not break through the bottom line of the Holy Land ancestor. Therefore, the Holy Land ancestor did not care about the 5 major factions. Your Highness, how did you plot against that person? Gao Yan asked curiously. This is the top secret of our 5 families. How can I tell you so easily? Xiahou Meng's beautiful face looked a little more playful. Holy shit. Swearing loudly and secretly, half-talking what you say, you will never have a wife in the future. Of course, if you are willing to inform me, I can tell you this secret. Xiahou Meng said with a smile. Your Highness, you have gone too far. Are you asking me to betray Master? Master is very good to me. If you want me to betray her, you have to pay more. Seeing Gao Yan, who was originally speaking righteously, showed a Philistine expression, Xiahou Meng was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. You are really your master's good disciple. Don't get me wrong, Your Highness, I can only inform you of the conspiracy against you, but not others. Gao Yan said with a serious face. What about if I add more money? This little bitch, she's learning and selling it now. Gao Yan cursed in his heart. Okay, Your Highness, tell me, what are you going to use to bribe me? This little bitch is one of his default wives. If someone plots against her, Gao Yan will naturally not stand idly by, but this bitch needs training. If it weren't for the fact that her true cultivation couldn't be revealed now, she would have to be spanked hard. What do you want? Xiahou Meng also regained his seriousness. Spiritual stone. Xiahou Meng looked at Gao Yan in confusion. Why do you need so many spiritual stones? She had traded with Gao Yan several times, and she was certain that the spirit stones in the guy in front of her were not even comparable to hers. She really didn't understand why he wanted so many spirit stones. Gao Yan said with a smile, Your Highness, have you ever tried sleeping on Lingshire Mountain? If you haven't tried it, I suggest you try it. Xiahou Meng said impatiently, Okay, if you don't want to talk, don't deceive this palace. In this way, every time you report to this palace, how about I give you 5 million spiritual stones? It's only 5 million. It's too little. At least 10 million. Gao Yan, don't go too far. Do you really think that this palace is running a spiritual stone mine? Okay, 6 million is 6 million, I'll suffer some losses. Gao Yan said helplessly. Okay, get lost. Xiahou Meng then waved and knocked Gao Yan away. Crossing the river and burning the bridge, this bitch is really not a good person. Gao Yan curled his lips secretly and returned to the hall. The hall was quite lively. There are many men and women gathering together to chat. As soon as Gao Yan stepped into the hall, he felt that he was being targeted by many eyes. Immediately afterwards, several legitimate daughters of the Xiahou family arrived together. Junior brother Gao, you are polite, I am Xiahou Xueya. Hello, junior brother Gao, I am Xiahou Yuxian. Hello, junior brother Gao, I am Xiahou Feiyuan. I have to say that the quality of the female cultivators in the world of immortality is extremely high, and both their appearance and temperament are so pleasing to the eye. Among the 5 people who came to chat with Gao Yan, the lowest appearance value exceeded 110, and the highest one reached 117, which was 1 point higher than Xiahou Meng. Although one person had to deal with 5 of them, Gao Yan did not show any nervousness at all. Instead, he made the 5 little fairies in front of him laugh with his witty remarks. Of course, there are also reasons why their laughter is too low. After all, these female cultivators rarely have the opportunity to interact with other men except for practicing. Luckily, he's a good guy. Otherwise, if you want to deceive these simple-minded little fairies for money and sex, it will not be accurate every time you deceive them. Chatted for a while. After raising the friendship level to above 70, Gao Yan was ready to implement his plan. In a garden near the main hall. Junior brother Gao, why did you mysteriously call us here? Xiahou Shuya asked curiously. Yes, junior brother Gao, if you have anything, please tell me quickly. Xiahou Yuxian also urged. Gao Yan smiled, and then after setting up a sound isolating formation, he said, Senior sisters, how long does it take for you to improve to the first level of cultivation? These 5 little fairies from this Xiahou family are all relatively young. Only over 100 years old. Xiahou Feiyuan, who has the highest level of cultivation, is at the 3rd level of nascent soul. Xiahou Yuxian asked, Junior brother, why do you ask this? Senior sister, answer me first, and I will tell you the reason later. Gao Yan said seriously. Oh well. Xiahou Yuxian nodded, before I broke through to the nascent soul, my cultivation speed was actually quite fast, but it took me 8 years to break through from the 1st level of the nascent soul to the 2nd level. It took me 13 years. Xiahou Shuya said quickly. Xiahou Yuxian said, you put all your thoughts on alchemy, unlike me, but you have been practicing. At this time, Xiahou Feiyuan said, it took me 6 years to break through to the 2nd level of nascent soul, 9 years to break through to the 3rd level of nascent soul, but it takes me an estimated 15 years to reach the 4th level of nascent soul. Junior brother Gao, you to practice so quickly. Is there a unique way to practice? Upon hearing this, the other 4 women all focused their eyes on Gao Yan. Facing the eager and curious eyes of the 5 women, Gao Yan nodded gently. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the breathing of the 5 girls became a little disordered. Obviously, they were not calm at this moment. Although cultivators live a long life, the more people have something, the more they worry about losing it. Therefore, almost everyone who steps into the path of cultivating immortals wants to live forever, and even Gao Yan is no exception. Improving your cultivation is the key to achieving immortality. Therefore, this has led some practitioners to retreat for decades or hundreds of years in order to achieve breakthroughs in cultivation. Everyone envies the longevity of immortal cultivators, but they don't know that they have also sacrificed a lot to improve their cultivation. In other words, Gao Yan is a jerk. Otherwise, he may not be able to endure the retreat for several years or decades. At this time, Gao Yan spoke again, I once obtained a special kind of sword. Energy. When I practice with this energy, its effect is dozens of times that of spiritual stones or elixirs. The Saintess of Xiahou and Saintess Nangong can perform extremely powerful exercises, reaching the peak of nascent soul. 9th level in a short time is just using the energy of the sword. Hearing this, the 5 women present could no longer keep their calm expressions, and their faces showed excitement and yearning. Junior brother Gao, if you tell us this, could it be? Xiahou Feiyuan asked, suppressing her excitement. Good. Gao Yan said, the 5 senior sisters, and I hit it off immediately, so I want to help you. In this way, I will give each of you a drop of sword energy. You can try to refine it first. If you think it is good, we can continue talking. While speaking, Gao Yan handed each of the 5 women a jade bottle. I have the highest level of cultivation, let me try. Xiahou Feiyuan took a drop of sword energy into his body and started refining it by running the technique. She is the legitimate daughter of the Xiahou family, and her skills in practice are not low, but are at the top level of the earth level. Therefore, it only took more than an hour to refine a drop of sword energy. How about Sister Feiyuan? Seeing that Xiahou Feiyuan had finished his training, the other 4 women couldn't wait to ask. Junior brother Gao didn't lie to us. The cultivation effect of this kind of sword energy is indeed very good. It has been 5 years since I broke through to the 3rd level of nascent soul, but refining a drop of sword energy can save me at least 1 year of training time. The effect is so good? The 4 girls all looked shocked when they heard this. It only takes more than an hour to refine a drop of sword energy, but it is comparable to a year of practice. If he had enough sword energy, wouldn't Xiahou Feiyuan be able to break through to the 4th level of nascent soul in 1 day? Junior brother Gao, we all want the sword energy in your hand. Tell me, what are your conditions? Xiahou Feiyuan is not stupid. Since junior brother Gao told them such important sword energy, he must have something to ask for. Gao Yan smiled and said, Senior sister Feiyuan, don't get me wrong. I have no other conditions. I just want to make a deal with you. As long as you give me spirit stones, I will give you sword energy. After hearing Gao Yan's words that he only wanted spiritual stones, the 5 women present looked surprised. Then, Xiahou Feiyuan asked, how much does a drop of sword energy cost? Originally, Gao Yan only wanted to sell it for 1 million, but he thought that the master would sell it to the Xiao family for 2 million per drop. If he sold it to the Xiahou family for only 1 million per drop, wouldn't it be a backstabbing of the master? So he said, the price is the same, 2 million a drop. So expensive? Upon hearing Gao Yan's quotation, the faces of the 5 women changed. Xiahou Feiyuan even said, Junior brother, can it be cheaper? Gao Yan explained, Senior sister, I did not quote a high price. You know that my master is from the Xiao family. What I sold to the Xiao family was 2 million per drop, so I really did not sell you a high price. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Xiahou Feiyuan couldn't bargain anymore. So she said, Junior brother, I will buy 8 drops. I'll buy 5 drops. I'll buy 5 drops too. Although these 5 little fairies are direct descendants of Xia Homeng, Xia Homeng is a saint and has a different status. Naturally, they cannot compare with Xia Homeng in terms of wealth. Therefore, the 5 people together bought 30 drops. Gao Yan's income value increased by 60 million. The total number of spirit stones has increased by 300 million. Senior sisters, I actually have a way for you to get sword energy for free. Gao Yan suddenly said. What can I do? Xiahou Yuxian asked quickly. There are many direct descendants of your Xiahou family who want to improve their cultivation. You can help me sell sword energy. For every 50 drops sold. How about I give you 1 drop as a gift? Junior brother, you are so good. Thank you, junior brother. They were all very happy when they heard the conditions given by Gao Yan. As long as there is a spiritual stone, they will not refuse such a good thing as sword energy, so in their opinion, it should be very easy to sell it. In this way, 5 senior sisters, I will first give each of you 102 drops of sword energy. 100 drops are for you to sell, and the other 2 drops are rewards I will give you. After all these sword energy are sold, you will contact us again. How am I doing? Naturally, the 5 girls would not refuse and happily agreed. Afterwards, Gao Yan gave each person 102 drops of sword energy. After Gao Yan left, the 5 girls held a small meeting. Xiahou Feiyuan said, "I have a suggestion here. We are not in a hurry to find someone to sell this sword energy." "Why, Sister Feiyuan, are you trying to regret it?" Xiahou Yuxian asked. "Where did you think you were?" Xiahou Feiyuan rolled his eyes at her. "We can't be like junior brother Gao, who gave each of us a drop in order to prove the effect of the sword energy. What I mean is that we first use the purchased sword energy to improve our own cultivation. When our cultivation bases are all improved, and we hold a party together, as long as we deliberately reveal our cultivation bases, they may not be able to help asking without us asking. At that time, we will tell them that the energy of the sword will quickly increase their cultivation bases. By then, they will all beg to buy the sword energy without us taking the initiative." 5 days passed in a flash. This day, 5 girls including Xiahou Feiyuan, Xiahou Yuxian, and Xiahou Shiwei jointly held an internal party and invited dozens of nascent soul cultivators from the Xiahou family to attend. In this gathering, the 5 girls all deliberately showed off their cultivation by 1 level. At first, no one thought deeply about it, until one of them said, "What a coincidence, all 5 of them have broken through the first level of cultivation." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned, and then looked thoughtful. I have to say, Xiahou Feiyuan is a talented person in business. The party list she invited this time was all those direct descendants who were less qualified, older, and slower in cultivation. And this kind of people are often more willing to spend money in order to make breakthroughs. So after the party, many people who attended the party found them privately. Xiahou Feiyuan had already discussed the countermeasures with the other 4 women in advance and could not reveal it easily. He had to whet their appetites before he could sell his sword energy to them. As Xiahou Feiyuan expected, those people not only bought the sword energy at a price of 3 million a drop, but they were also grateful to the 5 of them. Soon, the 500 drops of sword energy in their hands were sold out. "Junior brother, this is 1 billion spiritual stones." In the true transmission mansion, after Gao Yan received the transmission talisman, he came to meet Xiahou Feiyuan and the girls. Gao Yan put away the storage ring and said with a smile, "Senior sister Feiyuan, thank you for your hard work. I didn't expect that all the sword energy was sold out in just a few days. This is all thanks to senior sister Feiyuan's plan." Xiahou Yuxian couldn't help but said that at this moment, she had broken through to the 3rd level of yuanying. As long as she had enough sword energy, she could quickly advance to the 9th level of yuanying. "Oh, how did senior sister Feiyuan plan it?" Gao Yan asked, curiously. Therefore, Xiahou Yuxian told them about how they showed off their cultivation through a party, and then sold the sword energy at a high price afterward to attract people's attention. After listening, Gao Yan felt that Xiahou Feiyuan was a sales talent, so he smiled and praised him a few times. As for the other party's ability to sell sword energy for 3 million a drop, he didn't say anything. On the contrary, they are very happy, because the greater the profit, the stronger their motivation. "This time I will give each of you 200 drops of sword energy. Come and ask for it when it is sold out." Gao Yan took out 5 jade bottles containing 204 drops of sword energy and handed them to the 5 women respectively. The extra 4 drops are a reward given to them in advance. Return to Lingyue Peak. Gao Yan called up the system sub-interface. Revenue value increased by 1 billion to 22.7 billion. The total number of spiritual stones increased by 5 billion, reaching 449.4 billion. 2 days later, Xiao Lingyue called Gao Yan forward. I, the Hedao Great Master of the Xiao family, have negotiated with the Xianming sect and the reward for you has been cancelled, but you must not be careless, lest you mess up the Xianming sect's black hands. Thank you, Master. Gao Yan said gratefully. Okay, go practice and break through to the 9th level of nascent soul as soon as possible. By then, the 4 of us will work together to recommend you to become the 8th holy son. The reason why it is not the original 5th level of nascent soul is because Xiao Lingyue knows that Gao Yan has the sword energy to quickly improve his cultivation. In this case, the request can no longer stay at the 5th level of nascent soul. Okay, Master. Gao Yan pretended to be obedient and returned to his cabin, where he stayed in seclusion for 10 days. When he came out of seclusion again, he revealed the aura of the 6th level of nascent soul. Yes, I was worried that if you promoted too quickly, your foundation would be unstable. Now it seems that my worries are unnecessary. Feeling Gao Yan's solid aura, Xiao Lingyue said with great satisfaction. Soon, Gao Yan came to Zhenzhuan Mansion again and secretly met with the 5 daughters of Xiahou Feiyuan. After not seeing each other for 10 days, Xiahou Feiyuan once again made a breakthrough in her cultivation, reaching the 5th level of nascent soul. The other 4 women also broke through the 1st level in their cultivation. However, compared to Xiahou Feiyuan, their auras were slightly inflated. This was a breakthrough caused by too fast. However, just spending some time polishing it is enough. Junior brother Gao, these are 2 billion spiritual stones, click on them. Xiahou Feiyuan once again handed Gao Yan a storage ring. Don't I still believe senior sister? Gao Yan put away the storage ring directly, because the system announcement had already sounded and he did not need to check the number of spirit stones. This time, Gao Yan gave each woman 200 drops of sword intention energy to sell 2 more. Of course, the promised reward of 4 drops would not be less. 2 days later, a piece of news came that the elder Chu He and Xiahou Yuhuan of the Xiahou family were getting married and would become Taoist couples. Not counting the saints and Gao Yan, Chu He is considered the strongest among the true disciples. Chu He's marriage to Xiahou Yuhuan means that Chu He's master and he have gone to Xiahou's family. The wedding of the 2 is scheduled for after March. But it had only been 5 days since the news of their wedding broke out, and another shocking news came. It was that Chu He was successfully promoted to the stage of becoming a god. He was not promoted early, he was not promoted late, but he was promoted after. It was rumored that he was marrying the legitimate daughter of the Xiahou family. This made many people secretly speculate whether the Xiahou family gave Chu He some kind of talent and treasure that allowed Chu He to advance smoothly. Lingyue Peak. In Xiao Lingyue's wooden house, her face looked a little ugly. Master and disciple Chu Jiyu, Chu He, have completely turned to the Xiahou family, and they also plan to recommend Chu He as the Holy Son. So, my position as the Holy Son is at stake? Gao Yan said. Don't worry, our 4 families are not pushovers. Although Chu He has broken through the spiritualization stage, he is already over 400 years old, and you are less than 50 years old. Relatively speaking, you still have a big advantage over Chu He, but Chu He's breakthrough will make many elders have other thoughts. Master, I will break through the 9th level of the nascent soul as soon as Possible, Gao Yan said hurriedly. Xiao Lingyue nodded, but don't be too anxious, so as not to cause instability. In cultivation. Don't worry, master, there will be no such problem. Gao Yan's tone is self-contained. For the next month, Gao Yan was in retreat. When he came out of retreat, he had reached the 9th level of the nascent soul. Feeling that his apprentice's aura was still very condensed and not at all frivolous, Xiao Lingyue became more and more satisfied with this disciple. Okay, since your cultivation has reached the 9th level of the nascent soul, the plan can also be started, Xiao Lingyue said with a smile. So, Xiao Lingyue left Lingyue Peak. Although the Xiahou family is strong, the 4 families are not weak when they join forces. Therefore, after only 5 days, half of the true elders wrote to the sect master, recommending Gao Yan to be the 8th son of the 9 Saints sect. The sect master was originally from the Shangguan family, so he would not refuse, but he said that he would personally test Gao Yan's cultivation. Disciple, it's done. In 7 days, you will go to see the sect master with your master. Xiao Lingyue returned with a smile on his face. Master, you have worked hard. Please have some tea. Gao Yan quickly brewed a cup of spiritual tea and served it. Junior brother, congratulations, you are going to be a son of the saint. Yin Yutong was also happy for Gao Yan. Senior sister, it's too early, let's be modest. Gao Yan smiled. 7 days passed in a flash. During this period, Gao Yan secretly met with the 5 women of Xiahou Feiyuan. Again, which increased Gao Yan's income by 2 billion and 10 billion spirit stones. However, it took more than a month to sell out the last batch of sword energy, which shows that the wallets of the direct descendants of the Xiahou family have been almost emptied. It will probably take even longer to fully unleash this batch of sword energy. The sect master does not live in the small world where Zhenjuan Mansion is located. Instead, he lives in a super innate secret realm. As soon as he set foot in this super secret realm, Gao Yan not only sensed the extremely rich spiritual energy, but also felt the extremely active breath of law. Xiao Lingyue introduced Gao Yan in a low voice. This secret realm was originally called Qianghua Secret Realm, and it ranks 3rd among the innate secret realms known to us in the Eastern Wasteland. Later, it was captured and brought back by the ancestors of the 9 holy realms. After many years of transformation, the laws and avenues of this secret realm are extremely active. 1 day of practice here, by Dongxiu and Hadao strongmen is worth 10 days of practice outside. It's a pity that except for the sect master and deputy sect master, as well as the immortal soldiers of our 9 Saints sect, no one else is qualified to enter here to practice unless they have been summoned. My knowledge has increased again. Gao Yan secretly thought and asked, Master, which sect is the 1st and 2nd ranked secret realm, and what are the immortal weapons? Xiao Lingyue replied, the number 1 ranking is called the Xiantian secret realm. This secret realm does not belong to any sect. This secret realm is extremely magical and dangerous and will only be opened once every 10,000 years. Every time it is opened, our 9 major sects can benefit greatly from it. You are lucky. In 30 years, the Xiantian secret realm will be opened again. And you will also have the opportunity to enter. The 2nd-ranked secret realm is called the secret realm of gods and demons. This secret realm is quite strange and does not belong to any one sect. As long as we step into it, the souls of our cultivators will be suppressed. After the souls are suppressed, the magic weapons and spells are almost they have all become decorations, but their magical powers will not be affected and can be used at will. However, there are a large number of ferocious beasts inside. These ferocious beasts have extremely high defense and are extremely difficult to kill, but the flesh and blood of these ferocious beasts are a great supplement to us cultivators. It can also increase lifespan. Unfortunately, this secret realm can only be opened once every 30,000 years. It will take about 300 years before the next time it is opened. I have to say that you were born in the right era. The first secret realm and the second secret realm are opened, and you have the opportunity to enter. Let's talk about the immortal soldiers. This is the strongest combat power of our Nine Saints sect. It will not be used easily. There are only 300 people in total. Each immortal soldier has a minimum of Dongxu combat power. Moreover, 3 immortal soldiers can form a battle formation together, which can fight together, and a battle formation composed of 99 immortal soldiers can strangle the Holy Realm. If 300 immortal soldiers form a battle formation, I think they can compete with the Emperor. So awesome. Gao Yan clicked his tongue. He didn't expect the Nine Saints sect's foundation to be so deep. Otherwise, Xiao Lingyue smiled. However, the immortal soldiers only obey the orders of the sect master and the ancestors of the 9 holy realms, and even the deputy sect master has no right to mobilize them. Of course, although the sect leader can mobilize the immortal soldiers, there are restrictions. I don't know what the specific restrictions are. Anyway, I have never heard the sect leader mobilize the immortal soldiers. Under Xiao Lingyue's popular science, Gao Yan's understanding of the Nine Saints sect became deeper and deeper. The flight lasted about half an hour. 9 giant peaks that seemed to connect heaven and earth appeared in Gao Yan's sight. At this time, Xiao Lingyue introduced again, those 9 peaks are the retreat place of the ancestors of the Holy Realm. They contain holy power. Ordinary Dongxu strongmen are not even qualified to get close, and only Hadao strongmen are not qualified to do so. I can barely resist the pressure and approach the 9 peaks. Then, she pointed to a peak thousands of miles away from the 9 peaks and said, "That is where the Sacred Heart Hall, the main hall of my 9 Saint sect, is located. I have been there only a handful of times as my teacher." For a strong Dongxu expert like Xiao Lingyue, the distance of thousands of miles can be reached in the blink of an eye. But the strange thing is that she still maintained an unhurried speed and flew in that direction with Gao Yan. "Master, why don't we speed up?" Gao Yan asked. Xiao Lingyue said, "This is the retreat place of the Saint Realm ancestor, and it is the core of our 9 Saints sect. We cannot make mistakes." "Got it." Gao Yan nodded. After flying for a full quarter of an hour, the master and apprentice landed under the mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was shrouded in a powerful formation. With Gao Yan's formation attainments, he could tell at a glance that this formation reached level 7. It is also a relatively powerful formation among level 7, with functions such as defense, attack, trapping people, and air confinement. A bluestone staircase extends from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain. In front of the stairs, there is a tall stone tablet with the words 9 Saints sect written on it. At the same time, there were 2 cultivators who were all wrapped in golden armor and holding spiritual treasure weapons stationed there. 2 immortal soldiers. I am the true elder. I was summoned by the sect master to bring my disciple Gao Yan to be tested. Xiao Lingyue said to the 2 monks, politely. Passage granted. One of the immortal soldiers said, but his voice was extremely cold and had a metallic texture, not at all human. Is this the immortal weapon? Gao Yan was curious and activated the detection function of the inside eye. Item, half human, half puppet. Cultivation level, Dongshu 3rd level. Magic weapons, mixed gold armor, high-grade spiritual treasure, heaven. Destroying sword, high-grade spiritual treasure. Looking at this simple data, a flash of surprise flashed in Gao Yan's eyes. It turned out that this immortal soldier was no longer a pure human being, the so-called half-man, half-puppet. Most of them are human souls, but the body is a puppet body. Moreover, the magic weapon is also quite luxurious, including 2 top-grade spiritual treasures. Let's go. At this time, Xiao Lingyue took Gao Yan up the bluestone stairs. It took the master and apprentice a full half-quarter of an hour to reach the top of the peak, where they saw an extremely majestic palace. The palace has 2 purple and gold doors. At this moment, the palace door is closed, and there are 4 immortal soldiers standing in front of the palace door. After Gao Yan used his insight eye to investigate, he found that these 4 immortal soldiers were stronger and possessed the 5th level of Dongshu. Xiao Lingyue stepped forward to negotiate. The immortal soldiers opened the door and allowed the master and disciple to enter. In the palace, there are also immortal soldiers standing guard. The closer you get to the Sacred Heart Palace, the stronger the immortal soldiers standing guard become. Especially the 2 immortal soldiers standing on both sides of the Sacred Heart Hall, their strength has reached the 3rd level of Hadao. Their armors and weapons have reached the level of top-grade spiritual treasures. The true elder, Xiao Lingyue, and his disciple, Gao Yan, came to pay homage to the sect master. Arriving in front of the main hall, Xiao Lingyue bowed slightly and shouted into the main hall. Elder Xiao, this junior brother, please come inside. The next moment, a pair of boys and girls appeared and introduced their master and apprentice into the hall. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Gao Yan felt like he had entered another world. And on the throne, deep in the hall, there was a young man with a handsome face, sitting cross-legged. He was Shangguan Shang, the current head of the 9 Saints sect. On the way here, Xiao Lingyue had already introduced the situation of this sect leader. He came from the Shangguan family and had the cultivation level of the 9th level of Dongshu before becoming the sect leader. It didn't take long for him to be promoted to Hadao. Only over 2,000 years have passed, but he has reached the 6th level of Hadao. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to improve. Especially for the Hadao realm, it is relatively fast to advance to a small realm within 1,000 years. But the other party only took more than 2,000 years to advance to 6 minor realms. It is very likely to become the 10th holy realm of the 9 Saints sect. After another greeting, Shangguan Shang told Gao Yan, master and disciple, not to be too polite. The next moment, Shangguan Shang Xin deployed a special formation with a wave of his hand. As a senior formation master, he could tell at a glance that this was a 6th-level formation called the Asking Heart Formation. The so-called heart questioning formation is specially used to torture the heart. If the mind is not firm, it is easy to fall into it and be unable to extricate itself. Senior nephew Gao Yan, please enter the formation and accept the torture. As you command. Gao Yan nodded and stepped into the heart-questing formation without hesitation. Gao Yan is a high-level formation master. If he has enough materials, he can also set up the questioning heart formation. Therefore, he also knows the mystery of this formation very well. As soon as he stepped into the formation, Gao Yan felt a force of law envelope him. This power of law is very active, constantly amplifying his desires, and at the same time, tempting him in various ways. Once the mind is not firm, you will be dominated by desire, and you will be trapped in it and unable to extricate yourself. Gao Yan, who understands this, will naturally not be moved by it. He just sticks to his heart, sits cross-legged with his eyes closed, and waits for the passage of time. I don't know how long it took for that law to fade away, and the questioning heart formation also disappeared. Sect Master, I wonder if my disciple has passed the test? Xiao Lingyue asked nervously. Although Master Gao's nephew is young, his Taoist heart is stronger than imagined. He is a talented person who can be made into a holy son. Shangguan Shang chuckled and nodded. Hearing this, Xiao Lingyue couldn't help but feel happy, and asked Gao Yan to thank Shangguan Shang together. Nephew Gao, although you and I do not have the status of master and disciple, since I have recognized your identity as the Holy Son, I will give you a spiritual treasure. Thank you, Master, for the treasure. Gao Yan quickly thanked him. Shangguan Shangxin waved his hand, and a low-grade Lingbao long sword appeared in front of Gao Yan. Go back, I will announce to the whole sect that Master Gao's nephew is the 8th saint son of our 9 saints sect. The master and apprentice thanked each other again and then exited the sacred Heart Palace. Half a day later, Shangguan Shang ordered people to spread the news throughout the 9 saints sect, and the news that Gao Yan became the 8th saint son also spread. Inner door. Yang Fenglai had just returned from a mission when he heard the news that Gao Yan had become the Holy Son. He was stunned for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. I didn't expect senior brother Gao to become the Holy Son. At the same time, he also felt a little emotional in his heart. At the beginning, Gao Yan's cultivation was not as good as his, but in just a few years, his cultivation and status rose as quickly as a flying sword. In a blink of an eye, it got to the point where he couldn't even see his back. However, there was no trace of jealousy in his heart. Instead, he was full of gratitude towards Gao Yan. If it weren't for the foundation building pill that Gao Yan left him, he wouldn't have been able to build the foundation so smoothly and become an inner disciple. Sun Guanqing, who was on duty at the outer gate, also heard the news that Gao Yan had become the Holy Son. He was also filled with emotion. Gao Yan entered the inner sect later than him, but the other party became the true successor one step ahead of him. Unexpectedly, only a few years later, Gao Yan's status had risen even more, and he became the Holy Son. The scene when he brought Gao Yan into the inner sect flashed through his mind, and then he felt a surge of ambition in his heart. Although I am not as good as senior brother Gao, I will work hard and strive to be promoted to the true successor within 30 years. On a certain spiritual peak, Xia Homeng also learned the news that Gao Yan became the Holy Son, and couldn't help but murmur to himself, I didn't expect this guy to be on an equal footing with me so quickly. At first, she wanted to recruit the other person for her to drive, but she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the other person would have the same identity as her. To be honest, her heart was quite complicated. Moreover, that guy has sword energy. If she can't break through to the divine transformation stage as soon as possible, it won't be long before that guy catches up with her, and may even surpass her. Once the opponent surpasses her and has the support of the 4 major factions, he might become one of her opponents to ascend to the throne of deputy sect leader. Bother! Xia Homing couldn't help shouting. Similarly, Nangong Yao also learned about Gao Yan becoming the Holy Sun. Now, the four families have joined forces to fight against the Xiahou family. So after Gao Yan became the Holy Sun, he could be regarded as her ally. Qing Luo, get a gift and give it to Holy Sun Gao Yan. Yes, Your Highness. At this moment, Gao Yan is choosing Ling Feng. Every saint son and saint girl is qualified to choose a spiritual peak as a cave for their cultivation. A selection. Gao Yan chose a spiritual peak adjacent to Nangong Yao and Xiahou Meng. After making the choice, a true elder personally led him to this mountain peak. Your Highness the Holy Sun, this spiritual peak will belong to you from now on. This is the token of the mountain protection formation. A palace has been built on the top of the peak. If you are not satisfied, the Zhenzhuan mansion can arrange for someone to push it to your place according to your wishes. The mind is rebuilt. While talking, the other party handed a jade plaque to Gao Yan. Thank you, Elder Ming. There is no need to rebuild the palace. I think the current one is quite good. Gao Yan took the token and expressed his gratitude to the elder who brought him here. By the way, according to the rules, you can choose one of your true disciples to help you take care of your secular things. Of course, the other person must be willing. At the same time, you can also recruit 12 followers. Elder Ming, can this follower only be recruited from our 9 saint sect? Gao Yan asked. Of course not. Elder Ming smiled, you can recruit these followers from the inner sect or from the outside, and these followers can also enjoy the treatment of true disciples. If His Highness, the Holy Sun, needs to recruit followers from the inner sect, I can provide you with them. A list of outstanding internal disciples. Then I'll trouble Elder Sun. Gao Yan did not refuse. Therefore, Elder Ming handed Gao Yan a jade slip which recorded the identity information of 120 outstanding inner disciples. These inner disciples are not too old, and their cultivation has reached the 8th level of foundation building or above. What's thoughtful is that there are still photos of them on the jade slips. It must be said that Elder Ming is a wonderful person, because more than 90% of the inner disciples he provided are female cultivators, and they are the kind with superior appearance and temperament. Gao Yan selected 8 people. Elder Ming smiled and said, Your Highness the Holy Sun, I will bring 8 people to see you as soon as possible. If you find them unsuitable after meeting the real person, you can continue to select. As for the true disciples who can help you manage the affairs, you have to find them yourself. After sending Elder Ming away, Gao Yan wandered around his Holy Sun Hall. This Holy Sun Hall has a total of 6 main halls and 64 auxiliary halls. In addition, there are 4 gardens, and the plants planted in the gardens are all relatively advanced spiritual plants. At the same time, there are 3 orchards and 2 medicine gardens. Whether it is a garden, an orchard, or a medicine garden, people need to take care of it. In addition, the salary of the Holy Sun is much higher than that of the true disciple. You can receive 300,000 spiritual stones as salary every year. In addition, there are 10 bottles of elixirs suitable for Yuanying stage cultivation. After wandering around for a while, Gao Yan prepared to go back to Lingyue Peak first. Unexpectedly, just after leaving the mountain protection formation, he saw Qin Mi flying over on a sword. Hello, His Royal Highness, the Holy Sun. Qin suppressed the sword light and saluted respectfully. Sister Qin, why are you so unfamiliar? Gao Yan asked with a smile. You are the Holy Son now. What if I am rude and His Royal Highness blames me? Qin face was filled with a smile. Sister Qin, please come in. After a while, in a garden in the Holy Sun Palace, Gao Yan made a cup of tea for Qin. Sister, you are here, there must be something wrong, right? Qin nodded. I knew that I couldn't hide it from His Royal Highness. I wonder if His Royal Highness has a favorite personal maid? The personal maid she mentioned is the one who helps Gao Yan take care of the chores. Just like Nan Gongyao's Qing Luo and Xiaoho Meng's Fuyo. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan's eyes fell on Qin, and he jokingly said, Are you planning to recommend yourself, senior sister? Of course, he was also joking. Qin was at least a top-level existence among the elder's true teachings. She would definitely not come to be his personal maid. Most likely, she wanted to recommend someone. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Qin couldn't help but roll his eyes at Gao Yan. You have a beautiful idea. I plan to recommend my junior to be your personal maid. This is her identity information, you can take a look first. Qin handed Gao Yan a jade slip. Her descendant's name is Qin Xiangxue. She is 34 years old, has a first level golden elixir cultivation level, has double spiritual roots, and has no special physique. Judging from the photos, her appearance is also extremely beautiful. She has good qualifications. She should have no problem breaking through the nascent soul in the future. She is a little overqualified for being sent to me as a personal maid. Gao Yan put away the jade slip and asked with some confusion. He has reached the first level of the golden core at the age of 34. As long as he has enough resources, it is not a problem to break through the nascent soul. At the age of 100. Qin smiled bitterly and said, although she has certain talents, she will be just an ordinary true disciple in the future. I come from a family that cultivates immortals. In order to stand out among the true disciples, my brother used almost all the family's profits. Help me. This girl is my brother's granddaughter. Later, I introduced her to the Nine Saints sect, but she only has 2 spiritual roots. It is almost difficult to become a disciple of the Huashan elder. I originally planned to wait until I am promoted to the Huashan elder in the future. After becoming an elder, I accepted her as my disciple, but I didn't expect that you would become the Holy Son. I think that having her as your personal maid would have a better future than me as your teacher. But don't worry, although this girl is young, she is also well-behaved and sensible, and I promise she will not disappoint you, Your Highness. So, senior sister, you think highly of me. That's natural. You are the one who was promoted by the 4 major factions. Maybe you can become the sect leader in the future. Qin said with a smile. I am sending this junior to you now, maybe you can follow me in the future. Light. That's okay. Gao Yan nodded, since senior sister thinks so highly of me, I will send you as a junior here. The probation period will be 3 months. If there are no problems, I will accept it. Then thank you, Your Highness. If that girl doesn't do well, you can send her back to me. I promise you won't have any complaints. Qinmi said sincerely. Gao Yan had already given her enough by being able to accept Qin Xiangxue. Face. Although it is very embarrassing to be sent back, the personal maid of the Holy Sun is equivalent to the Holy Sun's housekeeper. She is an absolute confidant and cannot be forced. Therefore, if it is not suitable, it must be replaced. Afterwards, the two exchanged a few words, and Qinmi said goodbye and left. And Gao Yan also returned to Lingyue Peak. When Qinmi returned to his cave, he called Qin Xiangxue to him. Although Qin Xiangxue is 34 years old, she has been cultivating immortality since she was a child. With the resources provided by her aunt, she rarely goes out to do tasks. Therefore, she still exudes a girlish feeling. "Auntie, what are your instructions for calling me here?" Qin Xiangxue hugged Qinmi's arm affectionately. "Damn girl, call me senior sister, don't call me aunt." Qinmi glared at her and said, "But you are my aunt." Qin Xiangxue said coquettishly, "There's really nothing I can do against you." Qinmi scraped Qin Xiangxue's nose and continued, "You know Gao Yan, the new son of our Nine Saints sect, right?" Qin Xiangxue nodded. "Auntie, who knows, I heard that he was promoted from the outer door, and he is about the same age as me. He is really awesome. I have a good relationship with him, so I shamelessly went to him just now and recommended you to be his personal maid." Qinmi said with a smile. Although Qin Xiangxue is simple, she is not stupid. To become the personal maid of the Holy Sun is definitely a step to the sky. As the saying goes, there are 7 rank officials in front of the Prime Minister. There are tens of thousands of true disciples, but there are only 8 personal maids of the Sun and Saint. Moreover, every word and action of the personal maid represents the Sun and the Holy Daughter. Therefore, it is definitely not a shameful thing to be a personal maid for the Holy Sun. On the contrary, it is a beautiful job. What's more, in the future, the Holy Sun and the Saint are at best a true elder, and are more likely to become the sect master or deputy sect master. At that time, their status as personal maids will also rise with the tide. "Auntie, did he agree?" As soon as he heard this, Qinmi knew that this girl did not refuse, so he smiled and said, "You also know that the position of personal maid is very important. For my sake, he gave you a 3-month probation period. If after you perform well in these 3 months, you will be directly promoted to a regular employee. If you do not perform well, you will be sent back. Don't worry, Aunt, I will serve His Royal Highness, the Sun, with all my heart. And I will not embarrass you. Okay, you go back and prepare, and I will take you to see the Holy Sun tomorrow." At this moment, Lingyue Peak master and apprentice Xiao Lingyue, Gao Yan and Yin Yutong were drinking and celebrating. "By the way, this is the spiritual stone you sold the law crystal for." Suddenly, Xiao Lingyue remembered something and threw a storage ring directly to Gao Yan. "Master, how come there are 1.5 billion? Gao Yan asked in surprise. "I bought this law crystal for my master, so naturally I can't take advantage of you," Xiao Lingyue said with a smile. Gao Yan secretly screamed, no wonder it took so long for the master to give him the spirit stone. He was probably trying to find a way to get the spirit stone. "Master, wouldn't you ask someone to borrow the spirit stone?" Gao Yan asked. "Okay, just keep it for you, don't ask any more questions." Xiao Lingyue looked a little confused and glared at Gao Yan. "Yes, master." Gao Yan nodded, but added, "Master, if you are short of spirit stones, you can Ask your disciple to borrow them. I have a lot of spirit stones. Okay, I feel your thoughts as a teacher. Kaling Stone will speak to you. Xiao Lingyue said. On that day, the 3 masters and apprentices drank a lot. So Gao Yan stayed at Lingyue Peak for 1 night and returned to his Xingzi Peak the next morning. Not long after returning, Qin Mi brought Qin Xiangxue here. It was agreed yesterday, so Gao Yan directly accepted Qin Xiangxue and asked her to quickly familiarize herself with the entire Xingzi Palace. Not long after, Elder Ming also came with 8 inner door female disciples. After using the detection function of the Insight Eye to check their identities, Gao Yan also accepted them and thanked Elder Ming. Then he called Qin Xiangxue and handed the 8 followers to her. Gao Yan only selected 8 of the 12 followers, because he planned to arrange the Yi sisters in. As for the remaining 2, he would accept them when he met the right ones in the future. After all, Qin Xiangxue came from a family of immortal cultivators, and she still had certain management skills. After she took over the 8 followers, she assigned them tasks respectively. 2 people were responsible for guarding outside Gao Yan's palace, ready to be dispatched at any time, and the other 6 were arranged to go to the orchard, medicine garden and flower garden respectively. As a newly promoted saint, Gao Yan planned to visit the old saint and the old saint. His spiritual peak was relatively close to Shahomeng and Namgong Yao, so he decided to visit the petty Shahomeng first. Meet Gao Yan again. Fuya was quite sighing and respectfully led him into a hall. Why did you come to me? Aren't you afraid that the 4 major factions will misunderstand you? Shahomeng laughed jokingly. That's not the case. Gao Yan smiled. Isn't it right for me, a newly promoted saint, to visit other saints and saints? Then why did you come to me first? Shahomeng asked again. Among the 7 saints and saints, I have the best relationship with you, so naturally I have to come to you first. Gao Yan responded with a smile. Xiahomeng felt quite satisfied, but he said, Bah, whoever has a good relationship with you, from now on, we are enemies. Okay then, we are enemies. Suddenly, Xiahomeng stared at Gao Yan and said, Have you broken through to the 9th level of nascent soul? Are you surprised? Gao Yan asked back, Don't you know that I have sword energy? Xiahomeng said truthfully, It is indeed a bit surprising. After all, you have only been in the nascent soul realm for a long time, and Namgong Yao, and I can quickly reach the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul. That is because we have stayed in this realm for decades, and our understanding and perception of this realm are deep enough. Even so, every time we break through a realm, we have to spend a certain amount of time polishing it. On the other hand, you were just perfect at the last Tao festival. 4th level infant, how long has it passed and you have broken through 5 realms in a row, but your aura is very pure, without any sense of emptiness. It shows that I have good talent. Gao Yan pretended to be proud. I get annoyed when I see you. Get out of here, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Xiahomeng said angrily, because she had already felt the pressure from Gao Yan. If this guy broke through to the 9th level of nascent soul so quickly, would he break through to the gods before him? Once the opponent breaks through to the divine transformation first, he will become the 2nd master among the sons and saints. Since senior sister Xiaoho is in a bad mood, I will leave first. Gao Yan also guessed the reason for Xiahomeng's sudden anger. Wasn't it because he was worried that he would surpass her in cultivation? However, Gao Yan will not break through to become a god so quickly. After all, the person from 3,000 years ago achieved the breakthrough of becoming a god when he was more than 100 years old, only to be plotted by the 5 major factions. If he breaks through in the next few years, he will definitely be targeted. He is the disciple of the ancestor of the Saint Realm, and he is just a grassroots in the world of immortality. Without a huge backer, he will not stimulate the 5 major factions, so in the next 100 years or so, he will not be considered a breakthrough. A few hours later, Gao Yan visited all the other saints and saints. However, when I visited Xiaojian, I didn't see anyone. He was in retreat. For a moment, Gao Yan also felt a little emotional. Xiaojian was the strongest among the saints and saints. In order to maintain his first position, he practiced harder than the other saints and saints. On the contrary, Nangong Yao became much closer to him, and even the friendship level was raised to 79 points. This level of friendliness shows that the other party has regarded him as a friend. Of course, such changes will occur because the 4 major factions have joined forces. He was promoted by the 4 major factions to compete with the Xiahou brothers and sisters. After returning to his own St. Child Peak, Qin Xiangxue came to report to him. After he left, many true disciples sent congratulatory gifts. She accepted the gift and recorded it in the book. Gao Yan took the gift book and found that there were many acquaintances in it. Qin Mi, Meng Ruyan, and Li Jincheng all gave gifts. In addition, Hua Xiyu, Zhou Yuexin and others also gave gifts. There is a name that surprises Gao Yan, because this Jia Simishan only met him once at the Dao discussion conference held by Xiahou Meng. Unexpectedly, the other party also sent a congratulatory gift. Okay, I'm fine here. You can go down and practice. Gao Yan waved to Qin Xiangxue. Yes, Your Highness. Qin Xiangxue bowed, then exited the hall. Just then, Gao Yan frowned slightly. But it was a casual cultivator who planted the soul seed by him who died. A thought came to my mind. Through the special induction between soul species, he read the memory of the other party before his death. After reading the other party's memories, Gao Yan felt a little dumbfounded. Because this casual cultivator died of eating a melon. To put it simply, the other party joined in the fun and ran to watch the duel between 2 golden elixir monks. As a result, the 2 golden elixir monks smashed a mountain into pieces when they fought. Unexpectedly, there was a token inside the mountain that looked like gold, but not jade. The token was stimulated and emitted a terrifying aura, and then crushed the souls of the 2 Jindan monks and the surrounding monks to pieces. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. This token can crush the soul of a Jindan monk with just its breath. It is definitely not an ordinary thing. Thinking of this, he immediately sealed the entire hall. Then his body shape changed, turning into an unfamiliar face, and then he summoned the coordinates of any door. Pushing the door open and stepping in, Gao Yan appeared hundreds of miles away from where the token was. The inside eye opened and he quickly explored the surroundings. He found that there were a large number of monks coming in this direction. Brush. In a flash, Gao Yan appeared next to the token. After some outbursts, the token returned to its ordinary appearance. Out of caution, Gao Yan did not go to pick it up in person, but released a Yuaning of the Xianming sect whose soul was imprisoned by him, and asked him to pick up the token. After finding out that the other party was okay, Gao Yan took him back to his world, then summoned the arbitrary door and returned to the hall. sitting on the throne. With a thought, the token appeared in his hand. This one looks particularly ordinary. If the casual cultivator hadn't seen its explosive power through his memory, he would have regarded this token as an ordinary item. There is only the character 9 on the front of the token, and an axe is carved on the back of the token. The figure swayed. Gao Yan appears in my world. Recruit a nascent soul tool man from the Xianming sect and ask him to use his spiritual thoughts to detect the token. After the other party investigated, he told him that there was nothing special about this token. So, Gao Yan used his spiritual mind to investigate again, and based on the feedback from his spiritual mind, he found that this was an ordinary token. It can actually confuse the mind. Gao Yan was a little surprised, and then he smiled. If he were an ordinary cultivator, he would probably not be sure what this thing was. But he has insight. With a thought, the insight I activated its detection function. Item, one of the tokens made by the Emperor of Creation. Function, one of the keys used to open the tomb of Emperor Creation. Emperor of Creation? Although Gao Yan's world of cultivating immortals is short, he has already read through the library of the Nine Saints sect and recorded all the contents in his mind. But there is no record of the great creation in those books. Think of this. Gao Yan took the token and left my world, then went straight to Lingyue Peak. Disciple pays homage to master. Why, can't you get used to staying at St. Child Peak? Master, I came back to ask you something. Tell me, what's the matter? Master, have you ever heard of the name of the great Emperor of Creation? Gao Yan asked. An Emperor-level immortal cultivator would definitely be famous in the entire immortal cultivation world. He didn't know that Xiao Lingyue, who had lived for thousands of years, must have heard of it. Upon hearing the name of Emperor Good Fortune, Xiao Ling felt more and more familiar. Then she frowned and searched her memory, and finally remembered why she felt familiar. It was when she was a little girl that she heard a story about the great god of creation told by her grandma. If Gao Yan hadn't mentioned it, this story would have been buried deep in his memory. So, she said to Gao Yan, the Emperor of Creation should be a very ancient existence. When I was a child, I heard a story about him from my elders, saying that he once defeated the immortals and won. But his behavior angered other immortals, and he was eventually besieged and died by a group of immortals. Let's go, this Emperor of Creation is so powerful? Gao Yan secretly clicked his tongue after hearing this. Of course, it's just a legend, it can't be taken seriously. Xiao Lingyue added. Master, I think it's true. Gao Yan looked at Xiao Lingyue and said seriously. Why do you have such thoughts? Xiao Lingyue became a little curious about his apprentice's remarks. Master, please look. Gao Yan took out the token and handed it to Xiao Lingyue. Xiao Lingyue took the token and observed it with the naked eye, but found nothing special about the token. Then he released his spiritual thoughts for inspection, but still found nothing special about the token. At most, this token exists long enough. Master, this token was made by Emperor Creation himself, and it is also one of the keys to open his tomb. At this time, Gao Yan said. What? Xiao Lingyue showed a look of shock. How did you know? Master, this disciple has a special magical power that can detect information about items. Gao Yan said. There are many types of magical powers, and it is not unusual for my disciples to have such detection magical powers. However, she still decided to test Gao Yan. So, she took out a fist-sized black crystal and said, use your detection. power to detect what this is? Gao Yan activated the detection function of the inside eye. Immediately, the information about the black crystal appeared in his eyes, and he said to Xiao Lingyue, Master, this is the black crystal, a relatively special weapon refining material, right? Good. Xiao Lingyue nodded. It seems that your detection ability is indeed extraordinary. I got this black spar by chance. I also read a lot of ancient books to know what it is. Later, Xiao Lingyue took out two other things and asked Gao Yan to continue using his detection powers, and Gao Yan gave accurate answers. Now she completely believed in Gao Yan's magical powers of detection. Disciple, when did you get this token? Xiao Lingyue asked. I just got it recently, Master. Is there any mystery in it? Gao Yan asked. Xiao Lingyue nodded. Although I have never met the Great Emperor as a teacher, every Great Emperor is a person with extraordinary talent and wisdom. The Great Emperor of Creation should be a very long-lasting emperor. Otherwise, there would not be only one left in this world. From just a few words, it is difficult to tell whether he exists, but the token he made appears at this time. It is no accident. You mean that the Emperor of Creation deliberately arranged for his token to appear at this time? Gao Yan said thoughtfully. Xiao Lingyue nodded solemnly. Yes, I suspect that Emperor Good Fortune has left some backup plan in this era. The fact that you can obtain the token means that you have probably fallen into Emperor Good Fortune's plan. That's not the case. Gao Yan's heart tightened. The Emperor of Creation is a man of who knows how many years. How could he possibly calculate me in the future? The Emperor can peek into the future by consuming his own life force. Xiao Lingyue said meaningfully. Perhaps the Emperor of Creation discovered that you are a manufacturable talent through the future fragments, and wanted to accept you as his successor. So he gave you the token to open his tomb. Master, you think too highly of me. How can I become the successor of the Great Emperor? Gao Yan said humbly. Don't underestimate yourself. After all, you reached the 9th level of the nascent soul before you were 50, which is faster than the traitor 3,000 years ago. It's not unusual for the Emperor to take a liking to you. Gao Yan said quickly. Master, please don't say that. Others don't know my situation. Don't you know it? I can quickly break through to the 9th level of nascent soul with the energy of my sword intention. Although there are some tricks, your cultivation level is not frivolous. This alone is enough to show that you have a high level of understanding and have understood the realm of nascent soul in a short time. Xiao Lingyue continued. Okay. Gao Yan didn't intend to continue arguing about this topic. Let's not talk about the descendants of the Emperor. Master, what do you think I should do with this token? Xiao Lingyue said. Keep it first and don't reveal it to others. Now that the first key has appeared, I believe other keys will appear soon. Master, how about I sell this token to the sect? Gao Yan said suddenly. You're crazy. Xiao Lingyue stared at Gao Yan in disbelief. This is something related to the inheritance of a great emperor, and you actually want to sell it? Master, think about it. There are 9 keys to the emperor's tomb, and the other 8 tokens. Who knows who will fall into their hands, in case one of them is a powerful Hadao and has the magical power of calculation. With my small arms and legs, I definitely can't keep the key. Moreover, the emergence of the great emperor's tomb will definitely cause a lot of noise. At that time, even if I have a key, I can enter it at most, but if it is sold to the sect, for the sake of my contribution to the key, I have to be given a place no matter what. Since I can go in with or without a key, why should I keep the token? Besides, if the sect obtains the key early, it can also make arrangements in advance. When the tomb of the great emperor is released, it can also reap more benefits. After listening to Gao Yan's analysis, Xiao Lingyue did think it made sense. Okay, now let's go see the ancestor of the Xiao family, and then he will take us to see the sect master. This will also get you more benefits. Master, I don't want any other benefits, I want spiritual stones. Gao Yan said quickly. Spiritual stone. Xiao Lingyue frowned, you have no shortage of spiritual stones now. No matter how many spiritual stones you have, they can't help you break through and are useless. Why not exchange them for something that can help you improve your cultivation? Master, I don't want anything else, I just want the spirit stone. Gao Yan insisted. That's fine, it's up to you. Xiao Lingyue saw Gao Yan insisting, but without saying anything else, he caught him and disappeared into the void. Appears again. They have arrived at the secret territory of the Xiao family. After Xiao Lingyue broke through to Dongshu, his status in the Xiao family also increased, and he could directly pay homage to the ancestor of the Xiao family. Of course, people still have to spread the word. Waited for half an hour. The master and apprentice were finally summoned. The ancestor of the Xiao family was an old man in gray clothes with a kind face, and he had a strong scent of medicine. As soon as he smelled this smell, Gao Yan knew that the other party was refining an 8th grade elixir. But it probably didn't succeed, otherwise, it wouldn't be tainted with the scent of medicine. You are a Lingyue girl, I didn't expect you to become a Dongshu monk in a blink of an eye, the old man of the Xiao family said with a smile on his face. Ancestor deserves the reward, Lingyu also made a breakthrough by luck. Xiao Lingyue said modestly, and then she pointed at Gao Yan and said. Ancestor, this is Lingyue's young apprentice, Gao Yan. Gao Yan quickly pays homage to the ancestor. Junior Gao Yan, I have met our ancestor. Gao Yan quickly bowed and saluted. Good. The ancestor of the Xiao family gave a faint compliment, and then asked Xiao Lingyue, girl, ancestor, I am refining elixirs recently. If anything happens, please tell me quickly. Ancestor, this is what happened. Xiao Lingyue simply told the story of how his disciple obtained the key to the tomb of Emperor Good Fortune, Emperor of Creation. A look of shock appeared on the face of the ancestor of the Xiao family, and then he asked Gao Yan, where is the token? Gao Yan quickly took out the token and presented it with both hands. The other party took the token, studied it solemnly for a while, and then said, yes, this is indeed a token refined by the Emperor of Creation himself. Ancestor, how do you know? Xiao Lingyue asked curiously. She had studied the token but couldn't see anything. The ancestor of the Xiao family explained, your cultivation level is low, so naturally you can't tell anything. First of all, the material used to make the token is imperial gold. Secondly, this token contains a wisp of the aura of the great Emperor of Creation. Ancestor, what kind of material is Emperor Gold? Xiao Lingyue continued to ask. Emperor Gold itself is not precious. What makes it precious is that it has been nourished by the Emperor Dao fruit, turning decay into magic. As for the Emperor's aura, not even you, even ordinary Hadao cultivators can sense it. Even though I'm old, I can barely sense it. If I hadn't known in advance that this was the token left by the great creation, I might have ignored it. I see. Xiao Lingyue suddenly realized, Ancestor, do you know about this Emperor of Creation? The ancestor of the Shao family did not answer immediately, but fell into deep thought. After a while, he slowly spoke. Since the emergence of the civilization of cultivating immortals, many great emperors have been born in this world. Among all the great emperors in the past and present, the most amazing one is there are several, and the Emperor of Creation is one of them. I think about it, the great Emperor of Creation should have been a person. Millions of years ago. I don't know how he became the great emperor. After all, it was too long ago. What's more, all his deeds cannot be recorded in writing. Over time, the deeds of Emperor Creation were lost in the long river of time, and only some major events related to him were passed down to later generations through word of mouth. I also heard about several major events by chance. The first major event about the great Emperor of Creation was that after he became the great emperor, he married two female cultivators of the great emperor as Taoist monks, and held a wedding that shocked the entire spiritual world. Moreover, the two female cultivators of the great emperor were said to be the strongest among the great emperors at that time. You are a role model for me. Hearing this, Gao Yan thought to himself, this great emperor of creation has married two great emperors, should I also set a big goal and marry a female emperor as my wife? The ancestor of the Shao family continued, the second thing he did was that after his marriage, he sneaked into the 9 holy lands at that time and stole their imperial scriptures. As a result, he was jointly hunted down by the 9 holy lands. For this reason, he hidden for more than 30,000 years. After he was reborn, he created an immortal sutra based on his own emperor sutra and the Emperor Sutra of the 9 holy lands. Moreover, he also completed the Immortal Sutra and became the most elite among the emperors. In order to appease the anger of the 9 holy lands, he passed on the Immortal Sutra to the 9 holy lands. After this incident subsided, probably tens of thousands of years later, an immortal came to the world and slaughtered the common people. The great emperors of that era joined forces to stop him, but they were no match for the immortal, and instead were harvested by the immortal. Later, the great emperor of creation appeared and fought against the immortal alone. He used the emperor's cultivation to defeat the immortal and finally killed him. But I didn't expect that this immortal seemed to have a profound background in the upper world. This caused 12 immortals to come to the world again. The great emperor of creation faced the 12 immortals alone and finally killed 5 immortals with his double axe, seriously injuring 3 immortals. Finally, he self-destructed the great emperor's Tao fruit, and finally fell into the world. After the death of Emperor Good Fortune, the immortals erased all traces of Emperor Good Fortune in the world and ordered that no book should record any information about Emperor Good Fortune. Therefore, Emperor Creation is obviously the hero of this world, but with the death of that generation of monks, few people know who Emperor Creation is. Speaking of this, the ancestor of the Shao family couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Ancestor, why do immortals slaughter common people? Xiao Lingyue asked. The ancestor of the Shao family shook his head, I don't know about this either. Maybe you will know when you become an immortal. 100,000 years ago, all the great emperors in this world either disappeared or retired. Could it be related to the immortals? Gao Yan said. Unexpectedly. The ancestor of the Shao family glanced at Gao Yan and then shook his head. Who can say clearly? After all, we are too far away from the realm of the great emperor. Although he is in existence at the 8th level of Hadao, it is difficult for him to break through to the Holy Realm, let alone the great emperor. Therefore, it seems that there are two big realms, but in fact it is a gap that cannot be crossed in a lifetime. By the way, ancestor, my disciple wants to dedicate this token to the sect in exchange for a certain amount of spiritual stones. At this time, Xiao Lingyue said, exchange spiritual stones? The ancestor of the Xiao family looked at Gao Yan with a strange expression. Are you sure you want to change the spirit stone? Yes, ancestor, I don't have any other hobbies, I just like spiritual stones. Gao Yan said nonsense seriously. Okay, since you want spiritual stones, I will help you get more spiritual stones. Thank you, ancestor. Gao Yan immediately expressed gratitude. Wait a minute. The ancestor of the Xiao family said something, then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and rested his mind. About half an hour passed. Someone outside reported that the sect leader Shangguan Shang had arrived. After some pleasantries, the ancestor of the Xiao family invited Shangguan Shang to take a seat. Then he didn't waste any time and said directly, Sect Master, Girl Lingyue's disciple accidentally obtained the key to the tomb of the great emperor of creation, and wants to give it to the sect in exchange for some spiritual stones. Don't let this young man's loyalty go unjust. Key to the emperor's tomb? Shangguan Shang's body trembled slightly, then he reached out and took the token. Later, he asked in detail about the news related to the token, showing a pensive look. Ancestor, what do you think about this matter? The ancestor of the Xiao family said calmly, the appearance of the key means that the emperor's tomb of Emperor Good Fortune is about to be revealed. You can send people to collect other keys. This way, when the emperor's tomb is revealed, our Nine Saints sect can also take the lead. What the ancestor said is true. I will make arrangements when we return. Shangguan Shang nodded. The value of the emperor's tomb is huge. He is 80% sure that the emperor's tomb should contain the inheritance of the great creation. Even if there is no inheritance, if you can obtain 1 or 2 imperial weapons, the overall strength of the Nine Saints sect can be improved to a higher level. Then, he looked at Gao Yan, Holy Son, the token you donated is very important to the sect. Even if you make some excessive demands, I can satisfy you. Are you sure you only want the spirit stone? Sect Master, if you are really embarrassed, just give me more spirit stones. Gao Yan said with a smile. You. Shangguan Shang was a bit dumbfounded. Okay, within 3 days at most, I will send someone to deliver you the spiritual stone you want. Thank you, Master. Gao Yan quickly thanked him. At the same time, he was also thinking about how many spiritual stones Shangguan Shang would reward him. This is the key to the emperor's tomb. Isn't it too much to reward billions of spiritual stones? After Shangguan Shang left, Xiao Lingyue also said goodbye to the ancestor of the Xiao family with high words. Wait. The ancestor of the Xiao family stopped the master and apprentice, first threw a brocade box to Xiao Lingyue, and then threw a storage ring to Gao Yan. The master and apprentice thanked each other again. Gao Yan's face showed a look of ecstasy, because the ancestor of the Xiao family actually gave him tens of billions of spiritual stones, which was an unexpected surprise. After leaving, he pulled out the system's sub-interface. After the revenue value increased by 10 billion, it reached 38.243 billion, which was just over 1 billion away from the upgrade. When the rewards from the sect came down, the system could be upgraded again. As for the total number of spirit stones, it skyrocketed by 50 billion, reaching 526.9 billion. 3 days passed in a flash. The rewards promised by the sect master were also sent. Shangguan Shang was much more generous than Gao Yan had imagined, and actually gave him 20 billion spirit stones. Ding, the system has reached the upgrade requirements, please ask if you want to upgrade. The prompt sound sounded at the right time, and after Gao Yan answered yes, the system entered the upgrade state. Taking advantage of the system upgrade time, Gao Yan went out for a while, and when he came back, there was a pair of sisters around him, Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingshuang. Then he asked Qin Xiangxue to take them to the Zhenchuan mansion to handle the formalities, and the Yi sisters became his followers. Using the sword energy to practice, the Yi sisters practiced very fast. 1 Jindan 3 level, 1 Jindan 2 level, if they had not just entered the Jindan not long ago and had not deeply understood this realm, their practice speed would be faster. At the same time, Gao Yan also summoned all the followers and gave a lot of pills. The 8 foundation building followers knelt down excitedly to thank him, because Gao Yan gave too many pills. Qin Xiangxue also received a reward. Although she tried her best to remain calm, she couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. Get up, all of you, work hard for me, and I won't treat you unfairly. Thank you, Saint, the women said in unison. After sending the women away, Gao Yan called up the system sub-interface. This upgrade rewarded 5 super draws and 3,000 free attribute points. At the same time, the return multiplier also doubled to 5 times. As usual, consume 3 super draws to combine into a luxury draw. System, use 2 super draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a Dongshu triple puppet. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the God and Demon upgrade card. Good luck. Gao Yan smiled with satisfaction, and first learned about the Dongshu triple puppet. It takes 10 million spirit stones to consume 1 hour. For him, whose net worth has exceeded 600 billion, 10 million spirit stones are just a drop in the bucket. Besides, the God and Demon upgrade card can only be used to improve the realm of God and Demon. Use. As soon as the voice fell, the upgrade card turned into a stream of black and white light and sank into his body. After a while, Gao Yan's God and Demon realm was promoted from the peak of the Great God and Demon to the first level of the Law God and Demon. Although he has just stepped into the first level of the Law God and Demon, his strength can be compared with the cultivators in the Cave Void realm. Sure enough, relying on the system to upgrade is the hard truth, Gao Yan said secretly. System, use the luxury lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-level magical power. Breaking the Sky Strike. With a thought, a jade slip appeared in Gao Yan's hand. He put it on his forehead, and the magical power seed flew into his body and merged with him. At the same time, the relevant information of this top-level magical power also appeared in his mind. Oh my God, what a great magical power! The reason why Gao Yan lost his composure was that this magical power could be poured into his own cultivation. At the primary level, it could accommodate up to 10 times the cultivation. Intermediate level can store 20 times of cultivation, advanced level can store 30 times of cultivation, and top level can store 50 times of cultivation. Because this magical power is too strong, it takes 100 free attribute points to upgrade from primary level to intermediate level. It takes 500 free attribute points to upgrade from intermediate level to advanced level. It takes 2,000 free attribute points to upgrade from advanced level to top level. Fortunately, Gao Yan has accumulated more free attribute points, so he upgraded the sky-breaking strike to the top level in one go, and it only consumed 2,600 free attribute points. With a thought, Gao Yan entered my world. Adjusting the time flow rate to 10 times, he began to pour his own cultivation into the sky-breaking strike. 10 days later, Gao Yan left my world. And the sky-breaking strike has stored 50 times of cultivation in the magical power. Once it breaks out, he estimates that even the 9th level of the spiritualization will not be able to resist it, and it may even severely injure the cave void strongman. 2 days later, Gao Yan received a sound transmission note from Xiao Lingyue. So, he came to Lingyue Peak. Junior brother, you are here. Seeing Gao Yan, Yin Yutong's face showed joy. Gao Yan reached out to hug her waist, but she avoided him and glared at him. Don't make trouble, Master is waiting for you. Okay, I'll go see Master first, and after we finish talking about business, we can talk alone. Gao Yan entered Xiao Lingyue's wooden house. The master's expression was a little solemn, and he also arranged a soundproof array. Master, what happened? Xiao Lingyue lowered his voice and said, the people sent by the sect master have found the second token, and the third token has also appeared, but it was obtained by the people of the Baihua sect. Gao Yan smiled and said, this is a good thing. As long as all the tokens are revealed, the tomb of the great emperor of creation should also be revealed. Things are not as simple as you think. Xiao Lingyue shook his head. Tokens have also appeared in Zhongzhou, and the sects in Zhongzhou have fought several battles to compete for the tokens. More than a dozen Dongshu masters have fallen, and 2 Hadao masters have also fallen. They fought so fiercely that they must have known the function of the tokens. Once the sects in Zhongzhou know that we have the tokens, they will definitely come to snatch them. Master, I only know that Zhongzhou is very strong, but how strong are they? Exactly? Gao Yan asked, curiously. Let me tell you this, our Jiuxing sect is at most a second-rate sect in Zhongzhou. Xiao Lingyue said in a deep voice. A second-rate sect? Gao Yan was stunned for 2 seconds, and said, Master, you are not joking. Didn't you say that the emperor-level cultivators can't come out of the world? And the strongest ones are those in the Holy Realm? Our 9-saint sect also has 9 holy realms after all. Well, how can it be a second-rate sect? Xiao Lingyue continued, the strongest force is called the Great Emperor's Dao lineage. These Emperor's Dao lineage not only has the inheritance of the Emperor's scripture, but also has the Emperor's soldiers to suppress luck. You also know that in the same realm, the level of cultivation techniques is different, and the battle there is still a big gap in power. Our ancestors in the Holy Realm practice the holy level cultivation techniques, and the gap between them and those in the Holy Realm who have practiced the Emperor scripture is not small. What's more, although the great emperors of the great Emperor Dao lineage have retired from the world, they also have leaving the avatar to sit in the sect, an incarnation of the Emperor, although not a real Emperor, can easily kill 3 or 5 saints with one slap. A first-rate force that is slightly weaker than the great Emperor's lineage. Although there is no great Emperor, their sect still has the inheritance of the Emperor's scripture, and there are more than 100 powerful men in the Holy Realm. The next second-rate forces must have at least 3 saintly realm powerhouses in charge. Although our 9-saint sect has the 9-saint realm, when it comes to Zhongzhou, it is only slightly stronger than ordinary second-rate sections. Speaking of this, Xiao Lingyue couldn't help but have a look of worry on his face. Gao Yan, on the other hand, was secretly glad. Fortunately, he dedicated the token to the sect, otherwise, when the people from Zhongzhou came to knock on the door, he wouldn't even get a hair. Master, how many top sects and first-class sects are there in Zhongzhou? Gao Yan asked again. There are 5 top-level sects, namely Yinyang Holy Land, 10,000. Immortals Holy Land, Taiyin Holy Land, 10,000 Demons Holy Land and Zhoutian Holy Land. There are 12 first-rate sects, namely. As for the second-rate sects, there are different sizes. Hundreds. Hearing this, Gao Yan felt his scalp numb. Then what should we do when they knock on the door? What else can we do? Choose a force, hand over the token, and then fight for some spots. Xiao Lingyue smiled bitterly and said, after all, Emperor Creation is one of the most powerful emperors in history. His inheritance is so important. It would be great if we can get a share of the pie. If we are too greedy, we may have to destroy the sect. Zhongzhou, Burning Moon Holy Land. Burning Moon Holy Land was originally the lineage of the Great Emperor. But after the Great Emperor passed away 500,000 years ago, no new Great Emperor was born. Although there were imperial soldiers to suppress the destiny. But it was inevitable that it would slide from the top to the first rate. This time, the tomb of the Great Emperor of Creation is about to be unveiled. And the Great Emperor of Creation is one of the most amazing and powerful emperors in ancient and modern times, and he also created the immortal scripture. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Great Emperor of Creation died of exhaustion in a battle with the immortals. After his death, the immortals not only wiped out the traces of the Great Emperor of Creation, but also destroyed the immortal scripture he created. Originally, everyone thought that the immortal scripture would never appear again. Unexpectedly, the backhand left by the Great Emperor of Creation actually exploded 1,000,000 years later. For the immortal scripture, even the 5 top forces could not resist the temptation, and it can be said that they must get it. Therefore, in order to compete for the 4 tokens, the 5 top forces, as well as the first-rate forces including the Burning Moon sect, all came out. Even though second-rate forces secretly participated in the battle, intending to fish in troubled waters. As a result, after several battles, more than a dozen Dongshu strongmen and 2 Hadao strongmen fell, and the 4 tokens fell into the hands of the 4 top forces of Yinyang, Wanxian, Taiyin, and Wanyao. Why did Zhoutian Holy Land not get the token? That was because they withdrew early. Later, everyone knew that Zhoutian Holy Land found the 5th token in Beiyuan. Sent people to Beiyuan to seize it. Then, the 5 top forces released the news that the remaining 4 tokens might be scattered in the 3 major domains of Donghuang, Nanjiang, and Shihuang. The 5 top forces would not fight for the remaining 4 tokens. Because after they obtained a token, it was equivalent to having an admission ticket, and there was no need to fight for more tokens. The 5 top forces did not participate. Then, the task of seizing tokens from the other 3 places naturally fell on the first-rate and second-rate forces. Of course, to go to the other 3 domains, you also need to pay attention to strategy. If a group of masters were sent directly, it would most likely cause the vigilance and alertness of the 3 major holy places in the western wilderness, the 9 major sects in the eastern wilderness, and the demon race. It might even lead to a war. Although Zhongzhou is very strong, even if the other 4 regions join forces, they cannot defeat Zhongzhou. But Zhongzhou is not a monolithic entity. What's more, the 5 top forces will not show up at all to seize the tokens from these 3 places. Without the 5 top forces, their group of first- and second-rate sects may not be able to defeat the 3 regions together. Therefore, after a discussion between the 12 first-rate sects and the 36 powerful second-rate sects, it was decided to send the younger generation to the 3 regions for exchanges, and then the accompanying masters would find the whereabouts of the tokens. If the tokens did not fall into the hands of the top forces in the 3 regions, they would take them back to Zhongzhou directly. If they had already obtained them, they could negotiate with them and give them some places to enter the tomb of the great emperor as long as they handed over the tokens. Because everyone knows that the real battle is still after entering the tomb of the great emperor. If there is a huge conflict with the forces of the 3 domains now, and there is damage, after entering the tomb of the great emperor, it will definitely take less benefits. The matter of going to the East Wilderness to collect tokens is led by the 4 first-rate sects of Burning Moon sect, Liang sect, Feiyu sect, and Tianyu sect. In addition, there are 12 second-rate sects accompanying them. The Burning Moon sect is led by the Holy Sun Shui Wujia, assisted by the Holy Sun Lian Zifeng and the Holy Maiden Sikong Wanfeng, and there are 24 excellent true disciples accompanying them. The 3 holy sons are all in the late stage of the God transformation. Among the 24 true disciples, 8 have also entered the God transformation, and the rest are all in the 9th level of the nascent soul. It must be said that Zhongzhou is really strong. Any true disciple can be compared with the holy sons and holy maidens of the East Wilderness sect, and even stronger. Wujia, you need to grasp the degree of doing things when you go to the East Wilderness this time, while shocking the 9 major sects in the East Wilderness, you must not completely hate them. In addition, you are not only talented, but also very intelligent. Although the 2 elders are responsible for searching for the token, if the 2 elders fail to do their job, I hope that you can also contribute. Facing the master's private lecture, Shui Wujia nodded solemnly, Master, don't worry, Wujia will not let you down on this trip to the East Wilderness. The leader of the Burning Moon sect nodded, Okay, the master is waiting for your good news in the sect. Without further ado, you can take people to the East Wilderness. Yes, disciple, take your leave. On the other side, after Gao Yan finished chatting with Xiao Lingyue, he came to the wooden house of his senior sister Yin Yutong. He also specially asked her to open the formation. After being bored for an hour, Gao Yan left with satisfaction. As for the forces in Zhongzhou, to be honest, he didn't worry much. After all, there were tall people to support the sky when it fell. It was not his turn as a junior to bother to deal with it. Even if he wanted to, the sect leaders might not take it seriously, after all. His words were not taken seriously. Back to the Holy Sun Hall. Gao Yan tried to practice the god and demon art. After only 1 hour of practice, he gave up. His progress was too slow. According to his current practice speed, it would take at least hundreds of years to break through to the 2nd level of the law god and demon. So, instead of wasting this time, it is better to get an upgrade card through the lottery. With a thought, the system mall of the sub-interface was called up. The 3 items refreshed this month were almost useless to him. But after thinking about it, Gao Yan still spent 1 billion and bought one of the low-grade spiritual treasures. He didn't need the low-grade spiritual treasure, but he could use it as a gift. Collapse system interface. Gao Yan appeared outside the palace complex in a flash. Although the mountain protection formation of Xingzi Peak is good, it is only a third-level formation. It can only block ordinary Yuanying cultivators. So Gao Yan decided to upgrade the level of the mountain protection formation. It took several hours. After Gao Yan's transformation, the mountain protection formation of Xingzi Peak not only became a fourth-level top formation, but also had the functions of attacking, trapping people, and gathering spirits. As Gao Yan restarted the formation, the surrounding spiritual energy was quickly extracted and finally fell into the formation. The concentration of spiritual energy in the formation was also constantly increasing. The women in Xingzi Peak naturally felt the changes in the surrounding environment, and they all released their divine thoughts to explore the cause. But found Gao Yan floating in the air. They all woke up and realized that this was the work of the Holy Sun. I didn't expect the Holy Sun's attainments in formations to be so high. Qin Xiangshua's eyes flashed with admiration. The Holy Sun was the same age as her. Not only did he cultivate to the 9th level of Yuanying, he also had such a high attainment in formations. I really don't know how he did it. Suddenly, he thought of something. He immediately stood up to prepare. After Gao Yan landed, she immediately brought the brewed spiritual tea to him. Your Highness, you have worked hard, have a cup of tea. Gao Yan took the teacup and drank a sip, and asked, Xiangxue, have you adapted during this period? Thank you for your concern, the servant has completely adapted to the current life. Qin Xiangxue said nervously. Gao Yan had already explored the situation in the Holy Palace, and it was all in good order under Qin Xiangshue's arrangement. Do you have any questions about your practice? If so, just ask, I will give you some advice. Gao Yan said. Qin Xiangxue was delighted and quickly expressed her doubts about her practice. Her doubts about practice were just child's play for Gao Yan, who could analyze the doubts clearly in a few words, which benefited Qin Xiangxue a lot. In the blink of an eye, 8 days passed. The exchange team from Zhongzhou finally arrived in Donghuang. The 9 major sects also received the news immediately. Even the personnel information of this communication team has been investigated clearly. Of course, there is also the fact that the Zhongzhou exchange team has no intention of hiding anything interesting. This exchange team did not visit the 9 major sects, but temporarily built a city on a plain. In this regard, the 9 major sects don't know what they want to do. Just send spies to find out. Then, Gao Yan received another transmission note from Xiao Lingyue. Lingyue Peak. Inside the wooden house. Gao Yan, master and disciple, are all here. Xiao Lingyue said with a sigh, Zhongzhou is indeed Zhongzhou. The saints from the 4 first-class sects in the exchange team that came this time are all in the late stage of becoming gods. Even the true disciples also have many transformed gods. We compared with them, the 9 saints sect is far behind. Although he was a little shocked by the power of the Zhongzhou sect, Gao Yan was not shocked. Just kidding, he is a bad guy. Besides, his divine and demon skills have reached the first level of law, divine and demon, comparable to Dongshu and the Holy Sun from Zhongzhou. Women are much stronger. Master, Zhongzhou only sent their Holy Sun this time. I think they have no intention of using their power to overwhelm others. What did the sect leader think about it? The sect leader decided to wait and see what happens, and at the same time Sent people to Zhongzhou to find out the news, Xiao Lingyue said. Gao Yan nodded, agreeing with the sect leader's approach. If the troops from Zhongzhou rush to offer tokens as soon as they arrive, it would be too much of a disgrace to oneself. What's more, the Nine Saints sect now has 2 tokens, which can be sold at a price. Disciple, what do you think of the exchange team from Zhongzhou? Xiao Lingyue looked at Gao Yan and asked. Gao Yan thought for a while. The exchange team is a cover. Their real purpose should be to investigate the whereabouts of the token. 2. Xiao Lingyue nodded. At this moment, there was movement from the mountain guard formation at Lingyue Peak. The 3 masters and disciples all felt the same. Just when they were about to investigate, an excited voice sounded, Master! Master, we are back! It's the senior sister, second senior brother and third senior sister who are back. Yin Yutong stood up excitedly. She started at a young age, but it can be said that she has been following 2 senior sisters and 1 senior brother since she was a child. Natural feelings are excellent. The person who shouted was none other than third senior sister Luo Chanqian. Senior sister, second senior brother, third senior sister. Yin Yutong couldn't wait to rush out of the wooden house, and sure enough he saw the figures of 2 women and 1 man appearing on the top of the mountain. Little junior sister. Luo Chanqian came to Yin Yutong in a flash, stretched out her hand and rubbed her head. Hey, little junior sister, you have actually broken through to the 4th level of nascent soul. Could it be that Master gave you some special treatment after we left? Bar? Master is very kind to me, but he didn't give me a small chance. Yin Yutong said quickly, but third senior sister, I have to correct your mistake. I am not a junior sister now, because Master has accepted another junior brother. At this time, Gao Yan and Xiao Lingyue also walked out of the wooden house. Disciple Yu Qingkong pays homage to Master. Disciple Bai Songyun pays homage to Master. Disciple Luo Chanqian pays homage to Master. After being away from the mountain for many years, they returned again and saw their master again. The 3 of them were extremely excited and they all came forward and knelt down to salute. Seeing this, Gao Yan, who was following Xiao Lingyue, quickly moved away. Just come back, everyone, get up. Xiao Lingyue also had a gentle smile on his cold face. He stretched out his hand to help the 3 disciples up, and felt even more satisfied after feeling their breaths at the same time. Because the cultivation of the 3 disciples has improved a lot. Yu Qingkong was originally at the 5th level of the nascent soul, but she didn't expect that after decades of being away, she had reached the 8th level of the nascent soul. Although Bai Songyun is a little behind, he has reached the peak of the 7th level of Yuanying, and even Luo Chanqian has reached the 4th level of Yuanying. You must know that Yu Qingkong is only over 300 years old. Among the elders' true biography, there is no one of her age who has such a cultivation level as hers. Thank you, Master. The 3 of them stood up. By the way, this is my new disciple, named Gao Yan. For a moment, the 3 people's eyes fell on Gao Yan, but when they sensed Gao Yan's aura, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Because through the breath, they judged that this junior brother had actually reached the 9th level of nascent soul. I've met my junior brother. I've met senior sister, second senior brother and third senior sister. Gao Yan returned the favor with a smile. Junior brother, are you the 9th level of nascent soul? Luo Chanqian asked. Directly. Meeting her eyes, Gao Yan nodded, yes, third senior sister. At this time, Xiao Lingyue said happily, your junior brother was recommended to be the 8th saint son of our 9 saints sect some time ago. Wow, Holy Son, this is so awesome. Luo Chanqian said in shock. Yu Qingkong and Bai Songyun were even more surprised. Subsequently, Xiao Lingyue called the 3 people into the wooden house and listened to them talk about what they had experienced during their travels in Zhongzhou the past few decades. In fact, what she is most concerned about is whether Yu Qingkong has found a thunder attribute technique that matches her own attributes. Gao Yan and Yin Yutong made each of them a cup of tea, which made the 3 of them feel flattered. Although Gao Yan is their younger junior brother, he is still the Holy Son. However, because of this, the 3 of them had a great impression of this junior brother whom they met for the first time. Junior brother, senior sister and senior brother are back, shouldn't we celebrate? After leaving the cabin, Yin Yutong hinted at Gao Yan. Senior sister, just say you are greedy for meat, don't you? You have to find an excuse. I hate it, as long as you know it, you have to expose me. Yin Yutong raised his fist and threatened. Okay, I'm going to barbecue right away. I want to eat the flesh of a 4th-level monster. Yin Yutong said. Actually, I still have the meat of a 5th-level monster. Do you want to eat it? Gao Yan said with a smile. Yin Yutong's eyes lit up. Is the meat of the 5th-level monster delicious? What do you think? Then I want to eat. Kiss me first. Yin Yutong glanced in the direction of the wooden house, gently stood on tiptoes and kissed Gao Yan on the cheek. Kiss here. Gao Yan pointed to his lips. Moo. Yin Yutong had no choice but to kiss him again. This is okay, stinking junior brother. Okay, come with me, let's make skewers from the meat first. The 5th-level monster contains too much energy and is not easy to digest, so it is easier to eat and digest it when made into kebabs. The 2 of them worked together to make thousands of strings at once. Gao Yan thought it was almost done. Junior brother, do more. Yin Yutong said. Can you finish eating so much? In his opinion, 1,000 meat skewers are more than enough. If you can't finish it, you can save it and eat it later. Okay, let's make another 1,000 skewers. Make another 2,000 skewers. Kiss me again. In order to eat meat, Yin Yutong had to kiss Gao Yan on the lips. After making the skewers, Gao Yan took out the barbecue grill and started grilling the meat. The meat of the 5th-level monster is exceptionally delicious, and when combined with super seasonings, the aroma it exudes is extremely tempting. Not seeing Yin Yutong standing next to him, he couldn't bear to move his eyes away, and he had already swallowed several times. What does it smell like? It smells so good. In the wooden house, the 3 of them, Yu Qingkong, smelled the smell of barbecue, and suddenly felt very hungry and greedy. But Xiao Lingyue was not surprised by this. Not only does her little apprentice have a special liking for spirit stones, she also likes delicious food. She has also eaten Gao Yan's barbecue. She has to say that her little apprentice is also good at barbecue. So, she smiled and said, it was your junior brother who knew you were coming back and specially prepared a barbecue to entertain you. Lingyue peeked inside the pavilion. The 6 masters and apprentices were sitting around eating meat and drinking wine. Those with the lowest cultivation levels present have all reached the 4th level of nascent soul, and they have all left the realm of relying on food for energy. But Gao Yan's kebabs made with 5th-level monster meat were so tempting that even Xiao Lingyue, a strong man with cave weakness, could hardly resist the Charm of the kebabs. What's more, she naturally didn't want to spoil the fun when her 3 apprentices returned from the mountain for decades. Senior sister, I heard from little senior sister that you went to Zhongzhou to look for thunder attribute skills, but it went well. Gao Yan asked. Through brief contact, he had figured out the temperament of 2 senior sisters and 1 senior brother. The senior sister has a slightly cold temperament and doesn't like to talk much. The second senior brother is a warm-hearted man who has great affection for the senior sister. He looks after the senior sister in his eyes and outside. The third senior sister, Luo Chanshan, has a more out-of-the-box temperament. Yu Qingkong said with some regret, thunder-type techniques are relatively rare. After decades, I have only found 1 high-grade Xian-level technique. What a coincidence, I have a local mid-level thunder attribute technique. Here, just use it as a meeting gift from my younger brother to my senior sister. While speaking, Gao Yan took out a jade slip and handed it to Yu Qingkong. Gao Yan purchased this technique from the system mall and it only cost him 100 million spirit stones. This? Yu Qingkong was stunned, not knowing whether he should accept it or not. Just accept what your junior brother gives you, Xiao Lingyue said. Thank you, junior brother. Yu Qingkong took the jade slip with gratitude. Junior brother, you are partial and only give me the meeting gift to the senior sister. Where is my meeting gift? At this time, Luo Chanshan on the side said, pretending to be dissatisfied. Third senior sister, shouldn't you be the one who gives the junior brother a greeting gift? At this time Yin Yutong interrupted. Junior sister, you can't say that. My junior brother is the Holy Sun, and he is much higher than me in terms of status. Luo Chanshan argued. Gao Yan smiled, took out 3 jade bottles and handed them to the 3 of them respectively. Each jade bottle contains 100 drops of sword energy, which can help senior sisters and brothers practice. As the saying goes, there is a difference between closeness and distance. Although we are all from the same sect, his relationship with Yin Yutong is even closer, so he sends thousands of sword energy to Yin Yutong. But only 100 drops were given to Yu Qingkong and several others. What kind of energy is sword energy? Luo Chanshan grabbed the jade bottle and asked, curiously. This sword energy can quickly improve your cultivation. 1 drop will cost you 2 million spiritual stones. Yin Yutong explained with some pride. When Luo Chanshan heard that 1 drop would cost 2 million, Luo Chanshan's hand grabbing the jade bottle couldn't help but tremble slightly. 1 drop would cost 2 million, and 100 drops would cost 200 million spiritual stones. This junior brother's move would be too generous. Junior brother, this sword energy is too precious, we can't have it. Yu Qingkong declined. Yes, little junior brother, your wish is my senior brother's, but you really can't have it. Second senior brother Bai Songyun also followed. Luo Chanshan also wanted to say goodbye, but at this time, Xiao Lingyue spoke. Again, okay, don't refuse anymore, your junior brother is not short of this sword energy, disciple, what I said is right. What master said is absolutely true. Gao Yan nodded. In that case, I will accept it as my senior sister. However, my junior brother, I also have a gift for you, but I just can't get it. Don't dislike it. Luo Chanshan thought for a while and took out a broken sword. Judging from the aura, this broken sword is a spiritual treasure. It has just been damaged and lost its level. At best, it can exert the power of a top-grade spiritual weapon. Thank you, senior sister. I like this gift very much. I won't dislike it. Gao Yan did not show any pretense and directly accepted the broken sword, intending to throw it to Kunwa sword to swallow. Third senior sister, where is mine? Yin Yutong stared at Luo Chanshan and asked. Junior sister Yutong, if you don't owe anything, it's mainly because you are poor as a senior sister, Luo Chanshan said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Yu Qingkong and Bai Songyun also took out gifts to give to Gao Yan, but after giving Gao Yan, there were no gifts for Yin Yutong. The main reason is that they only prepared one gift, and they did not expect that the master would accept another young disciple and give them a big gift as soon as they met. So I had to give Gao Yan the gift prepared for Yin Yutong. But I promised that I would make up for the gift to Yin Yutong later. Next, everyone chatted while eating meat and drinking wine. Mainly Luo Chanshan talked about their experiences in Zhongzhou, and also talked about how the sects in Zhongzhou had fought for tokens some time ago. They witnessed the fight between several Dongshu powerful men. It was precisely because they felt that there was chaos in Zhongzhou that they rushed back to Donghuang. Luo Chanshan finished off a skewer of meat in one gulp, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then said loudly, if you want to talk about the younger generation in Zhongzhou, she belongs to the youngest saint Gongsun Yao Yao from the Taiyin Holy Land, who came from behind. Upon hearing this name, a look of astonishment flashed across Gao Yan's face. It seemed that he had won a fiancé through a lottery before, and this fiancé seemed to be named Gongsun Yao Yao. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be the youngest saint of the Taiyin Holy Land. That lottery gave Gao Yan a memory of his childhood. He and Gongsun Yao Yao were both mortal families in a certain mortal empire city. The Gao family and the Gongsun family have been friends for generations. When he was 6 years old, the elders in his family arranged a marriage between him and Gongsun Yao Yao. But there are unforeseen circumstances. When the two were 9 years old, Gao Yan's grandfather held a 60th birthday party. However, 2 monks were fighting in the sky above the city. In the end, one of the monks was defeated and chose to self-destruct and die with the other monk, which also affected the city below. 99% of the people in the city died, and the entire city was reduced to ruins. Almost all the people in the Gao family and the Gongsun family died. Finally, an old servant of the Gao family who survived took Gao Yan and Gongsun Yao Yao away from the city. But it was raining cats and dogs. On the way to escape, they encountered bandits again. The old servant used his life to hold the bandits back, allowing Gao Yan and Gongsun Yao Yao to escape. Although the two escaped in the end, but they became a pair of street children. In this way, the two wandered together for 2 years. One day 2 years later, Gao Yan woke up from the ruined temple and Gongsun Yao Yao was gone. He also looked for her everywhere, but he never found her. He was sad for a long time. Later, when Gao Yan was 12 years old, he was detected to have 3 spiritual roots by a branch of the 9 Saints sect, and then sent to the 9 Saints sect to become an outer disciple. According to Luo Chanshan, Gongsun Yao Yao had joined the Taiyin Holy Land for only more than 10 years. 1 year to build the foundation, 2 years to form the golden elixir, and 3 years to form the nascent soul. Improving the cultivation level was as easy as eating and drinking. In just over 10 years, Gongsun Yao Yao had already reached the level of God transformation, and she also practiced the Taiyin Holy Land's imperial scripture Taiyin treasure book. She also mastered the 3 top magical powers of the Taiyin Holy Land, and Her combat power was almost invincible in the god transformation. Later, she was accepted as a close disciple by a saintly ancestor of the Tian Holy Land. During this period, a killer organization wanted to assassinate Gong's son, Yao Yao. As a result, the assassination failed, but it angered the Tian Holy Land. In the end, 12 saints came with imperial soldiers and directly destroyed the killer organization. You know, that assassin organization is also quite famous in Zhongzhou, and the leader of the organization is also a Saint Realm expert. TSK, I didn't expect my fiancée to be so favored in Tian Holy Land. Is she going to let me eat gigolo? Gao Yan said secretly, but it's not certain whether Gong's son Yao Yao will recognize him. If there is a drama of breaking off the engagement, it will be even more funny. By then, maybe he will also be famous in the entire cultivation world. Eastern Wasteland, Silver Dragon Snowfield. Due to climate reasons, heavy snowfalls and extremely low temperatures have formed in this place hundreds of meters deep, making it impossible for animals and plants to survive. This led to the extinction of life, and even monks rarely set foot in this area. But in recent days, monks have often appeared in this area. Why? But it was the exchange team from Zhongzhou that built a giant city on the vast snowfield. I heard that the incoming exchange team was composed of geniuses from the first-rate and second-rate sects in Zhongzhou, so many casual cultivators came nearby, wanting to admire the geniuses of Zhongzhou. Naturally, spies from the 9 major sects were indispensable to observe among the crowd. This city is called Thunder City, but in fact, it is a magic weapon. Now, in a luxurious palace in the center of Thunder City, Shi Wen Zi is hosting a banquet for the saints, and true disciples of 3 other first-rate sects and 12 second-rate sects. Shi Wen Zi is the most outstanding saint son of the Burning Moon sect. He is only in his early 200 years, but his cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of divine transformation, and he also has a unique divine body. His combat power is quite formidable. He once fought 2 monks of the first level of Cave Void alone, but he himself was unscathed. Unfortunately, the battle ended too quickly. When others arrived, they did not see the fighting between the 2 sides, which led to the mystery of what kind of divine body Shi Wen Zi possessed. Generally speaking, the physiques and magical powers of talents who have been specially trained by the sect will be kept secret as much as possible to avoid being caught by the enemy's weaknesses and flaws. As for the saints and saints of the other 3 first-class sects, they are also very good, but they are half or even a step behind Shi Wen Zi. Naturally, he also became the leader of everyone. Brother Wu Jia, what are your plans next? Hui Yunxiao, the holy son from the Shenin sect, sitting at the front left of Shi Wen Zi asked with a smile. Shi Wen Zi said lightly, I believe that the news of the key to the emperor's tomb has spread to the eastern wasteland. Most of the 9 major sects in the eastern wasteland have guessed our intentions. We stay here to give them time to think and let them take the initiative to contact us. Upon hearing this, the other saints looked thoughtful. But what if they want to pretend to be stupid with us? A saint said with a smile. Then we are not vegetarians either. Shi Wen Zi said calmly, the purpose of our coming to the Eastern Baron is the key to the Emperor's tomb. The 9 major sects of the Eastern Baron can also become kings and hegemons in the Eastern Baron. Since our Zhongzhou has intervened, the best choice is to give us the key. Brother Wu Jia is absolutely right, so let's just wait. Just then, Shui Wujia's followers came to report that a Dongshu-level elder from the Xianming sect came to pay their respects. Upon hearing this, everyone present's eyes lit up. Shui Wujia said without changing his expression, "Invite him in." After a while, the entourage led Zhang Jiushu, the elder of Xianming sect Dongshu, into the hall. Zhang Jiushu had obviously mastered the identity information of the people present, and patiently greeted each saint and saint. Why did Elder Zhang come? After he finished the ceremony, Shui Wujia asked in an indifferent tone. Faced with Shui Wujia's indifference, Zhang Jiushu didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Sir Wujia, I know that you are here for the keys to the Emperor's tomb. I know who holds 2 of the keys. Excuse me, if I tell you the whereabouts of these 2 keys, how many places will my Xianming sect get? If the news is true, I will give you 10 places." Shui Wujia said with a cold expression. "Sage Wujia, 10 places are too few." Zhang Jiushu said with some dissatisfaction. "It's just news." Shui Wujia showed a sneer. "If your Xianming sect can directly offer 2 tokens, this palace will promise you 200 places in the Xianming sect. The Emperor's tomb is not an ordinary place. Although there are no bones left of Emperor creation, it is impossible for him to undergo a corpse transformation. However, don't forget that Emperor creation also has 2 Emperor-level wives." After speculation and analysis, they believed that the tomb of Emperor Good Fortune was probably built by 2 of his Taoist companions. In other words, the bodies of these 2 female emperors may also be in the Emperor's tomb. Once these 2 corpses transform into corpses, it will be a very terrifying thing. Therefore, exploring the tomb of the great emperor requires a group of cannon fodder to clear the way, so Shui Wujia randomly promised 200 places. "Is this true?" Zhang Jiushu's eyes lit up. "My senior brother promises 1,000 pieces of gold, and I will not deceive you." Xikong Wanfeng, the saint of the Burning Moon sect, sneered, looking at Zhang Jiushu with a bit of disdain and ridicule in her eyes. "In this case, our Xianming sect will send the token to the holy son of Wujia." Zhang Jiushu said quickly, not taking Xikong Wanfeng's ridicule and disdain to heart at all. 1 month, I only give you 1 month. Shui Wujia spoke again. "Good." Zhang Jiushu nodded heavily, then turned around and left. "Senior brother, do you think the other party will bring the token?" Xikong Wanfeng asked. "It doesn't matter whether you bring it or not. In short, we are bound to get Dong Wang's token," Shui Wujia said with great confidence. Zhang Jiushu rushed back to Xianming sect as quickly as possible, and then met Zhou Shenji, the leader of Xianming sect. "Junior brother Jiushu, how did things go?" Zhou Shenji asked. "Sect master, I have already met with Shui Wujia, the holy son of the Burning Moon sect. He promised that as long as we send 2 tokens, he will give us 200 places to enter the Emperor's tomb." 200. Zhou Shenji repeated in a low voice, "Okay, you go down and rest first." "Yes." Zhang Jiushu didn't dare to say anything. After he left, Zhou Shenji suddenly disappeared and reappeared in a separate void space. He waved casually. 9 chairs appeared in the void. After a while, a figure appeared on the 9 chairs one after another. "I've met all the ancestors." Zhou Shenji first stood up and saluted, and then said in a deep voice, "The 2 keys are in the hands of Baihua sect and 9 Saints sect. Baihua sect has a good chance of seizing the token, but it has to be obtained from the 9 Saints sect. Cards, it's not easy." 1,000 birds in the forest is worse than a bird in the hand. A figure on the chair said, don't think about the token from the 9 saints. Sect for the time being. After all, those 9 old ghosts are not vegetarians. Let's focus on taking down the token from the 100 Flowers sect first. Although the 9 saints of the 9 saints sect are quite low-key, their strength is still quite powerful, and the 9 old ghosts have been together all year round and are proficient in combined attack formations. Although Xianming sect also has 9 holy realms, it cannot suppress the 9 old ghosts. On the contrary, Baihua sect ranks lowest among the 9 sects, with only 6 holy realms. Xianming sect can completely suppress them. That's all thanks to the hard work of the 9 ancestors. Zhou Shenji nodded. Don't be too greedy. Although he really wanted to get the 200 places, dealing with 2 sects at the same time might end up being a fight. Baihua sect, the innate secret territory where the sect's main hall is located. Suddenly, 9 figures appeared out of thin air. Then 9 large golden bells floated out from their bodies, turning into giant bells thousands of feet high and flying to 9 directions and falling. Buzz buzz. 9 golden bells chimed in unison, and golden runes flew out from them and merged into the void. Between breaths, the entire void in the secret realm was completely sealed. Xianming sect, what do you want to do? 6 figures emerged, and the avenue space behind them had been opened, and one could see the avenues rising and falling in the void behind them. Fairy Baihua, hand over the key to the Emperor's tomb. I promise that I will not harm you at all. A threatening old voice sounded. Upon hearing this, Baihua Fairy, the founder of Baihua sect, and the other 5 saints showed anger on their faces. Fairy Baihua said coldly, Old monster Xianming, aren't you afraid that I will publicize this matter and be punished by all the forces in the eastern wasteland? Although the 9 major sects in the eastern wilderness are at odds with each other, in order to maintain the situation in the eastern wilderness, the holy realms of the 9 major sects have privately signed an agreement that the holy realms shall not attack each other without reason. Therefore, old monster Xianming broke into the secret realm of Baihua sect with 8 other saints from Xianming sect, which was a violation of the agreement. The old monster Xianming smiled disdainfully. Fairy Baihua, you are too naive. The key to the Emperor's tomb is so precious. Even if I don't come to seize it, why don't other sects want the key to the Emperor's tomb? If you hand over the key obediently, I can give you 20 quotas. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. At that time, as long as I give some quotas to other sects, do you think they will uphold justice for you? To put it bluntly, this world is still benefits, then a signed agreement is an agreement if it is followed, otherwise it is just a piece of waste paper. Hearing this, Baihua Fairy's expression changed several times. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, 20 places are too few. Let's split it in half? Haha. Old monster Xianming smiled disdainfully. Fairy Baihua, I advise you not to push yourself too far. I will give you 25 places at most. 40. In the end, after some bargaining, the number of names given to Baihua sect was set at 30. After receiving the token, old monster Xianming couldn't help but laugh. Fairy Baihua, you have made a wise choice. I will give you another chance. There is another token from the 9 Saints sect. If you are willing to join forces with me, how about seizing the token and giving you 30 more places? No need. Fairy Baihua refused, without even thinking. The 9 sects of the Eastern Wasteland seem to be on equal footing, but in fact, the 9 Saints sect and the Xianming sect were the strongest. Although the quota is attractive, they may not be able to bear it if the 9 Saints sect retaliates against their 100 Flowers sect. Seeing Baihua's refusal now, a look of regret flashed in old monster Xuanming's eyes. Farewell. The next moment, the 9 old monsters Xianming put away the golden bell and left through the void of the secret realm. Senior sister, this Xianming sect is too domineering. Another Holy Land said with resentment. That's their domineering capital. Fairy Baihua sighed softly. Old monster Xianming has reached the 8th level of the Holy Realm, and the other 8 are also above the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. On the other hand, in our sect, I am the only one who has reached the 6th level of the Holy Realm, and the 5 of you are only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Holy Realm. Not to mention, they are still prepared. And we have no confidence to resist. Yes, only the 9 Saints sect can compete with the Xianming sect. This is not as simple as just competing with the Xianming sect. The 9 Saints sect is not as simple as you think. Baihua Fairy said lightly. She knew a piece of news. The 9 Saints sect has a special humanoid weapon called the Immortal Weapon. Immortal soldiers alone cannot pose a threat to their holy realm, but if they form a formation, they will have a strong threat. A few days flew by. A news spread from Silver Dragon Snow Plains. The geniuses from Zhongzhou took the stage in Thunder City. All monks in the Eastern Wasteland who are no more than 1,000 years old can compete. There is no penalty for losing. There is a reward for winning, and the reward is quite generous. The arena is divided into Ordinary Arena, True Arena, and Genius Arena. Winning in the Ordinary Arena will reward you with a low-grade Lingbao. Winning in the True Arena will reward you with a medium-grade Lingbao, and winning in the Tianjiao Arena will reward you with a high-grade Lingbao. Faced with such temptation, the monks who were no more than 1,000 years old in the Eastern Wasteland rushed to the Thunder City on the snowy field to fight. On the first day, there were thousands of challengers, and they were all challenging in an ordinary arena, but none of them won. It is said that those who defended the arena were all the followers of the Holy Sun and Saint. On the next and third days, more and more people challenged, but still no one won. Then, by Qiongxing, the Holy Son of the Moon God sect, a second-rate sect in Zhongzhou, said that all the young people in Donghuang who could fight would be destroyed. This word spread more and more widely, and soon spread throughout the entire Eastern Wasteland. Countless monks under the age of several thousand rushed to the snowfield. Unfortunately, in the next few days, no one still won. On the snowfield, several large flying boats are flying towards Thunder City. On the deck of one of the flying boats, Gao Yan was drinking tea made by Qin Shanxue. Your Highness, why are you not nervous at all? Qin Mi asked jokingly. Why am I nervous? Gao Yan asked back, I am just a newly promoted Saint Sun. The matter of bringing glory to the sect naturally has to be done by the Saint Sun Xiahou and Nangong and Saintess Xiahou. If it weren't for the order of the sect master, I don't even want to come. After several days of arena battles, no one in the East Wasteland succeeded in the challenge. With Bai Qiongxing's mocking words, the 9 major sects could not sit still. On the 9 Saint sect side, the sect leader Sheng Wansheng directly ordered that every Saint son or Saint daughter bring some outstanding true disciples to Thunder City to challenge. Among the many true disciples, Gao Yan was most familiar with Qin Mi, Li Jincheng and Mei Ruyan, so he took them with him. Of course, there were also 3 senior sisters and a senior brother accompanying him. You are not angry at all. You know that Bai Chongxing mocked all of us young people. Qin Mi asked, curiously. Why should I be angry? Gao Yan still disagreed. I am not the strongest of the young generation, and it is not my turn to be angry. After flying for about half a quarter of an hour, the flying boat landed outside Thunder City. After putting away the flying boat, Gao Yan led his people to follow Xiahou Jian into Thunder City. Today's Thunder City is very lively, gathering a large number of East Wasteland cultivators. Gao Yan and his group were quite conspicuous. Therefore, they attracted the attention of many cultivators as soon as they entered the city. Interesting, the people from the Nine Saints sector here. Shui Wujia had a panoramic view of the entire Thunder City, so when he found the people from the Nine Saints sect, he couldn't help but smile. After a while, the people from the Nine Saints sect came to the square in the center of Thunder City. There were a total of 99 large, medium and small arenas here. At this moment, there were cultivators fighting on 33 small arenas. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the cultivators from Zhongzhou were the ones who had the upper hand. What a shame! Xiahou Jian frowned and said with dissatisfaction. There was a reason why Xiahou Jian was angry. These monks who challenged were obviously average in strength, but had no self-awareness. They had to jump up to challenge, but in the end they embarrassed the entire Donghuang. Gao Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he watched the battle on the ring with great interest. Compared with the mixed monks in the eastern wasteland, the monks in Zhongzhou showed quite good fighting skills. So, he turned around and asked his second senior brother Bai Songyun, second senior brother, you have also been in Zhongzhou for decades. Do you know why these monks from Zhongzhou are so skilled and experienced in fighting? The two sides fighting in the arena have similar cultivation levels. Moreover, Zhongzhou did not use magic weapons to suppress the eastern wasteland monks. Bai Songyun said, Zhongzhou has mastered a technology called Battle Realm. Sects of second-rate or above have their own battle realm, and all disciples can enter it to accumulate fighting skills experience. Tell me more about this battle situation. Gao Yan became interested. Then Bai Songyun told the battle situation in detail. Moreover, the three of them had also entered the battle situation, but they were not very friendly to the monks outside Zhongzhou. The fee for entering the battlefield to experience is extremely high. What exactly is the war situation like? Similar to the metaverse. The monks who enter can fight inside and polish their magical powers and spells. Because in a battle environment, even if you die, you will lose some soul power at most and will not cause any real damage. And life and death can often stimulate one's own potential. Therefore, it is very effective to hone your magic and magical powers in it. This leads to the fact that the fighting energy of the monks in Zhongzhou is far higher than that of the monks in the other 4 regions. Bang! On the ring, a Donghuang monk was knocked away. Xiahou Jian couldn't stand it any longer and said to the attendant beside him, Hongxin, go challenge me. Yes, Your Highness. Xu Xin is Xiahou Jian's personal follower, and his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of nascent soul. After the opponent gets on the ring, Zhongzhou also sent a person from the 3rd level of nascent soul up there. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan used the detection function of the inside eye to detect Su Xian and the Zhongzhou monk. If you just look at the data, your humility is much more luxurious than the other party. Although he is Xiahou Jian's follower, he possesses dual spiritual roots and a golden spiritual body. His talent and physique are no worse than those of ordinary elders. And it can be seen that Xia Hojian also values him, because he is actually practicing high-level skills on the earth level. On the contrary, the third-level nascent soul from Zhongzhou, although he has dual spiritual roots, does not have a spiritual body, and the skills he practices are only at the middle level of the earth level. Junior brother Gao, who do you think can win? Xia Homing walked to Gao Yan and asked. It's hard to say. Gao Yan shook his head. Naxing Xian seemed to have an advantage in terms of statistics, but the battle of skills was not just about his innate physique and skills. At least in terms of proficiency in mastering spells and magical powers. Humility is not as good as the other party. Soon, the two fought in the ring. At the beginning, Su Xian had an absolute advantage, forcing the opponent to defend and dodge. But after a quarter of an hour, Han Xian, who has been unable to attack for a long time, inevitably becomes anxious. Finally, another half-quarter of an hour passed. The monks from Zhongzhou seized the opportunity and defeated Su Xian. See this scene. Xia Hojian's handsome face couldn't help but become gloomy. Your Highness, I have embarrassed you. Sun Xian knelt down on one knee and said with a look of shame. Waste. Xia Hojian said in a cold tone. Then his body swayed and he landed on the ring. I am Xia Hojian, the holy son of the Nine Saints sect. Which fellow Taoist from Zhongzhou is here to give me advice? With the arrival of the Nine Saints sect, these young geniuses from Zhongzhou also came to the ring. Your Highness, why don't you let me do this? An elder of the Burning Moon sect took the initiative to ask for help. Don't be careless, Xia Hojian is the strongest saint son of the Nine Saints sect after all. Shui Wujia nodded. Yes. I, Wu Yuan, have met the holy son of the Nine Saints sect. Stop talking nonsense and let's fight. As the saying goes, there is a master like a follower. Xia Hojian did not carry out the so-called test, but directly launched a fierce attack. Although the elder of the Burning Moon sect has quite a lot of experience in fighting, but facing Xia Hojian's attack was still a bit overwhelming. In the end, after just over 30 breaths, he was completely defeated. Xia Hojian, who had won, still had a straight face, ducked onto the medium-sized arena, and shouted to the genius in Zhongzhou, come again. Brother Wujia, leave it to our Tianyi sect. A saint son from Tianyi sect said. Good. The next moment, an elder from the Tianyi sect flew onto the ring and fought with Xia Hojian. The true strength of this elder of Tianyi sect is obviously much stronger than that of the previous one, and he and Xia Hojian have a close relationship. However, in the end, Xia Hojian used a unique magical power to imprison the opponent and won. See this scene. The geniuses from Zhongzhou frowned slightly. To be honest, they looked down upon the younger generation of Donghuang. Unexpectedly, Xia Hojian could win 2 games in a row. Please enlighten me. Xia Hojian flashed to the Tianjiao arena, his eyes were stern, and he faintly exuded an invincible aura. But Gao Yan secretly shook his head. Xia Hojian is a little arrogant and should give up when he is ready. In this third round of battle, the holy son of the Zhongzhou immortal sect will probably end up as expected. The holy son of Tianyuan sect, a second-rate sect in Zhongzhou, has ended. After Gao Yan used his inside eyes to check the opponent's data, he was even less optimistic about Xia Hojian. This person's cultivation is comparable to Xia Hojian, but the opponent is practicing a top-grade heavenly grade technique, and also has a fighting spirit body, and also has an innate magical power that greatly increases combat power, as well as 5 acquired magical powers. Xiahou Jian also has innate magical powers, but his innate magical power is in terms of amplification speed, and he cannot bring out the true advantage of this magical power on the ring. Of course, he also practiced 6 acquired magical powers. But his proficiency is not as high as the opponent's magical power. As expected, as soon as they fought, Xiahou Jian was completely at a disadvantage. During this period, he tried to turn the table several times, but all ended in failure. In desperation, he chose to fight with his life in exchange for his life, and almost completely gave up defense. But his style of play only slightly regained some advantages, but the style of the Saint of Tianyuan sect was extremely stable, and he adopted a style of play that did not seek merit but only sought to avoid mistakes to wear down Xiahou Jian's spirit. Sure enough, half an hour passed. Xiahou Jian became more and more anxious, and he was completely defeated after only holding on for half a quarter of an hour. The first saint of the 9 saints sect is only this level. After winning, the saint of Tianyuan sect said in a mocking tone, "Wow." Xiahou Jian, who was suppressing his injuries, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood when he heard this, and then turned into a stream of light and rushed out of Laming City. Seeing this, Gao Yan shook his head secretly, and it seemed that Xiahou Jian had suffered a big blow. At this time, Xiahou Meng floated onto the small stage. "I am Xiahou Meng, the saint of the 9 saints sect, please teach me." Immediately afterwards, Nangong Yao also floated onto another small stage. "I am Nangong Yao, the saint of the 9 saints sect, please teach me." Although the 2 women were not as good as Xiahou Jian, but it was no problem to win the small arena. As expected by Gao Yan, both women won the small arena. "The cultivators of Zhongzhou are just like this," Xiahou Meng said with disdain after winning. "This woman is going to suffer." Gao Yan couldn't help but secretly said after hearing what Xiahou Meng said. Xiahou Meng's provocative words made the faces of the Zhongzhou group of Tianjiao Sank Sikong Luanfeng said coldly, "Whoever teaches this ignorant woman a lesson will be rewarded." Hearing this, several Yuanying 9-level true disciples of the Burning Moon sect stood up to express their willingness, and even some Yuanying 8-level disciples stepped forward one after another, saying that it was no problem to beat a saint of the East Wasteland. In the end, Sikong Luanfeng chose a female elder named Shi Fanqing to fight. Gao Yan threw an insight eye at Shi Fanhua, ignoring her appearance and figure. The other party has a top-level fire spirit root and a top-level fire spirit body. Both the spirit root and the spirit body are better than Xiahou Meng. Moreover, Xiahou Meng has a high-level wood spirit root and a wood spirit body. Fire overcomes wood. With this point, the other party has a great advantage. Xiahou Meng's only advantage is that she has more spiritual treasures than Shi Fanhua. She has 4 low-grade spiritual treasures, while Shi Fanhua only has 2. Soon, the 2 women fought on the medium-sized ring. Both sides had a strong desire to win, so the fight was like a thunderbolt. But soon, Xiahou Meng fell into a disadvantage. So, she began to use the 7 treasure skirt of the spiritual treasure to protect her whole body, and then sacrificed the Wood King sword to perform the Inadimu sword technique to kill the opponent. Shi Fanhua did not dare to neglect it, and also sacrificed the spiritual treasure, and showed a superior sword technique. For a while, the 2 fought hard, and the whole ring was filled with sword energy and sword light, and the 2 people fighting were hidden from time to time. But gradually, Xiahou Meng began to lose support, because she only practiced the Inadimu sword technique to a small success, while the opponent practiced the sword technique to a great success. In desperation, Xiaomeng had to urge the wood god Dharma to attack fiercely. With the blessing of the wood god Dharma, Xiaomeng's attack power increased greatly, but Shi Fanhua also fought with monks with Dharma power many times in the war realm. She clearly knew the shortcomings of the unsustainable magical power of the Dharma image. Therefore, she completely gave up attacking and chose to defend and dodge. Half a quarter of an hour later, Xiaomeng's spiritual power was consumed greatly, and the huge wood god Dharma image could not be maintained. At this moment, Shi Fanhua, who had been waiting for a long time, launched a crazy counterattack. Even if the 7 treasure skirt has good defense, it is also at risk of breaking after being hit many times. The next battle is no longer suspenseful. After only half a quarter of an hour, Xiaomeng was seriously injured and defeated. This is the strength of the Saint of the Nine Saints sect. I don't think it's that good, Shi Fanhua said with a mocking face. This made Xiaomeng very angry, and she almost rushed up to fight with the opponent. As for Nangong Yao, she did not continue to challenge. Her strength is stronger than Xiaomeng, but it is also limited. If she continues to challenge, the possibility of defeat is very high. At this time, Zhao Longye jumped onto the ring, but Xiaomeng walked to Gao Yan. I want you to help me vent my anger. Xiao senior sister, you think too highly of me. How can I be their opponent? Gao Yan decisively refused. Xiaomeng sent a message. Your soul-controlling ability is aimed at the soul. The people in Zhongzhou are strong in fighting, but their souls may not be stronger than ours. If she is not prepared, that woman will definitely be caught. At that time, you will help me humiliate her severely. Senior sister, it is better to resolve the enemy than to make him. Otherwise, let's just forget it. Gao Yan refused again. Hearing Gao Yan's refusal again, Xiaomeng sent a message with some anger. If you help me teach that woman a lesson, I will give you 100 million spirit stones, 200 million. Gao Yan decisively bargained. Faced with Gao Yan's bargaining, Xiaomeng almost laughed out of anger. Okay, 200 million is 200 million, but you have to help me teach that woman a lesson in the second round. Deal. In fact, Gao Yan had to go on stage sooner or later, but he only planned to challenge once. Now that Xiaomeng offered 200 million, it didn't matter if he challenged her once more. Obviously, Zhao Longye had the same idea as him. After defeating the opponent on the ordinary stage, the challenge ended. Then Zhang Tianfan, Long Xiaoyu, and Zhang Yuyu all went up to fight a round and won. Then, Gao Yan went on stage. Zhongzhou also sent a 9th level Yuanying to come up, but he chopped him off with 3 swords. His figure shook. Gao Yan moved to the true stage and challenged Shi Fanhua by name. Shi Fanhua did not avoid the fight either. Soul-controlling magical power. As soon as they fought, Gao Yan used this magical power. Caught off guard, Shi Fanhua's soul was imprisoned on the spot. Then Gao Yan walked up to her and slapped her to the ground, and then kicked her off the ring. Seeing this scene, Xiaomeng clapped and cheered directly, and looked at Gao Yan with a different look, and thought to herself, this guy's soul-controlling ability is too powerful, and the other party didn't even have a chance to resist. But then, she became more worried. This guy's soul-controlling ability is so powerful. If he uses this ability, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent. What should I do if he competes with me for the position of deputy sect leader? In the future, looking at Zhongzhou, the faces of the geniuses have become quite ugly. Gao Yan stopped when he saw that he was ahead, and did not continue to challenge, nor did he mock the people of Zhongzhou, and jumped off the ring directly. As for Shi Fanhua, the person involved, although she was not injured, her face changed several times in succession. Let's go back to the sect, Gao Yan said. No one has an opinion on this. We have already fought anyway, so what's the use of staying? Wait. Seeing Gao Yan was about to leave, Si Kong Wanfeng couldn't help shouting loudly. What advice does this fellow Taoist have? Nan Gongyao asked lightly. You are Gao Yan, the newly promoted saint son of the Nine Saints sect, right? Do you dare to fight again? Si Kong Wanfeng ignored Nan Gongyao and stared at Gao Yan and asked. Forget it, you Zhongzhou people are not trustworthy, so we won't fight. Gao Yan shook his head. Nonsense, how can we not be trustworthy? Si Kong Wanfeng asked angrily. Gao Yan curled his lips. Didn't you say that if you win the ordinary arena, you will be rewarded with a low-grade Lingbao, and if you win the true arena, you will be rewarded with a medium-grade Lingbao? I have won 2 victories. And our fellow students have also won 1. But did you give any spiritual treasures? Hearing what Gao Yan said, Si Kong Wanfeng's face turned red. They had set such a high reward before because they had absolute confidence in their side and did not think they would pay much spiritual treasure. Moreover, ordinary monks cannot even pass 1 level. Even if the monks from the 9 major sects can pass 2 levels, they cannot pass 3 levels. After losing, the other party will probably not have the shame to ask for rewards. The reality was just as they planned. After Xiahou Jian failed in the 3rd level, he left without mentioning any reward, but there happened to be a person like Gao Yan who did not follow common sense. Okay, as long as you fight 1 more time, the spiritual treasures we promised will be yours. Si Kong Wanfeng took a deep breath and said. You mean, if I don't fight, I won't give you the promised spiritual treasure? Gao Yan said loudly, and then he shouted to the surrounding Donghuang monks. Let's break up quickly. They have no intention of giving you spiritual treasures at all. They just want to make you look embarrassed and fulfill their reputation as the genius of Zhongzhou. After hearing what Gao Yan said, Si Kong Wanfeng's expression became extremely ugly, and the expressions of the other geniuses were not much better either. In the end, Si Kong Wanfeng gritted his teeth and threw 2 spiritual treasures to Gao Yan. What about theirs? Gao Yan pointed at Xia Homeng, Nan Gongyao, and others. Humph, it's just a few spiritual treasures. I, Zhongzhou, don't lack these spiritual treasures. Shui Wujie said with a cold snort. As he spoke, he threw all the spiritual treasures he deserved to everyone, and even gave Xiahou Jian the 2 spiritual treasures he deserved. Who doesn't know how to brag? I've never seen you give me a few extra items. Gao Yan curled his lips. You. Upon hearing this, Shui Wujie's eyes turned cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent in Gao Yan's eyes. Now that we have the spiritual treasure, it's time for us to leave. Gao Yan also felt the killing intent from Shui Wujie, but he didn't take it seriously. Instead, he said to Xia Homeng and others and made a gesture to leave. Stop. Seeing Gao Yan taking the spiritual treasure and planning to leave, Si Kong Wanfeng was so angry that she immediately stopped him. My fellow Taoist, is there anything else? Gao Yan turned around and looked at him with a puzzled look. Feeling Gao Yan's puzzled look, Si Kong Wanfeng's anger almost burst out, and he gritted his teeth and asked, Did you forget something? Forgot what? Gao Yan pretended to be suspicious. No, how about you remind me? Fight again. Si Kong Wanfeng spit out 4 words heavily. My female Taoist friend, you must be mistaken. I didn't agree to fight you again. Of course, if you are willing to agree to one of my conditions, we can fight again. Facing Gao Yan, who was getting more and more demanding, Si Kong Wanfeng almost bit her teeth and said, What other conditions do you have? Gao Yan smiled and said, first, if I win this fight, the promised top grade spiritual treasure must not be less. Secondly, you have to give me another 50 billion spiritual stones. You are dreaming. Xikong Wanfeng roared. Although Zhongzhou is rich, 50 billion spiritual stones is not a small number. At least she can't take out 50 billion. In that case, I won't fight. Gao Yan said disapprovingly. Okay, if you win, 50 billion spiritual stones can be given to you. What if you lose? At this time, Shui Wujia flashed to Xikong Wanfeng and said coldly. I will give you 50 billion even if I lose, but the person who fights with me can only be a 9th level nascent soul. Otherwise, if you can get a 9th level spiritualization, I might as well admit defeat. Don't worry, we will only let the 9th level nascent soul fight you. Shui Wujia said coldly. In that case, I'm relieved. Gao Yan said with a smile. After the discussion, Shui Wujia and Xikong Wanfeng went back to discuss who to send out. You are crazy. On the other side, Xiahou Meng said unhappily, your soul-controlling ability has been exposed. They must be on guard, and they will definitely take heavy measures to retaliate against you. That's right, junior brother Gao, you shouldn't agree to them. Nangong Yao also frowned. Your Highness, why don't you cancel this competition? Qin Mi also said worriedly. Yes, junior brother, it's too risky, why don't you cancel it? Yin Yutong also said. Obviously, no one is optimistic about Gao Yan's next competition. Zhang Tianfan, who was also a saint, did not say anything. He was happy to see Gao Yan make a fool of himself. Don't worry, since I dare to agree, I am sure. Gao Yan smiled confidently at everyone. It was not easy to meet such a sucker. If he didn't get some spirit stones from them, he would lose a lot. Otherwise, why would he come to the limelight? After a while, Zhongzhou selected the person to fight. This person was named Baiyu. He was the elder of Huanling sect, one of the 4 first-class sects in Donghuang. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of Yuanying. Huanling sect's skills focused on the cultivation of the soul. Therefore, relatively speaking, their souls were stronger than those of the same level. In addition, the magic and magical powers they practiced also focused more on illusion. Gao Yan of the 9 saints, come up and fight. Baiyu confidently stepped onto the stage and challenged Gao Yan. How could he not be confident? His own saint son lent him his fantasy moon pearl, which not only protected his soul, but also greatly enhanced his spells and magical powers. Moreover, his own strength was not bad, and ordinary first-level incarnation gods were not his opponents. Moreover, Shui Wujia also said that as long as he defeated Gao Yan, he could take 10 billion of the 50 billion spirit stones. Therefore, at this moment, he was a little impatient. Gao Yan's figure flashed and landed on the stage. Immediately afterwards, the formation that wrapped the stage also rose up. Saint Sun Gao Yan, please. Baiyu said with a relaxed expression, and then, with a thought, he transformed into 9 identical figures. The original body and the 9 figures quickly moved, and then 10 Baiyu appeared on the stage and surrounded Gao Yan. Nangong Yao, can you tell the real and fake of these 10 people? Looking at the extra 9 by yes, Xiahou Meng frowned and asked. Nangong Yao shook her head, the opponent's illusion magic is very advanced, I can't tell it. Then Gao Yan can't tell it either, this is bad. Sun Gao Yan, can you tell which one is the real me? On the stage, the 10 by Yes challenged. Why should I tell which one is real and which one is fake? Can't I just kill them all together? Gao Yan was not panicked at all, but said calmly. Arrogant. The 10 by Yes snorted, I want to see how you can kill 10 of me. As soon as the voice fell, the 10 by Yes attacked together. Some of these 10 by Yes cast spells, some cast magical powers, and some controlled spiritual treasures. In this case, no matter who looked at it, Gao Yan was in danger. But at this time, Gao Yan calmly offered a small shield, which glowed with golden light and quickly split into white parts, then connected into one piece, protecting Gao Yan's entire body. Boom boom boom. One after another, fierce attacks fell on the protective shield formed by the golden shield, but failed to shake it. Middle grade spiritual treasure. Seeing this, Baiyu frowned slightly. Then, 10 Baiyu quickly swam around Gao Yan, attacking from time to time. At this moment, Gao Yan sacrificed a low-grade spiritual treasure flying sword. Formless sword technique. Suddenly, the spiritual treasure flying sword turned into an illusory and swift sword light under his control. Puff. 2 Baiyu were directly pierced through the head, and then turned into 2 magic treasure beads and fell to the ground. Puff puff puff. Without waiting for Baiyu to react, the spiritual treasure flying sword pierced through the heads of 3 more Baiyu. Perfect earth-level sword technique. Seeing this scene, the 9 saints were very happy, while the faces of the Zhongzhou side became extremely ugly. They originally thought that Gao Yan was just a little weird in magical powers, but they didn't expect that his attainments in sword techniques were so high. Damn it. Baiyu cursed in his heart and quickly retracted his magical power of transformation. This magical power of his required 9 phantom spirit beads to be used. Gao Yan smashed his phantom clone and also destroyed his phantom spirit beads. In the future, he can only transform into 4 phantom clones when he uses this magical power. And he spent a huge price to refine 9 phantom spirit beads. Die. With a roar, Baiyu sacrificed a golden seal magic treasure. Under his control, this magic treasure rose in the wind and instantly became 100 feet high. With a bang, it hit Gao Yan heavily. But at this time, Gao Yan's sword art changed from the Wuxiang sword art to the Kunhua sword art. A series of sword energy slashed heavily on the golden seal, and the golden seal was dimmed, and even a few deep sword marks were added to the golden seal. Suppress. At this time, Gao Yan threw out the purple gold Bagua furnace. A powerful force of suppression permeated the entire ring. Not only was the golden seal suppressed in midair, but even Baiyu was suppressed on the spot. Then, Gao Yan grabbed the hilt of the sword, took a step forward, and the blade was placed on the opponent's neck. You lost? Gao Yan uttered 3 words softly. Putting away the sword and the Bagua furnace, Gao Yan left the ring and said, To Shi Wen Zi, I won a top-grade spiritual treasure and 50 billion spiritual stones should be given to me. Faced with Gao Yan's debt collection, the geniuses of Zhongzhou all turned black. But in the end, everyone looked at Shi Wen Zi. Who said he was their leader? Who said he was responsible for this arena match? What's more, he was the one who made the 50 billion bet against Gao Yan. What, are you planning to cheat? Gao Yan asked with a smile, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't give me 50 billion. At worst, I will send people to Zhongzhou to help you publicize it. Upon hearing this, the geniuses of Zhongzhou felt angry and resentful. Wait a minute, your 50 billion is necessary. Shi Wen Zi said with a dark face, then he created a formation and started collecting spiritual stones from other saints. About half a quarter of an hour later, Shi Wen Zi removed the formation and then threw a storage ring to Gao Yan. There is a high-grade spiritual treasure and 50 billion spiritual stones inside. The system announcement sounded. The income value increased by 50 billion to 68.2 billion, and the total number of spirit stones soared to more than 900 billion. The geniuses of Zhongzhou are good people. Gao Yan secretly laughed in his heart, because the geniuses of Zhongzhou were all wearing bad faces at the moment. It was obvious that they had collected the 50 billion together. At the same time, the system also reminded Gao Yan that he had met the upgrade requirements. Naturally, he decisively chose to upgrade, flying to the 9 Saint Sect's flying boat. Gao Yan was sitting cross-legged in the room inside the cabin. The system has been upgraded and reached level 18. Like last time, 5 super draws and 3,000 free attribute points will be awarded. The old rule is to consume 3 super lottery draws to combine into 1 luxury lottery draw. Use the 2 super draws again. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting an immortal cultivation upgrade card. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting an immortal cultivation upgrade card again. Yes, with these 2 immortal cultivation upgrade cards, you can upgrade your cultivation to the 7th level of divine transformation. However, it is still on the flying boat and it is inconvenient to use. Otherwise, the aura will definitely leak when upgrading. He does not want others to know that he has reached the realm of God transformation. System, use the luxury lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a physical improvement card. Gao Yan's eyes lit up. He was now a top-level sword spirit. If his physique improved, wouldn't he be able to become a god? Similarly, ascending to the divine body will probably cause a lot of noise, and is not suitable for use on a flying boat. 2 hours later, everyone returned to the 9 Saints sect. Then he was summoned by the sect leader, Shangguan Shang. Gao Yan was the only holy son who had won 3 out of 3 battles, and he had done a great job for the 9 Saints sect. Naturally, Shangguan Shang couldn't help but praise him. Gao Yan, tell me, what reward do you want? Shangguan Shang smiled. Sect master, why don't you reward me with some spiritual stones? Gao Yan said. Upon hearing this, Xia Hojian, Xia Homeng, Nangang Yao, and all the saints looked at Gao Yan in surprise. He wanted nothing better than a spiritual stone, but this guy actually wanted a spiritual stone. Then Xia Homeng couldn't help but send a message, idiot, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you actually chose the spirit stone, change your mind quickly. But how could Gao Yan listen to Xia Homeng? Okay, you want the spirit stone, right? I will arrange for someone to take it to the Holy Sun Hall for you. Thank you, master. Gao Yan quickly thanked him. After leaving the sect hall, Xia Homeng couldn't help but said, Gao Yan, why? Are you stubborn? Didn't I ask you to change your reward? Actually, spiritual stones are not bad either. Gao Yan smiled. Not bad, I'm too lazy to tell you. Xia Homeng didn't want to talk to Gao Yan too much, lest he get angry to death. The next moment, Xia Homeng turned into a stream of light and left quickly. And Gao Yan took the opportunity to throw out an inside eye. As expected, the other party's friendship level had reached 85 points. Obviously, Xia Homeng had already developed a liking for him, otherwise, he wouldn't have reminded him specifically. Junior brother Gao, congratulations. I'm afraid this may have caught the eyes of the sect leader. Nan Gongyao stepped forward and said, Hey, I'm just lucky too. Gao Yan said modestly. At this time, Xiao Hojian also came over. Junior brother Gao, this time in Thunder City, you saved the face of our Nine Saint sect. I will give these two spiritual treasures to you. As he spoke, Xiao Hojian waved his hand, and two spiritual lights flew towards Gao Yan. He subconsciously grabbed them, but they were a low-grade spiritual treasure and a medium-grade spiritual treasure. It was the two items that Gao Yan got back for Xiao Hojian. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. Senior brother Xiaoho, let's discuss whether we can convert these two spiritual treasures into spiritual stones. Xiao Hojian was stunned for a moment, then nodded, that's okay, I'll have someone bring you the spirit stone later. The other saints and saints on the side were all speechless. Although the Lingbao had a price tag, it was very difficult to buy it, especially the mid-grade Lingbao. Even if you increase the price by a few %, it will still be difficult to buy on the market. Return to the Temple of the Holy Child. Gao Yan announced his retreat. A thought came to my mind. He entered my world. Take out the physical fitness improvement card. Use. Suddenly, the physique improvement card turned into a stream of light and sank into his body. Immediately afterwards, a powerful and mysterious force quickly transformed his body. A few minutes later, renovation completed. There was also a realization in his heart, and his physique was upgraded to a sword god body. After reaching the divine body, it will become easier for him to practice sword techniques. In the future, if he enlightens and takes the path of swordsmanship, it will become twice the result with half the effort. A side benefit is that practice is faster. But Gao Yan didn't care, because he had no intention of upgrading through hard training. Immediately afterwards, he took out 2 more Shoshian upgrade cards and used them, and his cultivation level directly reached the 7th level of the spiritualization. With a thought, Gao Yan left my world. Then he went straight to Lingyue Peak. Unfortunately, Master Xiao Lingyue was not there. As for the senior brothers and sisters, they might have been stimulated by his junior brother, and they went into seclusion directly after returning. Okay. Seeing that the senior brothers and sisters were all in seclusion, Gao Yan went directly back to Xingzi Peak. 1 day later, Sect Master Shengguan Shang sent someone to send him 10 billion spiritual stones. 2 days later, Xiao Jian also sent him 4 billion spiritual stones. The market price of a low-grade spiritual treasure is about 1 billion, and the market price of a medium-grade spiritual treasure is about 2 billion. But Xiao Jian sent 4 billion. Gao Yan didn't act pretentiously, but asked the humble person who sent the spiritual stones to thank Xiao Jian on his behalf. The income value increased to 32.2 billion again. As for the total number of spirit stones, it almost broke 1 trillion, reaching 989.9 billion. A few days later, a message came. It was Shui Wujia who cancelled the ring match in Laming City. Obviously, after being cheated by Gao Yan, they learned their lesson. If another person like him appeared, wouldn't they lose a lot? Although Zhongzhou is rich, it is not so rich that it doesn't take spirit treasure seriously. A few days later, Gao Yan was summoned by Xiao Lingyue. The sect has reached an agreement with the top sect in Zhongzhou with 2 tokens and obtained 1,000 places to enter the emperor's tomb. Xiao Lingyue smiled and said, "You have contributed to the token, and because of your early contribution, we have obtained an extra token. Therefore, after discussion, the sect leaders have given you 3 places alone, and your master has also benefited from you and obtained 3 places." Hearing that the sect gave him 3 places, he started to think again, should he sell too? But he said, "Master, have you ever been into the emperor's tomb?" "No." Xiao Lingyue shook his head. "The appearance of the emperor's tomb is rare. Once in tens of thousands of years. However, I have read 3 notes left by monks who have entered the emperor's tomb." "Then what's the situation inside the emperor's tomb?" Gao Yan asked curiously. "Dangerous, quite dangerous." Xiao Lingyue's expression became solemn. 100 people entered the emperor's tomb, and it would be good if only one came out alive. "So dangerous?" Gao Yan was surprised. "What do you think? If it were you, would you be willing to have someone enter your tomb to dig for treasure after you die?" "Of course I don't want to," Gao Yan blurted out. So, in order to prevent others from robbing tombs, those emperors would naturally arrange many anti-theft methods in their tombs. In that case, why did their tombs appear? Logically speaking, it should be easy for the emperor to hide his own tomb. Gao Yan asked again. Xiao Lingyue explained, "There are 2 reasons. First, the earth veins change. Generally speaking, the emperor's tomb will be built in a place with excellent geomantic omen. However, geomantic omen is not static. Tens of thousands of years ago, it may be a feng shui treasure cave, but tens of thousands of years later, it may evolve into a bad cave. When there are major changes in the geomantic omen, the emperor's tomb will appear. The second reason is that the emperor leaves a backup for his descendants. Generally speaking, the emperor has the ability to peek into the future. If he discovers that his descendants may lose their inheritance in tens of thousands of years, he will do it in his own way. His inheritance is left in the tomb, waiting for his descendants to inherit it. In this case, the other parties' descendants all hold special items that can successfully reach the inheritance place. That's it. Gao Yan suddenly realized. Just listen to Xiao Lingyue continue. Take the first-class sect in Zhongzhou. Daoyun sect, their founder is a descendant of Emperor Daoyun. That year, the tomb of Emperor Daoyun was born. After entering the tomb with Emperor Daoyun's token, he was directly transported to the inheritance left by Emperor Daoyun. Then the other party inherited Emperor Daoyun's imperial sutra and practiced hard in the tomb for thousands of years. When he walked out of the tomb, he was already a strong man at the peak of the 9th level of the Holy Realm. Moreover, he also inherited Emperor Daoyun's imperial weapons. Relying on the imperial scriptures and imperial weapons, he founded Daoyun sect in Zhongzhou and gradually grew into a first-class sect. Xiao Lingyue continued, the imperial tomb this time is that of Emperor Creation. It was most likely built by his 2 Taoist companions. It is also possible that the 2 female emperors were buried together in the tomb. Isn't there 3 inheritances? Gao Yan said. The possibility is high, but it also means double the risk. Xiao Lingyue sighed. Emperor-level creatures can be said to be the most powerful creatures in the world. 1 drop of their blood or 1 hair is extremely powerful. Even though there is only 1 realm difference between the Holy Realm and the Great Emperor only needs 1 drop. With blood, you can kill the 9th level of the Holy Realm. Therefore, once the corpse of the Emperor undergoes the transformation, none of the people who enter may survive. Fortunately, although the emperor dies, their corpses are still sacred and inviolable. The possibility of corpse transformation is extremely small, but it is possible no matter how small it is. Therefore, the danger level of the tomb of the great creation emperor is at least twice that of other emperor tombs. No matter how dangerous it is, there are still a large number of monks who want to break into it to hunt for treasures. Gao Yan sighed, while hesitating whether to enter the tomb of the great creation emperor. You have your own system. As long as you keep earning spiritual stones, you can level up and become stronger and stronger. There is no need to take this risk. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Xiao Lingyue said, generally speaking, there are 6 major benefits in the emperor's tomb. The first is the emperor's scripture, the second is the emperor's weapons, the third is the best spiritual stone, and the third is the emperor's tomb. The fourth is the law crystal, the fifth is the avenue crystal, and finally there are various treasures left by the emperor. The founder of Daoyun sect was able to advance to the 9th level of the Holy Realm within 1,000 years, because he obtained a large number of law crystals. Shurha crystal. Afterwards, Xiao Lingyue explained some more, and it goes without saying that the emperor's scripture and the emperor's arms were mentioned. But the best spiritual stones are formed by the spiritual power that overflowed after the death of the emperor. To cultivate to the level of the emperor, they absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy. Moreover, the quality of the spiritual energy they have condensed is extremely high, so the spiritual stones formed are all top-quality spiritual stones. A top-quality piece is equivalent to 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Hearing this, Gao Yan became excited and asked, Master, how many top-quality spiritual stones are there in each of the emperor's tombs? Xiao Lingyue said, as few as hundreds of thousands, as many as millions. So much? Gao Yan couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Even if there were only 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones, it would be worth hundreds of billions of low-grade spiritual stones. If there were 1 million top-grade spiritual stones, it would be worth 1 trillion. 1 trillion spirit stones. How many levels can the system be upgraded to? It is undeniable that at this moment, Gao Yan was tempted. Looking at Gao Yan's expression, Xiao Lingyue knew that his money-obsessed problem had resurfaced, and couldn't help but smile and joke. Why, are you tempted by the spiritual stone in the emperor's tomb? He, master is indeed wise. Gao Yan did not deny it. You are short-sighted. The most worthless thing in the emperor's tomb is the spirit stone. You have to focus on the law crystals and the avenue crystals. If you can get enough law crystals and avenue crystals in the emperor's tomb, once you reach the level of harmony, you don't have to worry at all. Master is absolutely right. Gao Yan did not refute. As for where the law crystals and avenue crystals in the great emperor's tomb came from, it was naturally condensed by the law energy and avenue energy emanating from their bodies. Here, Xiao Lingyue also focused on the rarity of the law crystal and the great Dao crystal. The law crystal is okay. If you pay multiple times the spirit stone, you may still get it. But the great Dao crystal, no matter how many spirit stones you give, people are unwilling to sell it to you. Finally, she mentioned the treasures left by the emperor. A great emperor can live at least 500,000 years, and if there is a way to prolong his life, he will live longer. With such a long life, even if you don't deliberately collect them, you will accumulate many treasures. When their lifespan is about to end, if they have descendants, they will pass on some of the treasures to their descendants, and takes them into their own tombs. Some people will ask, why not pass them all to descendants? Do you understand the 4 words holding a treasure is a crime? If there are too many treasures left, it will cause others to be greedy, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. There is another situation. The emperor who is about to end his life has no descendants or apprentices, so he will take all the treasures into his tomb. Generally, this situation is relatively rare. As the great emperor of creation did not die of natural causes, he did not leave any descendants or Taoist traditions. His 2 Taoist companions also disappeared after the death of creation. Therefore, there were no descendants either. Then, it is very likely that the treasures of the great emperor of creation and his 2 Taoist companions were stored in the tomb. It is precisely based on this point that the battle in Zhongzhou was so fierce. For the token, because there is a high probability that there are 3 great emperors' inheritance in this emperor's tomb. By the way, your quota is not allowed to be given to your senior sister and senior brother. Suddenly, Xiao Lingyue changed the subject. Gao Yan nodded. Master, I understand. Gao Yan understood that it was not that Xiao Lingyue was partial, but that the master was worried that they would not be able to come out alive after entering. Seeing Gao Yan agree so readily, Xiao Lingyue was also relieved, knowing that this little disciple understood her intention. More than 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. The tranquility of the 9 Saints sect was suddenly broken, but 8 other sects from the 9 major sects in the eastern wasteland came to visit. Also accompanying them were their saintly sons and saintly daughters. Gao Yan received an order from the sect leader Shang Wansheng, asking him to go to the Jinzhuan mansion to receive the saints and saints from the other 8 sects together with Xia Hojian and others. So, Gao Yan took Qin Xiangxue and the Yi family sisters to Jinzhuan mansion. Senior sister Xiahou, when will you pay me the spiritual stones you owe me? Seeing that Xia Homing arrived before him, Gao Yan walked directly to her and said with a smile. A look of embarrassment flashed across Xia Homing's face. 200 million. Spiritual stones was not a small amount. She wanted to ask for the spiritual stones from Xiao's family, and there was a reason why she wanted to. Therefore, for a while, she really couldn't come up with 200 million spiritual stones. I'll give you 20 million first, and I'll pay you back the rest slowly later. Xia Homing whispered, and while speaking, he gave Gao Yan a storage ring. All right. Gao Yan put away the storage ring, but did not press forward. By the way, senior sister, do you know the reason for the visit of the other 8 sects? In fact, Gao Yan has already guessed the reason. Not surprisingly, the 8 major sects came here for the quota to enter the emperor's tomb. The reason why he asked Xia Homing was just to find a topic to chat with her. Upon hearing Gao Yan's words, Xia Homing couldn't help but snorted. What else could it be for? It's just for the quota to enter the emperor's tomb. Did senior sister get the quota? Of course. Xia Homing said arrogantly, this girl is the focus of the Xiahou family's training. Naturally, I am indispensable for the spot in the emperor's tomb. However, it is extremely dangerous inside the emperor's tomb. How about we enter the emperor's tomb and we go together as a team? Facing Xia Homing's invitation, Gao Yan hesitated and said, then I'll think about it. Originally, he didn't plan to go to the emperor's tomb, but since there were a large number of top-quality spiritual stones in it, he had to go, but he didn't plan to form a team with others. Because he is teamed up with others, many of his methods cannot be used. Once used, his true strength must be exposed. He is not the protagonist, and any bad situation can be turned into a blessing, so it is better to keep a low profile. Humph, forget it if you don't want to. Seeing that Gao Yan did not agree, Xia Homing immediately became dissatisfied. Gao Yan smiled and didn't care. Although Xia Homing was a little petty, he didn't hold grudges. Soon, Xia Hojian, Nangong Yao, Zhang Tianfan and others arrived one after another. Immediately afterwards, 2 more true elders arrived and gave some explanations to Gao Yan and his party. Then Gao Yan and his gang of saints moved to a luxurious palace. About half an hour passed. The saints from the 8 major sects came together. As the most powerful son of the 9 saints sect, Xia Hojian led Gao Yan and his party to invite the saints of the 8 sects into the hall. Spiritual wine, spiritual fruits and snacks have been placed on the low table in the main hall. After they all took their seats, Gao Yan and his entourage also took their seats at the main table. Then Xia Hojian gave a brief speech. During this period, Gao Yan used his insightful eyes to explore all these saints. Among them, a saint from Xianming sect and Shangqing sword sect has also reached the stage of becoming a god, but her level is not as good as Xiahou Jian. As for the other saints, they are all in the nascent soul stage. Who is Taoist brother Gao Yan? After Xia Hojian finished speaking, Yu Liner from Xianming sect suddenly picked up the wine glass and stood up. I am Gao Yan, and you must be Saint Yu Liner. Gao Yan stood up with a smile. May I ask what Saint Yu Liner has to say? Giggle. Yu Liner let out a sweet laugh as clear as a silver bell, but it made the branches of flowers tremble with laughter. She looked at Gao Yan with a pair of beautiful eyes curiously. Brother Gao Yan, this little lady is not giving advice, she is just curious and capable of surpassing the Tianjiao of Zhongzhou. What do you look like? Brother Gao Yan, please forgive me for any offense. Bitch. Hu Meizi. Nangong Yao and Xia Homing both cursed in their hearts. Because they all saw what Yu Liner was doing, it was just to exalt Gao Yan and sow discord between Xia Hojian and Gao Yan. In fact, Xia Hojian also saw through Yu Liner's thoughts, but he still felt uncomfortable after hearing such words. After all, he lost to the genius of Zhongzhou for the 3rd time. On the other hand, Gao Yan won 3 games in a row and won 50 billion spiritual stones. Saint Yu Liner has won the prize. I am just lucky, and the opponents I fought were all at the same level. Otherwise, how could I be the opponent of those talented people in Zhongzhou? Gao Yan said modestly. Although he is not afraid of Xia Hojian, but there is no need to offend him. Yu Liner didn't want to make things too obvious, so she chuckled and said, having said that, I also admire Taoist brother Gao Yan very much. If I have the chance, I must ask for advice from Taoist brother Gao Yan. Brother Gao Yan, I respect you, little sister. 1 drink for you. There will be a chance, and I respect Her Majesty the Saint. Gao Yan also raised his glass, then drank the wine in the glass, nodded to Yu Liner, and sat down again. Isn't it nice to be complimented by that foxy girl? Suddenly, Xiahou Meng asked via voice transmission. Seeing your sister misunderstood. We are the masters today. If it were any other place, you see, I would ignore her. Gao Yan quickly replied. Xiahou Meng was very satisfied with Gao Yan's reply and sent a message. The women of Xianming sect are not good people. You'd better stay away from them. To avoid being fooled by them. Thank you, senior sister, for reminding me, I understand. Gao Yan replied again. Seeing Gao Yan giving face like this, Xiahou Meng's unhappiness also disappeared. The next time became a time for nonsense. Everyone said some flattering and hypocritical words to each other, waiting for the message from the elders of the sect. At this moment, Sect Master Shangguan Shang took 2 deputy sect masters to entertain the great masters of the 8 major sects in another place. After a greeting, a 9th-level master of the Xianming sect said rather impolitely, Sect Master Shangguan, our 9 major sects in the East Wilderness are of the same blood. I heard that your 9 Saints sect has obtained 1,000 places to enter the Emperor's tomb. Shouldn't you give us one of them? As soon as this was said, the great masters of the other 7 sects focused their attention on Shangguan Shang. He smiled and said calmly, in fact, even if you don't come, my 9 saints sect is also planning to give you some places, but these places are what we have spent a lot of effort to get, you can't just take them for nothing. Hearing that Shangguan Shang was willing to give out the places, the great masters of Hadao present all smiled. One of them said, Master Shangguan, don't worry, since your 9 Saints sect is so particular, we will not be ignorant. So, my Shangqing Sword sect is willing to exchange 10 law crystals for 1 place, how about it? But Shangguan Shang smiled, 10 law crystals are too cheap. I believe everyone already knows that this emperor's tomb is not ordinary. It is very likely that there are 3 great emperors' inheritance, especially the inheritance of Emperor Yuanhua, which involves the immortal scriptures. Therefore, you have to exchange 3 avenue crystals and 30 law crystals for 1 place. 3 avenue crystals. At this time, the 9th-level member of Hadao from Xianming sect said, dissatisfied, Master Shangguan, don't you think you are too greedy? The Dao crystal is condensed by the energy of the Dao and is of great benefit to the practice of Hadao monks. The conditions have been announced. It is up to you to decide whether to change or not. Shangguan Shang said calmly, and then he looked at the 9th-level member of Hadao from Xianming sect and said calmly, what, if Xianming sect has a quota? Don't you want to give other sects the opportunity to enter the emperor's tomb? Although the Xianming sect took Baihua sect's token in exchange for a place in a relatively secretive matter, it was still discovered by the 9 Saints sect. Upon hearing this, except for the Hadao from Baihua sect, the other 6 people all changed their expressions. Then, the Hadao Great Master of Shangqing Sword sect asked directly, Master Shangguan, how many places can each of our sects change at most? Shangguan Shang said, Xianming sect does not enjoy the exchange of places. Baihua sect can exchange for 20 places, and other sects can exchange for 50 places. Hearing the figures announced by Shangguan Shang, the Hadao experts present were quite satisfied. They originally thought that Shangguan Shang could give them 10 or 8 places, which was pretty good. Unexpectedly, 50 places were given to them. But the 9th level of Hadao of Xianming sect, who had gained nothing, turned gloomy. Master Shangguan, isn't it good for you to treat me differently? Shangguan Shang said, my 9 Saint sect exchanged 2 tokens for 1,000 places, and your Xianming sect also got a token. Why, you have already exchanged 500 places, and you are still not satisfied. You still have to come and beat me. The 9 Saint sect's idea. Upon hearing this, the 9th level of Hadao of Xianming sect felt aggrieved. Because the tokens they captured were only exchanged for 100 places, and 30 of them belonged to the 100 Flowers sect. If they had known this, they would have sent people to Zhongzhou to change. Instead of changing with Wan Wuji. Yes, Brother Su Dao, what Master Shangguan sect said makes sense. You already have 500 quotas, so why bother trying to get quotas from the 9 saints? Sect. Immediately afterwards, other Hadao members also spoke up, accusing Xianming sect of Hadao, and they were very harsh on the 500 places. Obviously, they all knew that Xianming sect had only obtained 100 places in exchange for seizing the Baihua sect's token. But they just pretended not to know, just to see Xianming sect's jokes. Waste. Hadao of Baihua sect also secretly scolded Xianming sect. The 9 saints sect can exchange 2 tokens for 1,000 places. Even if they don't exchange 1 token for 500, they still have to exchange for 300, right? As a result, 100 places were obtained. Several hours passed by in a flash. After the high-level discussions were completed, they left the 9 saints sect with their respective saints. And Shangguan Shang appeared again. Gao Yan said to the 8, the tomb of Emperor Creation should be opened in 1 month. You should be prepared. After a while, we will go to Zhongzhou. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Junior brother Gao, wait. After leaving Zhenjuan Mansion, Nangong Yao chased after him with his sword. Senior sister Nangong, is something wrong? Gao Yan asked. Nangong Yao said, there are many dangers in the emperor's tomb. I wonder if junior brother has any idea of forming a team? Sorry, senior sister, I have no idea of forming a team with anyone. Gao Yan shook his head. Okay then. Nangong Yao was a little disappointed and was about to leave, but Gao Yan stopped her. Senior sister, I have 2 extra places on hand. I wonder if senior sister is interested? Nangong Yao's eyes lit up. Of course I'm interested. What are your conditions? I want the spirit stone. Gao Yan said. Then how many spiritual stones do you plan to ask for? Nangong Yao asked. Sister, you might as well make an offer. Gao Yan said with a smile. How about 1 in a billion? Senior sister, this is the emperor's tomb, and it is full of opportunities. Gao Yan said calmly. 5 billion. Nangong Yao thought about it and requoted a price, although there are many opportunities in the emperor's tomb, it is also very dangerous. If you enter it, you may not get any benefits and may even lose your life. Okay, senior sister, I agree to this offer. Gao Yan nodded. Nangong Yao was overjoyed. Thank you, junior brother, for helping me, but 3 billion spirit stones is not a small amount. I have to go back to my family. Don't worry, I will reserve these 2 places for senior sister. Nangong Yao did not keep Gao Yan waiting for long, and came to visit Gao Yan's Xingzi Peak only 2 hours later. But she only brought 1 billion spiritual stones. This 1 billion spiritual stones is a deposit. After the quota is available, another 2 billion spiritual stones will be paid. 2 days later, Shangguan Shang sent someone to deliver 3 jade pendants to Gao Yan. Each jade pendant represents a quota. Gao Yan immediately sent a message to Nangong Yao. The other party arrived in person soon. After getting 2 jade pendants, he paid the remaining 2 billion spirit stones. After calling up the system sub-interface, the revenue value reached 35.2 billion, and the total number of spirit stones directly exceeded 1 trillion, reaching 1007.9 billion. Another 7 days passed. An order came from above to set off for Zhongzhou tomorrow. Therefore, Gao Yan summoned the Yi family sisters to his dormitory to review their homework in the canyon. A romantic night. Early the next morning, Gao Yan took the Yi family sisters and left Xingzi Peak. Then he boarded a luxurious spaceship with 7 other saints and saints. Did you sell 2 places to Nangong? Not long after the flying boat took off, Xiao Homing came to investigate. Yes. Why don't you come to me? Xiao Homing said dissatisfiedly. Sister, don't forget that I am the son of the 4 families who pushed me up. If I sell the quota to you, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the 4 families. Then I will forgive you if you team up with me this time. No, I'm used to being alone. Gao Yan shook his head. Humph. Seeing Gao Yan refuse again, Xiao Homing snorted and left his room. Gao Yan didn't care about this. After several days of flying, the flying boat of the 9 saints arrived in Zhongzhou and settled down in a city. This city is a mixture of immortals and mortals, with a population of over 100 million. However, the area where immortals live is still divided from the area where mortals live. Junior brother Gao, are you interested in the customs of Zhongzhou City? The door of the inn was knocked. After Gao Yan opened the door, he found 2 women and 2 men standing outside. The person who spoke was Xiao Yanran from the Xiao family. Her cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the spiritualization stage, and she was considered the best among the younger generation of the Xiao family. The other 3 also had the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Okay, thank you, senior sister Xiao, for inviting me. Gao Yan agreed with a smile. Then, Xiao Yanran introduced the other 3 to him. They were all from the direct line of the Xiao family. The daughter was named Xiao Suyue, and the 2 sons were named Xiao Chen and Xiao Feng. Hearing the names of these 2 people, Gao Yan couldn't help but look at them twice more. Because the names of these 2 people are very similar to the protagonists in some fantasy fairy tales. It has to be said, the cultivation world in Zhongzhou is quite prosperous. After wandering for 2 or 3 hours, they found a large number of nascent soul and spiritualization, casual cultivators. In addition, the elixirs, talismans, magic weapons, etc. in Zhongzhou are much cheaper than those in the East Wilderness. However, Xiao Yanran and others are direct descendants of the Xiao family. When they went to the emperor's tomb this time, the family also provided them with a lot of talismans and elixirs. Therefore, the things here in Zhongzhou were cheap, and they did not buy them. As for Gao Yan, there is even less need for it. After wandering around for a few hours and tasting local specialties at a restaurant in the city, we returned to the inn. When the emperor's tomb will be opened, we have to wait for news from Zhongzhou. Not long after Gao Yan returned to the inn, there was a knock on the door. The person who opened the door was Yi Qingxue, who was acting as his maid. Then she came back in a daze and handed Gao Yan a beautifully carved jade pendant. Brother Gao, someone just asked me to give it to you and ask you to carry it with you. Who gave the jade pendant? Gao Yan took the jade pendant and asked, while observing. Yi Qingxue frowned. I can't seem to remember clearly. I only remember that someone asked me to hand over this jade pendant to you, but whether the person was a man or a woman, old or young, I have no impression at all. Gao Yan was shocked. This is like meeting an expert. It was obvious that the person who asked Yi Qingxue to hand over the token used his powerful soul to influence her memory. Out of concern, Gao Yan tested Yi Qingxue's soul and breathed a sigh of relief. After no one had tampered with it. At the same time, open the inside eye to examine this jade pendant. Item, defense forbidden device. Function, when the wearer's life is threatened, the forbidden weapon can be activated independently to form a defensive spiritual shield, which can withstand 3 full-force attacks by a triple powerhouse without breaking. At the same time, after encountering an attack from a strong Hadao person, the teleportation function will be automatically activated, and the wearer will be randomly teleported millions of miles away. After learning about the efficacy of this jade pendant, Gao Yan couldn't help but be stunned, because this jade pendant was a good thing to save his life. Its preciousness cannot be compared to even top-grade spiritual treasures. He has no relatives or friends in Zhongzhou, so who will come to give him this jade pendant? Moreover, the person who gave the jade pendant was at least a strong person in the late Dongxu period, or even a strong Hadao person. Otherwise, from such a short distance, he would not have been able to discover that the other party was using the power of the soul to affect Yi Qingshua's memory. So, could it be her? Gao Yan said secretly. At the same time, he was also guessing the other party's purpose in sending this jade pendant. Most likely the other party already knew that he was going to enter the emperor's tomb this time, so he gave him the jade pendant so that he could have a trump card to save his life in the emperor's tomb. But the other party did not reveal his identity, so could he use this jade pendant to draw a clear line with him? Of course, there are also people who have concerns and don't want to meet him for the time being. However, Gao Yan did not delve into this issue. Anyway, this fiancé was just obtained through a lottery system, and he was not the real Gao Yan and had no feelings for this fiancé. Therefore, when the other party used such a jade pendant to draw a clear line with him, he felt that he had made a profit. Taiyin Holy Land, a separate innate secret realm. This secret place is quite cold and desolate. There is an ordinary mansion in the center of the secret realm. If Gao Yan were here, he would find that this mansion is exactly the same as the Gongsun mansion that was destroyed in Gao Yan's memory. Mother-in-law, have the things been delivered? In the mansion, a petite and beautiful woman wearing a plain white dress whispered to the old woman in grey robe, who suddenly appeared. Your Highness, the things have been delivered. The old woman in grey robe said in a hoarse voice, but Your Highness, please forgive me for speaking frankly, you and he are completely different worlds. Now, so this time it is just a gift of jade pendants. If you have too much contact and the matter spreads, it will be harmful to him. Saying that may not be a good thing. Gongsun Yaoyao is the most talented saint in the Taiyin Holy Land. The senior officials of the Holy Land attach great importance to her and train her as the future empress. Otherwise, the Holy Land would not send her, a Holy Land master, to protect her personally. The love between children is a stumbling block on Gongsun Yaoyao's path to becoming the empress. If anyone knew that she had a fiancé, not to mention the senior officials of Taiyin Holy Land, even Gongsun Yaoyao's outstanding suitors would take action against the one named Gao Yan. Although that Gao Yan is also the Holy Son. But how can the saint son of Dong Huang be compared with the saint girl of the top Orthodox tradition? Mother-in-law, I know this, that's why I didn't go to see him, let alone recognize him. Gongsun Yaoyao said lightly, I asked you to give the jade pendant just to repay the kindness I had when I was a child. After that, I have nothing to do with him. That's good. The old woman in grey robe was quite pleased when she heard what Gongsun Yaoyao said. She changed the subject, Your Highness, in 5 days, the tomb of the great Creation Emperor will be opened, and there is very likely to be an immortal Sutra inside. With your talent, if you practice the Immortal Sutra, your chances of being promoted to the Great Emperor will be greatly increased. The Holy Lord and the Supreme Elders have already discussed this and will fully assist you in capturing the immortal scripture this time. Don't worry, mother-in-law, I will not let down the expectations of the Holy Lord and the Supreme Elders. Gongsun Yaoyao said seriously. That's good. A smile appeared on the face of the gray-robed old woman. On the other side, the Burning Moon sect. Shi Wen Zi called Gao Yan, the youngest saint son of Burning Moon sect, to his Saint Sun Hall. Gao Yan has only been around for 60 years. He broke through to the peak of the 9th level of nascent soul 3 years ago and is currently impacting the incarnation realm. Senior brother Shui, I wonder what your orders are when you summon my younger brother? Gao Yan was extremely humble. Although his talent and qualifications are excellent, there is a certain gap compared to Shi Wen Zi. And Shi Wen Zi is extremely strong in both strength, ability, and skills, firmly occupying the position of the first person among the saints, and other saints dare not act rashly in front of him. I want you to challenge someone. If you can seriously injure him, I will give you a God-transforming fruit. Shi Wen Zi said slowly. When Gao Yan heard this, his expression was delighted. The God-transforming fruit is a natural treasure. After taking it, you can directly enter the God-transforming realm. It has been a short time since he entered the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul. It will take at least 7 or 8 years to be promoted to the God-transforming realm, but with such a God-transforming fruit, he can directly enter the God-transforming realm. Of course, he was moved, but it must be not easy for the other party to let Shi Wen Zi pay for a God-transforming fruit. So, he asked, may I ask who the other party is? The other party is called Gao Yan, the new saint of the 9 saints of the East Wilderness. When Gao Yan heard that the other party's name also had the word Yan, he was very unhappy. What qualifications does a saint of the East Wilderness sect have to share a name with him? Therefore, he said in a cold voice, please rest assured, senior brother, I will not only seriously injure him, but also force him to change his name. Okay, junior brother Gao Yan, I didn't misjudge you. Seeing Gao Yan's performance, Shi Wen Zi was also quite satisfied. However, don't underestimate the opponent. Although Gao Yan is only the son of the 9 saint sect, his combat power should not be underestimated. Next, Shi Wen Zi introduced Gao Yan's methods in detail to Gao Yan, including the soul control ability and the perfect earth-level sword technique. After listening, Gao Yan smiled, senior brother, I have an ancestral soul defense magic treasure. The opponent's soul control ability can't do anything to me. As for the perfect sword technique, it's a coincidence that I have also practiced 2 earth-level sword techniques to perfection. The next morning, Gao Yan was drinking tea and chatting with Nangong Yao and others in the inn booked by the 9 saint sect. They were about to enter the emperor's tomb, and everyone was excited and a little uneasy. This state was not suitable for cultivation. Besides, even if they practiced hard day and night for just a few days, they could not improve their cultivation by half a point. So, why not relax in various ways? Gao Yan of the 9 saint sect, my son Gao Yan ordered me to challenge you. Come out and accept the challenge. A thunderous voice instantly spread inside and outside the inn, and also attracted the attention of everyone in the inn. Junior brother Gao, the son of the Burning Moon sect challenges you, do you want to accept it? Nangong Yao asked. Although they arrived in Zhongzhou yesterday, the sect had collected intelligence from Zhongzhou in advance, and Gao Yan, as the son of the saint, naturally got a copy. Although there is no specific information about Yang Yan, but the general information is also recorded in the intelligence. It is said that Yang Yan of the Burning Moon sect is less than 100 years old. But he is already at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul. Within 10 years, he should be able to be promoted to the god of transformation. As for what spiritual roots, special physiques, and magical powers the other party possesses, there is no record in the intelligence. Gao Yan smiled and replied, "Why should I accept his challenge?" Gao Yan disdains to accept empty challenges, unless he takes spiritual stones as a prize. As for whether he will be labeled as a coward if he does not accept the challenge, he does not care at all. He has always understood the purpose of coming to the world of immortal cultivation, to improve his cultivation and have a long life. Gao Yan, do you want to avoid fighting? If you are afraid, kowtow 3 times. In the direction of my Burning Moon sect, and my holy son will let you go. The voice outside sounded again, full of provocation. How dare you? A cold voice sounded immediately, and then the nascent soul cultivator who came to send the challenge was knocked dozens of meters away and fell on the street in embarrassment. A mere nascent soul cultivator dares to act insolently in front of our 9 saints sect. Who gave you the courage? A figure flashed by, and Xiao Lingyue appeared in front of the inn's door. The other party looked at Xiao Lingyue in fear, and stood up from the ground. You dare to attack me? Do you want to go to war with my Burning Moon sect? Hearing this, Xiao Lingyue sneered, it's not that I look down on you, a nascent soul cultivator. What qualifications do you have to make the Burning Moon sect and our 9 saints sect go to war? Besides, you offended my 9 saints sect. First, even if I kill you, can the Burning Moon sect destroy our 9 saints sect because of you? Master is domineering. At this time, Gao Yan walked out of the inn and said loudly, although the Burning Moon sect is a first-class sect, the 9 saints sect is not a soft persimmon. Even if they have the ability to destroy the 9 saints sect, they will have to pay a heavy price. Besides, Xiao Lingyue also left room for maneuver when he attacked, so the opponent was only slightly injured. If the Burning Moon sect and the 9 saints sect went to war because of this, then his brain would definitely be broken. Besides, the Burning Moon sect used this excuse to destroy the 9 saints sect, and the other 8 sects in the East Wilderness would definitely not sit idly by. Because the Burning Moon sect can use this lame excuse to destroy the 9 saints sect today, then tomorrow it can also use the same excuse to destroy one of them. So, don't be too arrogant. The Yuanian cultivator sent by Yang Yan obviously didn't recognize the situation. He really thought that he could ignore others by relying on the name of the Burning Moon sect. Sure enough, after hearing this, the Yuanian cultivator of the Burning Moon sect looked extremely ugly, and his eyes were even more guilty and timid. Do you want to say anything else? If you don't have anything to say, get out of here quickly, otherwise I will change my mind and kill you. Xiao Lingyue said coldly. Gao Yan, this is a challenge from my saint son. In 3 days, go to Longsong Mountain for a fight. The Yuanian cultivator threw a challenge to Gao Yan and turned into a stream of light and flew away. Gao Yan flipped open the challenge letter and took a look. He didn't take it seriously. Then he followed Xiao Lingyue back into the inn. Xiao Lingyue said, we have received the news. We will go to the emperor's tomb in 4 days. Don't make trouble. Don't worry, I won't pay attention to such a boring challenge. Gao Yan said. With a smile. I think the other party didn't take the spirit stone as a prize. Xiao Lingyue couldn't help but joked. Hee, master still understands me. Gao Yan was not ashamed at all, but proud of it. If the other party can take out 10 billion spirit stones as a prize, I am interested in playing with him. I don't know what to say to you. Xiao Lingyue rolled his eyes at Gao Yan and left. Gao Yan returned to the tea room on the third floor to drink tea and chat with Nangang Yao and others. This inn is very large and only accepts immortal cultivators, so it is more than enough to accommodate the people of the Nine Saints sect. 3 days passed in a flash. A large number of immortal cultivators have gathered in Longsong Mountain. They all came to watch Gao Yan and Yang Yan fight. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Gao Yan would not come. As time passed, Yang Yan appeared on the top of the mountain, waiting for Gao Yan's arrival. But an hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Gao Yan did not show up. Then someone came to Yang Yan and reported, "Son, Gao Yan is still in Fushuang City and does not seem to have any plans to come to Longsong Mountain." What? Hearing this, Yang Yan's face darkened, which meant that he had waited for Gao Yan for more than 3 hours in vain. Son, Gao Yan must be afraid of you and dared not come to fight. The subordinates hurriedly flattered. Whether he is afraid of fighting or not, he dared to leave me here for 3 hours. It is unforgivable. Let's go to Fushuang City. The next moment, Yang Yan turned into a stream of red light and ran straight to Fushuang City. His subordinates saw this and immediately chased after him. Why did he leave? Seeing Yang Yan suddenly leave, the immortal cultivators watching the battle around were all confused. You don't know this, Gao Yan of the Nine Saints sect didn't come to Longsong Mountain at all, he is still staying in Fushuang City. One of the casual cultivators who knew the inside story said. So, Gao Yan is afraid of the saint son of Yang Yan? I guess so. After all, he is just from a small place like Donghuang. Even if he is a saint son, how can he be a match for the saint son of Burning Moon sect? I see that saint son Yang Yan is quite angry, and the direction he left seems to be the direction of Fushuang City. Wouldn't he go directly to Fushuang City to cause trouble for Gao Yan? It is quite possible. Let's go and watch the fun in Fushuang City. Not to mention this group of casual cultivators who were watching the fun. Yang Yan only took half a minute to get to Fushuang City, and soon arrived outside the inn booked by the Nine Saints sect. Gao Yan, get out and give this saint son an explanation. Who are you? A figure flashed, and Gao Yan appeared. You are Gao Yan. Since you accepted the challenge from this saint son, why don't you come to the appointment? Yang Yan asked sternly. Don't get me wrong, I didn't accept your challenge, but your men threw it to me. Gao Yan shook his head. This saint son can't care about so many things. Since you accepted my challenge, you have to fight me. Now, you will go out of the city with me to fight. Are you sick? If you want me to fight you, I will fight you. There are so many people who want to challenge me. Who do you think you are? Gao Yan curled his lips in disdain. You are looking for death. Yang Yan's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect that a saint son from the east wilderness would be so arrogant. He was immediately furious and wanted to attack directly. But at this time a huge pressure appeared, which directly suppressed Yang Yan and made him unable to move. At the same time, an old man in a black robe seemed to appear out of thin air. Smiling at Yang Yan, Saint Sun Yang Yan, it's not good for you to force my disciples of the Nine Saints sect like this? But then another middle-aged man in white robe appeared. Yang Yan, who was suppressed and unable to move, also regained his freedom and bowed to the middle-aged man in white robe with gratitude. Disciple Yang Yan greets Elder Zhu. No need to be polite. The middle-aged man in white robe waved his hand, his eyes fell on the old man in black robe, and then smiled. If I remember correctly, you are Dugu Fengyun, we met more than 20,000 years ago. The old man in black robe showed a thoughtful look, then looked at the middle-aged man in white robe, showing a look of sudden realization. It turned out to be Senior Zhu. I didn't expect that Senior Zhu hasn't changed at all after not seeing him for more than 20,000 years. By the way, when did Senior Zhu join the Burning Moon sect? More than 20,000 years ago, Dugu Fengyun was still a young man who came to Zhongzhou to make a living. At that time, Senior Zhu was already a master of Dongxiu. On an accidental occasion, he once gave him some advice, but at that time, the other party was a casual cultivator and had not joined any sect. The middle-aged man in white robe smiled and said, "There is no way. Although independent cultivators are free, if they want to go further, they have to rely on the sect to obtain cultivation resources. I am currently a guest elder of the Burning Moon sect." I see. Dugu Fengyun nodded. He was also a member of the sect, so he naturally knew that the high-level cultivation resources were controlled by the sects in the 5 major domains. It is lucky for independent cultivators to cultivate to the cave void stage. If they want to advance to the Hadao stage, they must either be lucky enough to obtain the Dao crystal stone, or they can only choose to join a certain sect and work for them in exchange for high-level resources. Dao Yu Dugu, can you spare the offense of the son of Yang Yan for my sake? The middle-aged man in white robe said sincerely, and at the same time he sighed in his heart. Back then, he was a strong man in the cave void stage, and Dugu Fengyun was only at the nascent soul stage. Now, more than 20,000 years have passed. Although both of them have stepped into the Hadao stage, he is stopped at the second level of the Hadao stage, while the other has reached the third level of the Hadao stage. As for why he looks young, it's just because he took the anti-aging pill. In fact, his lifespan is not much. Senior Zhu, you are too kind. I didn't intend to embarrass the holy son of your sect. Dugu Fengyun responded with a smile. Then Daoist fellow Dugu, see you again if we are lucky. Elder Zhu grabbed Yang Yan and disappeared from the spot. You have good talents and physique, but you lack a bit of sharpness, Dugu Fengyun said to Gao Yan, and then disappeared from the spot. If it were someone else, they might be worried after hearing Dugu Fengyun's evaluation, but Gao Yan was not affected at all, because he knew clearly what he wanted. At the same time, Gao Yan also had some regrets. He wanted to provoke Yang Yan's emotions and gamble with the other party, but he didn't expect that his own Hadao master would intervene. As for how he judged that the other party was a Hadao master, he naturally used the insight eye to detect. In a blink of an eye, another day passed. In the morning, the sun shone. The 9 saints left Fushuang City and headed in a certain direction. After flying for several hours, they arrived above a huge swamp. Gao Yan stood on the deck and found that there were a large number of flying boats floating in this area. He could identify the forces of various parties through the signs on the flying boats. The appearance of the tomb of the great emperor of creation attracted almost all the top forces in the 5 major domains. I didn't expect the tomb of the great emperor of creation to be in such a place, Xiaomeng said softly. The spiritual energy in the swamp area below is thin, and it is filled with various kinds of poisonous miasma. There are also a large number of poisonous insects, poisonous beasts, and other creatures hidden in the swamp. Except for some evil monks, no righteous monk is willing to set foot in this place. Perhaps what we see is just the appearance, or the tomb of the emperor has absorbed the power of feng shui here, which turned this place into a poisonous swamp. Gao Yan said casually. Hey, you really don't want to team up with me? Xiaomeng spoke again. My Xiao family has sent many masters to accompany us. I appreciate your kindness, senior sister. Gao Yan smiled and shook his head. You don't know what's good for you. Xiaomeng glared at Gao Yan and left the deck. Unknowingly, 2 days had passed since the various forces came to this swamp. But there was still no sign of the tomb of the great emperor of creation coming out. Finally, at noon on this day, there was movement in the sky. The 7-colored divine light penetrated the clouds and shone on the swamp below. Suddenly, a rumbling sound sounded, and the swamp also shook violently. For a while, the poisonous insects and beasts lurking in the swamp came out from it and fled desperately in all directions. But at this time, the 7-colored divine light shot out from the swamp, and all the poisonous insects and beasts were turned into powder wherever the divine light passed. Frightened, the flying boats of various forces suspended in the sky flew back, one after another. After a while, not only were poisonous insects and beasts destroyed by the 7-colored divine light, but even the swamp disappeared. At the same time, a huge portal appeared in that area, and in front of the portal was a square made of white jade. After sending people to test it, there was no danger in the square, and the personnel of various forces flew to the square one after another. You 2 sisters stay on the flying boat. Gao Yan reminded the Yi sisters, flew out of the flying boat, and flew to the square. The huge portal behind the square was closed. But there were 9 grooves on the portal, and the space in the grooves was the same size as the token. So, someone put the 9 tokens on it. Suddenly, the portal opened with a bang, and a white passage with no end in sight appeared. Those whose bone age is less than 1,000 years old can enter, and those who enter without permission will die. A vague female voice came from the passage, which made everyone present shudder. Bring the people up. At this moment, a middle-aged man standing in front of the door shouted in a deep voice. Then a group of men and women whose cultivation was sealed were brought to the door. Unseal them and let them in. The middle-aged man continued. Then the cultivation of this group of men and women was released, and they were thrown into the white passage again. Following this group of people did not even have time to scream, and their bodies were decomposed into white light. The soul is destroyed. Someone whispered, and a strong fear appeared on his face. At the same time, the faces of the great men of each sect who were over 1,000 years old also became ugly. I didn't expect that the tomb of the great emperor of creation actually had a bone age limit. Holy Lord, should we try to use the imperial soldiers? A great elder of the Yinyang Holy Land suggested. No. The Holy Lord of Yinyang Holy Land shook his head. Emperor creation is one of the most amazing emperors in history. He set the bone age limit most likely to select the successor. If we destroy his plan, we may retaliate against him. Holy Lord, Emperor Creation has been dead for millions of years. The Supreme Elder said unwillingly. He didn't have much time left and wanted to enter the tomb to find opportunities and breakthroughs. But this tomb has a bone age limit. Elder Yong, don't underestimate any emperor, let alone one of the most amazing emperors. Couldn't he have thought that someone would not want to abide by the rules he set? The Yin Yang Holy Lord glanced at Elder Yong lightly, with a warning in his eyes. He understood the other party's intention. After being warned by the Holy Lord, Elder Yong was unwilling in his heart. But he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only agree with one sentence. And then stopped talking. After the test of Yin Yang Holy Land, other cultivators over 1,000 years old gave up the idea of entering the emperor's tomb. After all, the group of men and women taken by Yin Yang Holy Land for the test were not weak. All of their cultivations were above the level of God transformation, and there were 2 of them at the level of void. But whether it was the God transformation or void, they were all decomposed into white light the moment they broke into the portal. Even everyone suspected that the great master of Hidao would probably be decomposed if he broke into the portal. Then, Yin Yang Holy Land sent another cultivator whose bone age was no more than 1,000 years old into the portal. The other party was safe and sound, walked a distance, and then retreated smoothly. Next, the various forces began to discuss and select candidates to enter the Emperor's tomb according to the quota. Before, the major forces planned to arrange a large number of Saint Realm, He, Dao, and Void Masters, as well as a small number of young generations to enter. Unexpectedly, there was a bone age limit for the tomb of the great Emperor of Creation. Therefore, almost all Saint Realm and He Dao would be excluded. After all, no matter how strong your talent is, it is almost impossible to be promoted to He Dao within 1,000 years. However, the 5 major holy places and 12 first-class sects in Zhongzhou still secretly cultivated some powerful cave masters within 1,000 years old. But at this moment, they are hesitating whether to send these secretly cultivated geniuses to the Emperor's tomb. After all, the mortality rate of the Emperor's tomb is too high. If these secretly cultivated geniuses also die in it, their losses will be great. But they are very tempted when they think that there may be 3 great emperors in the Emperor's tomb. After all, it stands to reason that the more outstanding the genius, the higher the chance of becoming the inheritor of the great emperor. After several hours of discussion, all forces have decided on the candidates to enter the Emperor's tomb. On the 9 Saints sect side, Xiao Lingyue called Gao Yan aside and told him, "My master's bone age is over 1,000, so I can't go in. After you go in, you should focus on saving your life. As for the opportunity, if you are sure, fight for it, if you are not sure, give up. After all, with your talent and qualifications, the possibility of promotion to the Hidao is still very high." "Thank you for your reminder, Master, I remember it." Gao Yan nodded. Seriously. At this time, he heard Xiao Lingyue's voice transmission, "Remember, after entering, don't trust anyone, even the people of the Xiao family, be more careful." "Master, I will." Gao Yan replied in voice transmission, "The opportunities in the Emperor's tomb are too great, and it is not uncommon for people of the same clan to fight against each other in order to compete for opportunities. Xiao Lingyue can remind him like this, which shows that he really values his disciple." After a while, Sect Master Shengguan Shang gathered hundreds of people who entered the emperor's tomb and gave them a lecture. Gao Yan swept his eyes over this group of people and found that there were actually quite a few divine transformation cultivators among them, but these people were not the true disciples he had seen. Therefore, most of these people are genius cultivators secretly cultivated by the 5 major factions. If it weren't for the appearance of the emperor's tomb this time, I'm afraid that the 5 major factions would not put this group of people in the open, but would have kept them hidden. Shangguan Shang first told everyone to be careful of cultivators from other forces after entering the emperor's tomb. Then he talked about the distribution of the income from the emperor's tomb. This time, the sect was very generous. If someone among them was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the great emperor and share the skills with the sect would reward them with a medium-sized innate secret realm. And this medium-sized innate secret realm has at least 1 large spirit stone vein and 2 medium-sized spirit stone veins. Once you have an innate secret realm, you can create your own family. I have to say that this reward is very tempting. Even Gao Yan was very tempted. He was not tempted by the innate secret realm, but the veins inside. A large vein has at least hundreds of billions of spirit stones. The 2 medium-sized veins together probably have a reserve of no less than hundreds of billions of spirit stones. 200 billion spirit stones are enough for him to upgrade several levels. As for those who were lucky enough to obtain the emperor's weapons, they can choose to keep them for themselves or sell them to the sect, which is worth a large innate secret realm. As for the saint-level skills, magical powers, and the great Tao crystals and the law crystals, they can also choose to sell them to the sect after they are obtained, and the sect will give corresponding rewards. More than an hour after Shangguan Shang finished his speech, someone from the Zhongzhou Holy Land came to inform them that after the 9 Saints sect and other forces from Zhongzhou entered, they would go in first ahead of other forces. After all, the 9 Saints sect made the greatest contribution and provided 2 tokens, so it was right to give them preferential treatment. Arrived in front of the gate. While waiting in line to enter the emperor's tomb, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the Taiyin Holy Land camp and wanted to find Gongsun Yaoyao. Unfortunately, there were too many people from the Taiyin Holy Land. It would take a while to find out who Gongsun Yaoyao was from the thousands of people. As for using the inside eye, it was too late because the people from the Taiyin Holy Land had already started to enter the gate. Although it was a little regrettable, Gao Yan cared too much. He had a feeling that he and Gongsun Yaoyao would meet sooner or later. Soon, the people from the 5 major holy lands all entered the gate. Then came the first-class sects in Zhongzhou, and then the second-class sects. Then it was the turn of the 9 Saints sect to enter. The passage was white, with visibility less than 3 meters, and the white fog in the portal could devour the mind. After entering the passage, one could only move forward instinctively. After walking for an unknown period of time, Gao Yan finally passed through. The passage appeared in a huge small world. But the strange thing was that the people in front and behind him did not appear in the same place as him. The spiritual energy in this world was very abundant. The spiritual medicine on the ground grew like weeds. Moreover, more than 99% of them are spiritual medicines that are more than 10 years old, and there are also many that are more than 500 years old. Inside eye. With a thought, Gao Yan opened the inside eye, and his sight quickly moved around. After a while, there was a touch of horror on his face, because his inside eye had reached its limit, but he still couldn't detect the size of this world. What's more strange is that he didn't see anyone. For a moment, he couldn't help frowning. There were nearly 100,000 cultivators from Zhongzhou who entered the emperor's tomb. Even if this world is big, it is impossible not to meet anyone, right? Could it be? Gao Yan thought of a possibility, unless he is the only one in this world. No matter what, let's get the benefits first, Gao Yan said secretly. So, Gao Yan turned into a herbalist and quickly picked the spiritual medicines. In this world, although spiritual medicine cannot be directly calculated as profit value. But don't forget, he is an alchemist, and there are a lot of rare spiritual medicines in this world. Picked for a while. Gao Yan simply used his twin powers to summon all three twins to help him pick spiritual herbs. This picking took 10 days and 10 nights. Gao Yan's mustard seed space and storage ring were already filled with spiritual herbs. In desperation, he could only mark out an area in my world to store spiritual herbs. He estimated. If these spiritual herbs were sold directly, they would be worth at least tens of billions of spiritual stones. If they were refined into pills and sold all, they would be worth at least hundreds of billions. Therefore, although Gao Yan was the only one in this world, he did not feel bored at all, but enjoyed it. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days have passed. Gao Yan has almost picked up all the elixirs in this world that are hundreds of years old. There are still many left that are less than 100 years old. He estimated that the elixir he had collected in the past month was worth at least 200 billion spiritual stones. If they were all refined into elixirs and sold all, they would be able to get at least more than 2 trillion spiritual stones. However, refining the elixir takes time. Selling elixirs also takes time. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan stopped picking elixirs and started wandering around this world. Now, he has detected that the size of this world is equivalent to 1/10 of the eastern wasteland. If according to his conjecture, the more than 100,000 people who entered the emperor's tomb were all assigned to a small world alone, then the emperor's magical powers would be a bit too strong. A few hours later, Gao Yan stopped on a mountain peak, thinking about how to leave this small world. After thinking for a while, he used his 7th level cultivation to punch into the void. With a poof sound, the barrier of the small world was broken through, and then he saw small worlds floating like bubbles outside the barrier of the world. With a flick of his body, he rushed out of this small world and appeared in a starry sky that looked like the universe. And those stars are just small bubble worlds. Puff. Gao Yan took action again and hit a small bubble world. But what surprised him was that his punch failed to break it. He frowned slightly and mobilized the power of gods and demons in his body. Bang! With a muffled sound, the small bubble world shook and then returned to calm. Could it be? Gao Yan thought of a possibility and turned around to bombard the small bubble world he had just emerged from. The world barrier that he could easily break through just now became more resilient. Even though his punch was as powerful as Dongxiu, it still couldn't break through the world barrier. I see. After this trial, Gao Yan knew that it was easy to break the world's barriers by bombarding them from the inside, but it became extremely difficult to break them from the outside. Think of this. He began to fly and explore in this void that seemed like the universe. This void is huge. There are simply countless small bubble worlds. Are these small bubble worlds created by the two Taoist companions of the Great Creation? The more he flew, the more shocked he became. At the same time, he also had some regrets. If he could pick up all the elixirs in these small bubble worlds, he would not need to find ways to get Spiritual stones in the future. As long as you sell elixirs and elixirs in a steady stream, you can accumulate a large number of spiritual stones. Suddenly, Gao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. But he saw a figure emerging from a small bubble world in front of him. Coincidentally, that person turned out to be Yang Yan from the Burning Moon sect. The other party also discovered him. There was a hint of joy in his expression. Haha, Gao Yan, I didn't expect that we would meet here, we will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yan activated a magical power to kill Gao Yan. Die. Gao Yan raised his hand and struck, shattering the opponent's magical power with just his spiritual power. How is that possible? Yang Yan's eyes widened. However, Gao Yan had no intention of talking nonsense with him, and two bursts of spiritual power popped up and shattered his soul and Yuanying respectively. Wave a wave. A storage ring and 3 spiritual treasures fell into his hands. 2 of the 3 spiritual treasures are low-grade spiritual treasures, and the last one is a medium-grade spiritual treasure. If they were all sold, they would be worth at least billions. However, these are all stolen goods and should not be dealt with, otherwise his killing of Yang Yan will be exposed. Then, his spiritual thoughts were injected into Yang Yan's storage ring. As expected, it was filled with old elixirs, and preliminary estimates were that they were worth at least more than 30 billion. It's a pity that there is not a single spiritual stone. He estimated that Yang Yan had thrown away all the spiritual stones in the storage ring in order to contain the elixir. After all, any old elixir is worth tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. After casually beating Yang Yan's body into powder, Gao Yan continued to fly forward. During this period, he met many cultivators who emerged from the small world of bubbles. He would not pay attention to those cultivators who did not actively provoke him, but if he encountered those who wanted to take advantage of him, he would kill them directly. Therefore, along the way, Gao Yan gained 7 more storage rings and more than 10 spiritual treasures. The value of the elixir on him is close to 500 billion. Even if he doesn't get any benefits in the future, Gao Yan still feels that he has made a lot of money. No wonder Zhongzhou fought so fiercely for the key to the emperor's tomb. Mainly because the interests in the emperor's tomb were too great. But this starry sky is really big. Gao Yan has been flying for more than 10 hours and has not reached the end yet. Suddenly, another figure emerged from the bubble world. Take a closer look, isn't it Xia Homeng? Gao Yan. Xia Homeng shouted excitedly, and immediately flew to his side. What's going on here? Don't ask me, I don't know either, because I have been flying here for more than 10 hours. Gao Yan shook his head and said, these elixirs are given to you to offset the spiritual stones I owe you. Xia Homeng generously threw some 1,000-year-old elixir to Gao Yan. Okay, we're settled. Gao Yan didn't argue with Xia Homeng. After all, the few spiritual stones she owed could not increase her income much. By the way, you also harvested a lot of elixirs, right? Xia Homeng asked. It's okay, the storage ring is full. Gao Yan said. Of course. Xia Homeng showed a look of regret. If I had known there were so many spiritual medicines here, I should have brought more storage rings. There are still many spiritual medicines in my small world that I haven't picked. Next, the two flew forward together. After flying for almost 2 days, they finally flew out of the starry sky. 2 giant portals appeared in front. Behind the portals was still a white passage. Look, there are words above the portal. Xia Homeng reminded. In fact, Gao Yan had already seen that the font on the portal was written in ancient characters from the world of cultivation. Fortunately, he had read all the books in the library, so he recognized the ancient characters on the two portals. The left portal says Life Gate, and the right portal says Death Gate. After Gao Yan told Xia Homeng, the other party showed a look of distress. Which door should we go through? In theory, people have marked the Life Gate, so it should be safe to go through this door. But, what if this is a test left by the great emperor? So, for a moment, the test didn't know whether to go through the gate of life or the gate of death. Just then, another four figures came together. From their robes, Gao Yan could tell that these people belonged to different sects in Zhongzhou, but their cultivation was not high, and the strongest was only the 8th level of the nascent soul. With a thought, Gao Yan secretly activated the soul-devouring divine ability, splitting out 4 soul seeds, quietly infiltrating into the other party's body, and being dormant in their souls. Meet the 2 Taoists from the 9 Saints sect. Why are you standing still? One of them asked politely. Gao Yan pointed to the 2 doors, and said, these 2 doors, one is the gate of life, and the other is the gate of death. We don't know which one to go through. Hearing this, the 4 people also fell into entanglement. The great emperor should not deceive us young people. I think we should go through the gate of life. The only female cultivator among the 4. But what if it's not? Another male cultivator said entangledly. There are only 2 doors anyway, I have to choose one to enter, I'll enter the gate of life. While speaking, the female cultivator turned into a stream of light and rushed into the gate of life. And Gao Yan was delighted, and quietly sensed the situation inside the gate of life through his soul seed. But in the next moment, the female cultivator's vision blurred, and she was moved out of the emperor's tomb and appeared in the square outside the emperor's tomb. In other words, the gate of life is indeed the gate of life, but after entering the gate of life, you will be teleported outside the emperor's tomb. Since the walking door will be teleported out of the emperor's tomb, then the only way to go is through the door of death. Gao Yan, how about we also go to the Xingmen? Xia Homing suggested. No, I plan to go to death. Gao Yan shook his head. Why? Xia Homing asked puzzledly. Gao Yan didn't bother to make up a reason and said directly, just intuition. Well, let's go through the door of death. Xia Homing nodded. Why don't you think about it? Gao Yan didn't expect Xia Homing to trust him so much. No need to think about it, I trust your intuition. Xia Homing said firmly. Okay, let's hold hands and go in together. Gao Yan stretched out a hand and said. Since Xia Homing trusts him so much, he also plans to take care of Xia Homing if he encounters danger inside the death gate. In fact, he didn't know at all. Xia Homing felt in his heart that he had cultivated to the 9th level of nascent soul before he was 50 years old. And he must have gained a lot of opportunities. Generally, people who have many opportunities will not have bad luck. People who are lucky often die less easily. This is the real reason why Xia Homing is willing to follow him into death. The next moment, the 2 entered the door of death hand in hand. The 3 nascent soul cultivators who stayed where they were still hesitant about which door to take. Let's say that Gao Yan and Xia Homing felt their eyes blurred after entering the death gate passage hand in hand, and then they landed on a black stone slab 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. In the void in front of them, there were also stone roads inlaid. Gao Yan counted and found that there were 99 stone slabs in total. At the end of the Void Stone Road, there are two more portals. The two looked at each other, held hands, and flew forward. But just after flying 2 meters, the two of them felt dazzled again and returned to the first stone slab again. Suddenly, Gao Yan looked thoughtful. It seems that we can only reach the other side step by step through the stone road. Be careful, I don't think things are that simple. Xia Homing reminded. Gao Yan nodded, released a golden light shield, shrouded the two people's bodies, and then crossed the void of more than 2 meters together and landed on the second stone slab. The moment they landed on the second stone slab, dense sword energy suddenly appeared in the void. In an instant, these sword energy came overwhelmingly towards the two of them. Dang, dang, dang. The power of these sword energy is not bad, comparable to ordinary yuanying 9th level attacks, but it cannot shake the golden light shield. Let's go. Gao Yan pulled Xia Homing and landed on the third stone slab. The sword energy strikes again. But this time the sword energy was about 10% more powerful than the previous. Sword energy. Gao Yan still ignored him. Control the golden light shield to block, and then jump towards the fourth stone slab. But after landing on the fourth stone slab, the surrounding sword energy struck at a faster speed, and its power increased by another 10%. Gao Yan vaguely felt that this stone road was a test. And why the power of these sword energy is only that of the 9th level of yuanying, it is probably because they are both at the 9th level of yuanying. But his true cultivation level is the 7th level of divine transformation. But the mechanism here still follows the sword energy arranged by the 9th level of nascent soul, which shows that the mechanism here cannot see through his true cultivation level. Think of this. He tried to adjust his breath to the 8th level of nascent soul. As expected, after he adjusted his aura, the power of the sword energy attacking him was greatly weakened. However, Gao Yan immediately restored his aura to the 9th level of nascent soul. What's the matter with you? Your breath is high and low? Xia Homing glanced at Gao Yan and asked, curiously. It's okay, I'm verifying something. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan led Xia Homing and jumped onto the 5th stone slab. Next, the two of them kept jumping in the void, and the sword energy attacking them became stronger and stronger. However, the golden light shield is a middle-grade spiritual treasure with extremely strong defense. Even if Gao Yan did not reveal his strength, he could easily pass through the Void Stone Road, arriving at 2 portals. Suddenly, a stone platform appeared out of thin air between the 2 doors. There are 2 brocade boxes on the table. The two of them picked up a brocade box and opened it, which contained jade slips. Gao Yan picked up the jade slip and put it between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in his mind. This piece of information told him that this test was just an appetizer. The next tests would become more and more dangerous. If he entered the Xingmen, he could still teleport out of the Emperor's tomb. But if you continue to enter the door of death, you may lose your life. Gao Yan, what's inside your jade slip? Xia Homing asked. There is a piece of information inside the jade slip. You can read it yourself. Where is yours? Xia Homing was a little excited. This jade slip contains a magical power. So, the two exchanged and read the information inside. The magical power recorded in the jade slip is a pupil magic power. After it is cultivated, the left eye can evolve into a trap formation, and the right eye can directly perform illusions. The combination of the two doubles the power. Gao Yan, do you want to continue to break through the barrier? After reading the exchanged jade slips, Xia Homing asked. Since you have come here, there is no reason to give up. Gao Yan said in a deep voice. He was particularly greedy for the top-quality spiritual stones in the Emperor's tomb. Although the spiritual medicine was good, the profit value could not be calculated directly. Okay, let's continue to break through. Xia Homing also said decisively. In her opinion, she had just passed the first level and had acquired a good magical power. If she could pass a few more levels, she might be able to gain more benefits. And Gao Yan was thinking secretly, this time more than 100,000 people came in. Even if only 1/10 entered the death gate, there would be 10,000 people who passed the level. The first level is really not difficult, it is easy to pass. If everyone can get a magical power as a reward, wouldn't it be thousands of magical powers as rewards? Or does everyone who passes the first level get the same pupil magic power? If so, then this pupil magic power will be flooded. The next moment, the two of them joined hands and entered the death gate again. In a flash, they were once again on a void stone slab. Similarly, to pass the second level, they had to step over 99 stone slabs one step at a time. Go! Released the golden shield to protect his body again, Gao Yan pulled Xiahou Meng and jumped onto the second stone slab. In a flash, they appeared on a grassland, and in front of them were two demon beasts. Puppets that exuded the aura of fourth-level demon beasts. Roar! The two demon beast puppets roared and rushed towards the two. But Gao Yan cut off his head with a sword. Then, the scene in front of them changed, and they reappeared on the second stone slab. It seems that the opponent this time is a demon beast puppet, Gao Yan said in a deep voice, and then jumped onto the third stone slab. The scene changed again, and they appeared on the grassland again, and the demon beast puppets in front of them became 4. Although the 4 demon beast puppets all have the strength of the 9th level of the nascent soul, they are only equivalent to ordinary 9th level of the nascent soul. Gao Yan and Xiahou Meng practiced heaven-level skills, and they also had spiritual treasures to protect themselves and use as weapons. It was naturally very easy to kill these demon beast puppets. Soon, the two of them came to the 34th stone slab hand in hand. The eyes blurred. They appeared on the grassland again and were surrounded by 66 demon beast puppets. But the two were still very calm. In just a few breaths, the 66 demon beast puppets were killed by the two of them. No, I've consumed a lot of energy. I need to recover my spiritual energy. First. After returning to the 34th stone slab, Xiahou Meng quickly took out a pill to restore spiritual energy and swallowed it, sitting cross-legged on the spot to recover his cultivation. As for Gao Yan, he was at the 7th level of the spiritualization realm, and that little energy consumption could be recovered in a breath. However, seeing that Xiahou Meng consumed so much energy, he slightly increased the speed of killing the monster puppets in the next level, which could also make Xiahou Meng feel a little more relaxed. Xiahou Meng, who noticed this, couldn't help but ask, "You had a lot of reservations in Thunder City last time, right?" Gao Yan smiled at her, neither admitting nor denying. A few hours later, the two finally passed the second level. Gao Yan looked relaxed, but Xiahou Meng looked unusually tired. As in the second level, a stone platform appeared out of thin air. There were also 2 wooden boxes on it. The two picked up a wooden box and opened it, and found that there was a law crystal in each box. Coincidentally, the wooden box Gao Yan picked up contained the crystal of the law of wind, and Xiahou Meng's wooden box contained the crystal of the law of wood. Gao Yan, let's take a break before continuing to challenge the level. After putting away the crystal of the law, Xiahou Meng suggested. Okay, I'm also very tired, so let's take a break. Gao Yan nodded. Hearing Gao Yan say this, Xiahou Meng subconsciously rolled her eyes, but then realized that Gao Yan was taking care of her face. After a day of rest, the two continued to challenge the level. However, the difficulty this time increased a lot because the human-shaped puppets they encountered became human-shaped puppets, which could not only cast spells, but also had magic weapons. Fortunately, their magic weapons were not spiritual treasures, but only top-grade spiritual weapons. When the two solved the human-shaped puppets on the 30th stone slab and reappeared on the stone slab, Xiahou Meng was so tired that she collapsed. Although the strength of these human-shaped puppets is just an ordinary 9th level nascent soul, ants bite elephants to death, and facing enemies dozens of times more, Xiahou Meng is still very strenuous. She even used the wood god Dharma at the end. Seeing Xiahou Meng so tired, Gao Yan decided that he would use the team amplification magic on the next stone slab. After resting for a few hours, the two landed on the 31st stone slab hand in hand. Then the eyes blurred and they were in a desert. And not far ahead, 60 humanoid puppets appeared. Kill! The 60 humanoid puppets rushed towards the two. At this time, Gao Yan urged the team amplification magic. Suddenly, a light golden light circle spread out with Gao Yan as the center, covering Xiahou Meng's body, and then she was surprised to find that her combat power doubled at this moment. Gao Yan, what kind of magic is this? Why do I feel that my strength has increased greatly? There will be no sequelae, right? Xiahou Meng asked excitedly. Team amplification magic can double your strength directly, and there are no sequelae. Xiahou Meng, whose strength doubled, became more powerful, and controlled the flying sword of Lingbao to kill the puppets in front, and easily cut off the heads of 3 puppets. Too easy, she said excitedly, and for a moment, the flying sword of Lingbao she controlled was 2 points faster. Soon, the battle was over. The two returned to the stone slab again. This time, Xiahou Meng did not rest, but urged Gao Yan to break through the level quickly. A few hours later, the two easily passed the 3rd level. There were still 2 wooden boxes on the stone platform that appeared out of thin air. There were 2 law crystals in each wooden box. For a moment, Gao Yan had to sigh that this emperor was really generous, and used the priceless law crystals outside as rewards for breaking through the level. After a short rest, the two joined hands to enter the death gate of the 4th level. But time and space rotated, and they appeared again, and came to a huge empty hall. And there are actually quite a few people in this hall. Among them are Nangong Yao, Xiahou Jian and others from the 9 Saints sect. But looking at the 2 people holding hands, Xiahou Jian's brows sank slightly, and Nangong Yao was a little surprised. Xiahou Meng quickly broke free from Gao Yan's hand and explained, "Brother, don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong between Gao Yan and me, we are just going through the levels together." Yeah. Xiahou Jian nodded, and his face looked much better. Although Gao Yan is not bad, he was pushed out by the 4 major factions to compete with their Xiahou family. It may not be a good thing for his sister to get too close to him. Senior brother Xiahou, senior sister Nangong. Gao Yan acted very calmly, smiled and greeted the two, and walked straight to Nangong Yao, senior sister, what's going on here? Nangong Yao said, "This is a closed hall. Anyone who comes here has passed 3 levels. Many people have tried and can't leave for the time being. Time gradually passed. In a blink of an eye, Gao Yan had been in this hall for more than 10 hours. And many people were teleported here. During this period, many people tried to leave this hall, but it was all in vain. Later, some people speculated that they should wait until everyone completed the level before leaving, so that everyone could wait quietly. This wait lasted more than 7 days. A voice sounded in the hall, "Young people from the future, the hall you are in is located outside the Emperor's tomb. If you choose to give up, you can still leave. Once you choose to continue to go deeper into the Emperor's tomb, there will be no room for turning back. Now, please make a choice." There were more than 100,000 people who entered the Emperor's tomb before, but only more than 10,000 people came to this hall. Some of the others chose to be teleported out of the Gate of Life, and some probably died on the way to break through. Take the 9 Saints sect as an example. Among the 8 saints and saints, Gao Yan, Xiahou Jian, Xiahou Meng, Nangong, Yao, and Zhao Longye came here. As for Long Xiaoyu, Zhang Tianfan and Zhang Yuyu, they may have been teleported out or died. A total of 630 people from the 9 Saints sect entered the Emperor's tomb. But so far, there are only about 200 people left. Hearing this voice, many people present began to ponder. At this point, it can be said that everyone has gained enough benefits. Even if you withdraw, you will not suffer any loss. If you stay, you will definitely get more benefits, but you may also lose your life. So, after a long silence, someone made a decision. Soon, there were less than 1,000 people in the hall. Very good, it seems that those who stay have to keep going. I wish you good luck. As soon as the voice fell, everyone felt a black and a bright light in front of their eyes, and then they were moved to a square outside a palace complex. The voice continued to sound, "There are 3,600 palaces here, and there are treasures in each palace. Correspondingly, the more valuable the treasures are, the higher the unknown dangers they face. Now, go treasure hunting. Those who can get to this point are extraordinary in both mind and strength." They did not rush to the palace to grab the treasure immediately after hearing the treasure. Instead, they subconsciously formed a team to face the unknown dangers together. After half a quarter of an hour of team formation, a temporary team of 5 people went to the nearest palace. The others did not take action, but still stood in the square to observe. Boom! The 2 closed palace doors were pushed open by the team of men and horses. Everyone looked towards the palace immediately. The palace is not dark, but is exceptionally bright, because the walls of the palace are inlaid with goose egg-sized orbs that emit a soft radiance. It is the existence of these orbs that makes the palace extremely bright. Those orbs are transformed top-quality spiritual stones. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. 1 top-grade spiritual stone is equivalent to 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. There are more than 100 top-quality spiritual stones embedded in the walls of this palace, and they are all about twice the size of ordinary top-quality spiritual stones. After conversion, it is worth almost 300 million low-grade spiritual stones. Of course, it is a luxury to transform more than 100 top-quality spiritual stones into lighting tools, but after seeing the elixirs in the bubble world, everyone can accept it. Everyone's eyes are searching for other treasures in the palace. The first and most eye-catching thing is that there is an unsheathed jade sword placed on the low table at the end of the palace. This jade sword seems ordinary and does not exude any special aura, but don't Forget that this emperor's tomb was built millions of years ago. In other words, this jade sword has existed for millions of years. Even ordinary spiritual treasures can hardly achieve immortality for millions of years, so this jade sword must be a treasure. In addition, there were 8 lifeless puppets wearing armor standing on both sides of the palace. Everyone subconsciously believed that the danger in the palace was these 8 armored puppets. Holy Sun, do we want to go in now? The 5-person team stopped in front of the palace, and one of them asked. Ning Xing, the team leader. This Ning Xing was a holy son from a second-rate sect in Zhongzhou, with a first-level spiritual cultivation. He was teamed up with an elder from the same sect. We stand outside the palace and attack the armored puppet. One person is responsible for 2. Ning Xing said in a deep voice. So, the 5-person team sacrificed their magic weapons one after another. But the moment their magic weapon was about to pass through the palace gate, it was blocked by an invisible energy. No matter how they bombarded it, they could not penetrate the invisible energy. They then tried casting spells and magical powers, but with the same result. Holy Sun, it seems we must go in to get the jade sword. In this way, after entering, I will seize the jade sword. You guys help me. Hold the armor puppet. When the jade sword is obtained, we will exit immediately. Good. None of the 4 elders had any objections. The next moment, the 5 people rushed into the hall together without being blocked. Although this hall is large, it is only one step away from it for cultivators of spiritual transformation. Ning Xing took one step and reached the low table at the end of the hall, then reached out to grab the jade sword. But the moment his hand touched the jade sword, a green sword energy shot out from the jade sword. Ning Xing reacted very quickly, and instantly constructed several layers of spiritual energy shields to cover himself, and his figure flew back at this moment. At the same time, he was also preparing to use the defensive spirit treasure. But the sword energy emitted by the jade sword was more powerful than he imagined. With a pop, it penetrated the spiritual shield he had constructed, easily penetrated his head, and strangled his sea of consciousness, to pieces. Plop. Ning Xing's body fell from the air with a dull sound. But the 4 people who had been on guard against the 8 armored puppets discovered that the 8 armored puppets had not moved at all. That is to say, they misjudged that the crisis in this hall was the jade sword, not the 8 armored puppets. Take the body of the Holy Sun and exit. An elder shouted, reaching out to grab Ning Xing's body and trying to rush out of the hall. But the moment he grabbed Ning Xing's body, a green sword energy flew out from his body. With a pop, it pierced the eyebrows of the elder's true successor. In an instant, the other party turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the other 3 true disciples still in the hall were dumbfounded, and then fled out of the hall regardless. When everyone who stayed outside the hall witnessed this scene, deep fear flashed in their eyes, and many people were also afraid. You must know that Ning Xing was at the first level of the divine transformation. But it was so easy to die. Brother, if you are the one entering the palace, can you block the sword energy? Xiahou Meng asked Xiahou Jian. It's hard to say. Xiahou Jian shook his head, but he decided to release the spiritual treasure to protect himself immediately after entering the hall, so as not to die in an unknown way like Ning Xing. Anyway, he felt that Ning Xing's death was not worth it, and he was completely tricked into dying. Of course, the elder who wanted to take away his body died more unjustly. Who? knew that there was still sword energy left in Ningxing's body. Junior brother Gao, what are your plans? At this time, Xiao Yanran walked to Gao Yan and asked. I don't know, let's take a look before making a decision. Gao Yan said that he was not very interested in the treasures in the palace. He was interested in the spiritual stones. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Chen and Xiao Feng, among the 4 Xiao family children who visited Fushuang City with him before, did not arrive here. They may have died on the way to pass the customs, or they may have left the emperor's tomb through the Xingmen. From this point of view, neither of these two are the protagonists. 2. Xiao Yanran nodded. A quarter of an hour passed like this, and another team was preparing to enter the palace to seize the treasure. Their team pushed open the gate of the palace next door to the previous palace. Everyone looked curiously and found that the layout of the palace was similar to the previous one. There was a painting hanging on the wall at the end of the palace. In the painting was a blue-clothed sword cultivator holding a long sword. The whole painting exuded a unique charm. Many cultivators who practiced sword techniques found that their sword techniques had improved after observing this painting. For a moment, everyone realized that there might be a powerful sword tradition hidden in the painting. However, the most conspicuous is also the most dangerous. With Ningxing's previous experience, this team did not dare to seize the painting rashly. Brother Qiu, why not try to destroy the 8 armored puppets in the palace first? Someone shouted to the team leader. Although Qiu Wushuang was stronger than Ningxing, he did not have the slightest arrogance or pride. The whole hall was clear at a glance. In addition to the sword cultivator picture, the most conspicuous was undoubtedly the armored puppets on both sides of the hall. So, he hesitated a little. He led people into the hall, and at the same time, he used magic weapons to wrap himself up tightly. Then he took the lead in attacking the armored puppets. The armored puppets that were attacked reacted instantly. They saw golden light bursting on their bodies, and they all drew their swords from their waists and slashed. Ka ka ka. The sound of breaking sounded, but the magic weapons that attacked the armored puppets were all chopped into pieces by their swords, and then they swung their swords to slash at Qiu Wushuang and the other 5. However, Qiu Wushuang and the other 5 were standing at the door of the hall. After being attacked, they immediately retreated outside the hall. But what they didn't expect was the invisible barrier appeared again, blocking their way. Damn it! Qiu Wushuang was furious, and no longer retreated, but used a magical power to bombard the 2 armored puppets that came towards him. Bang bang! His magical power successfully hit the armored puppet, but it only made the opponent's body shake. Immediately afterwards, 2 armored puppets rushed forward to kill. The swords in their hands slashed at Qiu Wushuang from the left and right. The sword easily tore through his defense. With a puff, Qiu Wushuang's left arm was cut off. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he used the escape technique to dodge. The second sword that was slashing at his head missed. But the other 4 were not as lucky as Qiu Wushuang. They were all chopped into blood mist by the armored puppet with 1 sword strike. Not only were their bodies gone, but their souls and yuanying were completely shattered. Seeing this scene, Qiu Wushuang's face became extremely ugly. The next moment, the 8 armored puppets turned around and attacked Qiu Wushuang again. Even facing 2 armored puppets, he found it very difficult, let alone 8. Therefore, his fate has been determined. As a result, there was a hint of resentment in his eyes, and his aura boiled. just when the attacks of the 8 armored puppets were about to fall on him. His body glowed with brilliance and finally exploded. A powerful energy flow swept through the entire palace, and the 8 armored puppets were knocked away. When everyone outside the palace saw this scene, some people still had indifferent expressions, some showed regret, and some showed gloating. Some people even showed signs of regret. After a while, calm returned to the hall. But what surprised and shocked people was that the 8 armored puppets actually returned to their original positions. The golden armors on their bodies were still as new as ever, and they were not damaged at all. How is this possible? Some people couldn't help but exclaim, Qiu Wushuang is at the 2nd level of divine transformation, and he is not an ordinary 2nd level of divine transformation. The power of his self-destruction can directly kill ordinary 3rd and 4th levels of divine transformation. As for the 5th level of divine transformation, if you escape, if you go too slowly, you will probably be seriously injured. But the armors of the 8 puppets were unscathed, which shows how abnormal the golden armors on their bodies were. I'm afraid it can already be compared with a mid-grade spiritual treasure. 2 teams went to test the palace. 2 people in one team died, and all the people in the other team were destroyed. For a while, no one dared to go in again. During this period, Gao Yan inspected the 3,600 palaces. These 3,600 palaces include 36 large palaces, 72 medium palaces, and the rest are small palaces. The 2 groups of people just entered a small palace. Your Highness, it's hard to get the treasures in this palace. What are your plans next? Qin Mi asked. When forming a team before, Qin Mi, Meng Ruyan, Li Jincheng and a true elder of the 7th level of nascent soul, joined his team. No rush, let's take a look at the situation first. Gao Yan said calmly. After all, this is the Emperor's tomb. Although he has many tricks, he still dare not be careless. Besides, he doesn't want to expose his tricks and wait for others to continue to explore the road. Although everyone knows that the palace is extremely dangerous, the treasures inside are even more tempting. There are always people who are willing to risk their lives for the treasures and will take risks. Gao Yan's judgment was correct. Less than half an hour. Some people went straight to another palace. The other party is the holy son of the 1st-class sect in Zhongzhou named Zhou Wuwei, and his cultivation has reached the 6th level of divine transformation. This time, he did not bring anyone with him, but planned to enter alone. Boom! The door of a large hall was pushed open. Likewise, the walls are inlaid with lighting tools transformed from top quality spiritual stones. There are also 8 armored puppets standing in front of both palace walls. Also, there is a long black sword placed on the low table above the palace. This long sword still did not emit any aura, but everyone knew that this long sword must be a treasure, at least a top-grade spiritual treasure, or even a holy weapon. The next moment, Zhou Wuwei stepped into the palace. At the same time, there were 2 more high-grade spiritual treasures on his head, namely a small bronze bell and a piece of tortoise shell. These 2 magic weapons dropped cyan light and black light, respectively, shrouding him. As expected of the holy son of the 1st-class sect in Zhongzhou, he actually has 2 top-grade defensive spiritual treasures. Li Jincheng said with envy. A high-grade spiritual treasure is worth at least 10 billion low-grade spiritual stones. But who would be willing to sell such a good thing as a top-grade lingbao? Therefore, high-grade spiritual treasures have a price, but even if you have enough spiritual stones, no one will sell them to you even if the price is increased. In fact, not only high-grade spiritual treasures, but also relatively rare and rare refining resources cannot be purchased with spiritual stones. Things like spirit stones are just trading currencies below Dongshu. Monks above Dongshu generally conduct transactions by barter. Back to business. After Zhou Wuwei entered the hall, he dashed towards the top of the hall, intending to put the long knife directly into the storage ring. Unfortunately, I tried several times, but failed. So, he released his spiritual power and grabbed the ink-colored long knife. Buzz. The moment his spiritual power came into contact with the long black sword, a black sword light flew out from the sword and slashed towards Zhou Wuwei. Puff. The sword light was extremely sharp and instantly tore apart the light shield formed by the two high-grade spiritual treasures. However, Zhou Wuwei, who was already on guard, had a purple gold spear in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, 9 gun shadows attacked the sword light from different directions. However, Zhou Wuwei failed to break the sword light, but it also made the sword light dim a bit. Seeing this, Zhou Wuwei was overjoyed, let out a soft drink, and attacked Daomong again. After more than 10 breaths, the sword light completely disintegrated. Zhou Wuwei tried to grab the long black knife again. This time, the black long knife was very obedient, and Zhou Wuwei took it in his hand without any movement. See this scene. Everyone realized that if they wanted to obtain the treasures in the palace, they had to pass the test of the treasures. Zhou Wuwei, who obtained the black long sword, successfully exited the palace. Someone immediately came forward to congratulate him. May I ask, fellow Taoist Zhou, what grade is your black long sword? After a slight hesitation, Zhou Wuwei said, it is a lower grade holy weapon. Upon hearing that the black long sword was a lower grade holy weapon, many people present showed envy. Even a strong man at the Hadao level may not be able to possess a magic weapon like a holy weapon. Not to mention the transformation of the spirit. Suddenly, the previous voice sounded, those who obtain the treasures in the palace can take 2 people away from here. If you don't get the treasure, and no one takes you away, you will be trapped here forever. Upon hearing this, the people present changed their expressions. There are only 3,600 palaces here. According to the calculation that one treasure can send 3 people away, 10,800 people can leave, but at this moment, there are more than 15,000 cultivators. In the end, more than 4,000 people will be trapped here forever. Although Zhou Wuwei could stay and continue to seize treasures, he chose not to do so, because if he seized another treasure, he would cut off the lives of 3 people. This is not because he is kind-hearted, but because he is worried about being attacked by a group of people. At the same time, leaving here first might give him the upper hand. So, he walked to his own camp, selected 2 people and left here, since he could leave after taking the treasure. The people present no longer waited. One by one, those who reached the level of transformation broke into the palace to seize the treasure. However, the people of the 5 major holy places aimed at the large palace at the back. Gao Yan still did not act impulsively. Instead, he stood outside and observed, and focused on observing the situation of his fiancée, Gongsun Yaoyao. In fact, after passing the 3rd level, he had already found Gongsun Yaoyao. The other party pretended to look at him unintentionally for several times, but had no intention of recognizing him. So, Gao Yan also pretended not to know her. I have to say that this fiancée is very strong. She is younger than him, but She has already cultivated to the 9th level of the spiritual transformation. Emperor's tomb, in the open space in front of the palace complex. Gao Yan still stops here. Your Highness, when should we take action? If we wait any longer, all the treasures will be robbed by others, said the elder who formed the team with him. What's the rush? It's not that easy to pass the treasure test. Gao Yan said lightly. Although there are more people fighting for treasures now, not many people succeed. On the contrary, many people die under the attack of the treasures. Your Highness, I also think it's better to do it sooner rather than later. We have to guard against someone trying to seize the treasure again. Li Jincheng looked at the 36 large palaces thoughtfully. At this moment, the 5 holy places in Zhongzhou are seizing the treasures in 36 large palaces. After they succeed, they will definitely seize the treasures in other palaces. The people who enter the emperor's tomb from the 5 holy lands have basically reached the realm of divine transformation. Even if they break the rules, others probably won't dare to speak out. Therefore, the best way is to seize the treasure while they are still in the large palace and then leave this place. Okay, let's do it now. Gao Yan nodded and decided to send Meng Ruyan and Qin Mi away first. He led the 4 people to a small palace that had been pushed aside. On a low table above the palace lies a long sword of exquisite shape. In addition, there were 8 corpses lying inside that had their heads pierced by sword energy. Just wait outside, I'll go in and grab the treasure alone. Gao Yan said to the 4 people. Your Highness, let's go in and help you. Qin Mi said. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand. If I can't deal with that long sword, it's useless for you to go in. Although Gao Yan's words are a bit hurtful, they are also true. They haven't even reached the 9th level of nascent soul. After entering, they are really useless. Gao Yan stepped into the palace and did not immediately accept the test of the long sword. Instead, he collected the storage rings and magic weapons from the 8 corpses. These people have picked up a lot of elixirs in the small bubble world and cannot let them go to waste. Just made a simple estimate. The spaces in the storage rings of the 8 people vary from big to small. The total elixirs in their storage rings are worth at least 300 billion. If the elixirs in the emperor's tomb were brought to the market, the prices of elixirs would be greatly reduced. In addition to the elixir worth 300 billion, there are also 3 spiritual treasures, but unfortunately they are all low-grade spiritual treasures. As for the best spiritual weapons, he simply ignored them. Seeing Gao Yan's behavior, Qin Mi and others outside changed their faces slightly and subconsciously looked around. Because these 8 people all have the same sect. Now, their fellow disciples were busy seizing the treasure and did not bother to collect the corpse. When the treasure hunt is over, they will definitely come to collect the corpse. If they find that the storage ring on the corpse has been taken away, there will definitely be a conflict. Inside the palace, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the beautifully shaped sword. This is a sword that reaches the level of a low-grade holy weapon. Gao Yan didn't use his spiritual treasure to defend himself, but stretched out his hand to grab the sword. Sure enough, a sword energy shot out from it, but Gao Yan calmly grabbed the sword energy. With a pop, the extremely powerful sword energy was crushed into pieces by him. Out of thin air. When he grabbed the sword again, the opponent became extremely well-behaved. See this scene. Qin Mi and the other 4 people's eyes widened. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You know, not long after, this long sword released a sword energy and killed 8 people, including an individualized cultivator. Put away the sword. Gao Yan ducked out of the palace. I'll see the 3 of you off first. Which of you will go first? Gao Yan looked at the 4 people and asked. Let the 3 of them go first. Qin Mi said. No, let senior sister Qin Mi and the other 3 leave first. Meng Ruyan followed. Okay, senior sister Qin Mi will stay, and the 3 of you will leave first. When he got this holy sword, Gao Yan knew that he could send away 3 people with it. Soon, the 3 were sent away. Qin Mi smiled and said, Your Highness, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. If you know it, tell it. Don't be afraid that I will kill someone in silence. You. Gao Yan joked. Your Highness will not do such a thing, but please rest assured, as long as you don't have his permission, I will never reveal a word to others. Qin Mi expressed her loyalty and said that her grandniece was Gao Yan's personal maid. The 2 of them already had a foundation of trust. Now that they had seen Gao Yan's strength, Qin Mi already wanted to join her. It doesn't hurt to tell. Gao Yan smiled, and then showed his breath. Become a god? Qin Mi was shocked and envious at the same time. I broke through in the emperor's tomb. Gao Yan said casually. Let's go to another hall. Gao Yan took Qin Mi to the main hall that Ning Xing had entered before. After entering the main hall, he first touched the corpse. This Ning Xing is the Holy Son. Not only does he possess 3 spiritual treasures, the elixir in the storage ring is also worth 50 billion. As for the elixir in the other true storage ring, it is worth about 24 billion. There are also spiritual treasures, but only one. Then, he easily crushed the sword energy released by the jade sword. Another low-grade holy weapon was obtained. For you. After leaving the palace, Gao Yan threw a low-grade spiritual treasure to Qin Mi. To be honest, he has too many low-grade spiritual treasures. Since Qin Mi has taken refuge with him, giving her a spiritual treasure can also enhance her strength. Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Mi was overjoyed. Your Highness, do you still want to seize the treasure? Qin Mi asked. I've already captured 2 of them, there's no need for them anymore. Gao Yan said that although the treasures here are very tempting, there are probably middle-grade and high-grade holy soldiers in medium and large palaces. He is also certain, but if he runs to seize the treasures in medium and large palaces, he will inevitably expose more of his cultivation. It is not a wise choice to expose your true cultivation level in this place. After all, this should still be just the periphery of the emperor's tomb. The next moment, he activated the teleportation function of the jade sword and took Qin Mi away from here. Appears again. Gao Yan and the 2 were teleported into a void. Meng Ruyan and Li Jincheng, who arrived first, were not far away. Your Highness, senior sister Qin, you are here. All 3 of them looked surprised. What did you find? Gao Yan asked casually. Your Highness, look. Li Jincheng pointed to a glowing sphere in front of him and said, that is an innate secret realm. As long as you capture the secret realm stone tablet inside, you can take away the secret realm. Gao Yan released his spiritual thoughts to explore the secret realm and found that there was indeed a secret realm stone tablet inside. However, there were 108 god-level monsters entrenched around the stone tablet. No wonder Li Jincheng and the others haven't gone in yet. Except there are still a large number of monsters below the level of gods in the secret realm, numbering in the millions. By the way, have you seen Zhou Wuwei? Gao Yan asked. Li Jincheng shook his head. I didn't meet him. This void is huge. Maybe he didn't teleport to this area. Gao Yan nodded. Continue to explore the secret realm with your spiritual thoughts. Soon. His body trembled slightly because he discovered a vein of spirit stone in this secret territory. The reserves of this spirit stone vein are not large, only about 100 million spirit stones. However, these 100 million spiritual stones are all top-grade spiritual stones. After conversion, it is 1 trillion low-grade spiritual stones. What the hell, I want to send it out. Gao Yan secretly thought, and at the same time, decided that even if his strength was exposed, he would still capture this innate secret realm. You guys wait here while I enter the secret realm. Gao Yan gave instructions to the 4 of them, and then threw himself into the secret realm. Ho! Roar! Roar! Ong! 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 As an outsider like him broke into the secret realm, waves of beast roars sounded one after another, making the entire secret realm filled with the roars of monster beasts. At the same time, birds and monsters rushed towards him one after another. Roll! Gao Yan waved his hand, and waves of air swept out, sucking in the birds and monsters that approached him and strangling them into a ball of blood mist. For a moment, the sky within hundreds of miles turned blood red. Brush. After activating the small teleportation magical power and moving several times in succession, Gao Yan reached the sky above the secret stone monument. With a thought, the god-turned puppet was released. I saw the god transformation puppet slashing sword energy downwards one after another. Although the monster beasts below were also in the god transformation realm, they were unable to resist the attacks of the god transformation 9th level puppet. In just a few breaths, all 108 divine monsters were killed. Gao Yan landed in front of the secret stone monument. Place your palms on it and proceed with refining. But then, he frowned slightly. According to his current refining progress, it would take at least 8 hours to refine. And during these 8 hours, someone else might be teleported over. All 4 of you, come into the secret realm. Gao Yan sent a message to the 4 Qinmi people outside. Soon, the 4 of them also entered the secret realm and landed around Gao Yan. Seeing Gao Yan refining the secret realm stone tablet, they didn't bother him. However, their eyes fell on the god transformation puppet standing next to Gao Yan. When they were seizing the treasure, Gao Yan's cultivation had already shocked them. They didn't expect His Royal Highness, the Son of God, to actually have a puppet of the 9th level of divine transformation. Think back to the time we spent together at Lingyue Peak. Qin Mi, Meng Ruyan, and Li Jincheng all have an unreal feeling. After all, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, who is so powerful and mysterious, actually got together with them and grilled them many times. Qin Mi was secretly grateful. Fortunately, he had taken refuge in the Holy Sun, and with the methods shown by the Holy Sun, he was almost certain to seize the position of deputy sect leader. As for the position of sect leader, it was possible, but unlikely. After all, the Xiaohe family is bound to win the next sect leader position. Thinking of this, Qin Mi somewhat understood why Gao Yan concealed his strength. Mostly to guard against the Xiaohe family. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The void outside the secret realm flashed past, and 3 figures appeared out of thin air. One of them is none other than the Saint Sikong Wanfeng of the Burning Moon sect and the 2 elders. Your Highness, look, there is a secret realm ahead, and there seems to be someone inside. Sikong Wanfeng released his spiritual thoughts and looked towards the secret realm and found that Gao Yan was refining the secret realm stone tablet. It's actually him. A murderous intent appeared on Sikong Wanfeng's face. In a flash, she rushed into the secret realm, followed closely by the two true disciples. Your Highness, Sikong Wanfeng, the saint of the Burning Moon sect, broke in with someone. Qin Mi reminded nervously. Kill. Gao Yan gave instructions to the God transformation puppet. Brush. The God incarnation puppet disappeared out of thin air, appeared 500 meters in front of Sikong Wanfeng, and then slashed out with a sword. Hundreds of feet of sword energy tore open the void and instantly struck Sikong Wanfeng's head. How dare you make the first move? Sikong Wanfeng was furious. With a flick of her wrist, a string of golden bells tied to her wrist shot out, forming a screen of light to block the sword energy. Then she waved her hand, and hundreds of foot-long sword energy appeared around the God transformation puppet, and then formed a sword formation, to strangle the God transformation puppet. Brush. The God incarnation puppet disappeared and reappeared in front of Sikong Wanfeng. The long sword in his hand was passed forward, easily breaking through Sikong Wanfeng's layers of defense and piercing her chest. How is this possible? Sikong Wanfeng's eyes flashed with disbelief. Then a look of madness flashed across her eyes, a golden flame rose up all over her body, and then her plain white palms were printed on the chest of the God transformation puppet. Bang! The body of the transformed God puppet remained motionless, but the long sword inserted into Sikong Wanfeng's chest shone brightly. The next moment, a large amount of sword energy emerged from Sikong Wanfeng's body. The transformed God puppet also drew out his long sword and retreated. Look at Sikong Wanfeng again, her body is broken into pieces. The two elders were dumbfounded and immediately turned into streams of light and fled out of the secret realm. Unfortunately, the God puppet is faster. With two light swords, those two people were eliminated. After cleaning the battlefield, the God incarnation puppet brought back 3 storage rings, 6 spiritual treasures, and a holy weapon. 4 of the spiritual treasures and low-grade holy weapons are owned by Sikong Wanfeng, and the other 2 are from the true inheritance of the other 2 elders. Gao Yan put away the storage ring and spiritual treasure and continued to refine the secret realm stone tablet. The next 6 hours, no one bothered him. The secret realm stone tablet was also successfully refined by him. Also at this moment, the system prompt sounds. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 trillion yuan in revenue. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have received 5 times the system's return of 5 trillion spiritual stones. Ding, the system meets the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? The system prompts that followed almost made Gao Yan laugh out loud. The system can be upgraded to as many levels as it can. Gao Yan ordered. Ding, consume 60 billion income value, upgrade to level 19. Ding, consume 70 billion income value, upgrade to level 20. Ding, consume 80 billion income value, upgrade to level 21. Ding, consume 90 billion income value, upgrade to level 22. Ding, consume 100 billion income value, upgrade to level 23. Is that it? Gao Yan frowned, obviously only 400 billion income value was consumed, why didn't it continue to upgrade? Ding, the system upgrade time is 6 hours, please wait patiently. After a little thought, Gao Yan estimated that after this upgrade, the requirements for income value will increase significantly. Let's go out. Gao Yan took the 4 people out of the secret realm, and then Gao Yan controlled the secret realm through the secret realm steel, directly shrinking the secret realm to the size of a bead. Congratulations, Your Highness, for obtaining an innate secret realm. Qin Mi hurriedly congratulated Gao Yan. Immediately afterwards, Meng Ruyan, Li Jincheng and another elder's true disciple also congratulated Gao Yan. With an innate secret realm, Gao Yan also has a foundation in the future, and he can completely cultivate his own subordinates in the innate secret realm. Gao Yan smiled and nodded. Then he threw out 4 low-grade spiritual treasures. Hurry up and refine them. Thank you, Your Highness, for the treasures. The 4 people hurriedly thanked him. The spiritual treasures Gao Yan gave them were all defensive types. Relatively speaking, in the dangerous Imperial tomb, defensive spiritual treasures are more precious because they can save lives. Then Gao Yan led the 4 people to search in this void. During this period, they also found a lot of secret realms, but there were already people refining secret realm stone tablets in them. Gao Yan did not rob them, but continued to look for ownerless secret realms. Unknowingly, 3 hours passed. The system upgrade was also completed. Gao Yan began to check the upgrade rewards. 5 consecutive upgrades will reward a total of 30 super draws and 15,000 free attribute points. System, combine 30 super draws into 10 luxury draws. Gao Yan ordered. Soon, 10 luxury draws were combined successfully. When preparing to draw, the system's voice sounded, ding, 5 luxury draws can be combined into a special draw. Do you want to combine? Special draw? Gao Yan became interested. After thinking about it, he decided to combine a special draw to try. Soon, the special lottery will be combined. System, start special lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a good luck badge. The prize has been stored in the system space. Please claim it by yourself. That's it? Gao Yan's eyes widened. It took 5 luxury lottery draws to combine into a special lottery to draw such a thing? For a moment, Gao Yan had the urge to return the product. The next moment, Gao Yan had a pure white badge on his hand. The front was engraved with a beautiful Western female goddess, and the back was the word "Good luck" written in a small book. Is this considered a merger of East and West? Gao Yan complained secretly, and at the same time, the effect of the badge also appeared in his mind. The use of the badge is very simple, just carry it with you and it can increase your luck tenfold. This situation will last for 10 days. After 10 days, the good luck buff will expire. But if you store it for 10 days, good luck buff will appear again. Gao Yan felt a little bit at a loss, but he immediately kept the good luck badge close to his body. System, combine the other 5 luxury draws into a special draw. Ding, the special lottery synthesis was successful. Gao Yan, use the special lottery. System, ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an immortal cultivation puppet factory. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. The next moment, Gao Yan had a purple card in his hand. This card is the cultivation puppet factory. As long as it is bound to itself, it will form a factory space that relies on itself. Then recharge the spirit stones to produce immortal cultivating puppets. A cultivating puppet at the Qi refining level, each worth 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. A foundation building level immortal cultivator puppet, 1 for every 10,000 low-grade ones. A golden elixir level immortal cultivator puppet, 1 worth 100,000 low-grade. A cultivating puppet at the nascent soul level, 1 million low-grade. Spiritual stones. A god-level cultivating puppet with tens of millions of low-grade spiritual stones. A cultivating puppet at the Dongshu level, one with 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. It is worth mentioning that the large realm of the puppet can be determined, while the small realm is random. In other words, spending 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones to create a chi refining puppet may be at the first level of chi refining, or it may be at the 9th level of chi refining. It all depends on luck. As for the Hadao realm puppets, this function will only be enabled after the factory is upgraded. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan directly bound to the immortal puppet factory, and then he sensed a space. But there is only one dry pool in this space. System, I want to recharge the immortal puppet factory with 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones. 1 billion spiritual stones were deducted. However, there is an extra 1 billion in the account of the immortal puppet factory. System, produce 10 god incarnation puppets for me. 100 million was deducted from the account balance, and a large amount of golden liquid emerged from the pool in the factory. Immediately afterwards, a naked man emerged from the golden pool. But the other party was also smart. He jumped out of the pool and used his own spiritual power to transform himself into a robe. At the same time, specific information about this god-turned-puppet also emerged. Because he didn't give a name, the other party's code name was H1, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of divine transformation. Gao Yan estimated that the other party's ability to reach the 8th level of divine transformation should be related to the fact that he was wearing a good luck badge. It was just as he expected. The 9 immortal cultivating puppets produced subsequently reached the 7th level of divine transformation at the lowest level, and the 9th level of divine transformation at the highest level. There are 10 puppets of gods and immortals, 5 men and 5 women, with codenames from H1 to H10 respectively. Moreover, they were created with top-level skills and a swordsmanship that they had perfected. If placed in the immortal cultivation puppet factory, they consume no energy. If they leave the factory, they will consume the energy of 1 million low-grade spiritual stones every hour. The energy consumed will be directly deducted from the account of the Shoshin factory, and there is no need for Gao Yan, the factory owner, to manually add energy to them. Want it here. Gao Yan simply recharged the factory with 10 billion. Anyway, his current spiritual stones have reached more than 7 trillion, and 10 billion is just water. The current factory balance is 10.9 billion. System, produce 9 Dongshu level immortal cultivating puppets for me. 900 million was deducted from the account balance, and the pool began to boil again. Then the immortal cultivation puppet appeared one by one, until 9 whole void puppet appeared, and the pool returned to calm. Good. Gao Yan smiled with satisfaction. These 9 puppets were 5 men and 4 women. Only 2 were at the 9th level of Dongshu, but there were 4 at the 8th level. The remaining 3 were all at the 7th level. Only then did he realize that the good luck buff was really powerful. Without the blessing of good luck buff, the Dongshu puppets he produced would probably all be of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level of Dongshu. Moreover, as soon as the Dongshu puppets are produced, they will have their own heaven-level skills and a heaven-level sword art, and these puppets have all cultivated to a perfect level. It's stable now. The strongest people who entered the Emperor's tomb this time were at the Dongshu level, and they probably didn't exceed the 3rd level of Dongshu. But he has 9 puppets with holes above level 7. Who can be his opponent? Moreover, if 9 are not enough, the worst he can do is produce 10 more and 100 more. With his financial resources, there will be no problem at all. Take a deep breath and calm down the excitement in your heart. Gao Yan began to look at the revenue required for the next upgrade. As expected, the income value required for upgrading no longer increases by 10 billion per level, but becomes an increase of 100 billion per upgrade. The current income value is 635.2 billion. The next upgrade requires 200 billion. System, upgrade 2 more levels. Gao Yan ordered. The income value will not give birth. Since it can be upgraded, there is no reason to keep it. The income value was deducted by 500 billion, and there were more than 130 billion left. After flying for half a quarter of an hour, Gao Yan and his party discovered another innate secret realm. Moreover, there was still a battle in the secret realm. When the party approached the secret realm and looked inside, they found that the people fighting were actually Xiahou Jian and Xiahou Meng, brother and sister. In addition, there was a master secretly cultivated by the Xiahou family. Gao Yan, who fought with them, also had an impression that they were the saint of the second-rate sect of the Moon God sect in Zhongzhou, by Qiongxing, and 2 Yuanying true disciples. It was by Qiongxing's arrogant words that caused Gao Yan and his party to go to Laming City to challenge. Bai Qiongxing and Xiahou Jian have the same level of cultivation. But Bai Qiongxing has a slight advantage at this moment. Xiahou Meng and another true disciple of the Moon God sect fought evenly. Only the genius secretly cultivated by the Xiahou family was completely at a disadvantage. Because the other true disciple of the Moon God sect has reached the first level of the spiritualization, he is only at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul. It is already quite remarkable that he can remain undefeated. If there is no accident, Xiahou Jian and his 3 people will lose. But Gao Yan and his group came. So Gao Yan rushed into the secret realm with 4 people. Gao Yan, you are here just in time, help quickly. Seeing Gao Yan appear, Xiahou Meng was overjoyed. Soul-controlling magical power. Gao Yan directly used the soul-controlling magical power on Xiahou Meng's opponent, and Xiahou Meng was not polite. He swung the Wood King sword and crushed the opponent's head. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan used the soul-controlling magical power on another true disciple. Although the opponent was on guard, he still fell into the trap and had his head crushed by the genius secretly cultivated by the Xiahou family. Damn it! Bai Qiongxing was furious when he saw this scene. After using a magical power, he wanted to take the opportunity to escape from the secret realm. But Gao Yan dodged and blocked his way. If you want to leave, leave the storage ring, otherwise, die. Hearing this, Bai Qiongxing's face suddenly became quite ugly. Get out of my way. While shouting, Bai Qiongxing swung his sword and slashed at Gao Yan. Be careful. Seeing this scene, Xiahou Meng's face suddenly turned pale, and he directly burst into the Wood God Dharma, urging the Wood King sword to slash at Bai Qiongxing, hoping to force him to stop. Bai Qiongxing's sword was about to fall on Gao Yan. A young man appeared out of nowhere and blocked Gao Yan, and also slashed with a sword. Not only did he shatter Bai Qiongxing's sword energy, but he also split the opponent in half. Xiahou Meng's attack just happened to arrive, and directly crushed the 2 halves of Bai Qiongxing's body into pieces. Reaching out and grabbing a storage ring fell into Gao Yan's hand, and he also smiled at Xiahou Meng. As Gao Yan expected, Bai Qiangxing's storage ring contained not only spiritual medicine worth more than 50 billion, but also a low-grade holy weapon. Counting the holy weapon taken from Xikong Wanfeng, he already had 4 low-grade holy weapons. Gao Yan, who is this? Gao Yan retracted his divine consciousness and found that Xiahou Jian, Xiahou Meng and the other 2 were looking at the incarnation puppet. Gao Yan said, "This is a puppet, I got it by chance." Hearing this, Xiahou Meng couldn't help showing envy. This puppet could split Bai Qiangxing in half with a sword, and its strength must have reached the late stage of transformation. Such a puppet is even more valuable to them than a holy soldier at present. Junior brother Gao, thanks to your help this time, I owe you a favor. At this time, Xiahou Jian came up and expressed his gratitude to Gao Yan. Although he was proud in his heart, he also knew that if Gao Yan hadn't appeared in time this time, the 3 of them would not be the opponents of Bai Qiangxing and his 3 friends. It doesn't matter, we are all from the same sect, and we should help each other, Gao Yan said sincerely. Hearing this, Xiahou Meng was very happy, because she knew that this guy loved spirit stones as his life, and he didn't ask for benefits from them this time. It must be because of her. For a while, her eyes looking at Gao Yan also changed a little bit. Gao Yan also noticed this and used his insight eyes to investigate and found that Xiahou Meng's friendliness had reached 90 points. It's not easy, I finally broke 90 points. Gao Yan said secretly. Next, please help me protect the law, I have to continue to refine this secret realm steel, and I will pay you a certain amount of money after it is done. Haha, it should be, senior brother Xiahou, just refine it, I'm here, I promise no one will disturb you. Gao Yan smiled and promised, he likes people like Xiahou Jian who have clear grudges, unlike some people who talk beautifully but actually want to get something for free. Next, Xiahou Jian was going to refine the secret realm steel, and Gao Yan chatted with Xiahou Meng. He told a few jokes from time to time, making her smile like a flower. Qingmi, who was standing aside, looked a little strange. He thought to himself, the relationship between the Holy Sun and the Holy Lady Xiahou seems to be a little close. You know, the Holy Sun was launched by the other 4 families to compete with the Xiahou family. I have to remind the Holy Sun later not to get too close to the Xiahou family. More than 2 hours later, the system was upgraded and reached level 25. Because the experience required for upgrading has been greatly increased, the prizes have also risen. First of all, the reward draws are still 5, but they have changed from super draws to luxury draws. Therefore, for 2 consecutive upgrades, 10 luxury draws are awarded. And the free attribute points are rewarded with a total of 20,000, which is equivalent to a reward of 10,000 for each upgrade. At present, the free attribute points have reached more than 40,000. But there is no magical power to upgrade for the time being. After thinking about it, Gao Yan took out 5 luxury draws and merged them into a special draw. System, open the special draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning an automatic alchemy factory. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. With a thought, a red card appeared in Gao Yan's hand. The corresponding information came to his mind, and he decisively chose to bind. The next moment, he found a factory space. There are 100 automatic alchemy furnaces in this factory space. Just put the spiritual medicine into the factory and set the pills to be refined, and the automatic alchemy furnace will automatically absorb the spiritual medicine for refining. Moreover, the success rate is 100%, and each furnace of pills only takes 1 hour. With a thought, Gao Yan sent the spiritual medicine needed for the foundation-building pill to the alchemy factory and set the foundation-building pill on 100 automatic alchemy furnaces. Then he saw that these alchemy furnaces automatically opened the lids, sucked in the spiritual medicine needed for the foundation-building pills one by one, and started to refine the pills. It will take an hour to make the pill, and Gao Yan is not in a hurry. There are also 5 luxury draws. Gao Yan does not plan to synthesize special draws. System, use up all 5 luxury draws. Oh, and here comes some powerful magical powers. Ding, 5 luxury draws are open. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super magical power of Great Destruction. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super magical power of Great Life. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super magical power of Great Combat. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super magical power of Great Reincarnation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super magical power of Great Escape. Hearing the system's announcement, Gao Yan was slightly stunned. Is this a wholesale sale of super magical powers? But then came ecstasy. Hey, are you listening to me? Finding Gao Yan distracted for a while, Xiahou Meng poked him with a finger. With some dissatisfaction. I have some understanding of the magical powers of cultivation. Let me comprehend it first. Gao Yan quickly arranged a 4th-level formation, and then took out 5 jade slips and stuck them on his forehead one after another. Soon, all 5 super magical powers were integrated by him. First of all, the Great Destruction Art is a magical power full of destruction, which has the effect of destroying everything. As for the Great Life Art, it seems to be an auxiliary magical power, but it can extract the vitality of others. For example, if you still have 2,000 years of life left, after being hit by the Great Life Art, your life will pass quickly, and in an instant, you will die of exhaustion. In addition, the Great Combat Art is equivalent to a combat buff. Once blessed, the combat power will become stronger and stronger. Not only can you bless yourself, but you can also bless others. As for the Great Reincarnation Art, it summons a reincarnation channel and sends you into the 6 reincarnations. The last Great Escape Art can be understood without introduction. Once it is performed, it is like a god's help to escape. However, these magical powers are still in the primary state. But Gao Yan is not short of free attribute points. With a thought, Gao Yan began to add points to the Great Destruction Art, but it did not upgrade after adding 10 points. Gao Yan was not in a hurry, anyway, he had a lot of free attribute points. It was not until he added 500 points that the Great Destruction Art was upgraded to the intermediate level. He added another 1,000 points to reach the advanced level, and finally added 2,000 points to reach the top level. In other words, to upgrade a super magical power to the top level, 3,500 points must be consumed. So, next, Gao Yan upgraded the other 4 super magical powers to the top level, consuming a total of 17,500 free attribute points. There were 29,160 attribute points left. After adding points, Gao Yan did not remove the formation immediately. Instead, he took out a low-grade holy weapon and tried to refine it. During this refining, Gao Yan found that it was really difficult to refine this holy weapon. I'm afraid it will take several years to refine it day and night. Of course, if he can break through to the cave void realm, the refining time can be greatly shortened. That's not right. Suddenly, Gao Yan realized a problem. These holy weapons were able to attack independently before, which means that the holy weapons have spirits, most of which have the existence of weapon spirits. Therefore, if he wants to use the holy weapon, he does not need to refine the holy weapon, he just needs to deal with the spirit of the weapon. Therefore, Gao Yan released his spiritual thoughts and began to explore the location of the holy weapon spirit. But the strange thing is that he searched the holy weapons all over and couldn't find the existence of the weapon spirit. Penetrating eye. The next moment, Gao Yan activated his insight eyes and enveloped the holy soldiers. After a while, a smile appeared on his lips. Because he discovered the existence of the holy weapon spirit, this weapon spirit has the ability to isolate the detection of spiritual thoughts, so his spiritual thoughts cannot find the other party. He opened his mouth and said, "Saint Weapon Spirit, can we have a chat?" A kitten-shaped energy body lay comfortably in a space within the holy soldier. It turned a deaf ear to Gao Yan's words and instead showed a contemptuous smile on its face. "You're just giving me a toast instead of eating it. Qi Ling, I'll give you a chance to come out and have a chat," Gao Yan said again. But the expression of the kitten-like weapon spirit became more and more disdainful. It secretly thought in its heart, "I just ignore you, what can you do to me?" Very good. Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. Since this holy weapon spirit didn't know what to do, he didn't bother to be polite to him anymore. Great life technique. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan cast the super divine power and great life technique towards the weapon spirit. The holy weapon does not have longevity, but the weapon spirit is equivalent to life, so it has a lifespan. Therefore, after the great life spell enveloped the holy weapon, the vitality of the weapon spirit began to flow away rapidly. Qi Ling, who was lying in the inner space of the holy soldier with a disdainful face, suddenly showed a panicked look and shouted in a sharp voice, "Stop, you bastard, what did you do to me? Aren't you unwilling to pay attention to me? Why are you talking now and continuing to act cold to me?" Gao Yan mocked. "You bastard, stop it. The weapon spirit is about to cry. Although it has a long lifespan, 1% of its lifespan has elapsed in just a moment. If it continues like this, it will not be long before it completely dies of old age." Hee hee. Gao Yan sneered in return. It seemed that the weapon spirit was still a little unclear about what was going on. The weapon spirit continued to shout, "Do you know that if I am gone, the power of this holy weapon will be greatly reduced, so please stop it. It doesn't matter, I can't refine it now anyway. If I kill you, maybe I can still refine this holy weapon. The power is barely close. Anyway, I have more than one holy weapon, so I can't use other holy weapons. The spirit is as ignorant as you." Gao Yan joked. "Master, accept your magical power, I am willing to surrender to you." Seeing that another 1% of his lifespan had elapsed, the weapon spirit finally couldn't bear it anymore and begged Gao Yan. "It's been like this for a long time. I have to use some means, you bastard." Facing Gao Yan's insults, Qi Ling's face flashed with an aggrieved look, but he did not dare to talk back. "Come out quickly and let me refine you," Gao Yan urged. The next moment, the weapon spirit emerged from the holy soldiers and looked at Gao Yan with a look of resentment. "Don't resist. The next moment, Gao Yan grabbed the weapon spirit and began to input spiritual power into it to refine it. The weapon spirit wanted to resist, but thinking of Gao Yan's evil methods, he had no choice but to cooperate with Gao Yan to refine it. Because of the cooperation of the weapon spirit, Gao Yan easily refined it. Immediately afterwards, he also developed a close connection with this holy sword and could control it at will. That's right, we have another trump card. Now that the weapon spirit had surrendered, Gao Yan returned the lifespan that he had taken away to the other party. Then he took out another holy weapon, a short jade sword. After finding out the weapon spirit inside through his inside eye, Gao Yan asked directly, "Item spirit, are you willing to surrender to me?" What makes Gao Yan interesting is that this weapon spirit is actually a little boy who looks to be only 3 or 4 years old. "You are too weak to make me surrender, but if you are willing to worship me, if I am in a good mood, I can still help you. People are small, but their hearts are not small." Another bitch. Therefore, Gao Yan didn't bother to negotiate with the other party and directly activated the Great Life technique. The little boy who originally looked proud had a touch of fear on his face after being hit by the Great Life spell. "Damn boy, what did you do to me? Stop it, otherwise, I will never help you." Gao Yan sneered and ignored him. Next, the little boy kept cursing Gao Yan, but Gao Yan still ignored him. At worst, this weapon spirit will be completely killed. Finally, after 1/10 of his lifespan passed, the little boy's weapon spirit succumbed. Express willingness to surrender to Gao Yan. Gao Yan collected the Great Life technique and then said, "Get out and let me refine it." The little boy flew out of the holy soldier, looking aggrieved. "Don't try to resist, otherwise you know my methods." After another threat, Gao Yan released his spiritual power and began to refine the weapon spirit. Soon, Gao Yan refined the weapon spirit again, and he could control this holy weapon. "I'll give you your longevity, and be obedient from now on." The little boy looked overjoyed and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, master. Xiaoyu will not disobey a single word of master's orders in the future." "Oh." Seeing this scene, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. "Go back." "Master, can you give me some spiritual stones?" the little boy asked in a flattering manner. "What do you want the spirit stone for?" Gao Yan asked. "Master, I have been locked up in the palace for too long. Although I remain in a state of silence, my spiritual power will still be consumed. Only by replenishing my spiritual power can I fully exert the power of the holy weapon. How much do you need?" "1,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones?" the little boy asked cautiously. "Yes." Gao Yan waved his hand, and 1,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones appeared. The little boy directly put them into the holy weapon. After thanking Gao Yan, he returned to the holy weapon space. Then, Gao Yan took out the third holy weapon, which came from Xikong Wanfeng, and was a green longbow. After finding the spirit of the weapon through the inside eye, it turned out to be a 2-meter-tall, majestic green giant wolf. After Gao Yan communicated with it, the other party simply disdained it. Gao Yan naturally would not talk nonsense with him anymore. Activated the Great Life technique. Feeling that his lifespan was fading quickly, the blue wolf that had closed its eyes to rest suddenly opened its eyes and said with a proud face, "Boy, your method is good, but it is impossible for me to surrender. I'll wait for the moment when you beg for mercy." Gao Yan said lightly, and then increased the plunder of the other party's life span. After a few breaths, the blue wolf's lifespan was directly lost by 1/10. Its eyes finally showed a trace of panic. "Boy, I am the core existence of the wolf god Bao. If I die, it will be good if the wolf god Bao can maintain 1/10 of its power. Stop it quickly. Gao Yan ignored it. Soon, 9/10 of the blue wolf's lifespan was taken away, and the other party's figure had become illusory. Now, it realized that the other party did not scare it, but really didn't care about its life or death. Stop, I surrender. Get out. Hey. The blue wolf immediately got out of the holy soldier space, lying on all fours in front of Gao Yan, indescribably respectful. With the cooperation of the blue giant wolf, Gao Yan easily refined it. And Gao Yan also returned the lifespan he had taken away to it. Putting away the wolf god Bao, Gao Yan took out the last holy weapon. This holy weapon was a red bead. Through the inside eye, Gao Yan discovered that the weapon spirit of this holy weapon was actually a phoenix. Item spirit, are you willing to surrender to me? Gao Yan shouted to the phoenix weapon spirit. Compared with the empty space where the 3 previous weapon spirits stayed, the space where the phoenix weapon spirit stayed seemed heroic. There are mountains, water, and a huge sycamore tree hundreds of meters high in the space. And the weapon spirit phoenix is entrenched in its nest on the sycamore tree. Naturally, phoenix weapon spirit ignored Gao Yan. Gao Yan was not surprised by this. Activate the great life technique again. Suddenly, the phoenix weapon spirit entrenched on the sycamore tree was startled and asked aloud, Junior, did you use any means on me? I advise you to accept this section quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for your actions. You're welcome. Then you're welcome to give me a look. Gao Yan sneered. Court death. The phoenix weapon spirit let out an angry roar, and a red flame suddenly appeared out of thin air. As soon as the flame appeared, the air in the array suddenly surged thousands of degrees, and all the flowers and plants burned instantly. I'll go, and you can still resist. Gao Yan was taken aback, but fortunately he reacted quickly, raising his hand and unleashing a huge destruction spell. The black light wave hit the red flame and engulfed it in an instant. TSK, you scared me, it turns out I'm vulnerable. Gao Yan sneered, but at the same time he was a little angry in his heart, and he increased his plunder of the phoenix weapon spirit's vitality. Although the phoenix weapon spirit has tried its best to block her own vitality, no matter how she blocks it, her vitality is passing away at an extremely fast speed. If you want to stop the flow of life force, you can only deal with that. Junior. Brush. Gao Yan entered my world with this bead holy weapon. Then, 3 more flames appeared out of thin air. Gao Yan also followed up with another big destruction spell. Yo! Suddenly, a high-pitched phoenix cry sounded. Suddenly, Gao Yan's head felt dizzy, and 3 flames bypassed the great destruction technique and appeared in front of him. Hoo-ho! 3 flames suddenly surged and engulfed Gao Yan in an instant. The flame temperature is extremely high. The fever was so intense that it was extremely painful. And he also regained consciousness at this moment. But he found that his whole body was wrapped in flames, his clothes and skin were burned off, and now his own flesh and blood were burning. In a short while, he would be burned to ashes. The power of time. There was a faint flash of brilliance, and his burned skin returned to its original state. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body exploded, trying to drive away the flames attached to his body. But soon, he discovered that his spiritual power could not dispel the flames at all. Junior, this is my phoenix true flame. If you don't want to be burned to Ashes, take away your magical power immediately. Hee hee. Gao Yan gritted his teeth and sneered, so what? Law God demon body, reveal it to me. The next moment, Gao Yan let out a loud roar, and his body suddenly transformed into a 100-foot giant. His skin turned bronze, and his skin was covered with mysterious runes. At the same time, the divine magic power in the body circulates quickly, knocking down the flames on the body. A mere flame wants to do something to me, are you overthinking it? Gao Yan smiled disdainfully, and at the same time fired another big life spell on the Phoenix weapon spirit. Under the double plunder, the opponent's life force drains faster. This moment, the Phoenix weapon spirit finally showed a look of panic. Controlling the Phoenix orb, he threw it at Gao Yan. Twin powers. Gao Yan activated a magical power again. Suddenly, 3 laws of gods and demons appeared, and the magical powers of these 3 laws were stronger than Gao Yan himself. The battle between gods and demons is simple and rough. They all waved their giant arms and smashed at the Phoenix orb. Dang, dang, dang. The Phoenix orb was smashed and flew out. Then it got scared and turned into a red stream of light and fled into the distance. Haha, you still want to escape from my world? Gao Yan smiled disdainfully, controlling the world and moving it directly in front of him. Dang, dang, dang. After a few more punches, the bright brilliance of the Phoenix orb also dimmed. Coupled with the double plunder of the great life technique, the weapon spirit became weaker, and even the solid figure became illusory. Even if Gao Yan stops taking action, the other party will be completely dead in less than a dozen breaths. Stop, I am willing to surrender. Phoenix weapon spirit shouted weakly. You almost capsized my boat in the gutter. Do you think I need to spare you? Gao Yan smiled disdainfully. Master, if I die, the power of this Phoenix orb will only be 10% at most. Please spare my life. Humph, are you all cheap spirits? I won't listen to you if I talk to you. I have to punish you before I surrender. Gao Yan withdrew 2 great life spells. The face of the Phoenix weapon spirit also showed the expression of surviving the disaster. Why don't you get out and wait for me to treat you? Gao Yan didn't give the Phoenix weapon spirit a good look. If he hadn't been very clever, he would have been almost killed by the other party. Soon, the Phoenix weapon spirit emerged from the Phoenix orb. Gao Yan was not polite and directly released his spiritual power to envelope it and refine it roughly. Regarding this, the Phoenix weapon spirit dared not speak out in anger, and had to silently cooperate with Gao Yan's refining. After a while, Gao Yan successfully refined it and completely mastered the Phoenix orb. What surprised him was that this Phoenix orb could actually be upgraded. As long as it swallowed the special flame, it could continuously improve its level. It might eventually evolve into an imperial weapon. Master, can you return the plundered vitality to me? Otherwise, I won't live long. The Phoenix spirit begged pitifully. I'll return a part of it to you first. If you perform well, I'll return the rest to you. Gao Yan waved his hand and returned 30% of the vitality to the Phoenix spirit. The illusory body also became solid. Thank you, Master. The Phoenix spirit said reluctantly. Why, are you still resenting me in your heart? Gao Yan sneered. I dare not. The Phoenix spirit said hurriedly. If you surrender directly, will this happen? After speaking, Gao Yan waved his hand, indicating that it could roll back to the spirit space. Putting away the Phoenix orb, Gao Yan left my world. First take out a set of robes and put them on again. After staying in the formation for a while, the elixir in the alchemy factory was refined. Taking out a foundation-building pill, Gao Yan nodded secretly. The quality of the pills refined by this automatic alchemy furnace is better than his own. One furnace of pills has 10 pills, and 100 furnaces of pills have 1,000 pills. According to the calculation of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones for one foundation-building pill, 1,000 foundation-building pills can be sold for 200 million. 200 million per hour, 4.8 billion per day. Of course, the account is not calculated in this way. Too many foundation building pills will flow into the market, and the price will definitely drop. To ensure your own interests, you have to take it slow and long. However, there is no need to consider this issue for the time being. After all, he is still in the emperor's tomb. After letting the pill factory continue to refine the foundation building pill, he removed the formation. What did you do? Why is the ground burnt? Xiahou Meng, who was not far away, fanned her nose with her hand. I tested my magical power, but I didn't control it well. There was a little accident. Gao Yan lied casually. In a blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Xiahou Jian finally refined the secret realm stone tablet. He waved his hand, and a mountain not far away broke apart, and a large number of high-grade spirit stones flew out of it. I know you love spirit stones. This secret realm was taken with your help. How do you feel about giving you half of the spirit stones? Haha, thank you, senior brother Xiahou, then I won't be polite. Gao Yan said with a smile, and waved his hand to collect 72 million high-grade spirit stones. The spirit stone veins in this innate secret realm are more than the spirit stones in the innate secret realm he collected before, almost 150 million high-grade spirit stones. No need, you deserve it. Xiahou Jian waved his hand. Then Xiahou Jian took out some high-grade spirit stones and gave them to Xiahou Meng and the genius secretly cultivated by the Xiahou family. Another 720 billion income value has arrived. Gao Yan wanted to let the system continue to upgrade, but after thinking about it, he could only upgrade one level now, and when he earned more income value, he could upgrade several levels in a row. The current revenue value is more than 850 billion, and the total number of spiritual stones has reached more than 11 trillion. After a while, everyone left this innate secret realm. Xiahou Jian also controlled the secret realm to shrink it into a bead, and then put it away. Junior brother Gao, are we going together or are we separated? Xiahou Jian looked at Gao Yan and asked. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Meng wanted to suggest that everyone search together, but after thinking about it, she still didn't say anything. First, if she found the secret realm again, who should belong to it, and second, she had to keep a certain distance from Gao Yan on the surface. Gao Yan said, Senior brother Xiahou, let's explore separately. Maybe we can capture a few more secret realms. Indeed, then let's separate. After Xiahou Jian clasped his fist towards Gao Yan, he quickly left with Xiahou Meng. Let's go too. After looking in a certain direction, Gao Yan and Qin Mi left quickly to find a new secret realm. In the blink of an eye, half the day has passed again. They did find several secret realms, but people had already occupied them for refining. Although Gao Yan has the strength to seize it. But he didn't do that, otherwise he would easily become a public enemy if the matter spread. Of course, the Nine Saints sect was not tough enough. If the Nine Saints sect was also a first-rate sect, it wouldn't matter. I searched for several more hours. They finally discovered an innate secret realm that no one occupied. After using my spiritual sense to explore it, I found that the storage capacity of the spiritual stone veins inside actually reached 300 million, and they were all high-grade spiritual stones. If you win, you can directly record 3 trillion in revenue. Just when Gao Yan was about to enter the secret realm to deal with the monsters inside, 3 streams of light shot towards him. The light dispersed and turned into the figures of a man and 2 women. In the previous palace, Gao Yan had already used his insight to detect all the identity information. Therefore, he knew the identities of the 3 people in front of him. The leading man is named Bei Shizong, one of the saint sons of Tai sect in Zhongzhou. And Tai sect is a first-class sect, with the inheritance of the imperial scriptures and the imperial soldiers to suppress the sect's luck. This northern master's cultivation level is also quite good, reaching the 8th level of divine transformation. The 2 women accompanying him are the best in the elders' true tradition. They have also reached the realm of divine transformation. One is at the 5th level of divine transformation, and the other is at the 4th level of divine transformation. This secret realm belongs to my highness, you guys should get out of here. Qin Yuqian glanced at Gao Yan and his party with disdain. Although Gao Yan showed his cultivation at the 1st level of the divine transformation, she didn't take him seriously at all. As for the 4 Qinmi, they were all in the late nascent soul stage, so she didn't take him seriously at all. If it were before, Qinmi and the others would definitely turn around and leave without hesitation. But after they knew that Gao Yan had the puppet of the 9th level of the gods, they no longer worried. Why, with your little strength, you still have bad thoughts about this secret realm? Seeing that Gao Yan and the others did not move, Qin Yuqian's eyes suddenly became cold and murderous. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't get out, I will keep my life. Fellow Taoist, you are being too domineering. We obviously discovered this secret realm first. Qinmi couldn't help but retort. 3 breaths have passed, please stay. Qin Yuqian had a sneer on her face, and she didn't use any magical powers or spells. She didn't even bother to use her magic weapon. She condensed a round of aqua blue spiritual power and slapped it at Gao Yan and his party. In her opinion, with her level 4 cultivation, it was not easy to kill these 5 people with 1 palm cut. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Gao Yan. Swing your sword and slash out. The lightning-fast sword light directly shattered Qin Yuqian's spiritual palm, and then, without slowing down, the sword light struck her body again. He easily cut through her magical defense layer and spiritual defense layer, and then cut her whole body in half. The sudden change shocked Bei Shizong and the other elders. At the same time, Bei Shizong took action. I saw 3 Lingbao flying swords appearing next to him. When he saw his fingers leaping and making a sword technique, a sword formation suddenly formed, covering him and the other elders' true heritage. Then he drove the sword array towards the puppet of the 9th level of the god transformation. Dang, dang, dang. The sounds of collisions and explosions continued to sound in the void. At the same time, a large amount of energy waves quickly spread in all directions. Gao Yan could still stand nearby, but Qinmi and the others couldn't stand it anymore and retreated one after another. As expected of the holy son of a first-class sect, Gao Yan was not surprised when he saw that the god transformation puppet had fallen into a disadvantage. A thought came to my mind. 2 more puppets appear. But it is a puppet produced by the cultivation puppet factory. Moreover, their cultivation levels have reached the 9th level of divine transformation. 2 more godlike puppets. Seeing this scene, Qin and the others were shocked and envious at the same time. After a while, Gao Yan waved his hand again, but 8 god transformation puppets appeared. Again, but these 8 puppets were at the 7th level of god transformation. And the 8th level of god transformation. 11 god-shaped puppets launched a siege on Beishizong's sword array. His face, which was originally quite confident, became quite gloomy. About 5 breaths passed. The sword formation of Beishizong was broken by the 11 god-shaped puppets. And Beishizong grabbed the elder's true biography and disappeared into a ray of light. Gao Yan did not order the puppet to hunt him down. But there was a meaningful smile on his lips. Congratulations, Your Highness, for winning another innate secret realm. When the battle was over, Qin and the others flew up one after another, to congratulate Gao Yan. Let's go and enter the secret realm first. Gao Yan flew into the secret realm with the puppet and Qin. The monster inside was naturally very dissatisfied. Then the cultivating puppet directly teaches these monsters how to behave. After clearing away the monsters near the secret realm steel, Gao Yan began to refine the secret realm steel. At the same time, the Dongshu puppet he secretly sent out also came back. Not to mention whether the Northern Master Sect can leapfrog and fight against Dongshu. So what if he can leapfrog? The Dongshu puppet sent by Gao Yan was at the 7th level of Dongshu. As for the 1st level puppet of Dongshu, sorry, with the blessing of good luck. Buff, even if he wants to produce a 1st level puppet of Dongshu, there is no way. While Gao Yan was refining the secret realm stone tablet, there are also other cultivators who have arrived outside the secret realm and are interested in this secret realm. Gao Yan directly eliminated the puppets and drove them away. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Gao Yan finally refined this innate secret realm. The system prompt sounds at the right time. The income value soared by 3 trillion, and the total number of spiritual stones increased by 18 trillion. System upgrade quickly. Gao Yan ordered. Ding, consume 400 billion in revenue and upgrade to level 26. Ding, consume 500 billion in revenue and upgrade to level 27. Ding, consume 600 billion in revenue and upgrade to level 28. Ding, consume 700 billion in revenue and upgrade to level 29. Ding, consume 800 billion revenue and upgrade to level 30. Another 5 levels in a row. Gao Yan smiled, put away the puppets, flew out of the secret realm with Qin and the others, and then shrunk the innate secret realm into the size of a bead through the secret realm stone tablet. Next, Gao Yan continued to lead the 4 people to search for new secret realms. But more than 2 hours passed. It was a secret realm that had not been discovered yet, and it was probably collected by others. Has your spirit treasure been refined? Gao Yan asked. It still takes some time, Qin said. Then stop searching for the moment and concentrate on refining the spirit treasures. Gao Yan said, just as the system was about to be upgraded, he was about to draw another wave of prizes. The 4 of them naturally had no objections and concentrated on refining the spiritual treasure. Before he checked the storage rings obtained from the 3 people from Beishizong, let him see how much gains these 3 people could bring him. First, the storage ring of Beishizong. This guy is at the 8th level of the spiritual transformation realm. The storage ring has a large space. The stored spiritual medicine is worth more Then 130 billion, and all of them are spiritual medicines with a medicinal age of more than 100 years. There are tens of thousands of spiritual medicines over 5,000 years old. In addition, there are 2 holy weapons in the other party's storage ring, 1 low-grade holy weapon and 1 medium-grade holy weapon. There are also 4 spiritual treasures. 3 medium-grade spiritual treasures that can form a sword formation, and 1 high-grade spiritual treasure, specially used for defense. In addition, there are 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones, which are worth 10 billion when converted into low-grade spiritual stones. As for the other 2 elders, their true teachings are far inferior to Beishizong. The spiritual medicines in the storage rings of the 2 are only worth more than 60 billion, which is not as good as Beishizong. They don't have holy weapons. There are only 3 spiritual treasures, and they are all low-grade spiritual treasures. Another period of time passed. The system completed the upgrade. With a wave of his hand, he set up a formation to cover himself, and Gao Yan checked the rewards. 5 levels in a row, a total of 25 luxury draws, and 50,000 free attribute points. After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to consume 20 luxury draws to synthesize 4 special draws. Soon, the synthesis was completed. Gao Yan ordered, "System, use 4 special draws." Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a magic weapon factory. The reward has been issued to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a talisman factory. The reward has been issued to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an SS-level Shoshan upgrade card, the reward has been issued to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical power, Joyo Shentong, the reward has been issued to the system space, please check it yourself. First take out the 2 factory cards and use them, and then Gao Yan binds the 2 factory spaces. Let's talk about the magic treasure factory first. It can refine the best spiritual treasures. As long as the corresponding materials are put in, the magic treasure can be refined in 1 hour. And the corresponding appearance and function can be set. What makes Gao Yan happy is that the factory can also recycle spiritual treasures. This makes Gao Yan very satisfied, because many of the spiritual treasures he has seized are not easy to see in the light. If they are found by other sects, they will definitely cause trouble. But with this function, he can completely recycle those robbed spiritual treasures to the magic treasure factory and refine new spiritual treasures. What makes Gao Yan most satisfied is that the spiritual treasures produced by the factory can be refined instantly by him. As for outsiders, they need to be refined normally. Next is the talisman factory. To make talismans, you need talisman paper, talisman pen and talisman ink. There are many raw materials for making talisman paper, jade, monster skin, and even some spiritual tree bark. And the talisman pen usually chooses the hair of monsters. Finally, the talisman ink is also prepared by monster blood and some spiritual medicines. But the talisman factory only needs to put in raw materials and set the corresponding talismans to produce talismans. Before he seized the secret realm, he lost a lot of demon beasts at the level of transformation, so Gao Yan directly threw the corpses of these demon beasts into the talisman factory. Then he checked the corresponding talismans, and he could get the corresponding talismans an hour later. The next moment, Gao Yan took out the SS-level Shoshan upgrade card. After using this card, you can directly upgrade to a higher realm, which is quite powerful. With a thought, Gao Yan escaped into my world. Then used the SS level Shoshan upgrade card. Suddenly, Gao Yan felt like he had become a spectator, watching his cultivation level in his body improve rapidly. 8th level of transformation. 9th level of transformation. 1st level of cave void. After the upgrade, Gao Yan also regained control of his body. After checking, his cultivation level was quite stable, without any frivolity. The Law God and Demon is equivalent to the 1st level of the Void Realm. Now, he has reached the realm of immortal cultivation, which is considered a double Void Realm. Even if he does not use the immortal cultivation puppet, there are few people in this Emperor's tomb who will be his opponent. There is another magical power. After taking it out, Gao Yan chose to merge. After a while, he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and the 9 nether divine pupils had perfectly merged with his eyes. This magical power has only one effect, which has an absolute restraining effect on the creatures and the ghost. However, the creatures and the ghost generally only appear in specific environments and are rarely seen. Anyway, there is no shortage of attribute points now. So, Gao Yan began to add points to this magical power. Consuming 1000 free attribute points, this magical power reaches the intermediate level. Consuming 2000 free attribute points, this magical power reaches the advanced level. Consuming 4000 free attribute points, this magical power reaches the top level. The consumption is a bit high. Gao Yan felt a little regretful in his heart. After all, there are not many opportunities to use this magical power. Out of my world fell into the formation. Gao Yan removed the formation. He found that Qinmi and the other 4 were still refining the spiritual treasure. He was not in a hurry. After more than an hour, they successively refined the spiritual treasures he gave them. So, the 5 of them set out again to find the innate secret realm. This void is very large, but the number of secret realms is limited. In the next 3 days, they did not find a new secret realm. In this case, Gao Yan was too lazy to toss around, but found a place to stay and wait to be teleported away. After waiting for 3 days, everyone was finally teleported out of this space and appeared in a square. Gao Yan glanced around and found that the number of people had dropped sharply. Again, with only 8000 people left. Follow closely. The voice sounded again, little guys, congratulations on coming here. What you have to go through next is the ascension to heaven pass. If you pass, you can directly enter the core of the Emperor's tomb. If you cannot pass, you will perish on the way to the pass. Therefore, I'll give you one more chance. If you give up, I can send you out of the Emperor's tomb. If you choose to break through, there will be no chance of looking back. Hearing this, many people present showed hesitation and confusion. The hesitation is that the mortality rate is too high. More than 100,000 people entered the Emperor's tomb, but when they got here, only about 8,000 were left. The troubling thing is that although the mortality rate is high, the benefits gained are also huge. What's more, the benefits they are getting now are not the real benefits of the Emperor's tomb. You know, the most precious things in the Emperor's tomb are the immortal sutra, the Emperor's sutra, and the Emperor's weapons, and the slightly less valuable ones are the Tao crystal and the Law crystal. In addition, there may be magic medicine out there. Your Highness, I think we should give up, what do you think? Qinmi asked Gao Yan in a low voice. Because the 4 of them were quite lucky to have reached this point. If it hadn't been for Gao Yan's care, they would have been trapped there forever in the palace complex. Can't give up. Gao Yan shook his head. Why? Qin Mi was puzzled, and Mei Ruyan and the other three also looked at Gao Yan. Gao Yan did not speak directly, but sent a message to the four people. I suspect this is a test. After the Void Stone Road, there is no room for regrets. Now, the other party has given a chance to go out. This is not going back on one's word. Therefore, I suspect that this is a test for us. Giving up here means that we are not strong-willed. Giving up is the real dead end. After listening to Gao Yan's explanation, the expressions of the four of them changed slightly. After thinking about it for a moment, they all agreed. Suddenly, I felt a little more grateful to Gao Yan. Your Highness, should we remind my fellow disciples? Qin Mi sent a message to ask. Please remind me. Gao Yan nodded. As a result, the four of them sent messages to their fellow disciples one after another and expressed their lofty guesses. Half an hour later, the voice sounded again. Have you considered it? If anyone wants to quit, take a step forward. Suddenly, several people took a step forward. Immediately afterwards, more and more people took a step forward, and eventually there were thousands of people. Those who want to quit are all lucky enough to reach this level, and most of them are nascent soul cultivators. They have received enough benefits. They don't have the confidence to compete for the next benefits, so ending the trip to the Emperor's tomb may not be a wise choice. After 10 breaths, the voice sounded again. Is there anyone else? The rest of the people were silent. A bunch of idiots who want to give up even though they're here, go to hell. A sinister voice sounded. Then I saw black flames coming out of those who chose to quit, and in an instant, their bodies were reduced to a puddle of ashes. Seeing this scene, the faces of Qin Mi and the others turned pale. If it weren't for Gao Yan, one of them would have been reduced to ashes. Watching as more than 1,000 people were reduced to ashes. Many people present were shocked and angry. Of course, some people look at this with cold eyes. The next moment, a giant staircase with 99 floors suddenly appeared in the void in front of the square. This giant staircase is divided into 3 areas, red, black and purple. The first 33 steps are red, the middle 33 steps are black, and the last 33 steps are purple. The voice sounded again. You can survive if you climb the 30th floor, but you are not qualified to enter the core of the Emperor's tomb. If you climb the 66th floor, you can enter the core periphery of the Emperor's tomb. If you climb the 90th floor, you can enter the real core of the Emperor's tomb. The core area. Little guys, go quickly. Your Highness, could this be another conspiracy? Qin Mi asked worriedly. It shouldn't be this time. Gao Yan shook his head. You must follow me later. The 4 of them nodded solemnly, and at the same time they were filled with gratitude to Gao Yan, because they knew that with their strength, they would probably not be able to climb to the 30th floor. Of course, many people expressed doubts about this test of ascending to the heavenly level. But there are also those who are not afraid of life and death and fly directly to the first level of the heavenly ladder. Each level of the heavenly steps is wide and long, and can accommodate anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 people. The cultivator who landed on the first level of the heavenly steps only shook his body for a moment, then stabilized his figure and strode towards the second level. Soon, the other party climbed to the 2nd floor, and then to the 3rd floor. One after another. After seeing that nothing happened to him, others also flew to the 1st level. of the heavenly steps. Let's go too, Gao Yan said to the four of them, and then they flew together and landed on the first floor. Suddenly, they felt their bodies sink. Then they walked towards the second floor. Time passes. Everyone has already climbed to the heavenly level, and the fastest one has climbed to the 13th floor. Gao Yan led the four people to climb up unhurriedly. After ascending to the 11th floor, the pressure on the heavenly steps has increased significantly, but it is still within everyone's acceptance range. But on the 20th floor, even if Qinmi and the others used all their spiritual energy to counteract the pressure on the heavenly steps, their faces turned red from the pressure, and dense beads of sweat broke out on their foreheads. However, they all had a look of determination on their faces and had no intention of giving up. Because if you can't climb to the 30th floor, it's a dead end. After climbing to the 21st floor, the bodies of Qinmi and the three of them were shaking for a while, and the elder's true successor almost fell down, but fortunately Gao Yan supported him. "Thank you, Your Highness," the other party said in a labored tone. Gao Yan smiled at him and looked at the top of the sky stairs. At this moment, someone had already passed the 33rd floor and climbed to the black area. Team amplification, magical power. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan activated this magical power and blessed Qinmi and the four of them. Suddenly, all four of them felt their bodies light up, and the pressure from all around them suddenly eased a lot. They all looked at Gao Yan subconsciously. Gao Yan nodded at them and said, "Let's speed up." "Good." With the magical power of team amplification, Gao Yan quickly led them to the 30th floor. A voice also came to my ears, "You are already qualified to leave, do you want to leave?" "Your Highness, what should we do?" Qinmi asked. "There should be no problem this time." Gao Yan thought for a while. "Then shall we leave?" Gao Yan nodded. The cultivation of the four of them was too weak. Without his help, they would have struggled to reach the 30th floor. Even if they had the team's magical power to increase their strength, they probably wouldn't be able to last long. "Then take care, Your Highness." All four of them bowed to Gao Yan. "I will." Gao Yan smiled at them, and then he saw the four of them disappearing on the 30th floor of the sky. In order to confirm whether the four of them could leave the Emperor's tomb safely, Gao Yan also split a soul seed and penetrated into Qinmi's body. Seeing that the four of them were indeed teleported out, he continued to walk upward. Soon, Gao Yan stepped onto the heavenly level of the black area. Then he discovered that after setting foot in this area, the pressure not only acted on the physical body, but also on the soul. The difficulty not only doubled. Relatively speaking, the soul's endurance is lower and more sensitive. But Gao Yan's spirit far surpassed that of monks of the same level. In addition, the technique of simulating aura from the system was so good that this heavenly level actually regarded him as a first-level god transformation being. In addition, he did not have to take care of Qinmi and the other four. So he easily climbed to the 66th floor. Looking at the purple area at the end, Gao Yan stepped forward and climbed to the 67th floor. But the strange thing is, after climbing to the 67th floor, the pressure became much smaller. Immediately afterwards, a golden light penetrated his body and sealed his entire body. Then he turned directly into an ordinary person. The pressure that was not worth mentioning suddenly became extremely heavy, almost forcing him to fall to the ground. "I see. Gao Yan understood the test of the purple heaven level. The first two areas tested cultivation and soul, respectively. Now the test is will. But Gao Yan is used to cheating. I want him to follow the other person's rules honestly. That's impossible. Therefore, he directly communicated with the immortal puppet factory and released a god-transforming puppet. If it were anyone else, even if there were puppets, they wouldn't be able to be released. Because his cultivation and soul were sealed, he couldn't even communicate with the storage ring. But Gao Yan didn't need any cultivation to communicate with the factory. With the immortal cultivation puppet to help Gao Yan resist the pressure, he easily climbed to the 99th floor. The cultivators who were still struggling to climb were stunned. Isn't that guy's cultivation sealed? How could he release the puppet? Isn't it discrimination? If I had known that I could cheat with puppets, I should have taken out a puppet in advance. Puppets are not uncommon in the immortal cultivation world. Even mortals in this world can make some low-level puppets. How did he do it? Gongsun Yaoyao also looked at Gao Yan deeply. She originally thought that this fiancé should not be able to walk far in the emperor's tomb, but she didn't expect that he would break into here step by step, and he didn't trigger the jade pendant she gave him. It was even more amazing that he was the first to climb to the 99th floor of the sky. Although the other party climbed up by cheating. But since the voice allowed him to go up, it means that using puppets is effective. At this moment, in a certain space in the emperor's tomb, in front of the two 17 or 18-year-old girls, there is a screen condensed by magic. And the screen shows the situation on the official heavenly steps. Seeing Gao Yan ascend to the 99th floor, through the immortal cultivation puppet, both girls looked surprised. Linger, what's going on? Didn't you seal the other party up? Why can that little guy take out the puppet? The red-clothed girl asked the green-clothed girl. The green-clothed girl shook her head, it's impossible. Although this heavenly step is not an imperial weapon, it is at least a top-grade holy weapon. I clearly sealed his cultivation. Is there something wrong with the heavenly steps? The red-clothed girl doubted. Then let's check it out. The two girls checked the heavenly steps inside and out, and even asked the spirit of the weapon many times. The spirit of the weapon said that the other party was indeed sealed up. And they also checked Gao Yan's situation many times, and he was still in a sealed state. Then both girls showed distressed expressions. Fenger, do you think we should count him as having reached the 99th floor? The girl named Linger thought for a moment, or, let's count it, after all. He is indeed sealed, so it's not a violation. The girl in red hesitated and nodded, okay, count him as having passed. Gao Yan naturally didn't know what the two girls were talking about. Below him, others were still trying to climb. As for the purple area, the strongest talents have climbed to the 76th floor, including his fiancée, Gongsun Yaoyao. Suddenly, something moved in his heart. He shouted down, does anyone need help? Can I send a puppet to help you? Hearing this, everyone who was climbing was stunned, and then overjoyed. Of course, there were also some pretentious people who dismissed this, because they were convinced that they could climb the 99th floor without any external force. Fellow Taoist, I am Zhao Fan, the holy son of Zhongzhou Tianyi sect. If you help me climb to the 99th floor, I owe you a favor. Gao Yan shook his head, Xingzi Zhao Fan, I don't want your favor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan felt happy. It seemed that this guy wanted to curry favor with him, and a feeling of pride suddenly arose in his heart. But Gao Yan's voice continued, "In this way, you can give me 100 billion spiritual stones, and I will let the puppet help you." Zhao Fan, who originally felt good about himself, suddenly turned blue and white, his body swayed, and he almost fell down. His eyes towards Gao Yan became a little more evil. "Fellow Taoist, are you taking advantage of the situation?" Gao Yan said with a smile, "The Holy Sun is joking, you can't enter the true core of the Emperor's tomb if you climb to the 99th floor. The immortal scripture, the Emperor's scripture, and the Emperor's arms are all waiting for you to capture. A mere 100 billion spiritual stones are nothing." "What?" Hearing what Gao Yan said, Zhao Fan felt that it made sense, but he didn't want to pay 100 billion spiritual stones. So, he turned his eyes and said, "Fellow Taoist, I don't have that many spirit stones on me. How about I owe them first and then I can give them to you after I get out of the Emperor's tomb?" "There is no basis for what you say. In this way, you use a holy weapon as a mortgage. When you bring the spirit stone, I will return the holy weapon to you," Gao Yan said with a smile. Zhao Fan was furious when he heard that Gao Yan asked him to use the holy weapon as collateral. At the same time, he also knew that the guy in front of him was not so easy to fool. So he gave up the idea of cheating and said, "Fellow Taoist, I really don't have the spiritual stone, but I can pay for it with the spiritual medicine. What do you think?" "No." Gao Yan shook his head. "In the previous small bubble world, no one has collected a large amount of elixirs. Therefore, I am not short of elixirs. Either you give the spirit stones, or you use the holy weapons as collateral. Or you can find someone. Come on, I don't believe you Chani sect people haven't captured an innate secret realm." Zhao Fan was unlucky. He didn't capture even a single innate secret realm, but his people from the Tiani sect managed to capture several. Then, he looked at another saint, "Junior sister, would you like to lend me 100 billion spiritual stones? It's possible to get there, but now we are all sealed, even if we have the spirit stone, we can't get it out." Yu Xinyan said. "It doesn't matter, just give it to me after you enter the core of the Emperor's tomb." Gao Yan took out a pen and paper and wrote an IOU, then asked the puppet to send it to Zhao Fan and asked him to sign the IOU. Zhao Fan hesitated slightly and signed his name on it. Then the puppet lifted him up, offset the pressure on the heavenly steps, and quickly climbed to the 99th floor. In the space inside the Emperor's tomb, the girl in green, Linger, said angrily, "This guy is too hateful. He just cheats on his own and helps others cheat." The girl in red also frowned slightly. Master originally just decided that climbing to the 99th floor would be considered a pass, and he didn't say that cheating is not allowed. It's true that the master didn't say that, but I just can't stand it. Do you want to teach him a lesson? Never mind. Feng'er waved her hand. Back then, my master often said that if the Emperor of creation was not too stubborn, he would not have fallen. Therefore, my master and your master both hope that the successor chosen for the Emperor of creation cannot be as uniform as him. Genji. That's right. Linger nodded. In fact, Emperor Good Fortune could have chosen to hide back then, but he chose to fight those immortals. You must know that there have been many great emperors throughout the ages, but only a few have created the Immortal Sutra. If the great emperor of creation can create the Immortal Sutra, the hope of becoming an immortal is very high. He can completely hide and cultivate to the immortal realm before going out You know, the Emperor of Creation can defeat the immortals before he becomes an immortal. If he becomes an immortal, his strength will far exceed that of ordinary immortals. On the heavenly steps. Seeing Zhao Fan reach the 99th floor so quickly, many people were panicked. He was unsure of getting to the 99th floor, but before Gao Yan could speak, he took the initiative to ask for his help. Gao Yan naturally had no reason to refuse. Let the puppet send the IOU, and after the other party signs it, the puppet will take the other party to the 99th floor. Half an hour later, Gao Yan already has more than 30 IOUs in his hand. If he takes back all the spirit stones, it will be more than 3 trillion. At this time, a direct descendant of the Ling family of the Nine Saints sect shouted, "Holy Son Gao Yan, for the sake of your fellow disciples, can you help us climb to the 99th floor?" The man who called out was named Ling Mu. He had not even climbed to the 60th floor, and his cultivation had barely reached the 9th level of nascent soul. Good guy, it's moral kidnapping as soon as you open your mouth. And immediately another person from the Nine Saints sect echoed, "Yes, holy Son Gao, help us quickly, we will all remember your kindness, don't you think so?" After hearing this, many people from the Nine Saints sect started to cater to him. But there are also many who choose to remain silent. Because everyone is not stupid, they can all see that these two guys want Gao Yan's help without paying any price. They chose to remain silent, with 2 plans. If Gao Yan chose to help, they could also take advantage, but they would not offend Gao Yan. If Gao Yan was unwilling to help for free, they could also pay him. At this time, Gao Yan smiled, "You are right. As fellow disciples, we should help each other. In this way, I will give you a discount and charge you 50 billion. Gao Xingzi, you are too greedy. Besides, if it were not for the support of our Ling family, you would not be able to become a Xingzi." Ling Mu said excitedly. "Ling Mu, shut up." At this time, another direct descendant of the Ling family spoke up. The other party was called Ling Fong, who had the first level of cultivation and was quite prestigious among the younger generation of the Ling family. "Ling Mu, why don't you apologize to the Xingzi?" Ling Fong shouted sternly. Ling Mu was unwilling and even resented Gao Yan, but at this moment, he had to apologize. "It's okay, we are all from the same sect, I don't care about these." Gao Yan waved his hand generously, and then looked at dozens of fellow disciples of the Nine Saints sect. "Are you willing to pay 50 billion spirit stones?" "Your Highness, I am willing to accept it." "I am willing to accept it too." So, Gao Yan quickly wrote a series of IOUs and sent them to them for signature, and then the puppet took them to the 99th floor. Seeing that everyone from the Nine Saints sect had reached the 99th floor, the saint of the Xianming sect, Yu Liner, couldn't help but shout, "Saint Gao Yan, I am also willing to pay 100 billion spirit stones, can you lend me a hand? We, the Nine Saints sect, have a grudge against the Xianming sect. If you want my help, you have to pay 200 billion. Gao Yan said with a smile. Hearing that Gao Yan was taking advantage of the situation, everyone in the Xianming sect showed anger, but did not speak to accuse Gao Yan. Yu Liner was also secretly annoyed in her heart, but she smiled and said, "Saint Sun Gao Yan, although there is a little grudge between our two sects, we are both from the Eastern Wasteland sect. Otherwise, how about you only take 100 billion for the sake of the fact that we are all Eastern Wasteland cultivators?" Gao Yan pretended to think, but after a while, he said, since you think it's expensive, then climb up by yourself. Hearing this, the faces of the people in Xianming sect changed. Especially Yu Lin'er's face became extremely ugly, and a strong resentment arose in her heart. Son Gao, we are willing to accept your conditions, please lend us a hand. The strongest son of Xianming sect said. The other party's cultivation reached the second level of the spirit transformation, and he was also one of the 3 saints of the 9 major sects in the East Wilderness. The other 2 were Shahojian and a saint of Shangqing Sword sect. At this moment, in the space of the emperor's tomb, the girl in green said, Fenger, we can't let that kid go on making trouble. Otherwise the meaning of the test will be lost. The girl in red, Fenger, nodded. In that case, teleport them to the core of the emperor's tomb first. So, the 2 of them joined forces to control the restrictions in the emperor's tomb. With a swish, everyone on the 99th floor of the sky steps disappeared. Seeing this scene, the people of Xianming sect were dumbfounded. Then, the strongest saint of Xianming sect could not help but glared at Yu Lin'er fiercely. If she hadn't been wasting time bargaining there, maybe all the people of Xianming sect would have climbed to the 99th floor. Now, Gao Yan was teleported away. Even if they were willing to offer 300 billion per person, it would be useless. Similarly, the others who were still climbing also showed regret. If they took the initiative, they would have been teleported to the core of the emperor's tomb like Gao Yan and others. Heavenly stage, 82nd floor. There stood 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 of them were the saints and saints of Yinyang Holy Land, Wanxian Holy Land and Taiyin Holy Land. At this moment, their expressions were not relaxed. Brother Qi, Sister Gongsun, do you regret it? Mei Yuzhen said with a wry smile. The 3 of them had seized several innate secret realms in the void before. But because of their pride, they were unwilling to accept Gao Yan's help. As a result, many people who were not as good as them entered the core of the emperor's tomb first. Brother Mei, don't worry. Immortal scriptures, emperor scriptures and emperor soldiers are not so easy to seize. Even if they enter first, what will happen? Qi Zongyun said arrogantly, besides, even if they can obtain the immortal scriptures, can they keep it? The emperor scripture is fine, but the immortal scriptures, the 5 major holy places in Zhongzhou will never allow people from other 4 regions to get the immortal scriptures. Once they comprehend the immortal scriptures, maybe it will affect Zhongzhou's transcendent status. At this point, Qi Zongyun turned his head and asked Gongsun Yaoyao, Jr. Sister Gongsun, do you think what I said makes sense? Gongsun Yaoyao nodded. Indeed, the immortal scriptures can only belong to our Zhongzhou. On the other side, Gao Yan and his group of 70 or 80 people were teleported to another place. For this, Gao Yan felt a little regretful. There are still thousands of people on the heavenly stage. If he succeeds in their business, he will earn a lot of spiritual stones. It is estimated that the existence in the emperor's tomb couldn't stand it anymore, so they teleported them away in advance. At present, he has a total of 78 IOUs in his hand. 34 of them are IOUs of 100 billion. The other 44 IOUs are all IOUs of 50 billion, and the people who wrote these IOUs are all fellow disciples of the 9 saints. Everyone, it's time to pay back the money. Gao Yan shouted to everyone. Fellow Taoist Gao, why are you so anxious? Why don't you pay me back after you leave the emperor's tomb? Zhao Fan said with a smile. Why, do you want to default on your debt? Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. Fellow Taoist Gao, How can I default on my debt? I'll just pay it later. Zhao Fan said fearlessly. He believed that others were the same as him and didn't want to give the spirit stones. After all, it was not a small amount. Do you have the same idea as Zhao Xingzi? Gao Yan looked around and asked. Son of Gao Yan, I think what son of Zhao Fan said makes sense. It's not that. I won't give it to you. Why bother to force it? Ling Mu spoke again. In his opinion, Gao Yan was the holy son who ascended to the throne with the help of the four families, and now he actually asked them for so many spirit stones before he was willing to help. He was simply ungrateful. But he ignored that if it weren't for Gao Yan, he would not be qualified to enter the core of the emperor's tomb, and he subconsciously ignored how great an opportunity it was to enter the core of the emperor's tomb. If it were someone else, let alone 50 billion, even 500 billion would be willing to exchange for such an opportunity. Junior brother Gao, this is the spirit stone that the three of us should pay. At this time, Xiahou Jian took out the high-grade spirit stone worth 150 billion low-grade spirit stones and sent it to Gao Yan. He was a proud man and would not do anything to default on his debts. Moreover, he also knew that if it weren't for Gao Yan's help, the three of them would not be able to ascend to the 99th floor. Therefore, he looked down on Ling Mu's behavior. Moreover, he was so active in paying spirit stones, and there was another intention to alienate the relationship between Gao Yan and the Ling family. Haha, senior brother Xiahou is still straightforward. Gao Yan laughed and collected the spirit stones. The income value increased by 150 billion, and the total number of spirit stones increased by 900 billion. Bang! At this moment, Ling Mu suddenly flew backwards, fell to the ground, and spit out a mouthful of blood. It was not Gao Yan who made the move, but Ling Feng. Being dishonest is a disgrace to our Ling family. It doesn't matter that you died in the emperor's tomb this time. If you get out alive, I will suggest to the family senior officials to kick you out of the direct lineage. Ling Feng put his hands behind his back and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu's face became extremely frightened. Brother Feng, I was wrong, please give me another chance. Snort. Ling Feng snorted coldly, ignored the other party, and said to Gao Gao. Brother Gao, it's all because of our lax discipline in the Ling family that made you laugh. Don't worry, not even a single piece of the promised spiritual stone from my Ling family will be taken. It will be less. Haha, brother Ling Feng is serious. After all, the forest is big and any bird can be used. You don't have to be too angry. Gao Yan responded with a smile. Immediately, the Nine Saints sect gave Gao Yan the spiritual stones that should be paid. Even if they couldn't get them, they would borrow them to pay. For this reason, Gao Yan directly received 2.2 trillion spiritual stones. It's your turn. Gao Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Fan. He knew that if he didn't deal with this guy first, most of the other 32 people wouldn't give him the spirit stone. Holy son Gao Yan, I have already said that I will not rely on you for your spiritual stone. Are you looking down on me by pushing me so hard? Zhao Fan's face turned cold and he said in a very dissatisfied tone. Yes, I just looked down on you. Gao Yan nodded seriously. I'll give you 10 breaths to hand over the spirit stone, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Then you can try it. Zhao Fan smiled disdainfully. He was currently at the 7th level of divine transformation and did not take Gao Yan seriously at all. Just try it. As soon as Gao Yan waved his hand, a Dongshu puppet appeared. And in a flash, he came to Zhao Fan and punched him away. This wasn't the end yet. The Dongshu puppet dodged to catch up and trampled Zhao Fan's body to the ground, and the place it trampled was his cheek. His head was directly trampled into the soil. Gao Yan waved his hand. The Dongshu puppet let go of Zhao Fan. The other party pulled his head out of the soil and stared at Gao Yan with red eyes. You are going too far. Let me ask you again, should I give you the spiritual stone or not? If you dare to say no, you won't have to live anymore. Gao Yan threatened with cold eyes. Holy Son Gao Yan, my senior brother is just joking with you. This is the spiritual stone that he and I should pay. Yu Xinyan walked up and took out a high-grade spiritual stone worth 200 billion low-grade spiritual stones, and handed it to Gao Yan. Seeing Zhao Fan, he gave up the spirit stone. The other 32 people also paid the spirit stones one after another. After all, Gao Yan had exposed the Dongshu puppet. If they didn't pay the spirit stones, Gao Yan would probably have to let the Dongshu puppet get them. Although Gao Yan tried his best to hold on, and gained 5.6 trillion spiritual stones in one go, he still couldn't help but have an extra arc at the corner of his mouth. The current revenue value is more than 640 billion, and the total number of spirit stones almost exceeds 63 trillion. There were so many spiritual stones that he would never be able to spend in a lifetime. System, start upgrading. Ding, consume 900 billion revenue and upgrade to level 31. Ding, consume 1 trillion revenue points and upgrade to level 32. Gao Yan was not surprised when he heard only 2 announcements, because he had already figured out the system's upgrade rules. The upgrade time is 6 hours, host please wait patiently. Putting away the system's sub-interface, Gao Yan focused on the core of the Emperor's tomb. The place he was in now was a meadow. Thousands of meters ahead, there is a city gate. The others had already rushed to the city gate with no intention of reminding him. After all, no one wants to share opportunities with others. The figure swayed. Gao Yan also came to the city gate. In front of the city gate, a stone tablet was erected. There is a skill recorded on the stele, and there are requirements behind the skill. You must master this skill within 10 days, otherwise you will be eliminated directly. You won't die after being eliminated, you will just be teleported outside the Emperor's tomb. Others who came one step ahead of Gao Yan have already begun to comprehend this technique. Gao Yan has the ability of photographic memory. It stands to reason that he can remember the exercises after reading them once. But the strange thing is that after reading the technique once, he didn't remember it completely. So, he read it a few more times before imprinting the skills on the stone tablet in his mind. Then, like others, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate on this technique. Gao Yan originally thought that with his own understanding, it would be difficult to comprehend a skill. But 2 hours passed. But he has no clue at all. Because this technique is so obscure, with only a few hundred words. List each word individually, and he knows them all. But when these words were put together, he couldn't understand them. Moreover, the more I understand, the more confused I become, and the more I understand, the more dizzy I become. He stopped to comprehend, but looked at the others, and found that the others were similar to him, with their brows furrowed, and some were even chanting the technique in a low voice in a mechanical manner. I'm tired, destroy it, I don't want to understand anymore. Gao Yan decided to mess it up. Because he believed that even if it had been 10 days, he would not be able to comprehend this technique. That being the case, He didn't bother to think about it. Simply return to the grass, take out and cut off the thigh meat of a god. Turned monster beast, clean it, and then cut it into strips of meat with a flying sword. After marinating it with seasonings, make it into skewers. He took out the barbecue rack and started grilling meat. Everyone else was concentrating on the exercises and didn't pay attention to him at all. It wasn't until the aroma of barbecue began to spread that everyone turned to look. When they saw Gao Yan grilling meat instead of meditating on the exercises, some people frowned, while others secretly rejoiced. Just then, the figure flashed by. Mei Yuzhen, Qi Zongyun and Gongsun Yaoyao appeared here. Seeing Gao Yan, who was grilling meat, a look of astonishment appeared on the faces of the three of them. Fellow Taoist Gao, what are you? Gongsun Yaoyao stepped forward and asked. I'm grilling meat here. It's going to be cooked very quickly. Would you like some skewers, Saint Gongsun? I won't take your spirit stones, Gao Yan said, with a smile. Giggle. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Gongsun Yaoyao was amused and waved his hand. Thank you, fellow Taoist Gao, for your kindness, but no, fellow Taoist Gao, please come here for a few hours. What's the situation here? Gao Yan glanced at the city gate and said, the stone tablet in front of the city gate records an extremely obscure skill. You can pass it within 10 days. By understanding it. If you fail to understand it, you will be sent out of the Emperor's tomb. That's it. Thank you, fellow Taoist Gao, for telling the truth. It's okay, you can find out when you go over there. Gao Yan waved his hand disapprovingly. Then why doesn't fellow Taoist master understand the technique? Gongsun Yaoyao said. I also meditated for 2 hours, but I didn't realize anything, so I gave up. Gao Yan said. I gave up after only 2 hours. Maybe I can understand after studying for a while. Gongsun Yaoyao kindly reminded. No. Gao Yan shook his head. Seeing this, Gongsun Yaoyao was a little helpless and wanted to say something else, but Qi Zongyun's voice rang out, Junior sister Gongsun, this person just got here through cheating. It's normal that he can't understand. Why do you have to talk to him? Fellow Taoist Gao, you should try more. Without saying a word, Gongsun Yaoyao also turned around and left. Gao Yan also knew that Gongsun Yaoyao was doing it for his own good, but he really wasn't sure at all. Of course, he didn't give up. After a while, the system would be upgraded. Maybe the lottery can help him understand that technique. Half an hour later. When the kebabs were cooked, Gao Yan took out a plate to put the kebabs on. Then took out tables, chairs, and drinks, and started eating and drinking with a leisurely expression. See this scene. Many people secretly curled their lips, this guy must have broken the pot. After a while, Xia Homing ducked to the table and said angrily, what are you doing? You don't understand the skills and you come here to barbecue. Want some? Gao Yan took out a chair and handed Xia Homing 2 skewers of barbecued meat. I won't eat it. But soon, after finishing 2 skewers, Xia Homing couldn't help but reach out to grab the skewers on the plate, demonstrating the law of true fragrance to the fullest. Grilled skewers paired with wine, the more you drink, the better. How about a sip? Gao Yan handed Xia Homing another bottle of spiritual wine. After a slight hesitation, Xia Homing took the drink, ate the barbecue, and said, hey, that technique is too obscure. I have no clue at all. What about you, have you figured out anything? I can understand, and I can still come here to grill skewers? Gao Yan joked. That's right. Xia Homing nodded. However, it's pretty good that we have reached this point. It's just a pity that the 50 billion spiritual stones were robbed. If your flesh hurts, just give me a kiss and I will return the spirit stone. To you. Gao Yan said with a smile. You have a beautiful idea, my girl's kiss is so cheap. Xia Homing said. Disdainfully, but there was a little bit of excitement in his heart. If you kiss this guy, you can get 50 billion spiritual stones. It sounds quite good. A good deal. But in full view of everyone, she didn't dare to do this. Otherwise, he will definitely be reprimanded by his eldest brother, Xia Hojian. When Gao Yan heard Xia Homing's answer, he secretly laughed in his heart. It's useless to give you a chance. There will never be such a good opportunity in the future. After eating the skewers and drinking wine, Xia Homing ran to the city gate to meditate. As for Gao Yan, the system upgrade has also been completed. Upgrading to 2 consecutive levels will reward you with 10 luxury draws and 20,000 free attribute points. Upgrading again will consume 20,000 revenue points. Check out these 10 luxury draws. Want to combine special draws? After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided not to combine it first. After all, the chance of 10 luxury draws is much higher than 2 special draws. So, Gao Yan said, System Dad, you know what I need most right now. You have to work hard and come to 5 luxurious draws first. Ding, 5 luxury draws are open. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super magical power of the Great Cutting Technique. The prize has been distributed to the system. Space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super magical power of the Great Dual Cultivation Technique. The prize has been distributed to the system. Space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super magical power of the Great Destiny Technique. The prize has been distributed to the system. Space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super magical power of the Great Plundering Technique. The prize has been distributed to the system. Space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the super magical power of the Great Devouring Technique. The prize has been distributed to the system. Space. Please check it yourself. Another magical power wholesale. Gao Yan muttered to himself, and then cast a formation to cover himself. With a thought, 5 magical power jade slips appeared in his hand. Sticking them to his forehead one after another, he once again merged 5 super magical powers. The Great Cutting Technique can destroy everything. No matter how hard the object is, it can't stop its edge. As for the Great Dual Cultivation Technique, after learning about the effect of this magical power, Gao Yan's expression was a little weird. This magical power cannot be used alone, and one person must cooperate. After successful use, the comprehension and cultivation speed can be doubled. If the magical power reaches the top level, the comprehension and cultivation speed can be increased tenfold. Isn't this tailor-made for the comprehension of the skills on the stone tablet? Let's talk about the Great Destiny Technique. This magical power is a bit against the sky. It can not only spy on the fate of others, but also tamper with the fate of others. There is also the Great Plundering Technique, which can plunder others' cultivation and magic weapons. The last great devouring technique is even more against the sky. Nothing can be swallowed and nothing can be melted. As long as it is something with energy, it can be swallowed and then formed into a devouring Dao fruit. He can use this devouring Dao fruit to feed back to himself, improve his own bones, physique, comprehension, etc. Checked the attribute points. There are more than 72,000. So, Gao Yan started to add points, and successively upgraded the 5 magical powers to the top level, consuming a total of 17,500 free attribute points. There are 5 luxury draws left. Should I continue to draw in 5 times, or combine the special draws? Hesitated slightly. Gao Yan decided to combine the special draws. Soon, the special draws were combined, and Gao Yan also ordered the draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiritual medicine. Planting space. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please collect it yourself. The next moment, a colorful card appeared in Gao Yan's hand. After choosing to merge, his body was bound to another space. This space is very large, and it has been cultivated into spiritual medicine fields. As we all know, many special spiritual medicines have strict requirements for the growth environment. But the spiritual medicine planting space drawn by Gao Yan can completely ignore this rule. No matter what kind of spiritual medicine, as long as there are seeds, it can survive in the spiritual medicine field. And the spiritual medicine fields in the spiritual medicine planting space are divided into 3 levels. In an ordinary spiritual medicine field, 1 day corresponds to 1 year. Outside, in an intermediate spiritual medicine field, 1 day corresponds to 10 years outside, and in an advanced spiritual medicine field, 1 day corresponds to 100 years outside. However, these spiritual medicine fields also need energy. An ordinary spiritual medicine field needs 1 low-grade spiritual stone a day, an intermediate spiritual medicine field needs 10 low-grade spiritual stones a day, and an advanced spiritual medicine field needs 100 low-grade spiritual stones a day. If a spiritual medicine that can grow for 10,000 years is planted in a high-grade spiritual medicine field, after planting for 100 days and consuming 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, a 10,000-year spiritual medicine can be obtained. And the 10,000-year spiritual medicine is definitely a very rare existence. It is no problem to sell a plant for hundreds of millions of low-grade spiritual stones, so the little spiritual stones invested are completely negligible. Unfortunately, Gao Yan does not have the seeds of the 10,000-year spiritual medicine now. However, there are quite a few spiritual medicines that can survive for more than 1,000 years. So, he directly selected 100 spiritual medicines that just grew for 1,000 years and planted them in the advanced spiritual medicine field, and buried 4,000 low-grade spiritual stones in each spiritual medicine field. In just 40 days, all these spiritual medicines can become top-level spiritual medicines with a medicinal age of 5,000 years. There are only 100 high-level spiritual medicine fields. There are 1,000 intermediate spiritual medicine fields. There are more ordinary spiritual medicine fields, tens of thousands. So Gao Yan spent some time to plant spiritual medicines in the intermediate and ordinary spiritual medicine fields. As long as these spiritual medicines are fully mature, the space will automatically harvest and store them in the warehouse, and it will also leave seeds. In this way, he will have a constant supply of spiritual medicines. In conjunction with the alchemy factory, he wanted to shout that he would be the one who contracted all the elixirs in the world of immortal cultivation in The future. Concentrate your mind. Gao Yan should consider comprehending that technique. With a thought. He took out 100,000 spiritual stones and piled them in front of him. Then he activated the Great Devouring technique. A small black hole appeared in his palm, generating a huge suction force, sucking the 100,000 spirit stones in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the black hole disappeared, but the 100,000 spirit stones sucked in were instantly shattered, condensing into a thumb-sized black and white fruit. This is the devouring Tao fruit condensed by the Great Devouring technique. Continue. This time, Gao Yan directly took out 1,000,000 spirit stones. He activated the Great Devouring technique again, and the 1,000,000 spirit stones were instantly shattered, and the devouring Tao fruit expanded again. Next, Gao Yan invested tens of millions of spirit stones in the devouring Tao fruit. The devouring Tao fruit reached the size of a goose egg. Then, Gao Yan moved the devouring Tao fruit into his body. Then he found that the devouring Tao fruit was slowly releasing a strange energy to improve his bones, physique, and soul. This improvement was not fast. It had a kind of silent taste. But over the years, his bones, comprehension, and physique will become better and better, stronger and stronger. No longer caring about the devouring Tao fruit, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the city gate. Compared to before, those who comprehended the skills frowned more deeply. Even Qi Zongyun, Mei Yuzhen, and Gong Sun Yaoyao, the three top geniuses in Zhongzhou, all looked constipated. Obviously, this obscure skill also stopped them. Wow! At this moment, one person suddenly vomited blood, and then his whole breath became exhausted and chaotic. Obviously, this person forced himself to comprehend the technique and went astray. Seeing this scene, many people were shocked and became more vigilant about this technique. At this time, Gao Yan sent a message to Xia Homeng, asking her to come over. What for? Xia Homeng responded. Come quickly if there is something good. If you don't come, I will find Nan Gongyao. Gao Yan threatened in a voice transmission. Swish! A figure flashed, and Xia Homeng appeared in front of the formation. Gao Yan opened a portal, and the other party came in, and then Gao Yan closed the portal again. You guy, you don't comprehend the technique well, but you have to disturb me. Tell me, what good thing is there? If you can't satisfy me, I will see how I deal with you. Don't worry, let's sit down and talk. Gao Yan took out a chair calmly and motioned Xia Homeng to sit first. Xia Homeng hesitated for a moment, but still sat down on the chair. Hurry up and tell me. Sister, answer me honestly, how sure are you that you can comprehend this technique? Gao Yan stared at Xia Homeng and asked. Xia Homeng wanted to be tough, but when she met Gao Yan's serious eyes, she said a little disappointedly, it's annoying, I don't know. So you are not sure? Gao Yan smiled. Almost. Although Xia Homeng didn't want to admit it, she was not sure at all when facing this technique. If I could help you understand the technique, how many spiritual stones would you be willing to spend? Gao Yan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xia Homeng's eyes lit up, but then he became suspicious. Are you sure you can help me understand? You will know if you can try it. First tell me how many spiritual stones you are willing to give? Gao Yan said again. If you can help me understand this technique, I will give you 1 billion spiritual stones. Xia Homeng said. 1 billion is too little. Gao Yan shook his head decisively. How much do you want? Let's do this. I'll charge you a friendship price of 10 billion. You've simply got into the spirit stone. Xia Homing said angrily, but she immediately changed the subject. But I don't have that many spiritual stones. Can I use spiritual medicine instead? Gao Yan shook his head. He already had trillions worth of elixirs in his body. And he had space to grow elixirs, so he had no shortage of elixirs at all. Besides, elixirs cannot increase the income value. Senior sister, you can't come up with 10 billion spiritual stones for the time being, so you can issue an IOU. Xia Homing nodded. Okay, I can issue an IOU, but what if you fail to help me understand the technique? It's easy, I'll return the IOU to you. If you can't help me understand, you have to give me 10 billion. Not only do you look beautiful, you also think beautifully. Gao Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Okay, I'm just joking with you. Gao Yan immediately wrote an IOU for Xia Homing to sign. After the other party wrote his name, he urged Gao Yan to start. At this time, Gao Yan said, to help you understand the technique, you have to use a magical power. The magical power will form a unique space. Then we need to put the souls into this space together, and the souls of both parties need to be in contact with each other. If you can't accept it, let's start now. If you can't accept it, forget it. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Xia Homing's face turned red and he stared at Gao Yan. Are you trying to trick me? In the world of immortality, dual cultivation does not refer to things like men and women. Instead, they release their respective souls and blend yin and yang. The soul is the most private and secret existence of a cultivator. Once they come into contact with each other, the weaker soul will be unable to keep almost no secrets. This was the reason why Xia Homing blushed. Because once the two souls come into contact, all her thoughts will be exposed. In front of Gao Yan. Sister, you are looking down on me. This magical power of mine can increase your understanding 10 times and your cultivation speed 10 times. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. If you don't want to, just take the IOU back. Gao Yan placed the IOU in front of Xia Homing and didn't say another word. Xia Homing stared at the IOU for a while, with various complicated expressions appearing on his face. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I promise you. Sister, are you really sure? Hurry up and get started, you're so good at what you get. Xia Homing said. Angrily, he just wanted to practice dual cultivation with this guy, and he also had to give 10 billion spiritual stones. Okay, I'll use my magical powers. Gao Yan smiled, and then activated the great double cultivation technique. Suddenly, a transparent space appeared between the two of them. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan's spirit left his body and entered this space. Seeing this, Xia Homing also put his soul into it. In the dual cultivation space, Gao Yan's soul said, Senior sister, we need to touch each other with 4 palms. Now that everything has been decided, Xia Homing has nothing to be pretentious about. He stretched out his hands and touched Gao Yan's palms. Suddenly, her soul trembled, and an extremely beautiful emotion instantly filled her body. Also at this moment, the dual cultivation space began to rotate, and a trace of mist appeared in the space, and was absorbed by the two souls. Then, their understanding increased crazily. Sister, hurry up and learn the skills. Gao Yan reminded. Hearing Gao Yan's voice, Xia Homing woke up from his immersion, but felt a little shy in his heart. But she immediately calmed down and began to understand the technique. There is the blessing of dual cultivation space. With 10 times his understanding, Gao Yan was bursting with inspiration. If he were allowed to compose songs now, he would be able to write several divine songs in a matter of minutes. If you write a novel, you can come up with several brilliant ideas in a matter of minutes. Back to business. Hundreds of words of exercises were constantly circulating and flashing in his mind. Gradually, the order of these exercises and texts began to be disrupted and then reorganized. Gradually, brand new texts about the exercises began to emerge in his mind. Nima. For a moment, Gao Yan couldn't help but curse the person who left the technique was really a thief, because he had discovered that this technique was disrupted. Of course, there are rules to this kind of disruption. As long as you find the correct rules, you can reproduce the real technique. Then, next, Gao Yan began to continuously deduce and reorganize this exercise. After spending more than an hour, a brand new technique finally appeared in his mind. Senior sister, how are you doing with your enlightenment? Gao Yan asked Xia Homeng. Xia Homeng said excitedly, I have discovered the secret of this exercise. It turns out that the text of this exercise is messed up. We need to dismantle and reorganize the exercise. Gao Yan, no need, I have already calculated the real technique. As he spoke, he passed on the reorganized technique to Xia Homeng. After reading Gao Yan's reorganized exercises, Xia Homeng secretly confirmed that he was sure that Gao Yan's reorganized exercises were correct. Now that we've settled the problem of the technique, let's get out of here. The two souls returned to their original state and began to practice according to this technique. This technique seems obscure and difficult to understand, but that is when it is disrupted. Under normal circumstances, this technique is quite easy to practice. Less than half an hour. Gao Yan used this technique to cultivate a spiritual power. At that time, he only needs to input this technique into the forbidden area of the city gate, and he can enter it. At the same time, Gao Yan had another thought. Decided to make another fortune. So, he got up and walked out of the formation and came to the city gate. Everyone, I have already comprehended the technique on the stone tablet. You don't need 100 billion or 50 billion. You only need to give me 20 billion, and I will teach you how to comprehend this technique step by step. Do you, fellow Taoist Gao, really mean what you said? Yu Xinyan asked. Fellow Taoist Yu, please rest assured. I have always been an innocent person. Besides, have I ever deceived you on the heavenly level before? Gao Yan said sincerely. Okay, fellow Taoist Gao, I am willing to pay 20 billion to ask fellow Taoist Gao to teach me the enlightenment technique. Yu Xinyan quickly took out high-grade spiritual stones worth 20 billion low-grade spiritual stones and handed them to Gao Yan. Fellow Taoist Yu, the answers you want are all in this jade slip. Gao Yan handed a jade slip to Yu Xinyan and said to the others, you can't buy it with 20 billion and you will suffer a loss. You can't buy it and be fooled. One step first, one step at a time. The immortal scripture, the emperor's scripture and the emperor's soldiers can wait in front, looking after you. But at this moment, the voice sounded, after understanding the technique and cultivating spiritual power, you must enter it within 10 breaths, otherwise you will be disqualified from entering. As soon as they heard this, some people couldn't sit still. Fellow Taoist Gao, these are 20 billion spiritual stones. Quickly teach me the enlightenment technique. Fellow Taoist Gao, I also want to buy a method to comprehend the exercises. Immediately, someone sent another 20 billion spiritual stones. Unfortunately, 10 breaths is too short, and the time is almost up after only doing 5 transactions. After inputting spiritual power into the restriction at the city gate, a portal appeared. Gao Yan stepped into it, and then the portal disappeared. It turns out it's that simple. Yu Xinyan, who was the first to obtain the jade slip, exclaimed in surprise, and began to practice according to the exercises reorganized in the jade slip. Soon, Yu Xinyan also cultivated a spiritual power. Junior sister, can you show me the jade slip? Zhao Fan said shamelessly. Brother, I will sell it to you for 20 billion. Yu Xinyan said with a smile. Junior sister, you should be out of sight now, we are. If anyone wants it, take away the 20 billion. Yu Xinyan snorted coldly, no longer talking to Zhao Fan, but said to the others. I want. A man came in a flash and quickly took out high-grade spiritual stones worth 20 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Putting away the spiritual stone, Yu Xinyan ducked to the city gate. After inputting her spiritual power, another portal appeared, and she stepped in. Seeing this, the other people's expressions were extremely complicated. Yu Xinyan was a smart person, and she got the entry qualification without spending a single spiritual stone. On the contrary, Zhao Fan's face is not very good looking. He didn't even think about it, he still owed Yu Xinyan so many spiritual stones, and now he actually wanted to have sex for nothing. No matter how good his relationship with the same family was, he would have to fall out with him. It's good that Yu Xinyan didn't fall out with him. At this time, Xiahou Meng rushed out of the formation arranged by Gao Yan and said to everyone, I also have the experience of comprehending the skills here. Who wants it for 20 billion? Immediately, 2 people seized the opportunity to buy it. Then Xiahou Meng threw a jade slip to Xiahou Jian and rushed to the restriction in front of the city gate to input spiritual power. Time goes back to when Gao Yan input spiritual power into the restriction of the city gate, and the door appeared and he stepped into it. Passing through the city gate passage, a living city appeared in front of him. Why use living to describe it? That's because there are a large number of humans in this city. At this time, that voice sounded in my ears again, young man, there are 2 million people in this city. Some of them have clearance tokens. You need to find someone who has the token within 1 month and let him give you the token willingly. Remember, you can't take it by force, otherwise even if you get the clearance token, you can't pass it. After a little thought, Gao Yan grasped 2 key points. First, you have to find the person who has the pass token, and secondly, you have to find a way to impress the other party and let him give him the token. His mind moved. A huge divine thought left his body and enveloped the entire city, looking for the whereabouts of the notice token. But there was no discovery. Gao Yan was not surprised about this. If you can find the token so easily, it would not be a test. Anyway, there is a month. He was not in a hurry. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of a restaurant. Sir, please come in. The waiter greeted him warmly. He asked the waiter to arrange a window seat on the 2nd floor, and then ordered wine and food. He ate and drank while observing the situation in the city. The 2 million residents in this city are ordinary mortals, and there are no immortal cultivators. But there are warriors. The residents living in the city have a good life. Every family has surplus food and no worries about food and clothing. After drinking a few glasses of wine slowly, Gao Yan saw Yu Xinyan appear at the gate of the city. It seems that the aptitude of this rain saint is much higher than Xiahomeng. She obtained the skills later than Xiahomeng, but she cultivated her spiritual power first and entered here. Swish! A figure flashed by, and Yu Xinyan appeared in the restaurant. Hello, Daoist Gao. Gao Yan nodded in response, and then invited the other party to take a seat. Daoist Gao came here first, did you gain anything? Yu Xinyan asked. Tentatively. Before, when she was outside the city, she thought Gao Yan had given up. Unexpectedly, he was the first to comprehend the skills. Therefore, she did not dare to underestimate Gao Yan at all. Gao Yan shook his head. No, I guess Dao Yu has already checked it with his divine sense, and he shouldn't have found the token, right? Yu Xinyan nodded. Indeed, no. Speaking of this, she smiled playfully. Does Dao Yu Gao have any extra tokens? I can exchange them with spirit stones. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh. I only came in a little earlier than you, and I haven't had time to find the person who has the token. Then Dao Yu Gao is so calm, but has he already figured it out? Yu Xinyan asked again. Not yet. Gao Yan shook his head again. If I find more than one token, I will be the first to trade with you. Thank you very much, Dao Yu Gao. By the way, you eat slowly, I'll try my luck first. As soon as the voice fell, Yu Xinyan disappeared in the restaurant. At this time, Xiahomeng also entered the city. After discovering Gao Yan, she also flashed into the restaurant. Without Gao Yan's invitation, he sat down opposite him. Hey, have you found anything? No. Since you haven't found anything, you are still in the mood to eat and drink. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't there still a month left? By the way, do you want to eat something? Gao Yan said disapprovingly. Suddenly, he had an idea and cast an inside eye at Xiahomeng. He found that the other party's friendliness had reached 95 points, which means that the two of them had practiced both their souls and spirits, which increased their friendliness by 5 points. What's delicious about mortal things? I'll go find the person with the token first. As soon as the voice fell, Xiahomeng also disappeared in the restaurant. Gao Yan didn't pay attention to Xiahomeng and Yu Xinyan, who were looking for the token, and he was still eating and drinking leisurely. 20 minutes later, he called the waiter to settle the bill, and then walked out of the restaurant. During this period, many people entered the city, including Qi Zongyun, Mei Yuzhen and Gongsun Yaoyao. Gao Yan estimated that they also bought the skills he calculated. After eating and drinking, he walked aimlessly on the street, and at the same time, he kept using his inside eyes to check the information of the people he met. Perhaps with the blessing of good luck buff, he only checked less than 1,000 people. He found a person with a pass token. Old man, you have a pass token, right? I want it. Why don't you make a condition? Gao Yan said with a smile. The old man's name is Yang Kaiping. He is nearly 70 years old, and at this moment he is sitting under a tree playing chess with the old man from the neighbor's house. The other party looked up at Gao Yan, and then said indifferently, I still lack someone to take care of me in my old age. If you can help me achieve this wish, I will give you the token. That's easy. I will help you find a couple who are honest, kind, and have no parents, and let them worship you as their godfather. How about it? Gao Yan said with a smile. Yang Kaiping's eyes flashed with excitement. If the other party is willing to take care of me in my old age, it's not a bad idea. In that space, The two girls looked at the screen and saw Gao Yan easily find a person with a token, and they all showed doubts. Fenger, how did he find the person with the token? Did you see it? The red-clothed girl Fenger shook her head. No, I didn't see what means he used. He was completely running towards Yang Kaiping, and seemed to have determined that he had the token. The green-clothed girl Linger nodded. Yes, this guy is too weird. It's okay. To easily solve the mystery of the stone tablet technique, and he easily found the person with the token. Maybe he can really pass the level successfully. Fenger nodded. Yes, but his qualifications are far worse than those of the others, especially the one named Gong Sun Yao Yao, who is actually, although she has a rare immortal body in 100,000 years, if she gets the immortal scripture inheritance from the emperor, her cultivation will surely be twice as effective with half the effort. And Mei Yuzhen, Qi Zongyun, Ouyang Yulong, and Chen Liani all have holy bodies. They are much stronger than Gao Yan, and even Si Yun's divine body is stronger than his. Linger smiled and said, but then again, the emperor's qualifications were not outstanding at that time. He was just an ordinary divine body, but he became one of the most amazing emperors in ancient and modern times. Humph, how can Gao Yan be compared with the emperor? Fenger said disdainfully. That's right. Linger didn't deny this. While the two girls were talking about Gao Yan, he had already found 10 couples without parents. He first came to the door of the couple who lived on the same street as Yang Kaiping, knocked on the door and entered. After telling the couple the purpose of their visit, they said they wanted to discuss it. Gao Yan asked them to go ahead, but he heard everything the two talked about in private. The couple was a little greedy, but that was not a problem. So Gao Yan readily agreed to their conditions and took them to see Yang Kaiping. After some communication, the couple immediately worshipped Yang Kaiping as their adoptive father and said they would take care of him in his old age. After the matter was over, Yang Kaiping also planned to give the pass token to Gao Yan. But Gao Yan, who was about to reach out to take the token, retracted his hand. Old man, leave the token with you first, I will come to take it in a few days. Gao Yan knew that the unknown existence that controlled the emperor's tomb level had probably noticed him. If he took the token directly, he would probably let him leave immediately. And he planned to make another fortune by selling the token, so how could he be willing to leave like this? After leaving Yang Kaiping's home, Gao Yan used his spiritual mind to scan the situation of others looking for clearance tokens. Most people are just trying their luck around the city like headless flies. Some people also hire residents in the city to help them find tokens. Some people directly lure them with benefits. But so far, nothing works. Gao Yan estimates that those with customs clearance tokens have special requirements and will probably not be tempted by money. Just like Yang Kaiping, his request is that someone will provide for him in old age. If Gao Yan didn't have insight and knew that he was carrying the token, even if he found him and said that he would pay a high price to buy it, the other party would probably not be tempted, or even reveal that he had the token. Then, Gao Yan opened his insight eye again and looked for the person carrying the token. I have to say, the good luck buff is indeed very good. An hour later, Gao Yan found another person with the token. But this person with the token is special. It turned out to be Ru Shuang, the Oiran from Rui Tower in the city. This young man, please come in quickly. Is there any girl you know? Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, Mr. Turtle enthusiastically led Gao Yan in. Arrange a box for me. Gao Yan threw a tail of gold to Mr. Turtle. "We have a distinguished guest upstairs." After catching the gold, Mr. Gue became more and more enthusiastic and led Gao Yan all the way to a luxurious box on the second floor. "Sir, I wonder if I will arrange 2 singers for you first, or is the Oran Rushuang accepting guests?" Gao Yan asked directly. "This?" Mr. Gue showed a troubled look. "Sir, Miss Rushuang is the number 1 in our Rui building. She doesn't usually accept guests. She only performs on the 15th day of every month. Then the highest bidder can enter Miss Rushuang's attic. Of course, if the young master writes a good poem and Miss Rushuang is moved, an exception can be made. However, Miss Rushuang has a very high vision, and she may not read ordinary poems. Not on. In fact, young master, although Miss Rushuang is very famous, the housekeeper in our building is still quite beautiful. If young master can afford the price, we can arrange for the younger one." Gao Yan was unmoved by this. He came to Rui Tower for the token, not to play with women. So, he said to Gue Gong, "In this case, you go and invite the madam here, and I will talk to her." Then young master, wait a moment. Mr. Gue left. As for why Gao Yan didn't copy a poem to impress the Oran Rushuang, the reason was simple. He was worried that Rushuang would fall in love with him. Soon an old lady appeared. It was the Madam of Ruyalu. "Old Madam, I would like to invite Miss Rushuang to accompany me. Please give me a price." Gold and silver are not worth mentioning to immortal cultivators, and Gao Yan is not worried about the madam talking too loudly. "Sir, you don't know something. I, Ruyalu, always follow the rules." Upon hearing this, Gao Yan sneered secretly, 100 taels of gold, just for company and nothing else. The madam's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but feel very moved. Gao Yan waved his hand and 10 gold ingots appeared on the table. "Can you tell me something?" Gao Yan was impatient. The old bustard was a master of observing words and emotions. Seeing that Gao Yan was impatient, he immediately agreed, and naturally he would not forget to take away the 10 gold ingots. Later, Gao Yan asked someone to arrange a banquet. While eating and drinking, he waited for Rushuang to arrive. Waited for about a quarter of an hour. Oran Rushuang finally arrived belatedly. Rushuang has good looks and a great figure, but her temperament is gentle and she doesn't look like a prostitute at all. As for specialness, there are actually 90. As a courtesan in a brothel, Chi is still at 90 points, which can be considered as clean and self-sufficient. Rushuang has met the young master. "Miss Rushuang, there's no need to be polite, please sit down." After sending the others away, Gao Yan said directly, "I know you have a token on you. You can make a condition and I will help you complete it. How about you give me the token? Is it okay if I want to marry a good man?" Rushuang stared at Gao Yan and said, "Then what do you want from this wishful man?" Gao Yan asked. Rushuang said, "First of all, he must be a scholar. Secondly, his appearance and temperament must not be bad. Also, he will not dislike my identity. Finally, he must marry me as his official wife. Generally speaking, if a courtesan marries a good man, he cannot be a wife, but can only be a concubine. And scholars are extremely face-saving. It is almost difficult for them to willingly marry a brothel courtesan as their legal wife. Therefore, Rushuang's condition seems simple, but it is very difficult to achieve it. But Gao Yan never takes the usual path. The person who made the rules only requires that the token cannot be taken by force, but other people in the city are not within this scope. Therefore, it is quite easy for him to ask a scholar to marry Rushuang. Okay, no problem, I will help you find a good man to redeem your life, and then marry you back home. Really? Rushuang's eyes lit up. Don't worry, wait for my good news, the results will be available in a day at most. After leaving Rui Tower, Gao Yan started searching for the unmarried scholars in the city. Ultimately, he settled on 3 targets. None of these 3 scholars have any family members. Then he came to communicate with them in person. When they heard that Gao Yan helped them marry the Oiran from Ruyalu back home, they were all very happy. But when they heard that Rushuang was to be the legal wife, they all refused. Without hesitation. The one with a violent temper even scolded Gao Yan. In response, Gao Yan did not tolerate him and slapped him to the ground and stepped on him twice. The scholar he had beaten was out, so there were only 2 left. After careful consideration, he chose a man named Liang Yu as his target. So Gao Yan played a trick. He hypnotized the other party directly and created a false memory of his past life. After the other party woke up, he immediately dug out a box of gold from the backyard, took 500 taels and went to Rui Tower. Under Gao Yan's arrangement, Liang Yu and Rushuang met smoothly. Liang Yu was handsome and had good literary talent. In addition, Gao Yan left some classic poems on earth that were specially used to pick up girls in his memory. He easily captured Rushuang's heart. Then, Liang Yu proposed to redeem Rushuang and said that he would marry her as his wife. But at this time, Rushuang hesitated. Because she had already fallen in love with Liang Yu, she naturally had to consider Liang Yu. After all, she was a brothel girl. If she married Liang Yu as his wife, she would be laughed at. But Liang Yu said that he was not afraid of being laughed at, and there was only one person in his family, and there would be no family interference. Facing Liang Yu's sincerity, Rushuang was finally moved. She was even worried that Liang Yu's redemption gold and silver were not enough, so she took the initiative to take out her own small treasury. The next thing was a matter of course. At first, the madam was reluctant to let Rushuang, the cash cow, go, but Gao Yan secretly helped so that the madam agreed. On the same day, Liang Yu invited an 8-lift sedan chair to marry Rushuang back home. The next day, Gao Yan came to congratulate, and Rushuang directly took out the token to give to Gao Yan. But Gao Yan did not reach out to take it. Let her put it away first, then Gao Yan used his mind to contact Yu Xinyan and asked her to come quickly. Yu Dao Yu, do you want to buy the pass token? Gao Yan said with a smile. How many spirit stones do you plan to sell for? 20 billion. Good deal. After receiving the spirit stones, Gao Yan asked Rushuang to give the token to Yu Xinyan. Gao Dao Yu, I'll leave first. Yu Xinyan said to Gao Yan after getting the token, and disappeared. Seeing this, Gao Yan secretly rejoiced that he didn't accept Yang Kaiping's token, otherwise, he would have been teleported away directly. Yu Xinyan obtained the customs clearance token and left, immediately alerting others in the city. The figure flashed by. Xiahou Jian and Xiahou Meng came hand in hand. Junior brother Gao, did you sell Yu Xinyan's customs clearance token to her? Xiahou Meng asked directly. Yes, it was sold for 20 billion. Gao Yan nodded. Then why didn't you come to us? Xiahou Meng was a little dissatisfied. Don't worry, I can still get the customs clearance token. I'll sell it to you when I get it next time. Gao Yan promised. Then thank you, junior brother Gao. Xiao Hojian thanked him. Brother, you go first, I'll talk to junior brother Gao. After Xiao Hojian left, Xiao Homeng arranged a formation. Hey, how did you find those who have the clearance tokens? This is my secret to earning spiritual stones, you thought I would tell you. Gao Yan smiled proudly. Lingshi. I've been thinking about Lingshi all day long, and I don't know why you got so many Lingshi. Xiao Homeng said a little aggrievedly. She had already practiced dual cultivation with this guy, but he still kept it from her. Okay, don't be angry. In a few days, I will give you a customs clearance token for free. Gao Yan reached out and grabbed Xiao Homeng's hand. Humph, who cares? Xiao Homeng shook off his hand. Really? Gao Yan put his arm around her waist again. Don't move your hands or feet. Xiao Homeng struggled reservedly, but the guy in front of her was so thick-skinned that he wouldn't let go at all, so she acquiesced. Anyway, both of them had mastered spiritual cultivation, so hugging each other's waist was nothing. At the same time, Mei Yuzhen and Qi Zongyun also got together. Brother Qi, you don't think that Gao Yan is a bit evil? Mei Yuzhen said. Before on the heavenly steps, he prepared the puppets in advance, and later he was the first to understand the skills on the stone tablet. Now, he is the first to obtain the clearance token. Isn't it such a coincidence? Mei Yuzhenro said, thoughtful and authentic. Qi Zongyun frowned slightly and said doubtfully, is he a descendant of the great emperor of creation? This shouldn't be possible. Mei Yuzhen said with a firm tone, although the immortals erased all information about Emperor Good Fortune back then, there is still a record of Emperor Good Fortune in our holy land. Emperor Good Fortune fell too quickly and left no descendants at all. The two Taoist concubines of the great emperors are even more infatuated with him, and it is impossible for them to remarry, so it is impossible for these three great emperors to have descendants. In this case, why does Gao Yan know all the checkpoints in the emperor's tomb? Qi Zongyun asked in confusion. This is exactly what I'm confused about. Mei Yuzhen smiled bitterly. How about we capture him and interrogate him too? See what secrets he hides. It's better not to act rashly. Qi Zongyun shook his head, because he knew that Gao Yan had a puppet in the late stage of Dongshu. Although he also had powerful methods and was not afraid of the Dongshu puppet. But let alone the Immortal Sutra now, he has not even seen the Emperor Sutra. How could he reveal his trump card so easily? Qi Zongyun changed the subject. However, Gao Yan loves spirit stones as much as his life, so why don't we spend some spirit stones to buy a clearance token from him? Both of them have captured several innate secret realms, so there is no shortage of spiritual stones. Moreover, with their cultivation level, the spirit stone is no longer helpful to their substitutes, so they don't value the spirit stone very much. Gao Yan and Xiao Homeng just walked out of the yard of Liang Yurshuang and his wife. Then I met Mei Yuzhen and Qi Zongyun. I've seen two saints. Gao Yan smiled and greeted him. He didn't believe that this was a chance encounter. It was probably that these two people came to him on purpose. You're welcome, fellow Taoist Gao. Mei Yuzhen responded with a smile, while Qi Zongyun nodded lightly. Fellow Taoist Gao, you should have a unique method to find the person with the token, right? Mei Yuzhen asked. Indeed. Gao Yan did not deny it. The two saints want to make a deal with me? I do have this idea. Okay, how about I sell it to you when I find the token again? Gao Yan said. Happily. Okay, then let's wait for the good news from fellow Taoist Gao. Mei Yuzhen said, quite satisfied. Afterwards, Gao Yan took Xia Homing to look for the third clearance token. With the blessing of good luck buff, it took him more than half an hour to find the holder of the third clearance token. After asking clearly what the other party's requirements are, he began to use means to promote the other party's wishes. Xia Homing, who had been following her, was full of doubts, because she had been following Gao Yan, but she didn't find out what method he used to find the token holder. Soon, Gao Yan fulfilled the other party's wish. Then, he contacted Mei Yuzhen and the others. Mei Yuzhen, who got the token, left first. Gao Yan also continued to look for the fourth token. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed by. In the past few days, Gao Yan found 9 more tokens. After selling them all, they got 180 billion spiritual stones. 3 of them were sold to Xiaojian and Nangonyao, respectively. Hey, enough is enough. Xia Homing reminded, we'd better leave here as soon as possible, lest others seize the opportunity. Okay, I'll leave after I get 1 more token. Gao Yan nodded. In fact, he didn't need Xia Homing to remind him. He planned to stop, so as not to anger the person controlling the level. 2 hours later, Gao Yan got another token. After sending Xia Homing away, Gao Yan came to Yang Kaiping's home. Old man, are you satisfied with them? Gao Yan asked. Satisfied, quite satisfied. Yang Kaiping said with a grin. Although the couple was greedy for money, they were also trustworthy people. After accepting Gao Yan's money, they truly treated Yang Kaiping as his own father. Besides, Yang Kaiping is already 70 years old and has only a few years to live. They have to send him away. The house and property left by the other party do not belong to them yet. In this case, I'm relieved. You're here to get the token, right? Yang Kaiping took out the token and handed it to Gao Yan. Old man, see you again when we are destined. Gao Yan took the token and was teleported away. The next moment, Gao Yan discovered that he appeared in a forest of stone tablets. There are tens of thousands of stone tablets here. There are words on each stone tablet. Gao Yan casually looked at the words on several stone tablets, and they all recorded the exercises. At this time, that voice rang in Gao Yan's ears. The other party told him that there were 36,000 stone tablets here, and each stone tablet recorded a skill, but these skills were incomplete and were only the beginning of the skill. At the same time, the Immortal Sutra of Emperor Creation and the Emperor Sutra, practiced by his 2 Taoist companions, are also among the 36,000 exercises. Each person can choose 3 exercises to practice. After completing the practice, you can obtain 3 complete exercises. If the chosen technique is the Immortal Sutra or the Emperor Sutra, you can obtain the inheritance from the Great Emperor of Creation or one of the 2 Great Emperor's Taoist companions. What if you select them all? Gao Yan couldn't help but ask. Select them all, and you can only choose 1 inheritance. Gao Yan originally thought that the other party would not answer him, but unexpectedly, the other party actually answered him. The next moment, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the figures in the forest of steels. These people who came before him are still wandering in the forest of steels. At this moment, obviously, they are all stuck in a difficult choice. Gao Yan, there are so many techniques, how do you think I should choose? When Xia Homing saw Gao Yan arriving, he ducked to his side and frowned. In a certain space, what appeared on the screen in front of 2 girls was the scene in the forest of steels. Linger, do you think Gao Yan can choose the Immortal Sutra or the Emperor? Sutra? Have no idea. Linger shook his head. The opening chapter of the Immortal Sutra of Creation, created by the Emperor, is not amazing. It even looks inferior to ordinary holy level exercises. If you want to choose it from 36,000 exercises, it's too difficult to come out. Yes. Feng'er nodded. We both know this situation. After so many years, we still can't tell which chapter is the beginning of the Immortal Sutra of Creation. The two of them have lived in the Emperor's tomb for almost 1,000,000 years. After their master died, they became a little idle, so they often studied the techniques on the Forest of Steels. Unfortunately, they are weapon spirits and cannot practice. Otherwise, if you try to practice every skill, you might be able to find the opening chapter of the Immortal Sutra of Creation hidden in it. But I have a hunch that Gao Yan might be able to find the beginning of the Immortal Sutra of Creation. Linger said in a strange tone. That's true, this guy can surprise people everywhere. Feng'er nodded in agreement. However, I am more optimistic about Gong's son. Yao Yao. Maybe there will be a special reaction between the immortal body and the immortal scripture. Probably not. You see, Gong's son Yao Yao has been in there for several days, but she still hasn't decided which 3 techniques to choose. I hope someone can choose the Immortal Sutra or the Emperor Sutra. Otherwise, the two of us will still have to be here, waiting for 1,000,000 years. When the 3 great emperors choose successors, there is absolutely no such thing as making do with it. Rather, they would rather not leave too many people behind if none of the people who enter the emperor's tomb this time receive the inheritance. Then, this emperor's tomb will escape into the turbulence of the void, and wait for it to be reborn again in 1,000,000 years. Outside the Forest of Steels. Faced with Xia Homing's complaint, Gao Yan mused and said, "Don't be too greedy. If you want to choose the Immortal Sutra and the Emperor Sutra among so many techniques, it will undoubtedly be like finding a needle in a haystack. It is not in vain to pick out 3 holy level techniques. This trip." After hearing what Gao Yan said, Xia Homing's eyes lit up and he felt that Gao Yan's words were so reasonable. Instead of greedily pursuing the Immortal Sutra and the Emperor Sutra, it is better to choose the holy level Kung Fu. It is difficult to judge the Immortal Sutra and the Emperor Sutra, but the holy level Kung Fu is still easier to judge. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to choose my exercises first. Xia Homing rushed into the Forest of Steels again, glanced at the beginnings of each exercise, and quickly selected 3 exercises. And he sat cross-legged and practiced on the spot. "Little sister, have you made a decision?" Xiao Hojian came over and asked curiously. "Brother, I no longer have extravagant hopes for the Immortal Sutra and the Emperor Sutra. I chose 3 opening chapters that look like holy level exercises to try. Even if I only get 1 holy level exercise, it is still a profit." Xiao Hojian was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You are right to think so. What about you, brother? Are you still thinking about the Immortal Sutra and the Emperor Sutra?" Xia Homing asked. "Why?" Xiao Hojian sighed softly. "We have come to this point. If I don't try it, I will regret it for the rest of my life." "Then good luck to you." Xiaoho dreamed. On the other side, Gao Yan also stepped into the Forest of Steels. And he opened his insight eye and scanned the techniques on the stone tablets, one by one. And the levels of these techniques also appeared in his mind. The exercises on this stone tablet range from high to low. He explored the opening chapters of hundreds of exercises. The strongest ones reached the middle level of the heaven level, while the weak ones were only the upper level of the yellow level. But the opening chapters of some Huang level and Xian level skills look even more amazing than those of heaven level skills. The deception is too strong. While Gao Yan was still exploring the techniques, Xia Homing cultivated a spiritual power. Immediately afterwards, the stone tablet recording this technique shot a ray of light into her body, and a complete technique appeared in her mind. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on her. "May I ask fellow Taoist Xiahou, what is going on?" The figure flashed by and others gathered around. Xia Homing said, "As long as you choose a skill to cultivate a spiritual power, you can obtain a complete inheritance of the skill. Then this technique of yours is the Emperor's scripture?" Someone asked nervously. "How is that possible?" Xia Homing smiled silently. "The technique I obtained is only a low-grade one." "Really?" Xia Homing was a little angry. "Believe it or not, let's talk about the Immortal Sutra and the Emperor Sutra. How can it be so easy to cultivate? I cultivated the first spiritual power in less than half a quarter of an hour. Do you think the Emperor Sutra is that simple?" "I can vouch for this, fellow Taoist Xiahou." At this time, Gongsun Yaoyao said, "Not everyone can practice the Emperor's scripture, and it is even more difficult to comprehend it. I guess Senior Brother Mei and Senior Brother Qi have a deep understanding of it, right?" Both of them nodded subconsciously. Mei Yuzhen said directly, "It took me 3 months to understand the Emperor's scripture of our holy land, and I'm still qualified to get started." Although Qi Zongyun didn't say anything, he agreed with this statement. It took him more than 4 months to comprehend the Emperor's scripture in his own holy land. He did not believe that a saint from a second-rate sect could comprehend the Emperor's scripture in half a quarter of an hour. Now that they knew that what Xia Homing had comprehended was not the Emperor's Sutra, everyone dispersed and continued to think about which 3 techniques to choose to try. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Xia Homing developed spiritual power through another technique. When a ray of light from the stone tablet melted into her body, a smile of surprise appeared on her face. "It seems that fellow Taoist Xiahou has obtained a good technique?" Someone asked tentatively. "It is indeed good. I have obtained a technique of the highest grade in the heavenly rank," Xiahou Meng said happily. Although Xiahou Meng spent half an hour this time, no one doubted her. After all, the saints and saints of the 3 holy places have said that the Emperor scripture is difficult to comprehend. Even if Xiahou Meng lied, she could only obtain a holy technique at most. Just when Xiahou Meng was about to start practicing the 3rd technique, Gao Yan sent her a voice message, asking her which technique on the stone tablet she had chosen. Xiahou Meng answered truthfully. And Gao Yan also used his insight eyes to investigate, and then nodded. Secretly, this little girl was so lucky that she actually picked a technique of the middle grade in the holy rank. I feel that this technique is good. Comprehend it well. Gao Yan sent a voice message. Xiahou Meng, who was a little uneasy at first, suddenly felt relieved after hearing Gao Yan's words. She felt that this 3rd technique might be a saint level technique. Unknowingly, another half-day had passed. Gao Yan had explored all 36,000 techniques. He also found the opening chapters of the Immortal Scripture and 2 Emperor scriptures hidden in them. But he was a little hesitant about whether to practice. If something strange happened when he cultivated the Emperor scripture or the Immortal scripture, it would be a big trouble. Forget it, no matter what, let's try to comprehend the immortal scripture. First, Gao Yan pretended to wander in the steel forest carelessly, but in fact, his mind was already on the immortal scripture. The opening chapter of this immortal scripture did not look amazing, and was even inferior to the opening chapters of some earth-level techniques. How cunning, really too cunning. Gao Yan thought to himself, if I didn't have the inside eye, I would never choose this opening chapter, because the opening chapter of this technique looked too ordinary. It took Gao Yan a quarter of an hour to comprehend the opening of the immortal scripture. Then, with a thought, the technique began to circulate in his body. After a while, a spiritual power was condensed. Gao Yan also became nervous at this moment, praying in his heart that no strange phenomena would appear, otherwise, in order to seize the immortal scripture, it is estimated that the entire world of immortal cultivation will hunt him down.